DJ K-Tone, Digital Online Showcase. We have an open dialogue today. My guest host, my co-host, Squizzy Taylor, couldn't make it today. So it's just me. And I have three lovely ladies today. We're going to get the female perspective on a lot of things. To my right, Dr. Natalie Lewis. I have Nakira Doss, a.k.a. Kira TKO, a.k.a. K Rivera.
What's happening?
In the building. We're going to talk about the new name, K Rivera. We'll talk about that later on. And my girlfriend, Miss Manhattan, the promo queen.
Promo queen.
In the building. First of all, ladies, real quick, I want y'all to introduce yourselves and kind of what you do for a living before we even get started. Natalie?
All right, my name is Dr. Natalie Lewis. As K-Tone said, I am a principal of a middle school here in Denver, as well as a researcher.
Nice. My name is Nakira Doss. By day, I am a payroll accountant, a senior payroll accountant for Pursuit Collection, and by day as well sometimes, and night, I am Kira TKO, K Rivera, singer-songwriter. I would consider myself an activist as well. And yes, thank you for having me.
Definitely.
And I am Ms. Manhattan, the promo queen. I do promotions in all forms, get you ready for promotions, music, artist, business, nonprofits, DJs, clothing products. I get the word out. I am the promo queen.
Definitely get the word out. Turning up, for sure.
Always.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. First of all, I want to say, if you are on here, tag some friends, tag some people who need to see this.
Tag them.
Share our network page, AHRR page, and share the link. We've been doing this for a couple weeks. You know, we usually on the show premiere music, play new music, but you know, just everything that's been going on the past 3 or 4 weeks, we just decided to change it up and just have open dialogue and conversation about, you know, issues that's going on in the world. And we really haven't had, we had Danae Simone last week. Shout out to Danae Simone. But
what up, Danae?
We really haven't had too many women in here, you know, the women's perspective. So that's why I felt it was important to, you know, to do that. And I felt you guys are a great collective of women to help us with that. And first question I really want to know is, how do you guys feel about being a black woman in America right now? You know, I mean, the positives, the negatives. You know, I want to hear from each of you, whoever wants to start.
I guess I'll start.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't want to be like a Debbie Downer, like sad, but it is what it is, right? I feel like there's always this comparison conversation of like who has it worse in America, black men or black women. That's
been the debate.
Now, my honest opinion is it's black men.
Okay.
But I feel like black women are often, more times than not, neglected, forgotten. You see it a lot in the conversation with Breonna Taylor. Like, how are we not raving and ranting about Breonna Taylor just as much as we are George Floyd? And that's not even like speculation, like clearly based off of the media coverage, what you see on your timeline. Breonna Taylor is slipped through the cracks, and that's even more egregious than I feel like George Floyd, because she's sleeping in her home on a no-knock warrant where they already arrested the person who they had the no-knock warrant for. Right. It's just crazy. So I feel like we're neglected. Then I feel like we have, okay, so it's like a twofold thing. Black men feel like, I've seen overwhelmingly from black men that black women don't support black men.
Right.
And a part of me was like, what are y'all talking about? Like, I support, you support, you know what I'm saying? Then I kind of started going down my timeline and seeing, like, there's a lot of black women who are dogging dudes out, like, because of their own personal experiences in your messed up relationship. And that's not like excluding me. Like I'm divorced. I've had a bad relationship after that, but I can't take that and make this generalization about black men. So I feel like because that's the narrative that's often out there, then black women are often even more so neglected because black men feel like we don't support them.
Right.
We oftentimes, luckily the network of people we're in, we don't feel neglected because when we go out, it's people we directly know. I know my people got my back. But as a general whole, I don't necessarily feel super protected to be able to just be out here liberally saying what I really want to say. You see what I'm
So
saying?
you feel black men don't feel supported, black women don't feel protected
Period.
for the most part.
For the most part. I'm not just saying that just to be controversial. I really feel like as a black woman, we need more support. And I feel like we've always been the front line for the black cause. Like always. And it looks different for everybody. Like I'm not down at the protests because I feel like that puts me at a certain risk for the COVID. It puts me at risk because cops is just out here doing random stuff. And then you got the white people coming and doing stuff that's actually getting us more backlash. So I've chose to take my resistance online and, you know, come to stuff like this to voice my opinion where I feel safe in doing so. But what else can I do? Because I feel like I'm not doing enough. I'll say that.
Okay. How you feel, Manhattan?
So, and then I'm on the flip of that to where I do understand that backlash of it, but I feel empowered and blessed because this is something I didn't get to choose. So I know that a lot of people, they go and do a lot just to look darker. So to be a black woman, it's like, I'm blessed.
Yeah.
And so I have power within that as well and standing on that and truly using all those platforms because that's what I am. I can't run from that in any shape, form, or fashion. So if I'm that, then let me produce what I want to see more of in this world. So like you said, I'm not at the protest, but I'm on the front line on the other end. And I believe self is important. And a lot of people out there, self is not healed. And they're just I feel like 75% isn't even out there for the cause. It's just like, I'm tired of being in the house.
Right. You're right.
So I know there's going to be some people out and I'm trying to go turn that. And like you said, so for many reasons, for me, that's not my standpoint. And I don't feel like I'm less of a black woman because that's not the line that I stand on. I still feel empowered on making sure I stand on the end where I stand and making sure home is right. Because at the end of the day, I still produce a seed that's going to be out there in the world. And so that's my front line that I'm gonna always stand on, and that's what matters. And the one that's around my circle.
Definitely.
I would say, you know, education is something that's super important to me. And like I have a master's degree in Black Studies, which is the study of Black people throughout the world. And it's something that is like the forefront of everything that I do and all of my work is how does this impact Black people and what happens from the experience. And I think this is not a first time Black people have confronted this conversation. It has continually been the conversation between Black men and Black women since their transition to the United States in this new world. And I think it's an intentional conversation that's been placed to pit us against one another. And I think that if we, I think it's a no-win situation when you're saying who has it worse, because if you, why is that the battle? Why are we even discussing that? We should be talking about how are we all impacted, right? And so I think that to your point of what you just brought out around Breonna Taylor is that Breonna Taylor is one example of Black women who have also been killed by police. And so if we only have conversations around Black men being killed by police and not Black women, then we're not doing justice to the fact that Black people are dying in the streets. And when we say Black Lives Matter, we mean all Black bodies, right? And so I think that that is, you know, and I feel you, sister, all day. Like, I don't think there's anything like a Black woman, as I don't think there's anything like a Black man, right? And so, and it's a blessing. And how many ways can we augment, or do people augment their bodies to look like us in whatever that capacity? And so I think that this battle of, you know, what happens, what doesn't happen is real for all of us. You know, like last weekend, I drove to St. Louis from Denver to exchange my daughters, and I'm leaving at like 6:30 at night, which means that I'm going through night, through Kansas, through Missouri, and the safety, you see, you know, a patrol car pulled up behind me, and the fear dropped in the pit of my stomach. Like, so when you talk about like the fear, if there is fear around our safety, that's a safety that all of us feel. And so I just think that this like continual battle where we're trying to put us against one another. You know, like I don't have sons, but I have daughters, and you know, the institution of slavery allowed for legalized rape of Black women's bodies. And so when we talk about these stories in like siloed, it's, you know, like we're not talking about the other parts of it, then we miss something completely. And we just don't do justice to the fact that, like, as Black people, let's talk about how we can come together. Our stories, whose is worse? What's the
so I have a question
why do we
for
do
you.
that?
My question for you is this, because if we get back to, like, I'm not sure, and you probably would know this because that's your field of study in college, right? I'm not sure the line of when the Black family, like the dismantling of the Black family, the welfare to make Black women dependent upon the government, and we got kids in most cases to take care of. So we're gonna swap, nigga, right? You out here doing whatever. This government is about to give me food and shelter and this, right? So with the dismantle of the Black family, like I still feel like even today, that's like another major hurdle, right? Child support and all those conversations, like those type of things are like the blockage between a Black man and a Black woman.
But I think that what you're saying is exactly that. I mean, that's the legacy of slavery and enslavement is real. And that started in enslavement, where this pitting against, of I mean, the reality of like legalized rape, which is what enslavement was, I have a white master has power over Black women's bodies, and there's nothing that a Black man who is husband, father, son, whatever can do to protect. So those elements like are existing. Then you go to the welfare state where you have U.S. senators who create welfare policy that says where Black men were living in houses with their women, right? Like, nope, you got to go in order for this to happen, right? In order to get paid, and it's the same thing. And so I think that when we talk about the systems, that brokenness is like, let's talk about that. But if we keep battling around whose story's worse, we're pointing fingers at the wrong enemy, you know, or tackling the wrong thing. And I think that that's part of the issue. And it's systemic. It was designed that way.
So I feel like that's a hurdle within the Black community that we absolutely need to put immediate urgency. Like if your house isn't divided, not to get biblical, a house divided against itself cannot stand. So that's why we're not bringing the full power to the equation, right? Because as the lightest person in the room, like you were saying, you feel so proud to be Black and this and that and another. Like, I question myself on that because I don't feel like it's reciprocated in my community. As a light-skinned woman, you question my Blackness. I'm not Black enough, right? And that goes back to what we're talking about, the legalized rape. I'm not light-skinned, like my lineage, maybe not directly my grandmother or her mother or her grandmother, right? We're light because of that rape, right? So, but I'm less Black, right? And I'm a strong Black woman, but other sisters in my community, quiet as it's kept, don't think I'm that. So we have so many like variables that I feel like we gotta tackle this, and those who are willing to be open and honest, we can make that headway. But then there's people who are not. Like, how do we overcome that?
Yeah, so
but then why can't we talk about, why are we not educating ourselves, however we educate ourselves, to that story, right? Both of my daughters are the same color as you. One got green eyes.
Right.
Her name is Nile, right? And it was intentional. Like, you so Black, your name is Nile.
Right.
I wish somebody would. Right?
That's what's
and
up.
so I think that there are elements that, why do we not educate ourselves in that story?
Right.
You know what I mean? We take whatever the latest headline is, and then that becomes sensationalized, and we use it as fuel against one another. Like, there are spaces we can go to, and if there aren't, then we should be talking about how do we create those spaces where we can begin to learn more about who we are and have open and honest conversations. And look at the sister girls who are saying you ain't Black.
And I know that's a two-way street, right? I don't want to play the victim because I know I've had these conversations with my in-laws. All of my nieces and nephews are darker kids. My kids are the lighter of them, right? And I had those conversations with my family. Nakira, you don't think you've had privilege because you're lighter? And in my mind, I'm like, no. Because they look at me like a nigga just like they do you. But y'all think I have privilege from that. And if that's the case, then let's talk about it. But I understand that there's like a difference, at least amongst Black people, of that treatment, right? So, I don't know. I do think that that's something that we need to touch on, and whether it's having conferences or something to like
that's what I was gonna
get
say. How
with
do we
each
get
other.
to that? How do we get back to that? Like you said, you know, you said people need to educate themselves, but I mean, some people just don't know.
Yeah.
They just don't know. They don't even know the direction to go. So I mean, even by you being in education, I mean, what do you feel is the next step to get to that?
I think we gotta stop looking to other people to solve our stuff.
Absolutely.
And so when we have these conversations, you know, if we wanted to just go into the black man versus black woman conversation, if I only hear this, and the moment you're like, but Natalie, black men, I'm like, but wait a minute, black women. That's the beginning part of the conversation.
Yeah, right.
And I think that we miss that because we feel like we have to go into this either or space. We don't come from either or people. We and inclusive. And so why do we keep taking belief systems that aren't ours to keep trying to battle each other?
Do you think that could be done in tandem with, so you got white supremacy and us dying at the hands of white cops and white people in general. Do you think we can handle our in-house issues in tandem with that, or it has to be like, this got to be handled and then that?
I think that this is a perfect moment, right? Mm-hmm. Because you have black men and black women who are dying because of white supremacy, because of police brutality. Why do we take an argument or like a part of this and say, our brothers is dying without talking about the sisters that are dying? Like, here is a time to say, we are dying. Let's come together to start to unpack that.
Yeah. Okay, so we changed the narrative. What do we instill in our, in our children specifically? How do we start breaking those cycles with them?
Right, because my oldest is beginning to drive, and even with that, the conversation I knew I had to have was how you handle these situations accordingly. And I don't care how old, I'm 99, you call me anytime that you get stopped by the police. But the fact that I check like, it's crazy that that's the conversations I have to have with my son, and things that go on. Black kids are excited about fast money and things like this. So no, don't be involved with this. You look like this just because you stand out.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I just do it because to me it's best to be transparent of real of what it is. But to also tell them don't shy down.
Have you asked your son? Like, I recently asked Dominic. Our sons are friends. Right? So I've asked Dominic recently, and I was actually kind of shocked. Like, how do you feel? Because my son goes out with my nephew. They live like 5 minutes away from us. So after online school was done, my nephew would come over on his bike with his homeboy. They would come grab Dominic, and Dominic's the only boy in the house. We got all these women. I'm like, go ahead with your cousin and do whatever. It was hard on that first time for me to let my 12-year-old son ride his bike in the neighborhood that he has ownership in. And then I asked him, Dominic, how do you feel like when you go out here? Like, how do you feel scared? Do you feel safe? And it actually kind of bothered me that he said he felt safe. Oh, we're gonna have a whole nother conversation, because why? Not that I want you to be scared, but that means that you're not fully aware of what's happening around you. And maybe I don't even feel like I've sheltered my kids from that. They see, they know, they hear me talk about it. They hear about my Facebook posts. So I was just kind of confused at why my son said he felt safe. Like, just little simple stuff that I've told him you can't do. I remember I was taking my daughter, they were going to their first, pre-freshman year high school, like, summer activities. And we was trying to teach them how to catch the bus to the high school, right? My nephew jumped and hit the stop sign on the bus stop. And I'm like, look, y'all can't be out. It's crazy. Y'all can't be out here doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because if a cop riding by and see you slap the stop sign, this could be a thing, right? So it's just crazy because, like you said, we have to have these little conversations about stuff that's normal teenage kid behavior or whatever that could cost you your life. And I try to make sure my kids know you're not special, light, dark, otherwise. You're not special. They will stop you if they have the opportunity and you run into the right one. Right? And it's just sad because I feel like our generation, and I don't know how old you are, and I don't even need you to say that, but I feel like we're close in age, right? Like, I don't feel like I went through a lot of racism personally in my high school, right? Like, I knew it existed. I know it happens. I've seen it happen to my mother. But I don't feel like it was like a thing that we experienced as much as our parents. But now I feel like our kids are like thrust into what like our grandparents had to deal with. And I don't know if I'm like I feel like I'm fully equipped, but it's kind of like, I don't know what to tell them, right?
I feel like it's like the environment you in, because years ago when I was younger, I wasn't that same one comfortable in my skin. I was like, everybody's lighter than me. Lighter is beautiful. That's what it is. So now I have two boys. One's dark, one's light. So it's like, and to make sure that battle doesn't go within between the home. Like, my curls is better than yours. We all got the same curls in this hair. Like, I'm y'all's mom. Like, what are you playing with? It's not you're black enough because now you're this type of color. But I don't know. It's something you grow into yourself and knowing that I am good enough, and making sure that they know that they are unique. I tell my kids that they're an endangered species. You
For real, for real.
Like,
For real.
they want you.
So for y'all two specifically, how do you like? I know you just said you talk to your kids, you know, about that, but like police interaction in particular, how do you talk? Have you had the conversation, or
Yeah,
what do you
like,
say just about that and about survival?
It's
just
crazy
for them?
because these last couple videos, and I never like want to err on the side of the oppressor, right? Like this video of dude in Georgia, the other video of the dude in Texas who got stopped for speeding like twice before this officer pulled him over. He was speeding. I don't know if he was under the influence. The video just came out, even though this happened in March. That officer, I felt like, tried his best not to shoot that dude. Like, he set him in the back of the car, offered him a mask while they waited for the tow truck. Like, and then dude just got out and tried to get in the cop's car and drive away his police car. He's wrestling with him. It's like a whole minute, you know, that's a long time. It don't seem like a long time, but a minute scuffling with somebody. Like, I felt like that cop tried his best not to shoot that dude in Texas. So when I talk to my son, right, the whole, which I don't think this is like a fail-safe, right? Like, comply, whatever. Clearly, George Floyd was complying. You know what I'm saying? Even though they try to spin the narrative like he was resisting. We saw all the 3 videos that came out clearly showing he was calm, sat down, all the whole thing, right? So I just try to, like, the comply part is the best we can do. Right? Try not, and we're just an excitable people. You hear, I don't know, me, I'm an excitable person. I get, you know, kind of rowdy on a regular day over non-passionate issues. So you have to kind of train your kids to be, like, docile and, like, tame, because you don't want that to be misinterpreted as aggression, and that breaks my heart because that's not who we are as a people.
I think you need to train them to also just be aware of what can happen if you don't. So I think compliance is one part of it, but like this is a reality of your life if you don't, and that awareness I think is important. And I think that there is just a tendency in our lived experience to not share those parts with our kids because it's hard for us to talk about. It's scary, it's dangerous, it's terrifying, but like if you don't do this, you can die. That's a different kind of conversation for any of us to have with our kids, rather than like I don't think it's just do what they say do, but like be very, very aware of the danger that you can be in.
It wasn't until, like, you hear the thing, like, police officers try to get black men specifically, right, to get a reaction. And I never, like, knew that was real until I remember my middle daughter was, like, 2 years old, and she used to have this pillow that she was dependent on. Like, it's not the blanket or whatever, it was the pillow. Her dad took the pillow away from her. She starts screaming at the top of her lungs. The neighbors called the cops, thinking that, you know, I think actually might have got a whooping from her dad. And I think the neighbors might have heard that, and then they called the cops. And then the cops came, and they're asking if she's okay, and blah, blah, blah. And we asked them, like, oh, is it illegal to, like, spank our kids? And they're like, no. But the other officer that's there with dude is purposely trying to, like, antagonize my ex-husband. Like, you're trying to get me upset because you want that reason, right? And it wasn't until that moment that I realized, like, and I was in my 20s at the time, like, dang, like, this really happens. Like, y'all are purposely trying to agitate these black men so that you can have the past, because at that time, and until recent it seemed, that's a pass to just kill.
Definitely.
With no weapon, no nothing. And it's just like, it just breaks my heart, man. I just...
So, you know, even though we've endured, you know, similar racism, you know, due to our grandparents, do y'all feel like, you know, our children and grandchildren will there be a void in, you know, extreme racism? Or like, do you feel like they're, like you just brought it up earlier, where the grandparents, our grandparents, endured a certain level of racism, kind of skipped us.
Yeah.
And it will probably hit them, or it's hitting them right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know if it skipped us.
I was just going to say,
I think that the absence of social media and technology made us feel like it wasn't happening to that level.
But yeah, to that level, like you said. I mean, I don't think. I mean, like you said, we haven't really just. I mean, we've dealt with certain racism, but not to the extreme our grandparents.
Like when we were younger. Like now we're seeing it because we're adults, but when we were teenagers,
we didn't really. Or did you experience?
I feel like when I had different encounters with white people, it was blatant racism.
Yeah.
And so like, and there wasn't a question to me of like, is this racism? It was from
That's
moments
racism.
of like, no, that's that's racism.
Well, I
And
mean,
so
I think we've all dealt with a level of racism.
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
what we seeing today, and
Was that
even like recently, did you see the two brothers who got lynched in L.A.?
yes.
Hung in L.A.
But
recently,
this,
like
I do
yesterday.
think that, but I think that's an important thing to talk about, is that because of social media, we see these things. It
Right.
didn't mean that those things weren't happening.
Right.
Like
Definitely.
I remember watching the LA riots and seeing Rodney King being beaten, right?
Mhm.
Like
Right.
that was our
That
version
was, I think
of
that was like
when we,
7th, 8th grade.
right? This is what I'm saying. So like that's in our lifetime, and I think that if
Yep.
we forget that this was happening, I think we see it now because of more social media and all these different things. But those moments were definitely happening, and I think it's our charge to be able to teach our kids of what those things were. You know, my parents are from the South. Like my father's from Mississippi, so I have two grandparents.
I heard
I have
that's
grandparents who
racist. Woo, Mississippi.
are from Mississippi, so I grew up going back and forth to Mississippi my whole life. So
Right.
hearing stories and like being like real taught around what racism looked like, and they were like, man, Denver is lying racism. Now, at least if I'm in Mississippi, they
You
gonna
know
tell
what
the
it
truth
is.
about racism.
You know what it is.
But in Denver, people gonna cover it up
That's
and act
true.
like it's not. And so for me, those kind of like awareness things, I think that that's an important thing. And so when we talk about what does that look like for our kids,
Right.
then when I went to a mostly white college, right? There's 53 black people on my college campus. And so I saw white people be racist all the time and like painfully racist, where I'm going home crying from class because stuff was happening. So I think that those kinds of things, you know, you went to a HBCU, which might have been like a different experience, or where you grew, you know, you have different kinds of experiences. But I think white people are now joining in the argument to tear down like the white supremacy and to destroy those. Like I feel like that's what this discussion is right now, and they weren't saying that
Right.
before.
And it comes in many forms.
Yeah.
Because now recently, unfortunately, I have seen my seed have to deal with the police in the different forms of when it comes. Knowing that this is some BS that my child is going through, but really seeing my 12-year-old being read his Miranda rights, and we go in, and out of all these kids in the school, the only ones who got a charge is
The black
kids of color and Mexican and black girls and Indian kids. Like, but wait, what's really going on? And so I understand the fact that you teach your kids a certain of comply, but when they went in was like, this is what we want to do. We're going to give it deferred, and he doesn't do nothing. Like, no, this is a trap, so we ain't complying today.
Right.
So we might be the only ones in the court that say, well, we'll see you in court.
Right.
Because that's kind of where that seed starts. So then that name is already set. And anytime you have an encounter, you, like you said, might be out arguing or having fun, and it looks aggressive, and
Right.
your name is attached to something. So no, we're going to make sure that we don't.
So that's a good point as an educator. Well, you're a principal, right? Like my kids went to DDS for middle school. Started off as a predominantly white school in Stapleton. Shout out to Tay Anderson, who's got that changing, about to re-change the name or whatever, according to Brother Jet. But, right, like the over-disciplining of minority children, I never experienced that until I got into Stapleton, right?
But that's the part where I'm saying that's been the system.
Yeah. Oh,
So
yeah.
when we talk about what blatant racism looks like, it went into schools
Yeah.
instantly. So
Yeah.
like you may not see people hanging from the tree, but you seeing black boys and
Same thing.
Latino boys in the office and kicked out of class and then going to like that directly as an educator, that's directly what it looked like. And
Yeah.
so I think that like the ways you do what you said is like spot on. You got me fired. But when you talk about how this is changing form, now it is manifested in all these different ways. That didn't mean it went away. And
Right.
in schools in particular, that's a breeding ground for that space.
So
Because-
what you're saying is those are the conversations I have with my kids.
Yep.
From the time they were in like 5th grade, you know, a little bit before that, they're so young that, you know, they're not really aware of how their behaviors impact their future. But by the time you get 4th, 5th grade, I started specifically my son. Like, you can't afford to just do normal kid stuff, as unfortunate as that is. You're a little black boy. They're already waiting for you to mess up. And as soon as you do that, this is on paper.
That's
so when you go from here, it's
conversation.
going into middle school, and then when you leave middle school, it's going to they're tracking this.
Definitely.
And
And
then
it
what
just
looks
sucks.
like a mess up though, because
Right.
when you don't know how to handle a certain type of
Tell
child and you're not
Mhm.
really a teacher and you're there for a check, then
Mhm.
everything gets kind of thrown under the bus, and it's like, oh well, that's ADHD. Let me go ahead and throw you
Right.
some medicine.
And it's
your
so
kid's
as an
out of
educator,
control.
quick
And
question.
I also think, I don't think necessarily people are just doing it for the check, but it's a big cultural mismatch.
Exactly.
So like when I'm
It's a
in
different way to
there,
have kids.
the ways we talk at home and we function,
For
and not
real.
even just as home, it's like culturally, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
We're louder, you were excitable, you know, like, we communal, we want to do all this. Where you get in a classroom where you're in front of white teachers who operate in their white mindsets and the ways that they function, they don't understand that. So things get in like, oh, he's being disrespectful. Well, are you thinking,
Passionate.
there's one thing of, like as in education where it's like, you know, white teachers typically can approach things and be like, well, I'm the authority because I'm the teacher, right? A black teacher is like, I am the authority, I'm the teacher, sit down. It's a different kind of, and that's
Right.
that cultural mismatch. So when you're
as an
having people in
educator,
front,
can you tell me, because my middle child is the most like sweetest, calm, she don't start no stuff, she chill, right? She used to be like really untrusting of anybody new. If you weren't her family member, she's losing her mind. So when she went to kindergarten, she freaked out. I left her there. That was like tragic for me. Like, oh my God, you don't trust where you're at. And as a mom, I feel like terrified for you, even though you're safe, right? So as an educator, have you seen or have there been discussions about those cultural barriers? Because her teacher at that time was like a 23-year-old white girl. Talking, right, you're super young. You haven't probably interacted with black children ever prior to now. Maybe in college, that don't count. These are children, right? She would call us and be like terrified. We come up to the school like, hey, sit down. My brother-in-law came to, this is kindergarten, 5.
Right.
You don't know how to talk to my kid. She's not used to the Disneyland fairy tale teacher. Her parents don't talk to her like that. She wouldn't even try this at home ever. So when we come in and set the boundary and set the stance, she's looking like, yeah, man, like, so is there training at all that's done?
yeah, I mean, but there is training, but nationally, 80% of teachers are white women, young white women.
Scary.
And so you have, that's a national trend. And so you have people who are, I mean, it's everywhere. You're training, you're doing all you can. But if I come in, I'm the black mama, and I treat all my students like they my children, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so sit down. I'm not playing with you.
So have you had those parents?
But when you
freak
do,
out because you're that way?
but
I worked in a daycare and a lady lost her mind. I raised
I mean,
my
I'm
voice
real
at her
transparent
kid.
with my family. It's like, this is who I am.
This is what it is.
But when you see a white teacher who sees a mother, black mother, typically come into a building like that, that throws people off because that's not what mothering looks like. And so you have all these different kinds of trainings. It's a lot of work. It's not an immediate.
Yeah.
So is it just not enough of us or of black women or men or whatever, like trying to get teaching jobs, or are they just not getting them? Or
no one's going into teaching. That's the thing about teaching is that we have a huge cry for black teachers, but the field of teaching is diminishing. Like no one is going into the field because it's hard work, right? Black, white, whatever. No one's going into it, and so I think that the training is that if you are going to teach in a continuing diverse country and space, right? Most kids in schools are black and brown. Then you need to learn how to train in this way. So you got to think back to when your parents talked to you. What did you do? How did they sit down? What were the things that they said? Now compare that to when your black families come in, what they say. What are the differences? How does that make you feel? You got to sit in that.
Right.
But if you don't ever face that or have those kinds of things, and depending on what school you're in, where you're at, you can't really have the levels of what that conversation looks like, and if people feel uncomfortable. So I think the progress of tearing down white supremacy makes it so that you have to talk about these kinds of things, because before that you wouldn't have to, because your way is the way that we want to function in.
Have you always taught in been a principal or worked in the realm of middle school?
I started as a middle school teacher in
I was going to ask you, because I've heard from my
in
educator
DC
friends.
in elementary school.
One of my friends was the AP at DDS, and she had been at DDS even when she was an educator and not the AP. but she actually was a teacher at my kid's elementary school. And then when she made that transition, it was like super hard.
Elementary and elementary and middle's a hard transition. You know, middle school kids is crazy.
They did,
right?
yeah, and I feel like high school is like,
right, because they're trying to get their own
Yeah.
stuff, but like they doing all hormonal changes and all this stuff is happening, and that's hard to just navigate. So not everybody can be a middle school person because of that kind of age. But I think that element is happening from elementary school.
I was saying knowing your kids, because I've been and went in and requested like, all right, well I know he ain't gonna do well with you. He gonna run you over.
Right.
Like I'm gonna need that one.
But that means you got to be present.
So what would you?
You can't just let them show up. You got to be. No, this is not gonna work.
So
I know this is not gonna work. Just
what would you suggest as the principal? Because I would say the one thing that I've had a gripe with, right? As a principal, as a black woman, as a black parent, you know, like if your kid's cutting up, the school's gonna call you. And if you're an involved parent who holds your kids accountable, usually your kids already know, like, come on, like. So when the school calls me, I'm gonna come up. Y'all want me to come up there? But then I feel like that's counterintuitive. I know if I come up there, this is not about to happen. So as an educator, principal, what is your suggestion? Because kids are always testing boundaries. Maybe by high school they figure out like, oh, okay, I can't do this. But in middle school specifically, what is your suggestion for parents? Because a lot of our kids are just being kids, right? And I'm like, I'll come up there, but Dominic's not going to do this if I come up there. What is your suggestion for handling that?
Be involved. The more families that get involved and show up to schools, come to family nights where you sit down, you know, they always have these principal coffees where you sit down and talk to principals. Make sure that people they see you. Right. You are part of the decision making in the building.
So if you are that parent, what's your suggestion? Because that is me. I show up for all the volunteer. I show up for.
You got to get more of us to come in.
Done that too.
But
I was just gonna say
because
it's like
if we're not in there, you're as a black principal, right? I'm going to be advocating and working on behalf of black and brown kids. That's why I do the work that I do.
And I guess
But if I'm trying to do it on one side and I'm doing all these trainings for my teachers,
right?
But then there's no families
parental involvement,
who are involved, or there are limited families that are involved.
Yeah.
There's only so much of a conversation because then it's like, oh, now there's just you talking. Right? It's not like you have to have. It needs to be. There's so much. I am surprised at the amount of parents, as that involved parents who's at everything. I am surprised for all the gripes we have as black people with kids. When it comes down to coming to the meeting, coming to the conference, coming to whatever, there's not that many of us.
Why is that?
I was just going to say, it depends on, I ain't going to lie. Now, so when it comes to a conference and to sit down with a teacher with middle school, she's one teacher of a class of all the 5 teachers he got to go to today. So I'm going to those all the way. But some of the extra little stuff, I'm not.
I think that,
is it really little though?
I think that's it. So then I think this is why at schools, I also think you got to make sure that sometimes you offer something in the morning, sometimes you offer it at night. But if I only offer it in the morning, I know what kind of parents are going to show up, right? So that's an intentional thing. So you're trying to figure out what that sweet spot is. Yeah. So it's not that you have to come all the time. But I'm like, get your homegirl, get your friend, your kid's friends. Make sure somebody shows up to be present for that. If it's not you, like how can we communally say, there's certain things I can't, I can't do. I'm a single mother of 2 daughters. I can't be involved in all of those things,
parents,
right?
like, this is what works best for me. So you reach out on me. Here's my text. Here's my email. You can call. There's nothing because I might not be able to move a certain way. I know the support that I have, but this is what's important for me, for my kids to know what's going on. I'm not. They're gonna have that phone. Let me know before. I always tell them, let me know before they call, because I know some things can be twisted, but I know you.
I feel like there's been like a conditioning of educators, right? Because based off, I have a 15-year-old, so I've been in the educational system at least 10 years, right? Like if you don't count the 5 years to kindergarten. And I feel like the teachers, specifically the white teachers, have been conditioned by their experience with, and it's bad because I don't want to say black parents don't care, but based on the feedback I've gotten from my kids' teachers, when they call me, luckily, thank God I've had jobs that don't trip because I do my job well, I'm there. So if I got to cut out because my kid was clowning, they're not really tripping, right? But their teachers are floored that I stopped work and showed up. And I know everybody can't do that. So again, I want to preface that with that's not a judgment, thing. But one teacher was like, I call parents and tell parents their kids fought, they did this. They never call me back. They never come up here. And I was kind of floored because at the end of the day, I don't feel like my kids are safe in this right education system. So I'm like, why are y'all so comfortable leaving y'all kids in the hands of a lot of these places that don't care about your kid?
I think it's a variety of reasons, right?
But my
then
kid
you also
has said that, playing on that,
and-
like, my mom's a single mom.
Yeah.
She works real far. She has to come. Lies. They
Yeah.
taught her right away.
But then you're also like, if you are only calling to talk about my son or daughter and tell negative stuff, I don't want to talk to you. Because you don't
Exactly.
care, love my baby the way I do. So I don't value what you say. So
Yep.
yeah, I think there's a lot of different reasons why people do it. But I do think that there's like a partnership because I can't always make it to the meeting.
Yep.
But I know that you're going to go to the meeting, and because I know you're going to talk about these kinds of things, and then you're going to come back and talk to me, and then we'll trade off. That system, that network amongst like black families, brown families, and black families in particular, is not there in schools, and it's such an
I'll say
important
this
vital
to
part.
every black person
Hold
watching.
that. Because I want to continue on that. We got to take a break real quick. But no, remember what you was going to say.
I will.
Because I want to talk more about, the education system for the kids. We're going to take a break. Digital Online Showcase. We're going to be right back. Don't go nowhere.
Okay.
Digital Online Showcase. DJ K-Tone. I got Dr. Natalie Lewis, K. Rivera, and Miss Manhattan. We were talking about, the kids in the school systems and education, and you was going to say something.
I was going to say something specifically to anybody who's a parent that's listening. From the time that my kids were in elementary school, again, there's this trust factor, right? I don't trust, and I'm going to be 100. When there's black people present, my principal of my kids' elementary school, black lady. The dean, black lady. So I felt real confident going in that situation. Right. Why? Because I established a relationship out the gate. And parents, I need you to understand how critical that is. And this is a simple, every school year, go online because there's a list online on the school's website of all the teachers. Right. And most decent schools have their teachers' emails, have the teachers' phone numbers, and it's actually very simple. I take a message, I create in a Microsoft Word document. Oh my gosh, there's a spider. I'm trying not to be childish.
Did it now. I can't do it.
They have the teacher's email, right? I take the schedule that the school sends you, telling you these are all your kids' classes, this is their teacher. Right. I create one email. I put all the teachers' emails in the BCC. I blind copy it. A very general, generic, hi, I'm Miss Doss. I'm Breon Doss's mom. She is an 8th grade, whatever the grade is. Thank you, Tux. You're the best. This is my expectation from my child. This is how she's been raised. She is to say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, whatever, all those things, whatever it is for you. This is what I expect of my child. I am a partner with you as a teacher because it's not your job to teach my kids certain morals and values and stuff like that, right? It is, but you're supposed to be the reinforcer technically. So I tell them, this is what I expect. If you ever have a problem, please contact me. I can be reached here, text, email, whatever's best for you. But then I also say, I would also love to hear when things are fantastic because as a parent, I don't want to hear every time my kid did bad, but they ain't doing nothing good. So teachers, you have to know how to leverage that. If my kid happen to be doing bad, just know I'm the direct line that's going to get you results way faster than anything you about to do in that classroom. So parents, you have to make that initial connection. And I'm surprised at actually how many teachers didn't respond this year when my daughter went to high school. 2 out of her 8 teachers actually responded to me, and the 3rd responded after I was like, oh, I sent you my message and you never said nothing back. Oh, I thought that was like a general, we're a relationship building, right? So I was shocked at how many teachers don't understand the relationship building aspect. You want the respect of these brown and black kids, you want this and that, but you're not building a foundation with that child as an educator, and you don't realize how beneficial as an educator that is to you to build that connection. Your classroom could flow like a breeze if you took that time. So parents, I said all that long-winded stuff to say, please contact your kids' teachers. Please leverage that. Because also now that they're in high school, like I'm telling my daughter, I already checked with the teacher. She said if you get a bad grade on this and that, she said you could resubmit it. You got to take advantage of that. You got to hold your kids accountable just as much as you're holding the teacher accountable.
Definitely. I mean, I'll do something similar. I don't go to the extent of creating an email but I show up. I show up as a first of all as a father though, because I know it's not many, but I meet all the teachers. I give them my card. I give my info and say if there's any issues, any problems, whatever, reach out. But not only problems, like you said though. Let me know when he's doing good. Let me know that and they do. They do. They text me. Mainly Kyron, my middle school. Kyron had such a great day today, and I appreciate, you know what I mean?
Yeah, as a parent, when you see that school phone number come up,
yeah,
depending on the kid it is, because you know your kids. Come on, parents, you know your kids. I have some great children, but don't get it twisted. I know them.
Kids will be kids.
I know them, and so when certain kid gets a call, I usually see the school number and know, oh my God, are they calling me about so and so? And there's been times where I prep myself for that. And then it was like, oh no, actually you did fantastic today. It was like, yes.
And that's horrible.
And I'll do that, and you know, and I'll do that a lot. You know what I'm saying? And they'll call me like, well, no, he actually did good today. But they'll call me too, and they'll call on some BS,
it's
like
some petty little
some BS.
stuff.
But I think they get comfortable, which I'm okay with, as long as you know they're communicating. And
the over communicating on the negative, like the little petty stuff, Tona.
But some of the stuff I asked the teacher, like you couldn't deal with that.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why they're calling you.
Yes, they can.
No,
why not? I'm confused. Please elaborate.
No.
That's when I be transparent.
They can't. What do you mean they can't?
They can't.
Why?
Because there are parts of this that you talk about, like the culture of racism, that they're just fear associated with particular things.
Okay, let me say that this was black teachers that was doing this with my son. This wasn't white teachers.
Well, yeah, mine
but I think that there is as a principal, a school leader, I've been a school leader since year 7. I have to have conversations where we script out conversations with teachers. You're going to say this. Let's role play it with me first. And I'm going to go all the way sister girl. So
that's awesome.
And it's because I'm going to show you how this
we about to do.
Don't let these degrees in this job fool you, right?
Yeah.
We're going to practice it in that way so you get comfortable and you're going to get nervous and it's going to make you uncomfortable and then relax. But it takes a time to practice that. So even when it's regard to classroom management, things that seem petty in a room full of kids,
and you got 18 other kids or whatever that's doing the same thing.
Doing the same thing. It's not just one thing. It's like as a person who's receiving that.
So
one
now I feel bad. Now I feel bad.
So
now I feel bad because there was a particular, like I said, this was actually a black male elder teacher to my son. Now you know I'm that mom. I already told you straight up, like if he's doing this or whatever, call me, whatever. I already said the lengths I will go. Now, after that conversation, we've had several, right? My kid is the class clown. Let's preface that. He likes to just, clown. You called me after a few thoughts, and I had just started my new job. You know how the moms are when they just started a new job. I don't got time to take a break to call you, you know what I'm saying? So after a few phone calls, now in hindsight, when you're saying that, and I know that, like, I was a parent, 19, fresh out of high school. For third graders back before it got real crazy and kids had access to the internet and all this other stuff. And they was talking about virginity in third grade. So I get it, right? You have all these kids. It's not just your kid. You're trying to manage a classroom. And this is why I get on my kids a lot. You can't be that kid. Because your teacher's already trying to manage 30 or however many other kids. It's going to piss me off because I know you know better. And you know you about to be held accountable, right? But I'm just like, in a couple cases where he called me, I was really, like Tona said, I'm like, for real? Like, I'm downtown Denver. I catch the train to work. What would you like for me to do? Because Dominic wouldn't sit down. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just didn't know what to say. Now, I'm not saying my kid is right. If I came up in there, Dominic would be in his seat, right? So I'm not taking away that he did something wrong. But what is calling me right now, though, about to do? It just frustrates me because now I'm embarrassed. And that's a whole nother thing, right? I'm embarrassed because my kid knows better. And I'm frustrated because I'm like, what am I going to do? Right now, nothing, sir. So now I feel bad that I kind of told him that, like, sir, what do you want me to do? I can't do nothing.
But I like you said, though, I mean, just thinking about it now, I think it does get overwhelming.
Yeah.
For the teachers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
So do we gather? So then I'm like, for our
For sure.
people. So then we gather all the ones that do care, and we put them in the school to make sure that all of our kids from elementary all the way to high school and college is good, because the focus is that we really don't have no unity within ourselves and trust ourselves to raise our children.
But do
and other people like, it's like, oh, I'd rather my kid go to this Cherry Creek school because I know this DPS right here with these. But it might have one or two good black people in there that's going to give. But I know everybody else is going to be a drowning baby.
We ain't even going to talk about how they do the one or two good black people in DPS, because Danielle Ashibu is my friend, mother of the best friend of my daughter. And I see how they did Danielle Ashibu with GPS. So just because you have the black teachers in the school, that don't even mean, because them are the ones they fight against the most, because they have the rapport with the kids and they're making change. And these white people or in DPS don't want that. So you're in DPS, right? what is your perspective of how the black and brown educators in DPS have been treated?
Or how we
if
get a
you are
school
aware?
for us.
Right.
That is
and that's
really
Yeah, I mean,
fundable. That is like, because I've seen schools be try to come and they, even though they have good intention and heart and they're trying, but the systematic is tearing it down already, and then they're not prepared, and then there's still not enough support. So where do we get for us?
I would ask this to your question. I think there's two parts. One, we need to make sure that the schools that we think are the schools are the right ones.
Because we go for opportunity.
So what we demand and ask of our leaders and teachers, we need to make sure that's the right stuff.
Okay.
And I don't think that's always the case. And so I think that's an important part. I also think that, like, I do think we need to go and take a more community approach. You know, like, you're like, so let me take my kids and make sure my kids
No, that's
are
real.
kids that want to learn.
Yeah.
I don't think we can do that. There's too much at stake for us to leave a whole set of us behind. And so I think that we've got to figure out how do we come together and have spaces where we can talk about it. Like, as an educator, I love sitting around talking about to families, and I wish more families would come into my building so we could let's talk about how you can advocate for your child. I'm doing my part, we're all gonna do our part, you do your part. That's the kind of conversations I wish we could have more of. And so I think having those kind of conversations, and then pulling some people to you know, what's their expression, to the curb, to say, what are you doing?
Right.
We don't do that with each other, and we know we see ourselves doing stuff that we're like, why would you do that?
Where do you think the lapse went, right? Because how we were raised, I went to a whole daycare ran by an older black woman, and she could beat me, even though she wasn't a family member of mine, right? And not saying that people should have rights to whoop other people's kids, but neighbors, black neighbors, there was a community, right? And I feel like that's lacking. I can't, if Manhattan's kid is cutting up, and I don't technically know her like that, and I see her kid, even I'm at the school football game, and he cussing, like, if I don't directly have that rapport with that kid and have that established relationship, your mom's about to try to fight me because I try to correct you. So
But
that's
why
what's
do-
lacking.
But that's what I'm saying. Then I think that's where we need to be as a community. Why, how many kids we are all adults when we're out, and kids is actually, the stuff they say out of their mouth is over the top, right?
Can't believe
Why can't we be a part of a community in which, what are you doing? Like, why are you saying that?
Right.
You didn't see me, my grown self walk by?
Right.
Oh yeah.
Right, like, it's
See, I
that
do
kind of
That's
stuff
But see,
that
I do that all the time
Because I
in the
can.
neighborhood, and like in the store. Nah, you can't.
So this is how this could go. I was at my daughter's basketball game over at DSST Stapleton or whatever on Montview, right? Kids cussing up. We would never cuss in front of adults. At least how I
Not
was
like
raised.
that.
I would never cuss like openly where an earshot directly behind an adult. That's what these little black boys was doing. There was an elder black man in front of me who turned around and was like, "Are y'all tripping?" Blah, blah, blah. He said whatever. These little kids got up ready to fight this old, probably 60-something-year-old black man.
That's a problem.
And he was ready for it. And in my head, I'm like, bro, like these kids. And it's sad that my mind goes to these kids might have guns. Like, you know what I'm saying? As an elder, he was doing what was right, but we dealing with a different dynamic now. These kids have access to so much stuff. And I wish in my heart that this man would have kind of backed down, but as a black man, that's against everything. He's like, oh, whip all these kids' ass. But we can't do that no more, because this could end tragically within our own community, because we don't have that community and rapport.
But why can't we start that again?
I was just
How do you do that,
home
though?
for me.
In exactly that way. I mean, I think
Hey.
you hear kids, you know, you at games and kids, wait a minute, who are you talking?
You have, it's not the kids, right? It's the parent. How do I get the buy-in from the other parent? That's what I'm worried about.
I do that, for example, because I come in on kids all the time, and my way in that conversation is, I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm an educator. And that's like a soft. When I say it softens it up.
Yeah.
So like, why are you coming in? I'm sorry, it's just what I do for a living. My apologies. And when I do those kinds of things, it gets people off the defense. And so I think if you're giving people a reason, whatever your way is, to soften it for families, and you're like, I'm not trying to come at them, but this is just not working for whatever it is. Yeah. I think that's part of it.
So you being an educator, how much, you being in the system, how much power do you feel you have to change the culture, you know, of the school to be ideal for the black student? How much power do you feel you have?
I think as a principal, you know, I've been an assistant principal and a principal. I think as a principal, I have a lot of power to set what a vision is for a school. And so, I mean, you know, the system still got to work based on after whatever I've designed. And so the ability to be able to respond, something happens, I can follow that up to try and create those conditions. It's not going to happen immediately, but I know that there is some power that I have in it.
Two questions.
Do you feel like you're doing that? I mean,
Yeah.
or at
And it's killing me to do it. And that's the truth, right?
why
Like,
it's killing you?
it's exhausting. You know, it's, you know, the part of me that's a human and all the parts that are made of my spirit, it breaks you down to see that. I do the work I do so that black and brown kids are successful, but it's exhausting work. And when you're talking about like, then you're like, okay, I'm gonna set up the system. I'm gonna do one in the morning. I'm gonna do one in the evening. So whoever families can show up.
Right.
And I'm missing time with my own family because I'm trying to make sure somebody else's family comes in. And then people are not there.
Yeah.
You're like, damn.
Right.
I want this to be successful. I do. This is my joy. This is why I'm doing what I do. So I think that there are parts, but the part of it is like, how do you have more dialogue? And I appreciate this because I think this is part of it. And not the coming at DPS, right?
Yeah.
Like there is an element where we can break down a system or whatever the system is going to be.
Right.
But there are those of us who are in the buildings that need the love and to build back up. Because you going to war every day. Right. So you need people who are going to be able to do that. But if that conversation is missing and you're like, damn, I don't know if these people really have my back or not. Right. You know, like I'm fighting on behalf of this, but I don't see people. You know, I just think that like having more space in which we can have conversations is important. You know, I think people always talk about black teachers, but people rarely talk about black principals or black leaders. Yeah. That's a whole other kind of conversation.
What was the diversity of the school? How many schools have you been in the 7 years that you've been?
I've been in 4 schools here.
And what was the diversity in those schools? Was it mostly black and brown children? Okay.
Yeah.
And then there was probably a good amount of white educators. Mm-hmm. How do you feel as far as your rapport and training and dealing with the white educators? Do you feel like they were receptive and the things that you were implementing was getting received and there was results? Or do you feel like it was like a lost cause?
No, I feel like for the most part, it's definitely well received. I mean, they're young people, right? Yeah. These are young teachers who come straight out of college who want to be successful. And they see that they're not successful. Their classrooms are not going the way that they want to. So I would say for the most part, you have people who want to do it. But it's going to take a whole systems, like a whole bunch of people to be involved in part of that process.
And then to carry with yours, so I had the flip. So it was predominantly black. I went to a private school. So it was a whole different setup. But from the home that I came from, he like, you going and this is their job. You go what you're supposed to get done, and when that bell ring, you bring your butt out here and you come outside. I don't care. Like, I'll come to what needs to be there, and you know I support you, but this, no. So, and this is, so I'm instill this at home, and this is what you're supposed to do. Like, I don't know, it was different.
I want to ask you this, though, being not just a principal, a black principal at that, how do you feel right now about, you know, the talks of the talks of, you know, them removing DPD from the schools? I mean, how do you feel about that?
I know this might be a very controversial.
We ready for it because you have a different perspective.
I think that again, I will always say I think conversations are important, and the reality of school shootings is real.
Definitely.
And so I think that this is a part of a conversation that no one is talking about in this moment, given where we are right now, right? And I think that,
for sure.
And it needs to, right? I mean, it is terrifying to be. It's just truth. Like, I have multiple drills a year where we teach kids and students what to do if somebody shoots, and we tell students that if you don't get in this first suite, you need to go stand on top of the toilet and cover your head, right? Like, so the reality of those kinds of things. And now you have a whole safety team that's kind of planning that. That I think that it's not just a immediate conversation, right? And I think that there are also situations where I'm like, the ways, like the policing that has happened that I've also seen that happened, it is problematic. Like, why are you're not gonna come in here and start investigating this child? This is a baby. Right. And their mama's not in this room. Right. Stop. Right. And so that's like the kind of, and that's the real truth. Like, no, we're not. No. I need the mom. You know, please call their mom, call their family, whatever. And so I don't think it's a yes or a no. I think it is, let's sit down and bring very serious conversation to the table.
I definitely feel it's a discussion. I can't say that I'm just all for get rid of DPD.
Yeah. I agree.
I don't know about that.
When you also have kids, I mean, like in Green Valley Ranch,
that's like schools with no medical detention. When there's schools
because
that
Dominic
in
went to
my
school
in Green Valley Ranch, because you got kids who are bringing guns, like, and just recently in this school year, with guns in the school who are threatening the staff. Like, that's a real life thing. And so, I mean, and just all over in the experience that I just, it's not an easy yes, no.
So you have like, okay, my son went to Florida Pitt Waller, where Brandon Pryor's son was when he got handcuffed as a second grader. You know what I'm saying? So many extremes. And it's just unfortunate that we have to be put in a position to make such a decision or have a stance on it because of all of these dynamics of school shootings and school to prison pipeline and all this stuff, right? How do we know what to do that's right for all of our kids? Because it's not even just my kids. When I think of my kid, I think of her kid, his kid, even the white people kids.
I agree.
Like,
but what's the research? I mean, we can look at the studies. There's data that's collected right here. What data did we use in making this decision?
Right.
And that's the part
so that's
that
important, taking the emotional out of the decision.
And again,
making.
like, I just think we got to have more of a discussion. When I think about what Black educators, families were talked with before making this decision. Did we sit down and have a panel? Did you part of, you know what I mean? Like,
do you feel like who was making that outcry? Was it Black people? Do you feel like it was white people? Do you feel like it was a mix? Who is calling for this? Because I feel like everything is so sensationalized right now that it's like, just do this.
I think it's a particular perspective. And I think that's where the dialogue is missing. Where are other voices? You hold one voice, and it's valid. Like, there is a policing. A child an itty bitty baby should never have to be put in handcuffs. What is the reasoning for that? Right. So I think that that's important. But who else is a part of this conversation before we make that kind of decision?
But I think from what I have been hearing, they were speaking of removing DPD, but placing some type of security or.
But they got rid of SROs, right?
School resource.
Well, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. I mean,
so is the job, obviously the police is the police, right? Do school resource officers have weapons? So to me, it's just like, in my mind, I'm like, the ideology and the training, it's all the same is how I look at it. So what's the difference from having an SR? Because I believe it might have been, was it a school resource officer that put Brandon's kid in the cuffs? I think it was. I don't even think it was police, but I don't know. Like, to me, the systematic is not just the police. Right? So it's just like, I don't know. But
I mean, I think, but then also, like, I used to I served at Manual, right? And so, not at Manual High School, but there's a middle school there that I was a part of. And the SRO served a purpose for a time when things got challenging. Right? I mean, we talk about having, like, I don't know, I just think there's like not an underbelly, but there's like unspoken parts of our community in the ways in which we interact at times when we go into schools that no one wants to talk about.
So what's the talk?
Right? What's parents to come in and wild the hell out?
So that's a whole other thing, right? My child got in an altercation. My child was slammed against a brick wall and had a concussion at school. Now, I'm not one of them parents who's trying to really come up here and clown, but I was pissed off. He had to go to the ambulance and the whole nine. And when I asked the school, I need to talk to these parents, not even on some fighting or nothing. Like, this is problematic for me. They were like, we can't give you this information. Not like, we know that's just the rules, right? And their reasoning was, we've had parents come up in here acting a pure fool. And I was just like, dang, like, so to your point, like, it don't always go all nice and pretty like we think, right?
Yeah, I just think there's multiple layers to the conversation that don't seem like that it doesn't appear as if it happened.
So how, from an education standpoint, like, in a situation like that where you have two kids that were involved in an incident, somebody really got hurt bad, what duty does the school have? Like, I get it, right? People are crazy, and is there no duty to the school to try to bring those families together so that it could be amicable? Turns out this kid's mom actually knows me from high school. She was like, I didn't know it was you. She helped me pay the actually Medicaid or whoever covered it, right? But she was very apologetic and knew me. So I was like, had y'all just been able to do that?
I mean, it's also that goes back to a whole cultural thing. If you excitable, I'm excitable. I'm protecting my baby. I'm talking my baby. I'm talking about my baby. I'm upset. Everybody's not ready to have that kind of conversation and say, wait a minute. All right, you gonna say your part? You say your part.
Yeah, it's not
Don't cut it off.
Thing.
And so you have to. It's not. That's a hard situation when people are upset.
So what about parents from the neighborhood? Becoming the guards in the school. you feel about that? Kind of like a neighborhood watch thing, but the parents are the
I think
guardians
parents
of the
that
school.
bring families, and we need to come in.
So there needs to be some kind of like community event, right? Because the first exposure for your kid to this random community person can't just be at the school. You know what I'm saying? Like, so how do we start doing? I know schools have done this because I've been at schools that do it, but like these community block parties or whatever. So these kids are exposed to whoever this is, so it's not foreign. The relationship building piece is so critical because for me, how I've been raised, I'm not going to ask something of you that I'm also not willing to do. I'm not going to be a certain way towards you that it's reciprocity. So I feel like people think that's a concept that kids don't understand, and maybe they don't know what it's called. But if you develop a relationship with a child and they actually feel like you care, not a false sense of care for, just for it to look good. If they actually, when I went to that meeting with Terrence Roberts and Lamumba Sayers, them kids was in there up at the Green Valley Rec, active little gang member kids telling adults, y'all say y'all care, but when we need y'all, y'all are not here for us. And that broke my heart because I'm like, dang, they feel like some kids don't have a place to go at night. They, homeless kids, all that. Our kids do not feel supported. And if they do, I feel like you get a different end result.
So how, I want to switch it a little bit. How do you guys feel about mental health in schools? The importance.
I'll let you go first.
maybe not necessarily just in schools though. The importance of mental health, because that's not really talked about. I know for sure I was never really.
I feel like as a parent,
yeah.
Like as a parent, right? We're especially. I feel like Black parents. I can only speak from my perspective. We are so hard. I feel like it took me. My daughter, my oldest is 15. It took me like till she got older to realize I am so hard on her. How much does she hear me say, "You did well"? We say this to the teachers, but as her mom, she also needs to hear that she's done something well for me consistently, frequently, because as a child, she should feel like she has successes. And if you don't have that from messaging from your parents, like it's hard for them to go out and even be successful in school or everywhere else. So I feel like the mental health aspect, my mom, I always like to say, feels like she realized the error of her ways. Like kids should have a voice, even though we didn't have that. You know what I'm saying? Kids are being seen and not heard. But I feel like the rapport you have to create with your kids is so detrimental to their mental health because they don't feel unsupported, right? Like now that my kids are teenagers, we've talked about everything, sex, this, that. I think that is big on mental health because if they don't feel like there's a safe place, and even if it's not me, I'm okay with that not being me. If my daughter can go to Manhattan, like I know some parents who would feel away that their kid couldn't come to them, but they could go to their mama friend. But I had a friend of my mom's that was that person for me. So I feel like that's big on mental health because we don't know what situations our kids are exposed to. And if they don't feel like they got somebody, they're going to make decisions that they probably wouldn't normally make. So the mental health piece for me is just being open with my kids, making them feel like there's nothing you could come tell me. Now that you said he's driving, right? My daughter's not driving yet because I haven't even gotten there, even though it's coming. Right, but I told her already, you're at that age where you're about to be going to parties. Like, I want you to have a normal teenage life. But there's also things that you're going to be exposed to that's a normal part of that process, drugs, sex. If you're ever in a situation where you feel like you're not safe, I promise you, call me. I'm not going to ask you nothing. If you don't want to talk about it, we don't got to talk about it, but I need you to know you can call me. Those certain reassurances, I think, do wonders for our kids' mental health, knowing that they can come to us with anything and they're not going to feel less than, reprimanded, demoralized, all those things.
I think when I think about mental health, I don't even think about the kids. I think we as Black people just don't talk about our own mental health.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
And so I feel like, as adults, we are all battling something. Right. And so where we go to battle that and who we go to talk about it and what we do to process it, I think we have a whole lot of work to do. So we want to get to our kids when we're like unpacking stuff on them that we really need to unpack and sit with amongst us.
Yeah.
So
I was just so that opposite of having that privilege to go to a private school, that counseling was a whole different effect. But at the same time, I still come from a Black home to where it's like, what happens in this house stays in this house. So you better pay attention to what you say to this lady before they become my mom. So
That's hard.
being able to have that and still realize, like, okay, wait, it is important, but okay, society, depending on what I say, and now these kids nowadays be like, you do something, I'd be like, I'll take the charge. So being able to know that balance and having that person, you know, to talk to. So, but yeah, I don't know, going to that private school, and it was important, and that stood out to me as a child. Like, I know my parents at home are like, they're not for it or whatever, but all right, when I go to school, this is cool. And so as an adult, I'm like, it's not so bad.
So do you feel
And I
like
think
white?
that-
Go ahead.
I think that like another part where I would say I do think there's a gendered aspect to this, right? Like as Black women, our sister circles are
Yeah.
places
Oh,
where we
yeah.
pour
That
our
is
soul.
their-
For real,
Right.
wouldn't have made it without the sister circles. For real.
And I think it's like designed to be that way.
Yeah.
I'm not a man, but I'm assuming like that maybe, I don't know, do men sit around and pour their soul, or is it
That's a
designed to
good
be that
question.
way?
No, we
Because
don't.
question.
I think that's a gendered
And I
space.
feel,
For real.
we should. And actually,
Yeah.
you know, just recently and lately, we're kind of starting to get to that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I was never taught, man. I wasn't never taught to go to therapy. Wasn't never taught to really just. Well, I will say, you know, my mom always told me, you know, I could talk to her or whatever. But you know, it's still kind of
It's
like,
different. It's
Yeah.
different.
you know what I'm saying?
It's different.
But
Especially
I never,
from a male perspective.
but I never was ever thought about going to therapy. Never thought about sitting down with a counselor doing it. I mean, but I feel like now thinking back, I really should have.
But do
You
you
know what I'm
think
saying?
that, so this is the whole next level, right? I'm sure if you are watching this and you could tag on K-Tone or AHR's post, if you're a Black therapist, a Black anything, doctor, please put your information, because I feel like
Definitely.
most people we're going to are white people. Do you really think these people can effectively counsel us when they have no idea of what we're doing?
But I think that if we ain't telling nobody else, we need to tell somebody.
Somebody, I feel you.
Right?
So how
In that space. And yeah, I need to know, because my son recently just expressed that that's what he wants to go into, because he sees that void, and that just changed my whole perspective. He's like, Mama, I do feel like I could give an impact to that. Like, okay, well, let me make sure I keep you in those. Because for me, that therapy is, okay, so, you know, I got these boys, your number's in their phone, and they're going to call you.
Right.
Yeah.
When,
Right.
like,
Or even
you
if it's
know,
like, when it's you, like I know if it's me and I'm going through, I'm like, hey y'all, I need y'all to come over here. And so my daughters see that when something happens,
Right.
Mama calls her whole slew of
important.
women, and we just sit around and just process, and like, I might cry and I might do all those things. And I
Right.
think that then models for them also a process.
So
of
is that
like
how
what
you
to
take
do.
care of yourself? How do you take care of yourself?
I absolutely agree with you. When I was going through my divorce,
Ooh, honey.
I'm telling you, I honest to God swear, don't think I would have made it through that whole entire process without my close girlfriends. Because one, I let them be open to telling me what I didn't want to hear. It wasn't like, just give me, I'm not a yes man type of person. Don't just tell me what I want to hear. If I'm wrong or I need to change something or whatever, tell me that. It might be hard to hear or whatever, but I agree with you wholeheartedly. A lot of Black women have them couple, 2, 3, whatever, however many friends. There's sometimes you don't even have to say it. Sometimes it might not even be a crisis. Just like, can you come over? You want to come over or what? It might be like a low key cry for help because you just realize you need that company,
energy.
right? But that, I promise you, that probably saved my life. No joke.
Oh, it definitely did. And I just think that as you talk about what the modeling is, I'm happy to hear that Black men are doing that. You know, I didn't see. My dad is very much a part of my life, and I grew up in my house, and his friends would come over, and it was like, let's talk about this game. Let's talk about like they weren't, you know, you
The real
overhearing
issues.
stuff. I ain't ever hear him talking about
That's true.
what he's battling. You know, and I think like that's something that I think that's a definite gender. There's a difference. between
So
that.
Tona,
I seen
like,
him cry, I was like, oh, something
from a-
real.
from a
I
Black
didn't see
man
my dad
perspective,
cry.
That's hard.
right, from a Black man's perspective, and I don't even want to like delve deep into people's personal situations, but as a Black man, that counterpart being somebody, how important is it to you to have your counterpart being somebody that you can share whatever your day-to-day as a Black man, not necessarily specific to your marriage or whatever, just your outside of your house experiences? How critical is that to have somebody to be that?
I mean, it's very critical. I mean, you know, you want somebody you could really just vent to and you know, get it all out and be able to talk to, and you know, even just get the advice and feedback and encouragement from. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, shoot, we just bottle that stuff up.
And that's the thing, like as Black men and women, I feel like it's harder for us because we battling extra stuff. The marriage is hard, right? Marriage is hard.
Oh yeah.
I've done it, right? So you got that, and then you got all the outside stuff on top of that. So I feel like just the pressure and weight of that, I feel like it causes like that gap of separation between spouses or whatever, because you just have way too much going on, and you don't want to unleash and take out on the other person all of your day and things happening. So how do you do that, like, safely? I don't know. Like,
but I think that's why there should be these men and women groups. Like your partner should be someone you also do that with, but you should have other people. So you don't just think that that's the only person.
Right.
So how much weight and pressure do you put on that one person to deal with that?
I feel for, you know, just for men though, and for men, I think we just gotta we just gotta put our ego aside, and we gotta get over our pride of, you know, to talk to, like, man, I ain't gonna talk to him. We gotta get over that. You know what I'm saying? I think that's our problem. You know what I mean? We don't really just like opening up. We feel it's weak. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But like I said, you know, lately I think a lot of us have really been doing that though, or trying to do that for each other. You know what I'm saying?
And feeling secure in that.
Is that a thing
like
that
they're trying to take from you? And so I feel like that's what men deal with too. Like if I don't open up to you, you don't try to come in because you know my weakness. So this is like your animalistic nature's like, hold up, nah, I can't show you that because that's gonna let you know you can come in that way. Like
is that something out that y'all need? Sometimes I feel like women don't realize when we need to step back. There's some stuff that we can't do, right? So is that something that you don't necessarily need women's? Because I feel like as women, we're supportive. Like, yes, we want y'all to be blah, blah, blah. We feel like y'all need to let your guard down, whatever. Is this something y'all need women to fall back from and just do this, you know, the just silent support? Because I feel like a lot of black women are like, come on, talk to me, open up, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? We need to just let y'all do that amongst yourselves. Just fall back.
Just listen. But I mean, I think if you know your spouse, if you just gotta listen. You already know. Yeah, every man is different.
Because he might not talk. That listen might be look. So you gotta pay attention to those signs, like so paying attention.
Listen, pay attention, listen. That's it. I don't know. I think that was a lot for today. But like you said, listen. If there is any counselors, therapists, or whatever, black therapists,
for real,
please put your info up. We're gonna share this again. The video is gonna be up. People can go back and watch this. So please share your info, and we want to share the info. And I think, you know, there's a lack of that in our community, and we really want to get that out there. And wrapping up the show, is there anything that you ladies would want to say? Any last words?
Thank you, K-Tone, because this is my front line.
All right.
This is how I go and stand up to my resistance. Like, so I appreciate you. Thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
And I also think that, like what you just said, is everybody's position of like battle is not the same. We can't all be warriors fighting on the battlefield. Each one of us has a different position to play. Definitely. And that there's like comfort in that, because I think there could be pressure to be standing somewhere protesting, and we all have our role to play and what that means to us. And I don't think we should succumb or like feel like we need to do it this way only.
And we've been talking about that too. Like everybody's front line is different. Yeah. I'm not gonna be downtown in the mix.
I saw a lot of that during the little protests. Like a lot of my black friends who were like, cool, like, where y'all at? Y'all at home on the couch? Like, and I was like really offended. Like, what? Like, and I tried not to argue with people, but I just peacefully bowed out. But I'm like, don't get it twisted. Everybody has their position to play. There's so many roles that are influential, from policing to attorneys to educators. Every end of the spectrum can be impacted. 100%. And if you're that person at the rally and the protest and whatever you're doing, that's cool. But please realize that every piece is important to the puzzle. Yep. And the supportiveness, we gotta come together. Definitely. Like, that's the main thing.
Why you out when you're down and get to jail?
Right, if we're all in jail, who's coming to help you out?
So can we start what we was talking about earlier, with the parents and the school? I mean, can we start a group?
I would love there to be a group.
So we could talk offline to figure out.
Yes, because I would say that is something that I'm like, that's my heart of my research. Is
well, first of all,
to do that.
Before we even start a group, before we go, what's the update with the schools? Like, what are they talking about? Are the kids going to really go back? Are they not going to go back?
I know, right?
They won't know. I mean, there is a lot of different things on the table right now. The final decision won't be made probably until like weeks before school starts. Right now, it's a proposal to be a hybrid of both because the safety rules are saying only half of the kids can be in the building at a time. So half of the students at one day will be in the building and half will be online. Families have, if you're part of DPS, you should have received surveys to decide what's going to be, what was your preference around what that hybrid model could look like. But it will be some sort of hybrid.
It's tough because I'm one of them parents. I'm like 100% at home. I'm like, I'm cool with that,
I'm
right?
fine, yeah.
But I don't have young kids, so earlier today I had to think like I don't got toddlers, I don't got kindergartners. That's what I'm saying. Not even a lot of work. A lot of people don't have the option to stay at the house. They can't work at home. Like, so I had to like kind of dial back my little bias stance. Like, no, at the house, that's the safest.
So digital online showcase, we're gonna wrap it up, but give everybody your info real quick. Where they can find you, how they can follow you, whatever. My bad.
Right.
I meant to say that the first time. Social media? You want
my social media, you can connect with me to Instagram is Nat Zainani, NATZENANI.
You can find me at Kira TKO, which will soon be switched over to Kira Vera. Not to confuse y'all, but yes, you can find me on Instagram at Kira TKO. I might not have Facebook for very much longer.
Okay.
And I am Ms. Mayhem, the promo queen. MZMANHATAN.
One
There's
T.
only one T. There's only one me. And even when you put that, my real name will pop up on Facebook, but it still shows Ms. Manhattan. And then you see some other things I got going on. But yeah, Ms. Manhattan, the promo queen.
And make sure y'all come if y'all need video services and whatnot. I'm sure Tux is gonna plug it or whatever, but it's high quality.
I know that's
They're
right.
prepared. The lighting is on point. If you have a business, a church, or whatever it might be, y'all need to get in contact with AHRR page. That's the page name on Facebook. Because we need to support all the black businesses.
I know that's right.
All of them. And not specific to black businesses. If you know some white people who need it, we got you.
Follow our network, the R page, AHR page. Follow them right now. And at DJ K-Tone, at DJ Squizzy Taylor, Digital Online Showcase. We'll be back next week. And officialdjktone.com and find out where I'm at all week. Appreciate y'all.
Wow, y'all. What's up, world? Don't read. Can you pause that so we can be on the side? My bad. The comments. What's up, world? Funny, man. Don't read the comments, man. We're going to give y'all a couple minutes to get tuned in today. I am Midas, J. Jude, Sophia, Funny Matt, and we are Don't Read the Comments. I'm going to give y'all a couple minutes to tune in today. Put something together so you can light up, get your drink together. We're going to give y'all a couple minutes to tune in.
Ladies, put the kids in the room, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Go turn your roast. All of them.
Hey. Turn your roast on.
Somebody somewhere is turning a roast.
Somebody turning a roast somewhere.
Oh my God.
I'm impressed, bro.
What's wrong? What's up?
That is not the intro I expected.
What you think it was going to be?
I knew that was the opportunity.
Oh yeah.
Right there. I thought
know,
everybody expected him to go ahead and set himself up, but
he's nice today.
Set himself up for what?
Mine is.
No,
nice
let's
today.
go ahead. You know,
You're a class.
But that was dope. That was classy, man. That was
Appreciate it, man.
No, that was very mature.
They changed my name around here to Thang Long.
They changed.
No,
my Vietnamese
Oh my God.
my Vietnamese side came out. You know, that's that Long Beach, you hear me? AKA Thang Long, Midas. Y'all take a couple minutes, man. Let's get ready for the comments. Get ready to let's get ready to have some fun today. We got a lot to talk about.
And
Fire's on fire today about a couple different things that we want to talk about with y'all today. Music, some one night stands that Jay's been having.
Jeez.
Yeah, bro.
Wow.
Leave that man's happy home alone.
I don't want to
Shit.
They do role reversal,
He
right?
texted, hey, baby,
Don't worry about it.
Carry on
We
tonight.
talk about the role reversal all the time.
Okay, so now
Look here, baby.
now this seat has a completely different role.
Yeah.
I get it.
You see
now.
what it's about?
I probably won't be in this chair many episodes. So yeah. All right.
Hey, make sure y'all share the watch parties.
Let's go ahead.
Start your own
Watch parties on. Start your own watch party.
Run that up.
We want the whole city
Go
involved
ahead,
tonight.
get some out.
My Miami people tuning in. My LA people tuning in. My Texas people tuning in. Of
Mexico
course,
tuning in.
Mexico.
Yeah, matter of fact, shout out your city. Put your city in. Put your location in the comments, man. Let's check you out.
Yeah.
See where everybody at,
Your
man.
location.
Don't drop that pen.
Yeah, drop that pen so we can come.
Yeah,
up
drop
under-
us your email, you know what I'm saying? Your P.O. box, all that.
No, but you can hit the Cash App.
What's going on, man? What's up with y'all today? Everybody lighting up?
Yeah, man, I'm good.
We good. You need something to smoke, bro? You good? Fire, you need something to smoke?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Nice, Midas,
Party
nice.
foul.
All right, well, Butterfingers is over here getting his life together. What are we gonna talk? What are we gonna talk about today, guys?
We got a lot.
Let's talk about your post that you made.
Yow.
Because you were so interested in everybody's life and getting into everybody's shit.
Well, let's talk about it. Okay.
Let's talk about it then.
Okay, let's go to it. As a matter of fact, I'm
Everybody.
about to go to my Facebook right now, guys,
Okay?
and I'm gonna read you. I'm not gonna say their name, but I made a post on Facebook and I said, "Ladies, how do you feel about one night stands?" So
Oh, that was a ladies thing, or that was just
that was-
No. I asked the ladies because you know last time you guys said that we don't have enough ladies, so I asked the ladies. But guess what?
What?
Guess who answered?
Cool.
Men.
Men, no ladies.
Even when I
answer?
say ladies,
it was just men.
it was about your men. This lets you know how men don't listen.
And we don't
See?
read well.
Y'all don't read. Y'all listen for shit.
So the thing is, you was all into the one night stands and you want to know who was with you?
No.
Yeah.
Is that what's going on? You wanted to say who? Well, I'm asking you. What's your position on the whole
No,
thing?
Midas, no.
What's your position?
I don't. My position is to stand here and read these comments.
Well, read
But,
the-
all right, so here's the comments. So here's what I said. How do you feel about one night stands? It's not. It doesn't go to all ladies. It could be men. You know. But I wanted to hear from the ladies. But you men had a lot to say. So let me see. Somebody said. I ain't gonna say who it is, but somebody said, I think the question should be I think the question should be, hoes, how do you feel about one night stands? Laugh out loud. We're a woman, trust me, don't give it up on the first night unless that's love at first sight. And that was from a male.
Don't give it up on first night unless it's love at first sight.
See?
So
See,
he's
dude?
a bad rapper for one of the women said it.
Shit!
He's not one of the better rappers in the city. Whoever said that.
He's like, I got something for him, honey.
Unless it's love at first sight.
Honestly, I'm not
Right.
anonymous. That didn't really make sense.
That,
I love you,
talking about,
but
bro?
that really didn't make sense.
and to be honest with you, some of the homies just want to find out what you about. They don't even want to know what that ass like and everything. You know, especially my homies. They just want to, you know what I'm saying? They
Oh, shut the ladies.
yeah, man, they'll tell
Don't
you to
listen
slow
to
down.
him.
My homies tell you to slow down, lady, because y'all be active. My homies like, slow down, little mama, take time with yourself. You feel
Not
me?
tonight.
Yeah, not tonight.
Wow.
We the Not Tonight boys.
I thought it was December.
We
You
the Not
making it
Tonight
feel like
boys.
April Fool's right now.
We the Not Tonight boys. My niggas will tell you. Chime in the comments. All my Not Tonight boys. Shit.
Everybody in the comments, I need to know, how do you guys feel about one night stands? Be honest. How do you feel about it?
Because I feel like, and we talked earlier, you know, I don't want to put the homie on blast, but he said, you know, that women have a higher number of bodies than men do when it comes to one night stands. So we believe if you ask a man his number of one night stands, his number will actually be less than most women's on the average. That's what we believe.
Wow, there's a big reason why me being the only women are the only one that don't have a big cap on their head because that's all they do is just big cap. Y'all notice that? Cap. No cap. You guys be lying. Y'all be lying. All y'all. Y'all be lying.
What part is lie? I don't understand.
Everything.
What part?
Everything.
Just capping. Why would you? Sorry, ladies.
So you saying?
Why would you tell my people here that you guys think that women have more bodies than men?
No. One night stands bodies. So what that means is
I know, I'm not that big.
Women control the narrative because if it was up to us, well, if it was up to a couple men, not the Not Tonight boys, but those men that do that, they want the ass that night though. That's what we setting up for. That's what the whole night is designed for. The encore.
Men have more bodies than women.
But check us out though.
Okay.
Check us out on some real shit. I mean, a one night stand is still two people. It's two people with the shit. A lot of times it's a grown up decision. It's not just a man scheming.
No, yes,
I'm gonna just hit this and I'm about. No, real shit. Women want dick the same way dudes want. You know what I'm saying? And nowadays they don't. It's either if you gotta hit all these check marks and shit to be in a relationship with them. So so if dick is all you can offer, they gonna that's all they gonna require.
Is that?
But we got men on here.
Hold on, because he done threw around that dick word about 5 times though. Like that's what he said. I'm just saying that was weird. Like man,
the dick is all you got to offer. They want that dick. That dick is all. Like, dick. You got more than you cool.
I'm just speaking from what I see in their conversation, how they talk about us as men. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, like right now, right? I mean,
right.
I mean, shit. You know what I'm saying? We you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the week.
We Not Tonight boys. What the comments say?
We got some comments. We got everybody ain't trying to hit it straight out the gate. That's from a man.
Thank you, Fire. Everybody ain't trying to.
Somebody else said, I don't want it. It's too easy.
It's too easy. Yeah,
Tupac even said that.
Yeah, it is. Fucking, we wanna. That's a Not Tonight boy. Whoever said that.
Yeah.
Who else?
Somebody said women need to respect themselves enough not to hop on the rod, especially the first night. The rod?
Woo!
That's a woman.
That's a white. I'm gonna go get me some cock tonight.
He said
it's the rod. Let me see her pulling your big bags, bucko.
The rod. Women ain't even. But you know, it's funny because I hear the way you guys talk about men, and it's kind of a little bit more. It's kind of a little bit more raunchy than the way we talk about ladies. And that was just the thing when it comes to women and these one night stands. I think y'all almost like I think girls try to outdo each other. What you think? And
I think you don't know what you're talking about.
Outdo each other how?
And who's got the best story? Or who's living the best life? Who wants to go out to Miami? Who wants to go out to New Orleans? Who wants to go out to Texas? And they love me out here.
I think everybody's grown. I think
y'all read them posts.
Oh, yeah.
They love me out here in New Orleans.
Down south, they opened the door for me. We all opened the door. We all opened.
New Orleans.
They opened the door. Pulled out my chair.
New Orleans. They have pepper in the restaurant.
Goddamn pepper. We got pepper out here. They got more left-handed men out there.
Shit. So, one night stands. Because we're not gonna leave that part though. I still want to go back to it and talk about.
Okay, so
how
there's
women
some
get away
ladies.
with it.
There's a lot of ladies that not a lot, but there's a few ladies who said, and I don't judge. You know, I don't agree, but there's some women that's. Let me just read the comment about that.
They're lying.
Huh?
They capping?
No, they're not.
Oh.
The only one kept in here is y'all two.
Us two.
What do we do?
I haven't even said anything.
You two are the biggest cappers in here.
All
right.
I ain't even got one on anymore.
All right, so somebody said, this is a male. Shh, guys, a male said, I think people can choose to sleep with whoever they want.
For sure. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm
Grown
saying.
people do.
Now this
Grown
is my
people do
favorite
grown shit.
because she was being hella real with it. She said, "I've definitely had a few leaving the club drunk, catching a vibe shit. I was always safe. I did it because I felt like it.
That's Tina. That's Tina.
Shut up.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Does it make me any less of a woman who waits 90 days? My body, my business. To each his own, though."
That's real. She real though.
That's what you said.
She real. We don't
honest.
really give a fuck. Like, to be honest with you.
They give a fuck.
No, we don't.
Yeah, they don't.
I mean, to sit around and to really ask a woman about her sex
Hey,
life
I
and
know,
shit, to
listen,
find out and shit, whether how
listen.
she got down, like, I mean, real with you. She caught the vibe. That's Tina. Is that
Okay.
Tina?
Don't listen to Dr. Seuss. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. All right? Listen to him. Ladies, I'm telling you. You do not want to. And I've done it. I've done it too. I had a one night stand. Oh, fuck. Sorry, Mom. I had a one night stand before, right? And I felt like the biggest fucking slut in America. When I tell you I was so insecure after that, nah, it had nothing to do with him. It was just me. Like, it felt weird because I don't really like having sex with someone I don't know and I don't have feelings for. But when I did have sex that one night stand, it was the awkwardest shit afterwards. It was so weird to me. I made
Was it because he
Did
didn't
he
have
say
any box
Uber's
springs?
here?
Huh? No.
Oh.
Is
You
it
said
because
awkward. That would be awkward to me.
is it because he didn't have any box springs?
No. It wasn't that. It was not being serious.
All right, go ahead.
Did you feel that way
Listen.
because you didn't enjoy it?
No, I feel like I
That
just
sounds like
no.
regret emotion.
What the reason why I feel like I do maybe regret it or whatever, but I feel like as a woman, the reason I say don't do it is because us women, we're like meant to like love, right?
Okay.
We're meant to love. We're meant to how do you say it? What's that one word where like you baby in English, like where you guys nurture. Like when you we're meant to be nurturers, and I feel like when we give it up to a guy, this is why a woman will give it up to you. Either she got heartbroken, I'm telling you, either she's got heartbroken, or she don't know her worth. There's only two ways a woman will give it up. No, listen to me. Unless she's into that, there's always exceptions, all right? Don't be fucking killing me in the comments. There's always exceptions. There's people that really like that like they don't want no commitment. They just want to fuck, and they both agree with it. I get that. But outside of that, women don't have sex like that unless they're really fucking hurt or something really happened traumatic.
Whoa.
Yeah, they do.
So what?
Ladies, I'm gonna speak for you, cause some of y'all be fucking.
not.
We're not talking about fucking. We talking about fucking. So I don't know.
No,
I don't
you
know if
speak to
heard
your
it or
man.
not.
I speak to my ladies.
I get
Don't
to
talk
talk
to
to
my
these ladies
ladies.
because they fucking know. So you can't be talking for every other
Are we
ladies.
gonna?
though,
Did
'cause
we
they
come
fucking.
here to be honest with each other? We come here just to talk bullshit because I'm telling you that no woman will ever have sex with you, and if she did, she was either heartbroken
That's
or
on the
she don't
first
know
night?
her word. That's the only way.
That's on
Oh, you
First
just on
night.
the first night. A woman is not going.
Isn't this topic one night stand?
A woman would.
Okay,
I'm
so
just
then
trying to be.
It is.
No, I'm not trying to be funny at all. I'm trying to get to the. I'm not trying to get to. So a woman on the first night will not have sex with you
Yes.
unless she's heartbroken or
she don't know her worth.
she doesn't know her worth.
Because I feel like when I personally when I did it, I did not know my worth.
So, but sometimes when you say that, and sometimes you say things, and then you go, but this doesn't count for everybody, or there's always exceptions.
There's exception because there's people that really that they don't. What's it called? Where they don't believe in relationship. They only want to be with like they have multiple partners. What's it called? There's a word for that.
They don't believe in monogamy?
Okay, what's the opposite of monogamy?
I don't know.
Polygamy, right?
No, well,
I
polygamy
don't
isn't
think-
the
That's actually a structure.
yeah, it's a structure.
Well, what
so,
the heck? You guys know more English than me. You don't know what I'm talking about?
We know what you're
What
saying.
is that? Single?
Yeah, we know what you're saying.
Single and hoeing?
No, okay, there's a thing. There's something called something where you only want to have one partner, and there's something
That's
called
monogamy.
Monogamy.
And what's the other one?
I
get
don't
what you-
know
I
if
see
there
what
is.
you-
any.
That I know.
We know what you're
I see
saying.
what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, unless there's a type of people that actually like swingers and stuff like that, that don't give a fuck about a relationship. But we're talking about if you believe in a marriage. Let's say that if you believe in a marriage, right, and you have one night stands, I do feel like you're lost. Cause who has one night stands? What do you get from that? Men can have sex. Listen, cause he's about to open his mouth. So I'm gonna tell you guys right now before I open his mouth. I'm telling you, men can have sex with a woman and not have no emotion whatsoever. But if a woman fucks you, 9 times out of 10, she's gonna catch feelings. And if she don't catch feelings, that's because she's a motherfucking savage.
I used to believe. Yeah.
That's it. There's no gray area.
Okay. Until you finish that last line was.
See what happens when y'all listen?
Was weird.
You get an answer.
You're right. I mean, yeah, you know what I'm saying.
That's what I mean.
Women do catch emotions in a lot of cases. You know what I'm saying. They end up breaking the terms of the agreement and all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying.
And if they don't care about, they could just fuck you and never call you. She's fucking somebody else.
But they treat men the same way.
That's what I said. Either they're savages.
But I mean, you know.
Damn, so men are so what is our result? So why do we have sex on the first night? So we either are what? What are we?
Know your worth.
We don't know our worth either.
I get it.
Just giving it all away.
I don't think you know. I think it was a combination. I'm a woman, so I'm not gonna speak for you, man. But being around a lot of males in my family, I know that when they be sleeping around, I feel like either one of my brothers is heartbroken, he can't get over a certain woman, or he's at that phase where he's getting his money, right? He's getting his money, he's feeling himself, but he doesn't really know what a wife looks like yet. So he's just trying all these. He's like in this whole phase, what y'all call it.
I get that.
And I think that's it. I think it's the same thing for men too.
I agree with that.
Because once a man finds a woman that he really likes as his wife, he stops fucking around. He cuts everyone off. So that's why I say, if you're having one night stand, you're just a little lost, man. You just don't know what you want. It's okay.
If you're having a bunch of them, you know what I'm saying? But just the concept of a one night stand
should be like one time, right? One night stand should be like one time.
Well, I don't think you can put a number.
I mean, because I don't even know if most of those people know there's going to be a one night.
Yeah, I don't think you go into it knowing that
this is going to be tonight and one night, or I'm never.
Do you guys? I mean, this is a serious.
Maybe that's the thing. The perception of the one night stand might be off because I don't think it's like an agenda all the time. It sounds good. We say, little boy, young boys say it, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, like sometimes the situation just dictates that. What happens when you in a whole nother city on a trip? You'll never see this fucking person ever again in your life. So either this shit gonna happen right now or it's not gonna happen. And that's a choice that you gotta make. It ain't necessarily a smart choice, but it's a choice that you gotta make given the situation.
So for those of you that are watching and you haven't made that, I'm telling you, you're not missing out. You know?
The thing about sex that people don't really know, and I don't care who it is, they're gonna try to. It's just people's energy, man. Like with you, like when you fucking with people, like you really fucking with their energy, and it's just not. And I think when I was younger, I didn't really understand that. You know what I'm saying? You just fucking around. It's kind of for sport and shit. Like and you don't even like you. Not a sport. I don't want to put it that way, but it really is. Just like I'm not really trying to.
Our approach, the male approach to sex, until we are looking for emotional connection, is sporty.
It's hunt.
It's hunt and acquire until we realize, or you come into the realization that there ain't no trophy at the end of this pussy contest. Right. You know what I'm saying? And then you start.
Niggas is weird now too.
You know what I'm saying? You start
niggas is weird.
You start checking yourself like. All right,
like niggas out here, like it's some niggas that have taken this, and now I see how they taking some of these broads that they fool with, and they measure them like, she a 10, she a 6, she a 5, she a 4, and niggas will tell you about the 10s and the 9s and the 8s though, and they want you to know. They want you to know as part of their thing. I fuck the baddest bitches. Even that, when you go and you have to say that, and that's what you have to let everybody know, that means something is really going on with you or how you feel about you. That's like, you should be like, them bitches fuck with me. And I just, when I hear it though, I kind of know niggas we ain't on the same level. I joke around, but I get what you're saying. I'm saying like, but I've learned that in people. I've learned behavior. I've learned that when niggas have to, like, that's they move to
try to flex
try to flex that weight about the hoes, and that's they move, and like it's the hoes, and they whole thing is about the hoes, and you get to the point you start to go, damn, my nigga, like that's your whole drive for this shit, right? Because that's the way it's coming across. Like it's only about the hoes. Them niggas love one night stands.
For sure.
Because it's just a notch in the belt. You just going through life trying to find out the little void, and you got what's going on. There's points on the board and shit. So I get what you're saying. All right, John.
I think the older you get too, you like that ain't what you looking for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It just comes with maturity. Because there was definitely a time in my life where I was playing a sport because that's all I knew. That's how I grew up. in that environment. You know what I'm saying? So it was just my introduction to dating was in this manner. You know what I'm saying? So it was just like it took a minute for me to figure out and make some mistakes, or you know what I'm saying, have some fucking whatevers to start going, you know.
The shit draining.
But it take a minute though.
Yeah.
Shit gets draining.
That's why I never not condone it, but that's why I try to just speak from experience. Like, it's really not worth it. I mean, I know now, like, even my homegirls, they joke around, like, I really am, like, the grandma. It's not just that. It's just because I've like, why, I made all, not want to say all, but, you know what I'm saying, the people that I gave my body to, I have soul ties with them. And people don't understand that soul ties is really real. And most of the time when people be like, they're not like that, you don't know a person. They say, well, it takes like 3 years for you to really know, to say you know somebody. You in a one night stand, you don't know what demons these people are carrying. You don't know what they've been through, and it's just passed down to you, and you wonder why you can't be satisfied. You know what I'm saying? You need to cleanse. You need to stop fucking. Remember I told y'all last time?
Yeah, but don't point at us though. I'm not stopping fucking. So point at the camera, talk to your girls. Point at the camera, don't tell us to stop
Fellas,
fucking. Tell
Talk to them
girls.
bald-headed skeezers.
Yeah, tell them girls, your girls you talk to them. Don't talk to my girls. Remember you did me? Talk to your girls and tell them to stop fucking. Tell them. Because they seem the ones that be DMing niggas and doing all that shit my niggas say. They the hot ones.
Yeah, right.
No, you speaking for you and I get you. I respect you to the fullest. You know I love you to death. We talking about them and I'm talking about what's going on a lot of times out there.
Right.
It's a lot of bullshit going on, okay? And a lot of them is hiding behind the bullshit too. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, like we gotta start where it's going, because niggas ain't having one night stands with theyself.
Yeah, it takes two to do all. It takes two to do all.
Ladies.
It takes two to do all.
If it's a one night stand for me, it's a one night stand for you. So how you?
All right, don't yell at
You know
them.
what I'm saying? Like, come
I
on.
yell at them, don't yell.
So talk about this music though. That's what I really want to talk to y'all about.
Let's talk about music.
Right? Talk about Vlad. Right?
V-Lad.
Speaking of somebody giving it up.
Guys,
DJ motherfucking Vlad.
put it in the comments. Put it in the comments.
What y'all know about Vlad?
Am I the only one that when you first heard of Vlad, when you guys heard of Vlad, am I the only one? Am I the only one that called it Vlad? Please, somebody in the comments tell me you guys said it's Vlad.
So this is where this started, you guys. Casanova 2 Times. If y'all know what Casanova 2 Times is, he's a rapper from New York. Signed to Memphis Bleak's label. I don't know if y'all knew that or not, but he was signed to a Memphis Bleak's label. Memphis Bleak's first artist, Memphis Bleak, that used to be with Rockefeller. So Casanova's been actually kind of moving around a lot. You feel me? He does his thing, man. And recently, man, well, I didn't know because I seen the interview on Vlad and I didn't even think about it because niggas talk like this on Vlad sometimes. Often. And Vlad asked him how many times or what did he do to survive in prison when he was locked up? Okay, and Casanova went on to say, in he told him that he wound up stabbing 6 or 7 people. I ain't think about it. I'm watching it. I'm going, okay, this shit must be 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Really bringing it up though, right? They arrested Casanova last week on racketeering charges, like gang shit, and they're using his interview on Vlad as the main part of his indictment, though, bro.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Vlad do that to everybody. I don't know why.
No. I don't know who that is. They don't do that to nobody. They y'all do them to themselves.
You do it to yourself. But he's capitalized on the culture for so many years. Right. I don't understand why people even first off give him the time. He has too much juice, in my opinion. And then you go out there and you give it up. Like, he's baiting you. He asks questions to lead you down that road, and then he don't give a fuck what happened to you.
Right.
I'm surprised Vlad is still alive. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, it's a person?
He's a DJ. He used to be a DJ.
Oh shit.
His name is DJ Vlad. That's where he comes from the Bay Area. Not the good part, not the bad part of the Bay, the good part, right? So he was doing mixtapes back in the day. His name was Vlad the Butcher. But we should have knew because none of the Bay niggas really fuck with him. Okay? So he's on there and he has a platform which he gets some of the most gangster rappers in in music, the most gangster beings in music behind the scenes or whatever. He talks to them and he gets into that street shit of their life. But it's rapper after rapper. It's not one dude or two dudes. It's dudes like Casanova, real ones. I get on there and Vlad has a way of making them tell everything, okay? And somebody said before, like, he asked Lil Baby one time. Did y'all ever see this before? No. He's asking Lil Baby about a fight that Lil Baby had in jail when he was a juvenile. Wow. Okay? So Lil Baby's going because it's on public record, Vlad says. The Baby's answering the questions. So most of the shit he understands is out there for him to know. Vlad asked him. Vlad said, and Baby said, yeah, and then I got into it with some dude. I don't even know. He said some kind of crazy shit. And Vlad said, you mean the white kid? And Baby said, yeah. And Baby said, how did you know that? And Vlad said, oh, you probably said it before sometime. And Baby went, he did just like this in the camera. Baby went, all right. It was the weirdest shit ever, though. But they said it. That's how that proved that Vlad is working for the feds, though. They just believe that's a Fed show.
Crazy coincidence. Okay. That's a crazy coincidence. But at the end of the day, like, Vlad is doing very manipulative journalism. You know what I'm saying? And I hope people pay attention to the type, because he's not obligated to ask the type of questions he asks. Right. Just like you're not obligated to answer that shit. Right. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, social media, man, you know, people get caught up in, you know, in the cameras, man, and these lenses, and they forget that this is the real fucking world. Right. And you know what I'm saying? And I put as much blame on them for basically telling on themselves, right? You know what I'm saying? As I do the dude who puts them in the situation to do it, because you don't necessarily have to go there in the interview, and you're trying to get juicy information and all this weird shit, but you kind of know which shit not to answer. I saw this interview of his with, I forget what dude's name is. It's a young dude. I'm fucking the name up and I apologize. But he asked him some old weird shit, and the young nigga realized it immediately and did not answer the question. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And because he knew, like, oh, ain't no way you about to, you know, not me.
That's my thing. That's my thing. And that's what I was thinking with. That's what I was thinking though. If Vlad on some shit that you know is being taped can get you in the position where you're indicting yourself and other people, though, that means I don't really want to see you in front of any kind of DA. I don't want to see you any kind of homicide or any kind of anybody. Is that what I'm saying? Because you're going to buckle, though. And that's my thing. Like Fire said, you ain't got to answer that shit.
You ain't got to answer it.
You say no comment and keep it moving. And Vlad, if you want me on your show, it is what it is. But you got to tell the most gangsterous tale to get locked up. Yeah.
No,
Vlad, what the fuck are you asking me, bro?
To be honest, I know you guys are not probably gonna like this question, but I gotta ask the question because it's more. A majority of this happens in males. Right. Some girls do it, but males, but it's majority males. True. Why do you guys feel, in your opinion, not saying that you guys agree, but why do you guys feel that people are like almost obsessed now? Like, what is it about in the males, like all you males or whatever? Why do y'all want to flex? Not y'all, but why do people want to flex on the internet? Yeah. Like what does it do to you when you flex and show what you got and show who you killed? All that. Like, I just want to know from a female perspective why. Yeah, because go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say one of the reasons females like it. All right. So
you gonna blame it on us?
No, I didn't blame it on you. Yeah. I'm saying that a lot of... You'd
be surprised at what the things men do.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, when they have them, like, when it's 3 guys in the room, 3 girls in the room, you just met them, you younger. Right. You're like, man, what they say, you got change for this $1 million bill. Like, it's just
That's true. That's true, too.
And you remember when I shot them 4 dudes, like, it be random. Like, y'all got on Sports Center. It's about. And when I shot them 4 niggas last week, like, it's just a flex.
Hold on, is this Kanye again? Hold on, I call you back later. Kanye
No, I don't want that beat right now. I see how you did, I see you in Wyoming.
You're stupid. I see you in Wyoming.
Cool. Send me another one.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of it is because of females. You guys want to flex for females. What's another reason why you think that it's you know
Competition.
The internet. I mean,
Everything's competition. Everything's from when you a little boy to everything. We got to get and they tell you to make it a competition from you little. Like I said, it's only one blue ribbon. That's for everything. With the girl, with the grades, with the school, with the car, it's one blue ribbon. And we've been taught that's what it is. Whether you got it or not, when you get it, you got to flex with it. I don't care if it's some new shoes. We do it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, and it's a little fly. I get it though. The internet has just made it though now. It's a monster.
I get that. Maybe the money, like the whole money part. Maybe I understand that part. Maybe it's like okay, maybe the money, the cars. I get it. But when it's about your life though, when you're waving like guns and you know like that's a whole nother level. Like you're. There's people really going to jail for a long ass time for snitching on themselves, and it's like, is that in this broadcast? People know about it, and they still do it though. You know what I'm saying? Not just talking about money. It's just like you putting your life in danger. Like what?
On cameras, guns on cameras.
Yeah, just like that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like they act like y'all know the Facebook, all that. They watch all that shit. Like people, it's not conspiracy. That shit is really true.
You know what it is? You got what the group. You know, right now, society. There's a whole mass of a population that's grown up with social media. Social media is the world. It is reality. In a lot of cases to people, if it ain't on the net, it ain't real. It didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And if everybody is showing you like, yeah, nigga, I really got them things. I'm they're only thinking of the small little audience that they're thinking of, not realizing that there's a whole department and organization just watching the files. You know what I'm saying? And connecting the dots and watching who's friends with who in the music videos and shit like that, and in this and in that, like all that shit is being watched. And you right, but they're not thinking about that shit in that moment because that's not what it's about. And everybody feels invincible. You know what I'm saying? Everybody feels lucky enough to get away with the shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the truth.
Do you guys feel also like that's just part of like, I guess, culture that's just going to happen, or is there something that you feel like maybe that everyone can do, that we can do to at least lower?
I wish.
You know what I mean? Do you guys think that's possible, or is it just one of those things where you gotta let it go? It's gotta be. It's just gonna happen.
Well, I think change like that starts with one-on-one conversations. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Just with whoever is going, whoever is that getting that free and that loose with themselves or whatever, people around you. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times people don't have somebody that's gonna pull them aside and be like, yo, bro, slow that shit down, man. You know what I'm saying? Like you wildin', bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And you need somebody around you, and when your team is just with the shits and rah, and ain't nobody checking the situation, you know what I'm saying? That shit gonna manifest. And God forbid it be a situation where there's a lot of money involved and you the nigga with the most money. Mm-hmm. These niggas around you ain't gonna fucking challenge you. Right. You know what I'm saying? They either eating off you or they hoping that your situation gonna create more money for them. Right. So they not gonna fucking disrupt the connection. Right. So if you tripping, That's on you, but whatever. Damn, facts. Yeah.
Woo.
Okay, wise man.
Okay, Jedi. Hey, Mr. Miyagi. Wax on.
Did you say wax on?
Yes.
But the problem with this music then, and even then with the shit that happened to Dirk. So let's go through, right? So shit happened to Casanova, and then the shit happened to Dirk. So Dirk get arrested for some...
I mean, but they was investigating, bro, for a couple of years. Like, so, I mean, whatever, you know.
My point is, they're not the only one.
Nah, they not. Everybody.
The ball's going to start rolling in a couple seconds, and there's going to be a lot of indictments going down, and either people going to be telling, you know what I'm saying, or people are going to be going to jail. Either or, you know what I'm saying.
They even linking some Tekashi shit to Casanova being on the radar.
I believe it.
You know what I'm saying? So there's like you said, it's gonna continue, and it's gonna continue because these cats is constantly giving up content, actually incriminating themselves.
Is the music, is what they're doing really different than the shit that we grew up listening to? I mean, to be honest with you, it's been guns, it's been murder. But check this out. But check this out. Check this out. The purpose has changed, my nigga. Back then, niggas was involved in doing that shit for survival and to get by, right? Right.
And then once you got on, your plan was to get away from that life. True. Now it's some other shit. So you motherfuckers get on and then hop more into the life to kind of validate the shit they talking about. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? That shit was never gonna pan out because, you know what I'm saying? How do you be hot, but you everywhere. You trackable because it's noticeable. You know what I'm saying? Like
you ever notice that? You ever notice that the coolest rappers like don't want to be rappers? Like they think it's corny. Like rap's corny. I'm no rapper. You ever notice that? Like Hov and all of them, though. Like you remember? Like I'm no rapper. Like it was like
I'm
corny
a hustler.
to be. I'm a hustler.
Just so happens I know how to rap.
It just so happens I rap. Rapping was corny to us coming up though.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. They grew up kind of idolizing, but rapping was corny when it came to niggas that was really in the streets because why? You had to talk about the shit that you was doing, and nobody wanted to do that. We didn't talk about the shit that we was doing. No. And that's the difference now. I think for now. Because them kids, and don't get me wrong, them kids is really doing that shit though. They not just out there talking about it a lot of times. They blickied out for a reason though. Well, you got the weird ones like the 6ix9ine that's perpetuating the lifestyle of these other kids. These kids out here is doing the most. They pulling up.
They have to be what they say they are, right? Because people want to see.
People want to see it.
So they have to put on the uniform or the costume.
That whole facade.
Costume.
But you know what I'm saying? They gotta have the choker chain.
They gotta have
the standard issue choker chain. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. I know, because
that shit is wild.
Everybody
when I be seeing that,
everybody in the same chain and shit.
You got one of those, man?
You talking about Trippie Redd?
Just talking about them chains.
The thick choker fucking Cuban, dog.
The
thick on you?
No, I do not.
No,
do you have one?
Nigga. I don't have.
You rap?
Huh?
You rap? You don't have? It didn't come with you.
He didn't get the.
I don't think I rap well, bro.
He didn't get the package.
I don't think.
Hey man, you're not about to walk in the room like a girl. Like, does this make me look big? Let's go.
Does this dress make me look bad?
You're not about to fish us right now.
No, let's not.
He humbled out real quick.
I'm really not a good rapper.
Man, let me tell you about me, bro. I started to feel away, and I'm gonna tell y'all when I started my demise. When I started my demise for my love of rap music and what I thought. Let me tell you why. And I talked to you about this before. I've talked to Tux about this before, right? I'm not sure if I talked to Fire about this long time ago, back when, Chef D's type day or some shit like this, to be honest, it's been that long. Woo. I lost respect for rap music and these lame ass fans of the music, bro. Right? When people started disrespecting Meek Mill during the Meek Mill and Drake battle. Let me explain it to you, okay?
That's a very specific and
That's
unique.
super. It's almost like you were looking for it.
I want y'all to know why. I want y'all to know why. Meek represents me and where I come from. Okay. Meek represents the type of nigga that I grew up like. Dirty braids, trying to figure it out, the whole thing, okay? So when him and Drake go at it, Drake of all people, bro. Toronto Drake. I respect Drake, one of the best artists to ever live. When Meek and Drake go at it, and people are starting to disrespect Meek, saying that he was a clown and all this type of, you're a clown. I'm saying, well, this street nigga's a clown?
Right.
Listen to what I'm saying. Y'all gotta understand where I'm coming from in my perspective, right? Because if this nigga's a clown, okay? For calling Drake out on some shit that they had even personally. But when niggas took it to not just the battle-wise, not just who won song against song, it was when they started calling him a clown, questioning who he was as a street dude and the shit that he came from. I'm like, this where rap going? Niggas is weirdos, bro. You got lame niggas behind computers and shit now, bro.
Right, okay.
You got lame niggas determining who is superstars in the culture. We used to determine that shit, bro. Hood niggas, we made this shit cool to other people. Not niggas making this shit cool to us, so we had to find out a nigga had 5 million records and now we sucked into dealing with the shit, though. That's all I'm saying. Niggas can start their own little subculture of weird shit now. And that's the shit that kind of pisses me off about it, though. Because now niggas get determined who's cool and who's not. So when they started disrespecting me, I said, I want out. I said, this shit lame to me now, bro. Cause and if you really want to know, it's some of the lame niggas that's on this dick right now on Facebook. Niggas that I respect in the city. That started coming at him saying that Meek was I never forget that, bro, that he's a clown. Now it's not about Meek per se, it's about his persona and what he represented to me that had me so pissed off of where this shit was going though. Okay? So then I started pulling back on it because these niggas is getting way too emotional for me on this music shit, right?
Okay, so did they say why Meek was, besides the, them rap on, did they say exactly why he was a clown?
They just said he was. Maybe the comments can help. I hope somebody's commenting on this right now so they can help. They can help reminding me. No, but they were saying that Meek was a clown because of his approach to why he was upset with Drake. Though he was a clown because this nigga trying to lame niggas. This nigga trying to clown Drake and he on a tour with his girl. I said, you fucking dummy. Making $150,000 a show and he's a lame now because his girl. You're listening to Drake, bro. You sound dumb right now, man. Meek's a nigga, dream chaser shit and shit. Like you get mad because Drake's getting more money. And it's niggas that I fuck with. That's all I'm saying, y'all. So if everybody got a different opinion, but I just started getting emotional. So then you start having the Juice Worlds and you started having the type of niggas like that, okay? You started talking about shit in records that has nothing to do with our everyday life, though. I love you. You left me, forget you, cause you forget me. I'm dying.
Is that the song that you're saying?
No, I made the shit up right now because that's how easy it is. I could be a star right now, bro. This shit's so easy to me. I know how to do it. I'm being real. The emo rap shit these niggas love. They love this weird shit. It's easy to do this shit.
So you thought by you leaving the shoes aren't getting motherfucking better, so why not stick around? Why not stick around if you know that this is happening? Y'all gonna let these motherfuckers take over?
It's not me leaving, it's the fact that I lost the love and I started looking at it a different way with the people I was trying to impress. Niggas is lame, man. When I pull up in these different cities, most of these niggas from here don't go anywhere. They don't leave here to know. I be everywhere. We've been everywhere. I've seen the kind of lame shit in these other cities. I've seen these lame ass niggas with these fake ass chains and shit in the fucking lobby trying to show off.
Looking like an Instagram picture.
Looking like the stereotype though. Fire, you hear me? Like that shit to me, it made me sick to my stomach to see my people like the stereotype, bro. I'm being fucking real. That shit wasn't cool to me. Pull up in a big ass truck and shit. Big ass fucking tires on that shit. Big ass chain when he pop out. Big ass fucking chain down here with big ass, thick ass, fake ass. The thickness of it was just, you know what I'm saying? It was fake. His bitch pop out with some fake ass titties, little ass motherfucking shorts on. I'm like, bro. I'm looking like this shit ain't for me, man. I don't appeal to this shit, bro. I'm not in it for the stunting and the flexing and all the shit that come with the extra shit. And that's when I start losing it, bro. I'm just being real with you. Niggas can't have this shit to me though. I know I can rap. I was being funny earlier. I know about my artistry, right? But I'm tired of the games and the politics you have to play to get to this next level, even in our own fucking city.
Oh man, there's the gatekeepers.
Like what the fuck? Like now I gotta prove to you, I gotta prove to the lame niggas on the computer, and now I gotta be friends with you enough to make sure I get shows.
But that's in every end.
That's
That
every-
happens.
Exactly.
That
So what am I
that
saying?
really go
So
down
what am I
with me.
saying? Exactly.
Don't get me.
I know, but
on
I'm,
again.
how you feel about it? How you feel about it? Niggas pressing up on you just because you saying you want to beat. Soon as you say you do music and shit, niggas feeling that's another chance to be able to holler. The shit that comes with the shit, that's the extra shit that I have to talk about. Do I love it? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the biggest rise I could ever get? If anybody knows, you know it is for me, right? But at the end of the day, when I get off that stage and we go back to real life and our real life conversations, how much do I fucking talk about rap? Rap. Niggas is dying, bro.
Yeah.
Like, niggas just talking about rap. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, bro. So
yeah. Let us know what you guys think in the comments. Music is, music is one of those music is like so versatile. You know what I mean?
Weed that shit. That shit goes.
Yeah.
Weed, he need a pill or something.
Give us some water. Somebody give us some blunt. Give him a blunt. Give us some water.
That one. Hey, I mean, get it off your chest, bro. Get it off your chest. I mean, I get it. I understand
that, man. Like, I love people, bro.
Like,
I love people, man. I'm one of the only niggas in the city that's gonna call Fire and be like, Fire, you good? I know somebody needs something from you. Matt, you good? How's your family? Yeah, you good, man? And a lot of times I'm calling niggas to tell you, bro, even when they doing their own movement. So I'm the one behind the scenes sending messages talking about, go, nigga, I see you. And no, I didn't want to write it on your wall and put it because you know what I wanted you to see from me? And this is some real shit from me to you. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the shit I kind of get off on with that shit. When niggas is dope, I know my niggas is dope. I know AP is dope. You think what I'm saying? I feel something for that when bro is doing this thing. I feel it because I know he really loves this shit. He moves in a way to do it. Though.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm just not naming him to be. It's so
I know what you're saying.
Name, but I just want to see like
it's
not like I'm sitting here going. I love what they doing. They gotta push it because that's what it was about for me though. You think what I'm saying? But the older I get and the more shit started to unlock for me, the more niggas face masks started to come off and I started to see niggas real who they really are and shit. I'm like, bro.
Right.
I'm like, I don't want to be around this shit, man.
Yeah.
I'm a real one, nigga.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? When you in a room full of motherfuckers and you gotta be like, hold on, bro.
Yeah.
Nigga. And I'm trying to appeal to you niggas. I'm trying to appeal to you niggas.
Yep.
All right, my brother. You good? It's off the chest.
To give him a shot. Somebody give him a shot.
Somebody give Gary some flowers.
Oh, wow.
Gary,
thanks
for the transparency.
How do we segue that one?
Okay, I'll do it. I got it.
Yeah.
Could it be me?
Oh my God.
Well,
Could It Be Me is a segment, good people, where you see something. It could be anything. It could be something you see at the grocery store, at a stoplight, on social media, in the news, whatever it is. Couldn't be you. Y'all want me to start it off?
Yeah, start it off.
Please do.
This is coming from a place of just hearsay, so I'm gonna preface it with that. But since we're segueing from Meek Mill, I saw something where Meek Mill, there was some kids selling water. Meek Mill pulled up on them, and he gave these kids $20. It was 20 kids. It said, split it between.
It was 9 of them.
Split it between y'all and don't touch my car. Could it be me? I'ma say, if it was me, I would have took care of the kids. I would have appreciated. I always stop when I see a little lemonade stand or something. I always stop, man. I appreciate seeing that. So, and like I said, this is coming from a place of ignorance. I was not there.
Midas, hold your tongue. I know he's talking about your bro, and I know you about to go.
No, I just want to say,
don't talk about me, buddy.
It wasn't about me, man.
Do you remember you guys remember back in the day, there was this like white guy, this white kid, and he was defending Britney Spears, and he went viral because he was like, leave Britney alone. That's reminding me Midas.
Couldn't be me. Go ahead. I ain't gotta go on order. I need a second. Go ahead. Couldn't be me.
I honestly, to be completely honest, I really I didn't
ain't thought of nothing.
I didn't have one this week because I was going through like some real shit that was like fucking with me.
Should we talk about it? Or?
Yeah, that's the fuck couldn't be, but he couldn't be Matt real quick. I mean, he did. You couldn't be me, right?
I
You
did.
said you couldn't be me.
Yeah.
Giving away $20 to 9 kids and telling them to get back up off my car.
Back on my car. That's whack.
What happened to you?
Nah, it's just nothing really happened.
Okay.
It's just one of them like real life situations where you know what I'm saying, shit just don't pan out the way it was supposed to pan out. And the letdown, you know what I'm saying, be like, you know, kind of take you into a little weird ass space and shit. You know what I'm saying? There's some car troubles, you know what I'm saying, some car situation, some shit I've been involved with for a little second or whatever, and you know, I got to pivot and make a different move that just wasn't the plan. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just like, you know, so like that kind of occupied a lot of my shit. So you know, I'm talking about anyway.
Does this involve selling your body now?
And I
to
know
get your
that
car
you
fixed?
say you don't want to, talk about it, and I will not talk about it, but I will say this, Mr. Jedi, that maybe you thought that was something that wanted to happen and didn't happen because that wasn't the plan for real.
Oh.
It was bigger plan. Because
I understand
sometimes
that.
we underestimate ourselves a lot. Sometimes I notice that I don't know if it's because of pandemic. I don't know if it's because we all went under a lot of stress. I don't know what it is, but I feel like a lot of us, you know, we see this, and then God has like this plan, you know what I'm saying? So when that doesn't happen, something happens and it doesn't happen, we like really beat ourselves up like we failed. And I feel like, you know, you don't have to like be a Christian, you can believe in any higher power, but it's almost like God, you know, it's kind of like looking at you like, well, you know what I'm saying? Like if you just be patient and just trust, I got something bigger for you. But, you know, sometimes we don't let that happen because we want it maybe now, you know what I mean? Like right now, or, you know, or maybe you're scared of the unknown and that's what's driving you. So just, you know, trust.
No, I completely feel you on that. Because it was that actually pulled me out of that space. You know what I'm saying? It was me reminding myself like, hey, God always got my back. Like this really ain't nothing for me to be pressed over. It's disappointing and it's an inconvenience for sure. You know what I'm saying? But
at the
end of the day, these situations work themselves out the way they're gonna work themselves out, which may not be the way I wanted it. But you know what I'm saying? It could also be that turning point for some other shit that actually was whatever. So it's like, you know, there's always something. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I was trying to shake it, and that, you know, that outlook was what got me out of the funk. But like earlier, like I was in a bad place because I was hyper focused on some shit, and I probably went wrong there. Because I wasn't even looking at alternatives. Yeah. It was this. Has to happen this way. And anytime I think that you fucking do that, you know what I'm saying, you kind of play yourself. So, whatever. Yeah. Couldn't be me. There's my thing. Like there's my whole thing. Like doing that to yourself.
I like that.
All right, doing that to yourself. And you know what I'm saying, we're all gonna face challenges. Shit's gonna happen. Sometimes it ain't gonna go your way. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you've probably been through tougher shit and came out of it. So whatever the fuck you feeling right now at the moment is an actual fucking temporary fucking feeling. So if you want to stay in that space, it's actually more your fault than all the other shit. So moving forward, holding on to that space and that energy, couldn't be me. Holla at me. Look at that. Just fucking go ahead and make that work.
The internet showed. The internet showed the other day. It was a coach. Coaches in Savannah, Georgia. I don't know if you've seen this. You guys seen this? There's a coach in Savannah, Georgia, and he coaches his little league team, 7U, I believe. And there's a kid on there who obviously just made some sort of mistake.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say.
And the coach. Sometimes when we play, I coach too, and we'll hit our kids in the helmet. Not a hit, but you kind of.
No, he smacked the shit out that kid.
He took his hands, big ass dude, bigger than me, y'all. And he took his hands and he takes his hands this way and he smacks this kid in the head. Bow with the helmet on the kid, like this. And the kid's sitting there and he grabs the kid again by his thing after still talking to him now. and like when you watch it, I'm telling you this, but when you watch the clip, it's even more disturbing, bro, to watch it.
Sounds terrible.
And nobody comes out there though. Not another coach intervenes. A parent doesn't walk over there. Not only the kid's parent or parents, because I'm guessing that he ain't got no daddy.
Yeah, because couldn't be mine. Shit.
There you go.
I'm watching this shit going, it couldn't be yours.
Yeah.
It couldn't be yours.
Yeah.
It couldn't be yours out there.
Yeah,
you hear
no
me?
doubt.
The fuck is you doing out there? These fucking kids, bro.
Yeah.
You a little league coach. And you smacking this kid upside his head like that in front of everybody? Somebody commented, they said, well shit, maybe that was his son. And I said, even fucking worse.
Yeah.
This is what we doing, bro?
Man.
Cause I know I don't want to play, Pops. I don't need this shit that
Fuck
bad,
that.
man. You're like, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather get my ass whooped for some shit at the house that really mattered to me.
Yeah.
So either way, it couldn't be me, man. Cause that's some hard shit to watch. Even the dude that's filming, I get it. He said it. This shit about to go viral. He says it. This shit going viral. And they gonna see that coach somewhere. Cause that's fucked up, man. It couldn't be me. I just had to let it be known. That's what you don't do to these kids, man. They don't.
I like that.
So Midas, damn, Midas.
I'm on fire today. That's a lot going on. Y'all know
It's a fact to follow.
No, not even that. Like
today,
you're
man.
transferring all this energy to me, and then now you made me think about my couldn't be me.
All right.
And my couldn't be me is it's gonna make me so mad. I can't say one specific because it's happening everywhere. I don't know why it's so common right now. It's so fucking crazy. There is a lot of women out there that are giving birth and leaving their kids somewhere abandoned, like brand new babies. I'm dead ass serious. Like they are giving birth, okay, having the baby, and then either wrapping them up. If they have some little bit of heart, they'll wrap them up and then leave them somewhere. Or put them in a trash can. A lot of them are being found in trash cans. So I don't know. I don't want to talk about it too much when I'm already getting choked up. But as a mom, it just couldn't be me.
Couldn't be me. I got you.
It's good.
We're on the same page.
Woo. And it's happening really, really, really common.
And guess what?
So
Brenda's still throwing babies in the garbage. So unfortunately, that shit been happening a long time.
but it's you know what I'm saying, to see it spike up is sad because it's like it's happening so much. It's like it's almost becoming common, you know what I'm saying, like too common to where like people don't even think it's a big deal common, you know what I'm saying. And that's scary. It's like, I don't know, because it's like, what happened to leaving them in front of fire stations? What happened to at least leaving them in the hospitals and taking out? What happened to at least that, you know what I'm saying? Or something. You're just leaving them in the trash. Like it does make you see like that the world, and the fact that it's not even broadcasted the way it should be, and it's not people are not talking about it, and you still know about it. That's what's scary. That's how common it is.
Where's that happening at?
It's happening everywhere. That's what's sad. It's It's happening in the United States. It's happening in foreign countries, but it's happening more.
Denver?
It happened in Denver.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know how much. Don't quote me. But it's happened everywhere. And it's just really sad.
All right. Well, couldn't be me.
Couldn't be me. Good
Couldn't
shit,
be
y'all.
me.
Good shit, y'all. So we're gonna let's
Every episode.
take a little turn. Yeah.
episode.
So are you okay to you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
You good? All right.
I'm good.
Y'all good out there? Good.
We're good. Y'all good?
Yeah, man.
Hey,
Show ain't always gonna be fun and games though, y'all. We real.
so we gonna go to are you comfortable doing flirting with fire, or are you off that?
Let's do it.
Okay, do we have a beatbox or something to get her going?
What? You can spark a blunt though.
Okay. All right, so flirting with fire is a portion of the episode segment.
I think that's your camera.
Huh?
I think that's your camera.
Segment of the episode.
He can have whatever camera he want to have.
Thank you. where we talk about
outside.
outrageous DMs.
Okay.
You got anything for us this week?
Come on, man.
Let's address it. Come on. You ain't said nothing.
Come on, man.
We've let you slide the last couple weeks.
Come on, man.
What's going on in the DM? You said today, was it popping today?
Well, it was like it wasn't popping today. I just said that, you know, sometimes the guys make it seem like I'm just, you know, like I don't know why men think, not a lot of men, but let me say this right. I don't want them to make y'all watching think anymore that I'm like this super pimp and I just like, you know what I'm saying? I got everybody in my DMs, you know, it's lit like Chris. No, it's not like that.
She said, Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike. If I like to, who cares who you like? Y'all get stuck in them DMs if y'all want to.
What's going on?
What's up?
What they saying in there?
What they saying? Like, give me somebody really shooting they shot this week.
Yeah, please give us a shot taker.
Let me see Steph Curry. Is Steph Curry on there? We got a Steph Curry this week?
Damn, you just did this about 8 times. There's got to be something up in there. You skipping over.
Are you?
No. Because don't forget, I'm a businesswoman, so you know, people hit me up for that. I would say, you know, business on top.
She gave a whole commercial.
Yeah. You know, I'm a businesswoman, so.
You know, see, I got a lot of compliments. All right. Okay. No.
Yes.
What is that about?
No.
What's that about?
Well, people are weird. No.
That's what we
that was a big ass smile. Though. What was that smile about?
No, it's not smile. It's just more like a hell, no, like a.
If you don't open that damn thing.
No, I can't. Don't try to be slick.
Okay.
All right.
Come, child. The people are watching.
All right. Okay. I got one.
Somebody just turned a roast again.
Wait.
Stirred the green beans.
See?
It's just like, you know, I don't really get that many DMs. That's why. I gotta look for it because I don't got that much because I have to look for it. So that's why. Because, you know, like.
You don't remember anything anybody said?
Shit, I guess I got
Huh?
You gonna go to your DMs?
Yeah, man.
Go to your DMs.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, just dry. Like, wow, I ain't shit.
And you blame that on us saying stuff about it. That's what you had said earlier.
Okay, so
shut that down.
it's just weird, guys, and I feel bad. Okay, all right. Okay.
Save us, buddy.
Okay, all right. I'm not gonna show you who it is. I'm not gonna, you know, or nothing like that. I never will. But some of these are kind of funny. Okay.
In other news,
all right.
Tiny Zeus Lister passed away today, aka Devo. Say a prayer for his family. Come on, Midas.
Give us something juicy. Give us something juicy.
Yeah, because I don't got nothing.
Give us something juicy.
Hey, yeah, so Tiny died, man. That's crazy.
Is he short, tall? What is he?
Come on, somebody done said something.
They filtering.
Y'all know the people that y'all know I ain't got shit in my DMs. I was gonna say, you know the people that send you the shit from like the dummy accounts that talk about sex shit. Fuck me now, fuck me, call me. I was gonna read that shit and read it off as a thing. No, I ain't really got shit in my DMs, bro. I'm not about to start no shit in my house.
Hit the bull button.
Right. Hit that
got one of them. There's such a thing.
Okay, so
these little extras.
All right, y'all. Let's give some flowers. Let's give some flowers.
Oh shit. Okay.
Flowers. People, burrito. All right.
I'm gonna lie.
We're gonna do that? Okay.
Flowers.
All right. So each and every week,
Right.
we try to dedicate some time to give props and salutes to individuals out here that we think need acknowledgement, you know what I'm saying? Because many times, too often, we don't, you know what I'm saying, acknowledge people until they're gone. So, that's what this segment is about. Does anybody care to go first, or should I necessarily?
If you got it, go ahead. I can go.
Okay, so this week I want to go ahead and shout out Yosef and Fatin over there at Konjo Ethiopian Food, man. Ethiopian restaurant, man. They've been doing you know, they just been slowly been, you know, grinding over the years. I remember, you know what I'm saying, the food truck, you know what I'm saying, was the first start. Fatin was actually, you know what I'm saying, on some, you know, she had been heavy in catering anyway, leading up to that point or whatever, but the food truck, you know what I'm saying, so now there's a new physical location, which is really dope over there in the Edgewater public market. But I can only kind of describe it to a certain point, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys check this shit out real quick.
One drop, and we still got time to rock. We're making a one stop. Hi there. How are yourself? I'll get started for you. Happy birthday! Thank you. You didn't divulge that information, ma'am, at all. You deserve a tattoo right here of yourself, or some stickers. So Ethiopian food is really delicious. Like if you've never had it before and you like flavor, then this is the type of food that you want to have. We cover all dietary needs. It's authentic. We use local meats to do all of our stuff, and all of our ingredients are what we grew up with. Onions, garlic, jalapenos, tomatoes, our chili powder called berbere. Has like 13 different spices in it. So good, and it's good for you. We grew up with this culturally. It's how we have always been in our households. It's a very communal culture. You eat together, you know, you break bread together, you grow together, you do things together, and you flourish together.
Do you know why Snoop Dogg always carries an umbrella?
I don't want to keep going.
It's for the drizzle. Come on. No?
Was that your best?
That was it.
Does someone know?
All right, I'll keep working on it. So konjo means beautiful, right? That's what it means in our language. So everything we provide and we put out to the customers has to be vibrant, it has to be beautiful, it has to be authentic.
A little potato on there, because who doesn't?
Yeah, so once again, like I said, man, they're out here doing some really good stuff out here in the community. The food tastes great. You know, trying to make sure that I, you know, shed a little bit of focus and appreciation on Black businesses out here, you know what I'm saying, that are actually like doing it at a high level at that, not just doing it, but doing it to a point where, you know what I'm saying, you can honestly, legitimately be proud of, you know what I'm saying, the way that they're moving and the product that they're providing. So this one's for y'all, man. Salute to y'all, man.
Damn, that was dope.
That's dope. Want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'm gonna give mine to a brother that me and my friends used to look up to, still look up to, but like looked up to him for different reasons, and just seeing his transformation is Malcolm Watson, PM. Just he used to look out for us when we was younger, and he'd see us out at the clubs, and if some shit was about to go down, he'd come and grab you and be like, "Hey man, get out of here." One of them type of things. Just a real good dude. He had his situation, and he came out like he stood tall, sat down, and came out a champ, man. Came out with a house, a truck, started his own landscaping company, Sweet Lawns, sweetlawns.com. He been doing that, and then his own clothing company, Clothing Chaos, and he's back and forth from here to North Carolina, and man, I'm just proud of him, and now I look up to him for different reasons, just to see he done turned that hustle, and he's grinding and getting it, and if you know Malcolm, you call him for some advice. Don't expect no if you coming in with a pity party, he don't do that. He don't do that. He give it to you real. So I've always like I said, respected him, looked up to him. It's my guy, so give my salute to Malcolm Watson.
Who did you give your flowers to?
Yosef Asifa.
Yosef, we didn't clap him. Yosef. Can't forget you. Okay, Midas?
Yes, ma'am. It's your turn.
Okay, so wow, this is kind of weird and special at the same time because I actually never met this person. So, and I try to give my flowers to people, like, you know, I know. Tasha Makia. I'm gonna give my flowers to Tasha Makia. And the reason being is because I don't know her. I've never met her, but she's super cool. She gave me showed me some love on the radio a few times, so I appreciate that. I caught one of them on Instagram. I was recording myself and I heard myself on the radio, so that made my whole fucking year. So thanks for that. Like, you know, she always showed me love, and I don't, you know, I've never met you, but I want to give my flowers to you because you're always positive every time that I hear you on the radio. And I know that a lot of people on the radio, your job is to kind of set the mood for the listeners. But Tasha Makia, you know, I'm not going to put your business out there, but you went through a lot of shit and you dealt with a lot of shit and you just like make it seem so easy. And I don't think you realize that. And like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can see it through your pictures, through your voice. Like, I don't know you, but I know what we said that we're going to meet one day. I'll pull up to the station, whatever. But I really appreciate that every time that I hear you on the radio, you're very positive, and then you're like a very positive influence on women. Like, we almost think the same. From what I know, from when we talk, we have a lot of similarities. And I respect women like you because I think women like you and myself are needed out here, I feel. So I commend you and respect you. My flowers go to you. Tasha Makia.
That's what's up.
Last but not least.
Oh, shit.
There you go. Lay out the red carpet.
All right, we'll roll out the red carpet because it's time for me to give my flowers. And my flowers it's for a person that I think is very goal orientated. I think she had a plan.
Oh,
please. I think shit.
Let the man
Let me talk,
Okay.
please, man. I think she had a plan. You know what I'm saying? She let us know the plan, and then she executed the plan. You know what I'm saying? And then because of that, she puts other people in a position now so they can achieve.
okay, yeah, then never mind.
They can achieve the things that they want to achieve, and my flowers are for none other than Nikki Sworn. Nikki Sworn is
Well played.
Nikki Sworn is actually the program director now, and also like, that's the highest title? I thought it was actually.
I think it's something more than that.
Even more than that at KUVO.
I'm sorry for not knowing.
I'm sorry for not knowing too, Nick. I apologize. I've been knowing her for about 15, 16 years. She was my first manager. She used to work at 107.5 through Jefferson Pilot Communications. She had a local love show. I actually met her in the studio working on my first album, and we've been kind of tight here ever since. But she said she was going to take over a radio station, and she wanted to do all this stuff a long time ago, and she did it. Hella high water. So the station that DJ Different is on, and Unique is on.
Bella Scratch.
Bella Scratch is on it, and they got different stuff going on, and I just appreciate it. They're about to go to the main dial. They're
FM.
on satellite to FM. But I'm just proud of her progress, man. She's actually the one, to be honest with you, y'all. When I wasn't thinking about monetizing Doobie Club. Okay, we had the song and everything. And she went for my birthday in 2015 and got me my LLC for Doobie Club.
Órale.
That's good. Good looking.
Okay.
So that's that right there.
I had to run out and put this shit in my head. Like, no, this is something that you gotta really, you know what I'm saying? And that's just my homie, man. So I just shout out to Nikki Swarm, man. If y'all don't know who that is, and you're not really in the scene enough, so to even. Right? Maybe you shouldn't know. And that's the thing. A lot of times, like we've given up a lot of games. Sometimes there's people you just gotta meet, people you gotta know, people you gotta figure it out by going through all the stuff you gotta go through as being an artist. So, but shout out, Nick. I hope you watch this. Matter of fact, I'm gonna make sure you watch this and just know that the people know all the stuff that you've done for them, and I appreciate everything you've done for me from the bottom of my heart. Let me get your flowers before it's too late. You dig me?
Shout out to everybody. All right,
so, yeah, I made that twist and the fire was gonna kill me. Y'all
will
never know why.
You're not gonna tell them?
Y'all will never know why. I'm not. They don't need to know.
You lying at them.
They don't even know. Should I tell them?
You
said everybody.
For 24 hours.
This show.
You said everybody.
This show's clean.
That curveball.
I knew it was coming.
Anyway, guys. I don't think you guys understand how much we appreciate you guys when you guys comment and when you guys let us know your thoughts, because we talk about it, you know, and we pay attention and then we bring it back up. So I love that you guys do that, and I respect everyone's opinion, even if we don't agree. Right. I still love that you comment and say something.
Yeah, and to the people that's been reaching out to me, a couple of my sneakerhead buddies saying that I don't never have no sneaks. We got this shag rug here, so we don't wear no sneakers, but maybe I'll put a pair back here to see what's...
What? Who's saying that?
I had a couple
people
haters.
On me too. Like, bro, why you got your socks on? But...
No, they get.
We all
they get it,
but they don't know. They just see me. I'm the one over here.
I'm just a sneaker guy.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm a sneaker dude.
We all have our socks on. And that's the vibe. Like we're chilling, just like you at home. Every time that you guys get on and you guys are watching, we want you guys to be in your room, on your patio, smoking, chilling, drinking. Like that's the vibe. You know what I mean? So don't look at this like a Love and Hip Hop. You know what I'm saying? Look at this shit like a Animal Planet. Yeah, Animal Planet.
What?
Yeah, because everybody loves Animal Planet.
Everybody loves Animal Planet.
Right?
Wow.
Because that's some real shit.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, y'all be sure to tune in to us next week. Man, I had a wonderful time. I needed this today more than y'all would ever know. Appreciate my Don't Read the Comments family. Shout out to the Ahrr Network once again. This is the finale?
Next season finale.
This is the season finale?
No, next week.
Next week. I was about to say, dude, we should prepare for it. Of course, y'all.
Why?
The season starts in January. Yeah.
The season.
We're being canceled. God damn it!
No.
We're gonna come back with a new.
What do we do?
We're gonna come back with a new light-skinned guy and Spanish girl. We're gonna come back with. We're gonna.
Who we gonna come back with? Who we gonna come back with?
Selena Powell is coming back.
Hey, hold up. Hey,
We done. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
On Instagram.
It's a wrap. We're done. Cut the shit.
Follow us.
No, don't. No.
Follow us.
No,
Follow
we
us
done.
and don't read the comments.
We're done.
Yeah, don't read the comments.
Yeah.
We're done.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Bye.
We're done.
Wow.
Let's go. I've been there, I've done that. Hey, but what do I know? I wrote this and won that. Oh, but what do I know? I got degrees and went to school. But what do I know? Survived backstabbers and Judases. But what do I know? I've been out here, man. I've been doing it. Let's get to the dough. I've been showing it. I've been proving it. I'm ready to go. Discuss the what, why, and the who did it. Let's get to the show. This podcast just might be the go. Oh, but what do I know?
Always, your girl Jamie Nicole, and we brought some new energy for season 2 with
Trey Smith. How's it going?
Yeah, that's what's up. So really quickly, for those who don't know, but What Do I Know podcast is a podcast where we like to bring in people who And they walk the walk, you know what I mean? So their subject matter expertise on whatever topic we decide to discuss. So either they went to school for it, it's just the life they live, but either way, they can come in here and give us some knowledge about whatever it is. So tonight we're gonna get into toxic relationships, since that toxic is one of the key phrases for 2020. And we figured who best to bring in to talk about toxic relationships than someone who is notorious for her opinion on relationships, especially marriage. So we want to welcome our guest, Miss Nay Piper.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, so that's what's up. And I don't want to talk too much. I've been a little busy, you know what I'm saying? I got a children's book that came out. I'm going to plug it a little bit later. Buy it. I mean it. Real shit, that's all I'm saying. Buy it. Jamie Nicole, what you been up to, mama?
I've been, just chilling, trying to get my house in order last season. I just purchased the house, so now I'm trying to go on ahead and get that all taken care of. I hate renovations. But, I've got plugs on, great Black businesses, that have come through. I've actually got my house. I purchased the house through Black business. Realtor was Black. My renovators, everything's Black. Black on Black on Black. So definitely hit me up. What have you been up to, D?
Right now I'm currently working on a project called the Anti-Love EP, which is funny that we're having this show today, so it kind of fits. Right now I've just hit a real creative zone, so I've had plenty of time to just kind of relax, write, and really give the project a direction that I didn't have previously. So that's about it for me.
That's dope. I'm still running around doing stuff, fucked up shit like whiteface comedy and all that fun shit. I'm excited that we are now on Wednesday nights because I can bring my hump day shenanigans from the day to the evening. I can bring my 9 p.m. personality from that 11 a.m. showtime, so I can say what I want, I can do what I want, and we about to dive into this and be the real people. Because we live, ain't no editing.
Live,
all right,
live.
Like I said, we are here to talk about toxic relationships. Now, people have been saying this word toxic, toxic, toxic. Everything is toxic in 2020, you know what I'm saying? And so, first of all, I want to start here. Nay Piper, can you tell what's toxic to you? What's toxic?
So, I personally think toxic is if the bad outweighs the good. So, if your relationship, any type of relationship, friendship, romantic relationships, if it's ruled by negative things, that's a toxic relationship, period. If the good is outweighed by the bad, you're in a toxic relationship.
Man, I definitely agree with you on that one. And it's not just friends or relationship, romantic relationships, it's even family.
True.
Like, I'm going to be honest with you. In a whole toxic situation, I cut off a whole chunk of family back when I moved out here because of the toxicity.
Exactly.
Is that the word that I'm looking for?
Yeah.
Toxicity.
Yes. I have cut off a family member as well.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't with her, so she had to go.
I cut off my daughter's father, but I don't know if that counts. That was it was like immediately after the conception.
Yeah. Cut off Jalen's.
No, I knew that shit was toxic out the gate. I knew it as soon as he broke egg. That's I can't do this shit here.
I cut off everybody, so if it don't feel right to me, if the energy is completely negative, I'm out of there.
All right. Toxic relationship. You ever been in one?
Yes, more than I ever wanted to be in. It comes a point in time in a relationship when you realize that, again, once that energy don't feel right and you feel like you've given your all and, you're not getting rewarded or satisfied as you feel, that's when it just doesn't feel right. Or if you have someone who's constantly gaslighting the situation or sea lining to make it seem like they want to have a specific conversation, but basically throw rocks and then hide their hands type of ordeal.
I definitely agree with that 100%. Or they just keep continuing the same patterns of inconsistency in regards to how they feel about you or just being around you or any of that. That's toxic. And then those who only want to be around you when it benefits them. Yeah, that's a whole nother problem that I have. You know what I mean? So
have you been in a toxic relationship?
I've been married to 2 toxic individuals, and God knows the plethora of toxicity that I've been in. The word of the day is
that word.
toxicity.
I practiced it 6 times before I got here. Because the tongue ring, you're not gonna catch me slipping online. Facebook can't say toxicity. So
it's hard not to say
back.
toxic city.
Right, but we live in one. And we're gonna get back to the whole marriage thing real fast too.
Real fast.
I want to come here. Have you been in?
I know. So people are actually going to be super shocked because I've never been in a toxic relationship.
I believe that.
I am the friend whose friends are in all the toxic relationships, and then they come to me for, oh, he's doing this. Oh, this happened. I'm that homegirl. So I've never personally been in a toxic, not a romantic relationship. I had a toxic relationship with the family member who had to go. But other than that, no. I've been married before. That was a sudden and abrupt split. It was not, I was in this whole toxic marriage or anything like that. It was an abrupt split. So I'm sure that shocks people because all of the things I have to say.
Right, they were waiting. They were bated breath. Like, let me see why she's so damn bad. She is so. For those who don't know, Nay Piper is here because they're like, well, what makes her an expert on the toxic relationship show? So, like she said, she is someone who is surrounded by it. And for those who don't walk it, you teach for the most part. So that's a lot of people like the teachers who have no children, who perfected actually caring for them because they stood back and said, y'all make the mistakes and I'll just kind of, so that's her. She helps us make our mistakes and she sees plenty because we are around her making plenty.
You know what else I like about Nay though? She's one to call it out as it's going through.
Immediately.
Nobody listens though.
Nobody listens.
Nobody listens.
That's a lie.
And then they come to me after the fact and they're like, you were right.
Yeah.
You
I
were
told
right.
her what, Saturday? When is the last time I told you you were right? 3 days? Saturday. Then something came back and I was like, and you were right. It's that easy.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Jamie's told me that plenty of times.
I was waiting for that one. Yes, no. She's calling out every time. Beep, 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 beep. Every time.
Okay, so you said that you've never been in a toxic relationship. Yours was sudden. So, and you've never been married, right?
I have not been married yet.
And your relationship that you were in, it became toxic towards the end.
Very much so. That relationship was 3.5 years, and I think we got to a point where I wanted more. I wanted more as far as building a family, having a home, taking care of home, and that foundation wasn't met with the same. I know the moment that I told my significant other at that time, I can't keep a boat afloat if my co-captain keeps kicking holes in it. And she did not understand that in the least bit. And I knew from that moment on that it probably wasn't going to work. So
I'm going to be honest with you. That's about as clear as it can.
Right.
Yeah, you can't float a boat if you keep letting water into it. It's going
into the boat.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
so y'all think people change, or is that you just don't notice they're toxic as shit from the beginning, and then you just blind and loving and and then as a relationship goes on, the blinders come off, and then you're like, boom, this motherfucker has problems, or it's just like,
I think it's a combination, honestly. I think it's a combination of the two. At first, y'all are all lovey-dovey, and so, you probably notice stuff, but you kind of let it slide. Maybe it'll get better, stuff like that. And then later on, you're like, oh, well, I think communication is also a huge part of that. People don't, you let stuff slide, you let stuff build, and people don't talk about it. They think it's uncomfortable, and they're uncomfortable talking to each other about anything, issues that are coming up, insecurities they got, stuff that they feel like their partner is not bringing to the table. It's just, they're not going to talk about it because it's uncomfortable.
And at the same time, we fall so deep in love, we want to see the best in that person. We want to constantly envision that positivity in that person, that we don't look at where they might be flawed. We're so busy in love and stargazing at that individual, we don't look at who they might really be. We look at the surface of it, but we don't look at the inside, and there might be some ugly truths on that inside.
I think what it comes down to really is the fact that at the end of the day, we're not looking at the red flags that are there. We bypass them as pink flags, as I always say. We don't accept the individual for who they are when they first show us. It's he's gonna change or she's gonna do better or all of that. And it's when those red flags present themselves, that's something that I've come to as a woman of a certain age. I love being able to say that. When it comes down to it, at the end of the day, we're not identifying the red flags that just pop up, that present themselves. If he's bad with money, he's always going to be bad with money. If he ain't taking care of his kids, why do you think he's probably never going to? I mean, there's been so many toxic, situations that have been in the media so far. You know what I mean?
Oh yes. Now we get to dive into it because the best part about this show is that we get to make fun of serious shit. Now, toxic relationships is nothing to be laughed at. You know what I mean? Like, it causes mental health problems. It causes financial problems. It definitely results in things like divorce. You know what I mean? Sadness. It's serious shit. However, I'm a comedian, so serious shit is funny to me. So we're going to dive into this bullshit and the toxic relationships. And the first thing we want to talk about is toxic marriages and just relationships in general. And so if your shit starts off like this, more than likely, it's going to be toxic. And this is fun because I get to communicate. Hey, blackies in the back, y'all listening? This is for the black folks in the back. Could y'all please cue the marriage thing for everyone, please?
Do you earnestly promise before God and these witnesses that you will love her, love him, comfort him, honor, and obey him?
Really, Anthony? You gonna act like you don't know me? What, you didn't take your psych meds today?
And
you got it on my eye? And I got your baby here?
All the do
Anthony, I know you hear me. You better get out of my mama's way. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
All right, so... Alright, so make sure y'all comment. Like, we're here to make sure, to talk to y'all, talk with us. We're here to discuss what the fuck we just saw. So, I don't know who I'm more mad at. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I'm more mad at the woman with the baby that showed up or the daughter that stood up for the wedding
and took off
and took off after the woman.
After the girl.
Or am I more mad at the mom because she didn't stop her daughter from acting a fool on somebody else that just didn't have nothing to do with her? Or is it security for letting them in?
Anthony needs his whole ass.
I don't know.
Anthony, you need your whole ass.
You ain't
whooped.
shit.
So here's the
shit.
thing. You knew you had a baby out there. Your ass is not shocked that there's some woman running around with your child.
With a whole baby.
A whole baby.
And had the nerve to publicize your wedding, your nuptial plans. Now, as a man, toxic relationship. Okay, I don't know whose shit is more toxic. The lady that's getting married or the lady with the baby out there screaming at Anthony watching somebody
Why
else?
are we even putting it on the lady? It's the dude. That's the common factor between it all. That's the toxicity
It's
right
100% Anthony.
Yeah.
I will give Anthony credit for staying focused and looking straight ahead on the next race. I salute you, Anthony, because you are bold. Everything was going down, and Anthony was like, not me.
That's called standing your ground.
Not me.
Right. He stood his ground.
Not me.
Anthony, I know you hear me. Ooh, that's crazy. Whole wedding here.
Anthony!
He was...
Man.
I know he didn't turn around one time.
Man. Now, what do y'all think happened when the daughter got to it?
Let me first be honest with you. When I first saw it, I was confused on what was going on because he wasn't turning around.
No,
I was
he ain't paying her no mind.
Like, who's
that
Anthony?
bitch?
I'm waiting for somebody in the audience, one of the people there the attendees to stand up and be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bitch, stop calling
Not
me.
as groomsmen or nothing. Nobody was like, hey, big dog, turn around. Come on, dog.
Everybody. Stone face and serious.
He probably prepped them beforehand, like, hey, look, this crazy bitch might show up at the wedding. If this bitch show up and start yelling my name, don't nobody look, don't nobody say nothing.
Prep them to fucking stop the bitch. So here's the thing. Groomsmen need your ass beat. Ain't no way you didn't know he had a side bitch. These are his three best people on this earth. There is no way on God's green earth these men did not know that he had a whole woman on the side, especially with a baby.
With a baby.
and they not damn person told the usher, showed a picture, not nothing, and said, make sure that Boom Quisha don't bring her ass in here with this baby.
You know what that reminds me of? Another viral video that's going on, and it's the lady who got blown up.
What?
In the trunk.
Oh, we're gonna talk about that later. We're gonna get back to that one. I don't want to dive into that just yet, but we're gonna talk about it because we need a little bit more time for that. But we're gonna definitely get into that. The one of the okay, so not only do your friends know you got a crazy bitch on the side, what possesses
or a crazy dude?
This is
or
true.
crazy dude.
Crazy dude. Thank
or
you.
Crazy dude.
So okay, y'all. One second. Let me get the put this up for y'all real fast because you just saw that. It makes perfect sense. Could y'all please show the my example of the crazy dude? I don't even know what else to call it. People appreciate it. So while scrolling on Facebook, we come across a post, and there's a young man standing there, and he's got a gun like this. You know what I'm saying? He's got his big dog sign. He's talking, and you're thinking he's about to say something to his enemies or something along those lines. But yeah, it's for those that don't know, it's bitch. I fucking hate you. On Bloods, I'm a burn down your house. It said a couple other things. You know what I mean? I don't know how long they're gonna show the clip, but they will show it for y'all. But y'all, what do y'all think about the fact that crazy people that are in toxic relationships still they have public social media accounts.
Right. And they put it on.
They put it on there.
I think that's the new generation that's up there.
I mean, first of all, if you was mad enough to burn a bitch house down, you might not want to put it out there for the world to see, because that might be a tad bit incriminating. They might know exactly who burnt the house down.
And on top of that, you dry snitching on your goddamn self.
Told on your damn
self. Oh, Bloods, I'm gonna burn your house down. So
now they're building the game you case on your ass.
Exactly. What are you doing? Don't be so mad at the person in your life that you will dry snitch on your damn self. That's not right, people. That's not God.
All I know is that I was raised that if you gonna do dirt, you do dirt
in silence.
In silence, you move in silence. You don't tell people the type of dirt that you do, and those that do know will take it to the grave.
Oh, you love it.
Right.
Period.
Oh,
and also, if you was gonna burn the bitch house down, you just gave her a warning to vacate. She ain't gonna be in there when you do.
Or have a gun.
This is true. I'm strapped up.
I got a couple pointers for the young men. Number one, just get off social media. Don't tell on yourself. From me to you, big dog, don't tell on yourself. And realize that there's too many fish in the sea for you to burn one's house down. Like it's okay, man. That's all I got for you. Just come on.
Now,
in my rapping days, and as a person who was raised by a pimp, I was always told, don't ever put your heart between two thighs. That's for everybody. That's the way. Just FYI, just however you take it. Just don't have your ass dry snitching on yourself because somebody's sleeping with somebody else or whatever the case is. Now, once people get caught, okay, sleeping with somebody else just because I got my own self thinking. What do y'all think about the joint? Is that toxic to have the joint accounts? The people with the if you gotta have a joint profile, is that a toxic relationship, or is that a relationship that's full of life and full of vigor?
Who cheated on who?
You said
that's the first thing that comes to mind. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Who cheated on who?
Somebody's cheating.
Somebody got caught. It's not even somebody got caught.
No?
Yeah.
I don't know, because these niggas be, y'all niggas be, what's funny is niggas know, they didn't have to get caught. Somebody cheated, period, because all of a sudden there's this flow of emotion that you've never seen from men. And it's funny as shit because all of a sudden that they're a profile picture and they want this, they just out of nowhere. It ain't her birthday, it ain't no anniversary, I just want y'all to know I love my lady so goddamn much. Like, man, what the fuck did you do? What the fuck did y'all? What happened?
But then 7 months later.
But yeah, okay, so we're gonna say joint profile is some toxic shit. There's definitely toxicity going on. And yes,
I mean, I know some couples that have some joint accounts. They don't seem toxic, but I mean, I don't know what the hell goes on in their household. The question to me is, why can't you have separate accounts? Like, what?
I got 2 hoes.
What's going on?
The hoes is in the inbox.
What's going on? What's going on? I mean, is it you don't trust that motherfucker? Or y'all got enough trust to where you know ain't nothing going I don't know. But I wouldn't have no damn joint account.
I have an anonymous.
If I get a joint account with him, it cuts down on my nudes. I'm just saying right now, as
I just know the one guy,
I get more booty in my account without having his name on it.
Good God. You know what? You and your booty.
Booty! I don't know if y'all saw my picture yesterday. I posted my bare ass.
I'm over you and your booty right now.
It was in all his voluptuosity.
I'm trying to get to a point here. I do know somebody who has who's actually even not allowed to have a Facebook account. And he can only use Facebook through his wife's account.
Shit.
Oh,
hell no.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I know somebody that I don't even fuck with, and the only account that his wife will let him have is a business page on Instagram.
Shit.
And so he follows me on Instagram from that page because we're not Facebook friends because I don't even like him in real life.
We're going
but he
there.
follows me on Instagram. So
figure it
thanks,
out.
boo.
I will give women credit because, you know, when the woman gets caught cheating and the guy, I've seen it a couple times where the guy is like, well, I think we should have a joint account on Facebook, and the women are just like, nope, it's over. Damn that. I'm not having it. The men, they agree to it every time, and then they get the weird lovey-dovey picture as the main profile, and I think she's number 1, y'all.
That's just it.
So
that's why you can always spot some bullshit when the joint pictures happen.
I give y'all props because y'all be like, nope. Let's just break up.
But you can't be my profile. I'll post your picture once a year, and if you are on my profile picture, it's because I fucked up royally.
We're gonna be there for 3 months.
When I got married, everybody knows when I got married, that was my profile picture. It was my cover photo. That's it. That's it. Like, you know, we good, you know what I'm saying? Like, when somebody's in trouble, I was his profile picture for a little while. He was in trouble. That's how this shit went. It changed. He's out of the doghouse. I'm off that motherfucker. That's how that works, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's how it goes down. When you see him on my profile, you know I fucked up. And that's not toxic, it's understanding.
You know, it's funny that you even bring up how marital issues come into play because recently in the news we've had the entanglement situation.
You said, oh, yeah. Before we get into that one, just because they got these in a certain way back there.
The black folks.
Yes, but we are going to get into that.
It's on CPT time.
Yes, both of you. I want to talk to y'all about. I didn't hear what you said. Heard you, but I didn't hear you. Y'all gonna have to deal with this shit because this is new to us. Oh, okay.
We're trying something.
Our fear is the test.
Right. Okay. So what? Y'all gonna see me communicate with the black niggas in the back, and that's who they gonna be because they specifically asked for that name. So I'm not being racist. They asked to be called the black ass niggas in the back. So
I support it.
Yeah, I support it. I do too. They said we need to take a break. Well, it's a good thing because this next segment we're getting into is about to be hilarious because we get to dive into all the fun shit and the fun arrangements that can be had if your marriage just might be a little bit toxic. So, well, come on back after this break, y'all. But what?
Let's go. I've been there, I've done that. Hey, but what do I know? I wrote this and won that. Oh, but what do I know? I got degrees and went to school. But what do I know? Survived backstabbers and Judases. But what do I know? I've been out here, man. I've been doing it. Let's get to the dough. I've been showing it. I've been proving it. I'm ready. to go. I've been there, I've done that. Hey, but what do I know? I wrote this and won that. Oh, but what do I know? I got degrees and went to school. But what do I know? Survived backstabbers and Judases. But what do I know? I've been out here, man. I've been doing this. Let's get to the dough. I've been showing it. I've been proving it. I'm ready to go. Discuss the what, whys, the who did it. Let's get to the show. This podcast just might be the go.
Right, and we are back. So this next segment we're going to get into, well, first of all, let's start with a video that just, the best way to explain it is, you know when you're done with the relationship, and when you're ready to go, you're ready to go.
Take him to Angie. Hold on. Hold on. Leave me alone. I'll kill you, whore. I'll choke your goddamn tongue. You keep on. Bitch, I'll kill you. You fucking idiot, bitch. I'll about kill you in about 2 seconds, bitch. I'm gonna knock you out, Alan. I swear to God. You better be glad I ain't got a fucking gun, because I will shoot you right between the motherfucking
Goddamn,
eyes.
get to shooting then, bitch. Get your goddamn gun out, bitch, because I'm ready to die. You ready to...
All right, so we're going to go ahead and discuss the Brooks, and what that is couples who will not leave each other no matter how much they appear to hate each other.
So that, okay, I want to go back. We're not going to act like that shit didn't just happen. So
I tried to,
this is
I tried.
wrong, guys, on several levels. Okay, so I know sometimes you get in a life and you're like, you know what I mean? I'm married to you, you know what I'm saying? I got your kids. For better, for worse, baby, you know what I'm saying? No matter what, I'm ride or die. And I don't know if that's love or hatred, what we just saw. I don't know if you just hate somebody that much.
Because I'm stuck with you?
I'm going to go get a gun so I can shoot you. She said, I would shoot you if I could. This nigga said, shoot me.
Well, she killed me.
I'm ready to die.
I would rather you kill me than I spend another day with you. I bet. Well, you know what? I'm not even gonna lie. I've been there, but I ended up walking away. I spent 14 years, and when I got to that point, I was like, I'm like you usually do, and walk my happy little. Actually, I skipped my ass about that house.
See, I leave early. I leave way before I get to some shit like that. And that's the advice I be giving all my friends that are in toxic relationships. And that's why everybody like, Nate's crazy. I be like, leave.
But the sad thing is, I don't think people acknowledge or admit to be a toxic relationship until or unless they're not in it. So I mean, once they've left it, they can look back on it and be like, yeah, that was pretty fucked up. But as long as they're the ones who are in it and dealing with it, they're not gonna see it. They're not gonna see it at all. Like I would assume my shit's probably toxic as the fuck from the outsider looking in. To the people who know me and who know the conversations we've had, and they're like, God damn, how do you, man, fuck marriage? You know what I'm saying? And so that's real drugs. Like that's you say what?
Drugs.
Then but it's a struggle. Like marriage is not easy. You know what I'm saying? Not at all. But that's what you try to figure out. Is it toxic? Or is you struggling? You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta try to find that line. If you are saying, shoot me now,
I have an answer.
I want to die today.
If you're broke, it's a struggle. And if you have money and you can live a little bit comfortable, then it's toxic. So there's levels to it. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that when you hit that struggle level, that's when you like, I can't. I would rather struggle. I would rather you shoot me and kill me today.
So it's financial. They didn't have shit in that clip. And you can't tell where they had not a damn motherfucking time.
Whatever they had, he was fixing. So
I ain't even sure they got teeth. I don't know.
Like, so I don't know if it's financial. Because like I'm saying, like you saw what we grew up watching the Brookses, but we still together.
Yes.
And the main thing with them was showing was a black couple that
hated the shit out of each other.
Tried to kill each other every chance they got, but they were still together. And so that's what I don't know. And it's like, is it love? Is it toxic? That shit, and it was funny. Like I said, the toxic shit is funny. We laughed at it.
If
They
you
tried
are
to
miserable,
stab
what
each
is
other.
the point?
He kicked her in her ass, and her head went in the oven on one of them episodes. You remember that shit? It was a piping hot oven, and he kicked her in it, and we laughed so goddamn.
Yeah, no, my parents didn't allow me to see such.
You weren't allowed. Oh, that's right.
No, in Living Color.
That's right. She was.
No, I did do In Living Color, but was that in Living Color?
Yes.
Man, they must have blocked that. I don't remember that one.
Oh, yeah, we still together.
Life is too short to be miserable. If being with somebody is making you miserable, you need to break up, man. Life is too short, and time is nothing to waste.
Well,
be happy, no matter what that means. But I ain't finna sit here and be miserable with your ass. I just ain't. I'm not gonna do it.
I hear you. I agree on that. But what if you just come up with alternatives to being not happy? Like recently, while we were on our small break, we had a very, very huge possible arrangement, possible not, possible agreement that came to light. It was another hot word for the last couple of months or whatever. But this couple possibly decided that they would just have an arrangement where they would open it on up. So they weren't happy. Maybe possibly somebody stepped out. Possibly they decided, well, okay, we'll both just step out, and we just they know that your happiness does not lie in your partner. Find it within yourself or whatever. So he allowed her to find her happiness, and so we about to talk about entanglements. So, but this is one of my favorite clips about the entanglements that have come up. So we'll be right back. Check this out.
You and I decided we were going to take our space, and what happened?
Yeah, and then I got into an entanglement with August, an entanglement with August, an entanglement with August, an entanglement, an entanglement, an entanglement with August, an entanglement with August, an entanglement with August, an entanglement, an entanglement, an entanglement with August, an entanglement with August, an entanglement with August,
an entanglement, an entanglement,
an entanglement with August. I got into an entanglement with August,
an entanglement
with August, with August, with August, an entanglement with August, an entanglement with August,
an entanglement
with August, with August,
August.
Entanglement with August, an entanglement with August, an entanglement, an entanglement, an entanglement with August, an entanglement with August, an entanglement with August, an entanglement, an entanglement, an entanglement with August.
So, guess what month it is? I'm just gonna start it with that. So,
I'm
it looks like we learned a new word in, July. That word was called entanglement.
It was.
JBTI to it.
That dude in the little red jumpsuit. Oh God.
I'm trying to tell you. It was just crazy that how this whole story even went down, because I'm not gonna lie, I suspected that Will and Jada, with all the rumors that have been floating around Hollywood and what's been going around, that they had something going on. So it looks like Jada done got caught with August Alsina, and
yeah,
is that toxic?
Yeah, let's go to you as a man, because as a woman, I'll tell you, I'll let him go as a man.
We gonna let him go first.
Ain't no young Thundercat finna be knocking down my wife. I don't care what the situation. I looking at Will's face during all of that just didn't feel like no open relationship.
To a man, it never does. Though.
Never.
I mean, I don't think that's the problem with the toxicity thing. I think is some people mistake toxicity for just the male traits, or like for things that just a man or just a person are supposed to do, or a certain astrological sign is supposed to do. And it's like, yeah, no, you made this bed, you lie in it. It's something that happened to make, like they said, what I've heard, I don't even follow pop culture really like that, but I know that they had an arrangement because they both was, my happiness is in me. They both had a long time that I ain't worried about that.
They talked about that for a long time. It is not my job as your partner to make you happy. You find your happiness within yourself.
So
and that was they said that for a long time.
That was like the foundation. And this is what I think really what happened. that was the foundation of their whole relationship. Is you go find your happiness, I'll go find my happiness, but don't let your happiness come to the forefront, and I won't let my happiness come to the forefront. And what happened was that, and this is why, ladies, you don't mess with no young dudes, because then they get in their feelings. If you put that kitty on them and you drop it like it's hot, all of a sudden they gonna pop out of nowhere and start telling people about your business. This is exactly why I'm not a cougar.
Old dudes
This is
too,
exactly.
Old dudes will do that too and get in their feelings because some young person, some young girl done put it on them and left him.
They'll just go shoot.
Broken alone.
I respect it. They'll just go shoot up the place. They'll just go shoot up the place. I don't really know too many old dudes that go running their mouth. They just go pull out a gun and just start pop, 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 and then we over it. But the young ones want to write a song about it. Like, here it go.
Not the old ones want to get mad and put your shit on Beendip and on Facebook. And like those are the people that's our age doing this shenanigan bullshit.
Sure
They
is.
count as the old niggas. We are the old heads now. Get over it. We're rolling up to that. Yeah, it's people our age like, oh, this bitch cheated. Let me show the whole world her pussy. And so that's why I be like, and now her DMs is blowing up. So I mean, that was dumb.
That backfires every time.
Every time.
Y'all.
Every
And
time.
I hope y'all are seeing this.
Don't leak my nudes. Like I said, I put my whole ass already on Facebook yesterday.
She leaked her own news. She's leaked her own news.
My shit's bad. Like, it ain't gonna do nothing but be an advertisement. Put it out there if you want to.
Make sure you like, share, and subscribe.
Put it out there if you want to. That's what I can say, ladies. If you don't want your man or your ex, whatever, putting your news out there, go to the gym. Stay fire as hell. They'll be mad. I mean, they can put them out there, but hey, free promo for you is always dope. So I mean,
He
that's
done
all I can
started
say.
your fans only page.
Man, say put it out there. If
I just, from a male perspective, I can tell y'all it never works. It backfires every time. I've never done it myself because why? Why would you?
You've never done. One second. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna maybe talk to the people in the back. I'm gonna fix this. They talking, like chewing, eating in my ear and shit. Could you guys please put that photo up that we wanted to the people to see? We kind of want you guys to the August Instagram photo.
Oh, Jesus.
Y'all please put up the August Instagram.
Lord.
Please. So,
Lord.
All right, appreciate it. So this is why women. Sorry, this. I mean, so if you are going to make an arrangement with your woman that she can go out into the world and find what makes her happy. That's gonna make
makes her happy. Remember,
man.
You said it,
man. Stuff like this is in the world. You quiet? Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, man. It's a reality. This is a fact. This is real. And yeah, that's what. Okay. That's you. Okay, could you show what most men look like right now if they woman go out and find something like that for the people? If you wouldn't mind.
Oh Lord.
It's crazy.
I think they did it. No,
yeah,
I
but
can't
it
tell.
got done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drop the earpiece.
Can we go back to the original?
I don't know what he said. Okay, so they would like to go back to the because we're gonna talk about. Y'all want to keep it up? All right.
Yes,
so,
I think that's
there it is.
Of course they want to keep it.
We would like to please place the August picture back on there. We'd like to have it up for the duration of this discussion.
And you know what I'd like to point out? Things that are like that for the ladies. But when it looks like that, I mean, he will bing, bing, bing.
Well, that's the sad thing. See, because men like this, they come in your inbox and they look like it's a good fun ride for a little while, and then you have that ride, and then now they're whipped.
Yes.
And then they wind up on social media telling the whole world about all your escapades after you no longer want nothing to deal with them. See, that's the problem. They're always happy when you with them. It's the after the fact that you got to deal with the bitterness of the people like that. And most men that I know who act like that, they have huge penises and they're cancers.
Emotional ass cancer.
Or Sagittarius.
Yeah, I don't attract.
No, cancer's the worst. Cancer's the worst.
Cancer's the worst.
Yeah, cancer. Well, the only thing is,
actually, they're all the worst.
I would agree.
You just gonna sit there quiet? Y'all better do it. Like y'all, you don't be quiet with this. Is this toxic now? We're creating a toxic environment for him right now. Like, we're not gonna do this. He's like, I'm upset because I'm still sitting here with this shit sitting here.
I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say.
He has nothing to say about the dick.
He doesn't want to talk as long as there's a young man's junk on the screen, and I get it. I totally get it.
It's a dick on the phone.
Nothing about it. All I'm saying was she cheated, and maybe she cheated.
I don't think she cheated.
Maybe, like I said, there's certain things
They
that have
said
arrangements.
they was fucking done with each other.
And
They never
open.
thought they was even gonna talk again.
Is there such thing? Have you ever
And
if you-
separation?
If you're done with a woman, what's the time frame before she can sleep with somebody else? And you like if you say we're done, is she wrong if she goes out that afternoon and sleeps with somebody else, or you think there's a certain amount of time?
Yeah, in this situation when one of us files for divorce, if you angry and we separate, you better go your ass in the other house or something and knit a sweater. Don't go out here finding you some young Thundercat trying to knock the bottoms out. And then what if I had a fit that whole time and now I got to readjust?
And it starred a guy named Lionel. It was awesome.
Oh yeah, I love that show.
So explain what the Thundercats are. Like, okay,
what if I got to, my thing been fitting for years, and then I got to come back behind this dude and readjust.
Fit. Okay, so there it is.
It
You cannot sleep with someone if they're okay. Allow for periods of readjustment. There you go. There you go. If you're gonna sleep with someone else,
or
then
go
allow
file
for
for
periods.
divorce.
Because we're talking about 4 years.
Well,
of stretching that out.
For better or for worse.
Right.
For better or for
We don't
worse.
know how long
The red table
it
would have got
was.
flipped over.
Right. For
We
better-
don't
and we don't know
how
what Will
long
did.
it was.
It's actually rumored that he had a couple of it's rumored that he had a couple of side pieces going on in there, and so for all we know, this was just her one. I think it's a double standard, honestly.
For
Like that's
sure.
always out there. Like, 'cause if it came out that he was
Men
cheating, it'd be
get
like,
caught
oh, Will
cheating.
had a couple people, but oh, it's Will Smith. You know what I mean? Oh, it's the dude. It's this, that,
But
the third.
that
Like,
is
it's
what
whatever.
happened.
He probably feels bad because he's never gonna be Tupac in her eyes, and so he's probably got some self-esteem issues that he's
I
dealing
said,
with.
how
But
many
there's always an
stories
excuse.
come out about men cheating and we're just like, oh, it's another dude cheating. And then Jada came with this story and the men done ran with that shit.
But it wasn't even Jada who came with the story. It was the dude who spilled the business on
Right.
Jada.
Right. But
Yeah, that
I'm
was
just
foul.
saying men
Yeah, that
are
was
like
it.
on
Snitching.
her,
That
like,
guy gets more credit for that.
look at what she did and blah, blah, blah. And their stories dropping about dudes cheating on a constant basis.
Constantly. They're just
On a
upset
constant
that
basis.
Will cried. That's because they all got in their feelings when he saw him, make that face, and when that tear was just sitting there the whole time listening to her explain what,
right.
entanglement.
Right.
As soon as she said,
It
my
also
little
comes-
entanglement.
It
Well,
also
it
comes
was
with
like
men
this,
can
right?
dish it, but they can't take
it was so nonchalant. So yeah, so that's my thing, and my whole so I can attest to their situation because the way that I am, I'm set up like this. You cheat on me, I get it. You want something new? Ain't nobody worried about that. We all cheating. You establish what we do in this house. Either we gonna be faithful or we gonna be some hoes. But either way, we in this together, Jack. We about to do this shit. So that's how shit works in my house. So if one of us is in the lanes, we know. Understand that. Don't come reporting shit. Don't be in my inbox trying to tell. I know. He knows. Mind your business. But in other words, if you see somebody on this show and they start talking about entanglements and some bullshit, then y'all gonna see his picture on my Facebook page.
God damn. My eye twitched for Will when she said entanglement.
Would you allow open marriage?
It's not for me. It's not for me because I once I got that one person, I'm chilling. I don't think I have the willpower or the strength to learn how to please multiple women mentally.
Mentally. Okay.
Physically, it sounds fun, but mentally, I don't think I could do it, and I don't think I could handle. I can openly say I can't handle the thought of my woman with someone else. So
male or female?
Shit. Male.
But the female is okay.
Yeah, I might support that.
God damn it! See that? We're gonna talk about this.
Also a double standard.
I can't
like
wait, and that's why next week. Tune back in next week because this man's gonna join the panel, going to join the hot seat while Jamie and I play moderator to a full male panel and get to the bottom of the male psyche. And so that'll be cool next week. And so they all toxic as shit. So we gonna see next week. But yeah, I don't know. Like, Open, what would you think? Do you think their relationship is toxic because of the outsiders looking in? Like I said, when you're in it, you may not see it. Or you think it's just some people who are married and they figured out what works for them and people need to mind
their business.
It's
It's always going to be people need to mind their own business. I mean, people going to do what people going to do regardless of what outsiders have to say. People are always going to do what makes them feel good. People are always going to do what they want to do, period, pointblank.com. You know, my second marriage was kind of, I guess you can kind of consider that an open marriage. You know what I'm saying? We were swingers. You know, we had we had some fun. Like, I still think about his 45th birthday over there at the Mon Chalet. That was some good times back then.
I love that.
But you know, at the end of the day, are we still good friends? Of course. And you guys know I always talk about him, but you know, when it comes down to what Will and Jada, I mean, they're gonna do what's best for them, and I can see why they would stay in their, you know, union in their contract, if you will. You always say it, Nay. It really is a contract when it comes down to it. It's a business plan. And it's cheap. Well, sometimes it is, sometimes it ain't. I mean, it just depends on the situation, i.e. the topic we're going to talk about next week. In regard, so it's not always cheaper to keep her, and especially when you got stupid lawyers. We're going to talk about that next week. Okay. Anywho, back to what I was saying. Yes, I've been in an open situation, and I can understand why Will and Jada may have the situation that they have today. What I don't like is this is why you don't play with them little kids and you leave the little children alone, because then they're going to be like August Alsina and they're going to be like a little songbird and tell all your business.
Well, there it is. We're before we go into this break, just make sure you guys go into it with this thought in mind. Should you seek entanglement? I don't know. What's the 10 years? 10 years? About 10 years. Cut it off at about the 10-year span. Otherwise, more than likely, your entanglement will be everyone's business, and everyone will know that you are working with a monster, and your husband is sad. I don't know what to say. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. We'll be right back, y'all, for What Do I Know?
Let's go. I've been there, I've done that. Hey, but what do I know? I wrote this and won that. Oh, but what do I know? I got degrees and went to school. But what do I know? Survived backstabbers and Judases. But what do I know? I've been out here, man. I've been doing this. Let's get to the dough. I've been showing it out.
Welcome back to But What Do I Know podcast, where we are discussing toxic relationships and the silly ass people that put up with them. Now, no, I'm just kidding. No, but welcome back.
Seriously.
We are, but yeah, kind of LBBS though. Seriously, but we want to dive into this last segment that we get to talk to y'all, and we were talking about things that are happening in social media and public couples that have toxic stuff that we're all in their business because it's COVID and fuck it, we're nosy. All right, so it's probably toxic if somebody gets shot. You know what I mean?
Or stabbed.
Or stabbed. If any kind of violence happens in your relationship at some point, I think it's possibly toxic. You know what I mean? We can dive into that, but it'll get too serious as far as any kind of like toxic relationships. Have you ever been a woman?
No.
Would you tell?
What? Yeah. Well, the closest thing I've ever had domestically is having the person I would swing on me and having to grab them on some kung fu shit, basically, and be like, "Hey, no, don't." Okay. And they just kind of looked at me like, "Okay, I won't do that anymore." So I would never put my hands on a woman ever.
Any of their homeboys ever low key reported to you that their girl beats on them?
I've gotten into fights, like full on, you got me in the middle of this, you're going to get off this woman. You know, walk it off, come to the house if you need to, but there's never a point in time I feel like a man should hit a woman unless you're getting Layla Ali out here and, you know, then you got to do what you got to do. But outside of that, don't just hit no woman blindly. And
so you're saying take it unless he's getting truly beat up. I don't want to paraphrase. I just want to make sure. Because because toxic stuff. I want to come down to some of these women are toxic. You know what I mean? And some of these men don't get it. It's like it's a couple of my friends who growing up, they beat they boyfriends, man. They used to put hands on their boyfriends. I'm looking like, oh my God, like why don't you keep your hands to yourself? Like, and it was always constantly something where he was the one always ducking it. He was always the one like, oh my gosh, she don't keep her hands to herself, but. Men, you don't report it. They can't call the police. They can't tell their homeboys, my girl be kicking my ass, man. Like, what do you...
Man, you be surprised. The man that it is getting his ass beat. Like...
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
I don't condone that shit at all. I have a son, and let me tell you, my son is allowed to defend himself at all times. And as a woman, don't come at a man like you are a man. In my personal opinion. So everybody just keep your hands to yourself. Because if some girl is swinging on my son, I see all these videos of these little teenagers just swinging on boys. And they're just like, my son has the right to protect himself at all times. So if you going to be punching my son all in the face, look, man, he's not just going to stand there and take it. Everybody has the right to defend themselves against being attacked. And that's just that doesn't mean necessarily like punch her damn lights out, but grab her, shake her, push her, something. But women, y'all need to keep y'all damn hands to yourself.
100%.
I do not agree with y'all putting y'all hands on these dudes at all.
And it's not even no pick me type of situation. It's, you know, if you don't want to be beat on, don't beat on somebody else, period.
Right.
That's just what it comes down to.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Now, what are you telling your son? Are you telling your son basically if a woman shows any kind of aggression to just leave her alone? Because, you know, at their age, their younger age, they're confusing he likes me or she likes me for, for girls. Because my daughter's around the same age.
Initially try to diffuse the situation. Try to move away from the situation. If a girl's coming at you, remove yourself from the situation. But if you can... But yeah, these videos that I be seeing of these girls just beating the crap out of these boys, that is not. And they know, they're like, oh, I'm a girl, so he ain't gonna hit me back, so I can do whatever I want.
I'll never forget when we were younger, and my brother, Midas, for y'all don't know, shout out, let's say a little plug and shit. He's famous. No, I'm like, no, he's not. But no, when we were little, there was a girl who had a crush on him. There was a couple girls always had a crush on him, like. Whatever. But anyways, she used to follow us home all the time, and she'd always push him and, do stuff like trying to get his attention, that kind of BS. And he expressed it to my grandmother because he had two younger sisters. He was raised respectfully, keep your hands to yourself, this, that, the third. And so he's just like, okay, she keeps pushing me. what am I supposed to? We were younger, so he wasn't sure if we were supposed to like beat her or what the case was supposed to be. And my grandma was like, "What hell? Shit, hit her back. Like if she keep hitting you, hit her back." And I remember one day this girl pushed him, and he turned around and swung. I think he just swung just to see what would happen, and he caught her in her mouth and knocked her tooth out. To this day is gold. So I know that woman learned the lesson of keep your hands
to yourself.
Just pushing somebody and stop being so damn aggressive. That's that baby. That's baby D.
You know what it reminds me of? When Jalen, my son, was about 3 or 4 years old. We had just moved back to Colorado, and he was at a park. And some little girl, she had to be about 2 or 3. She was younger. She was smaller, so definitely younger than him. And he went to go run up on the little, what's that thing that goes in a circle?
A merry-go-round?
Yeah, merry-go-round. And the girl kicked him in the...
It's private.
Yeah, out of nowhere. And it was like, what was that for? And then I had to go tell the little girl's mom, this is what little Karen did. Yeah, I said Karen. I called the little girl Karen. It's what Karen did. And she was like, oh my God. But I was like, man, you need to... Because my son was in all the right to knock a teeth out, period. Because he's not a punching bag.
Right.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I guess this is why I'm glad my kids are hella the same age. They're back to back. So they're going to be in school because of their birthdays being one in March and one, and they're starting school at the same time. They'll be same classes, same episode. I feel bad for the boy or girl who starts it with these two because, oh my God, like they're such good friends, and they're ready to beat the shit out of somebody as a team. So it's just like, please don't give them any reason. So, but all that to say, he's gonna have his sister at all times for the girl problems, and she'll have her brother, luckily. But yeah, I don't know. Like he's definitely gonna be raised to. If your sister ain't around, if she's silly enough to swing on you like a man, hey, she better be able to take what's coming back.
Right.
So,
that's the plus side of having siblings, though. Like I think I was always protective of I'm 10, 12 years older than them, and they went to high school at a time where little boys think it's cool to just run up on anybody and act tough. And I'd have my grown ass up in the high. They can tell you many a times that I'd go up in the high school on a kid like, nah, ain't gonna happen. So
and stop encouraging this damn behavior. Exactly. I done had many a dude tell me, oh, well, she slashed my tires and did this and that, and then you stay with her. I had a coworker tell me a girl that went crazy on him. They were in the courtroom about a court case that they had going on, and they were texting each other in the courtroom. Like, stop encouraging this crazy ass behavior.
And I'm glad you said it, because right now, we're not gonna run out of time before we discuss this. So.
Oh shit!
He made a wonderful video to talk about the very last part that she just talked about. These crazy ass women out here in these toxic relationships. Yes, you bitch. I'm talking to you, bitch. Okay, so these crazy people who are out here in these toxic relationships that are slashing tires and they're acting crazy, and they're crazy. Fellas, get out of it, because your relationship is definitely toxic if it ends like this.
When they pressed that button, the trunk went and all of a sudden, 415s didn't see no wires, and then I heard boom from the amplifiers. Get up.
Relax. Okay. All right. Okay. So I sat there and I watched this video when somebody sent it to me because it first came in my inbox, They're like, Ruck, look at this, hot off the presses. I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And I saw it before he so clearly added the best fucking soundtrack ever. Okay, so this shit's almost viral. It's like 9,000 views or something. I love it. So anywho, I'm looking at her and I'm seeing the mask, and the only thing I can say to myself is, dear God, don't let this be a black woman. I don't know. I asked myself, what color is this person? And if y'all wouldn't mind, if you guys wouldn't mind, black men, black ass niggas in the back, if y'all wouldn't mind showing the people who is responsible for the car bombing they just already attempted.
The ladies without the eyebrows.
Right. Face kebab. Face kebab cuss. Like, I don't know what the fuck she was thinking, but yeah, the gasoline. Who pours gas and then watches it stick your whole face in the I have so many questions.
So the first problem I'm going to point out with this, and not that I have any experience with, damaged property, but just on general, why didn't you vent it out?
Oh, the hair, the fuse?
No, you hit the other window, and then it wouldn't have exploded on you. You
see my ignorant ass. You see, I didn't do it because I asked the dumbest question.
But what do I know? We're
going to talk to JD about what do I know about car bombing. We'll come back about that.
It should have vented the other side of the window.
Oh, man.
She would have got
She is. I'm so angry. I'm so angry about this. I'm so angry about this. Okay? We're going to talk. Okay, so her... I want y'all to keep in mind that she did this shit to get out of the relationship. And it's not okay. You know what I mean? No. If you get shot, if you get stabbed, if you get your car blown out, your windows blown out. What is Tory Lanez?
Oh Lord.
Didn't Meg Thee Stallion, didn't they just get there's some toxic shit for whatever's going on even behind closed doors? She's the Della Reese of the rap world. Like, what the fuck?
Shot in her pinky toe.
I mean, and as an avid Della Reese fan, the last thing you need to tell me is that somebody got into an argument that led to them getting shot in the foot. I have watched Harlem Nights entirely too many times to take that shit seriously.
I believe that her last words were, "And you can kiss my black ass."
Oh my God. She said, in the pinky toe, well, there it is. He said, I'll blow that. Never. I'm not going to sit here and quote Harlem Nights. I just know that he hit her with a trash can lid. And maybe she hit him with a trash can. Or he hit her with a trash can.
I believe that she hit him with a trash can.
Nah, he hit her.
No, he hit her.
That's my favorite movie. He
hit her with a trash can.
Oh, we're talking about Della Reese.
Yeah, I'm still laughing at all that. I don't know what happened with Tory Lanez. Like, I heard that she attacked him first, and that was his.
I mean, he is like a little smurf, and she is kind of large, but I mean, come on now.
So like comparing what a horse to a.
Yeah, I mean, he's like 5'3" or something.
She's like 6 foot.
Yeah. So is she the abusive one, or he was the abusive one? Who's more abusive? We're talking about toxic people and the mean things they do.
Tory.
I don't know. Tory, because he shot her.
Yeah, well, 5 foot men, we just got to go ahead and take this L.
He could have took her legs out. He could have just ran with her and just clipped her with the arms. He didn't have to. You're already at the knee level. You're already at the knee level. I mean, how
just
hard
take her
is it
out by
to
the
be?
knees.
Yeah.
Just take her out.
I mean, because that's how you take out wildlife. They slash their ass right in the legs, right in the legs, right behind the calf muscles. That's how you take out big shit in the wildlife. That nigga, he was fucking up anyway. So.
Now, if she was wailing on that man, then,
how you get to
little
the feet?
Man, chop her in the throat and run. But don't shoot her in the damn feet.
In the feet, though. You could have shot me in the body in my Bushwick Bill voice. That shit. Fuck, man. How do you pick a good spot to shoot your girl? If that, I mean, like I said,
below the waist.
I'm laughing shit I'm not supposed to laugh at. Y'all gonna inbox me, y'all gonna be mad. But like I said, fellas, if you get to the point where you know your girl is whooping your ass.
Twofold. It was actually a twofold thing. Now, it literally just came to my mind. It was twofold.
What was twofold?
So, one, he shot her in the foot so it wouldn't be attempted murder, like Nay said. But the second one was because she's a twerking queen. She can't twerk right now.
Oh, he said, I'm going to take your livelihood.
You know what?
That bitch in the quads.
We shouldn't even be laughing about this because this was a serious.
It's real.
It was serious. Everything we talked about tonight is
situation.
serious as shit. And I'm laughing at everything we've talked about, from a white couple arguing about wanting to shoot each other to fucking Will and Jada's entanglement. She entangled around an awesome vine. I say it's an awesome vine, ma'am. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? The shit's fucking funny. The shit is funny. Toxic relationships are things to learn, and they're fucking funny. Like, one thing I didn't say tonight was what I thought toxic was. I wanted to make sure I heard from everybody else and kind of take it all in. And I think toxic is when you come out of it not having learned anything. Is when that shit's actually toxic. So, I mean, even if it was heartbreak, it could have been the most fucked up shit you could have possibly experienced. But if you learn something, I can't really say it's as toxic as it should have been. So that's kind of my take on it. So But yeah, so somebody cheated, that's really not toxic. What'd you learn from somebody cheating? How do you live in life? Now, that shit made you to where you no longer want to be in relationships for the rest of your life because this person done cheated and they've scarred you for life. Yeah, that shit was toxic. But if you just learn motherfuckers cheat and you going about your life, then that's probably not as toxic as you thought it was going to be.
And you don't blow up a car.
No.
That bitch blew up herself with a fucking bitch kebab. She's a bitch kebab.
If that other car wasn't there, she'd have blown away much further.
Yeah, it's just property damage, man. Don't do it. You trying to hurt the other person,
and what's sad is,
and now you got criminal charges, boo. It's not gonna help.
And nobody was a wiser because she looked like a normal ass COVID person. Everybody walking around with their faces and masks on and their glasses and everything is normal, so nobody thinks anything.
Nobody would have thought
No.
anything. It wasn't until they heard that, and I was like, "What is this?" I went out there with the phone, looking out the window on the phone, like, "Let me see this. She's stupid."
That shit's classic.
That shit is
classic.
That shit is gonna come back on you. You gonna have criminal charges against you. You're gonna have to pay damages. It's just dumb.
Never get insurance
just walk
again.
away, man. Just walk away.
And I just want to say real quick, because when I made the video and put it out there and it got so many views, I had a couple people who were like, how can you make fun of that knowing what happened to her? She could have died. Let me look at the camera directly and say, she shouldn't have had her ass out there setting a car on fire.
Right.
And she wouldn't have she wouldn't have had no risk of dying from getting her face blown off.
Hashtag bitch kebab. So we're like, oh my God. So we're coming up to the end of the first episode of season 2 of But What Do I Know podcast. And it's my honor and whatnot to thank you guys for tuning in and joining us. And I want to thank you, Nate Piper, for coming with us and
having me.
Toxic Relationships.
Thank you.
And as always, my wonderful co-host,
Jamie Nicole.
Hey, and my other co-host,
Trey Smith.
Yes, come back next week, guys. We have an all-male panel that's going to be here. We'll be joined by Reality, C. Mays, Jermaine Jude, and Trey Smith here is going to join said panel. And Jamie and I get to grill these fellas and find out what's really on these men's minds. So make sure you come back next week for But What Do I Know podcast every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. live on the Ahrr network. Thanks for tuning in, y'all. Peace.
You are now watching Game Point Sports Talk with an Edge.
Welcome back to the new season of Game Point.
I'm Robbie the Rocket.
And I am M. Goodnight, and this is Game Point. No fingerprints, and we back at it, back in action again. First show of 2021. We here to kick it and have some fun and talk them sports and do it how we do and keep it truer than true. What's up, Robbie the Rocket? How you doing today, man?
Happy New Year's, brother.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Good to be back, man. Got a lot to talk about. Got a lot of stuff to talk about, I may say.
Hey.
But, man, sad day, though, today, man.
Started off on a sad note, right?
Man, we had to start the new year off on a sad note, The great.
My home run king.
Mine too.
I'm not riding with Barry Bonds in that.
No.
The great Hank Aaron has died, passed away at the age of 86 years old.
Rest in paradise, King.
Rest in peace. And we got a little video tribute, but we're gonna give it a moment of silence here why this video comes up here in a second though. But hey, one of the greatest to ever do it in that baseball game, man.
Sad day for baseball, man. Sad day for the brothers, man.
I mean, you grew up in, I believe, a area where he was real big, right?
Very big.
Or no, he was bigger in Atlanta.
That's Barry Bonds' uncle. Just put it like that. So the great Hank Aaron, I never got a chance to see him because I was born in '76. He stopped playing in '76, so I never got a chance to see him. But hey,
true legend. I never seen him either, but a straight true legend. But
man, let's give him a moment of silence, man, for that man, man. One of our fallen brothers, man.
In center field, the league's most valuable player, Henry Aaron. 2 all in the 11th. Hank swings. It's back. Home run for Henry. And here's Hank Aaron, the hero of the night and the season. They're champions of the National League.
Swinging. There's a drive into left center field. Out of here. It's gone. It's 7:15. There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron.
And we back, man. That was a great video, man, of the great Hank Aaron, man. Great Henry Aaron.
The man played 23 seasons.
Hey, the man,
23 seasons.
The man, the myth, the legend, man.
The great.
Some say the greatest baseball player of all time.
He hit 755 home runs. Not too many people can do that, but we already know. But 2 or 3 people.
Other people, I mean, they put Babe Ruth there. I put Hank Aaron there. And on another sad note, we rest in peace to Tony Jones, the former offensive lineman, I believe left tackle of the Denver Broncos. He was on our Super Bowl team, one of our Super Bowl teams in the past in the 90s.
Okay.
Played for a couple other teams, but rest in peace to him, man. Sad. He was a young man, young, and passed away. I didn't get the full reason how he passed away, but rest in peace. But yeah, on a good note.
We got a
new president in office.
46.
Number 46, man.
46.
We got Mr. Joe Biden and the first, I guess I'll say, black woman vice president of the United States. And they already came in and hit the ground running, man. They're doing all kind of things, man.
Man, I'll say this. Congratulations to the vice president. You know I'm going to say this. Me and her born in the same city. It goes to show to black women, any women. I'm not even going to be biased there. Any women. Anything's possible.
To any woman,
anything's possible. To all y'all women. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to come from a rich family in order to succeed in life. Do you get where I'm coming from, brother?
Yeah, exactly, man. I'm riding with you for sure, man.
You know what I'm saying? Because that sister there, it's a step for black women.
It's a step for black women, man, and a lot of people put her down for the position that she held out there in California. They say she put a lot of black men in prison and did things unfairly. But I guess she was just doing her job, man, and doing what she had to do. But it's a proud week in America for what has happened, man, a big transition. And they, like I say, they hit the ground running. They're making big changes out here, giving out, signing orders for stimulus check, minimum wage raises, and giving out some more food stamps, So, and I'm not a guy who's privy to not giving you half for some food stamps. So holla at your boy.
Understand speakers, no figure rich.
I love to double my money in many factors.
Yes, sir.
But,
yes, sir.
I mean,
yes,
that's a great thing. And speaking on accomplishments of black women, in America, we have Antoinette, is her name Antoinette Harris?
Harris.
Antoinette Harris.
Out of Detroit.
Out of
Michigan.
Detroit, Michigan, huh? Go ahead, man. This is the story you broke to me.
Hey, look. I found this. I was just looking today.
Number 3.
It's going to be the first black football player to get a college 4-year scholarship.
Hey, that's incredible.
Out of Detroit, Michigan. The girl is going to get a 4-year scholarship. She's going to be the first black female to play football at a college on a scholarship.
First female, probably.
First female,
period.
Black, well, they said black, but there's been females in there that played.
I mean, you had a couple kickers, but she ain't the kicker, though.
Yeah, she's running that pill over there, I think. Number 31. She's nice. Yeah, I just ran across that today, and man, congratulations, man. I tip my hat out to you, baby.
Hey, congratulations to Antoinette Tony Harris, man, for doing your thing out there and getting that scholarship, 4-year scholarship to play football. Where do you know what school she got the scholarship to?
I didn't tell us.
Okay,
but like I said, that goes to show anything's possible. The sky is the limit for black women. They setting the standards for y'all. They rolling out the red carpet for y'all. Just think about the Miss Lady. Oh, Michelle Obama. What did you think about Michelle Obama? What did you think? What was your thoughts of Michelle Obama?
Michelle Obama? What we talking about, Michelle Obama? What?
Well, she was after. Did you see? You didn't see the inauguration, though.
I didn't see the inauguration.
Okay, so that's why you would know. But Michelle, oh boy, you didn't see no pictures of her.
I ain't see no pictures.
Cold piece. All the women, man. Hey, baby. If Obama don't want you, I want you, baby.
Obama you got him on winner thick chicken dinner.
No,
baby.
that George Bush was on her helmet. That Bush, her and that Bush got something going on.
Man, but let's keep it going and keep it rolling on what we do here. We do at Game Point. We're gonna go to the we're not going to the next slide yet. But speaking of collegiate athletes or collegiate schools or collegiate coaches, we're gonna talk about Nick Saban. And I got a question for you and everybody out there. Is Nick Saban the best college coach of any sport all time? Go ahead and shoot out his record real quick.
First of all, congratulations to the Alabama Clemson Tide for being the national champions. You had a great year, great team, great running game, great chemistry, great coach. Your coach is 256 and 65 and 1. Oh my God, that's outrageous. And he brought that program, been a winning program for the last 15 years, 20 years. They've been winning
ever since he stepped foot.
Mm-hmm. So, but going on to your question, now you're saying collegiate of all time, basketball, baseball, football of all time?
Yeah.
You put him past the John Woodens?
I put him past Wooden.
You put him past, well, that's a big
step. And let me tell you the reason why I put him past Wooden, man. When Wooden was coaching, man, the talent that he got was a step
Don't say that.
A step above everybody else. You go from a Kareem-led team to a Bill Walton-led team where you had all 5 starters on both of those teams, had their little run in the NBA. And he did his thing with great players and he recruited great. And Nick Saban's doing the same thing, but it's a little bit more competitive. You got the Clemsons of the world who give them run. You got LSU every once in a while who gives them run. And so he when it's kind of a even playing ground, he finds a way to stay a step above the rest. So that's why I believe that Nick Saban is the greatest collegiate coach in any sport of all time. What do you say?
In collegiate sports, yes. I'll say the same thing. I'm not going to differ that. There's no need to differ that because, I mean, who else out there? You can't compare Krzyzewski, but, I mean, they may have more wins than him, but he's been more consistent than him. Do you get what I'm saying? Overall wins. Like, Krzyzewski, he may have more. Well, shoot, I wonder what Krzyzewski may have what? Championships. Dude.
He's better than
Dude, you got the Krzyzewskis out there. You got the
Dean Smith.
The Deans. I mean, they all won more games than him in collegiate, so I don't
well, you could say more games because they play more games.
True.
That's a longer season, so that's not really compared. If you go on percentage, 56 wins to 65 losses is a hell of a percentage. That's winning damn near more.
When you play, 11 games a year, 12 games a year?
That's almost 4 to 1. You're winning. You're winning a little bit, probably about 3.5, 3.8 to 1.
Okay.
That you're winning. So, I mean, I would say that he's the best. I mean, let's hit him with the next slide. We're going to go to a new sport, but I think, and like you say, congratulations to Bama and Bama doing their thing and winning another championship. Like I say, didn't want to see Bama win it, didn't want to see Clemson win it. I wanted to see somebody else win it. But hey, you know what? Bama made the best team win during these COVID days and do their things. And here on the Ahrr Network, we'd like you to like, share, repeat, and retweet, and do it all again because we like to comment and we like to give we like to get your feedback and we like to give our feedback to you. We're gonna keep it true and keep it real when we out here doing our thing. Yeah. So we're gonna move it around and we're gonna talk about Conor McGregor and Poirier.
Is a preview tomorrow?
Yeah, and let's get on Conor McGregor. I wouldn't say he's the best UFC fighter, but he's the biggest UFC star that they have out there. He's the one that's grossed the most money, and he's the one that everybody want to see. He's the bad guy. He's the villain. He's a guy who a lot of people want to see lose. When he lost did he lose to Khabib?
Yeah, one of them guys got kicked, KO'd.
I mean, gave him the business.
But I'll say this: they did say he is the Michael Jordan of MMA.
I don't know.
Do you believe that?
No way, man. I'm gonna go with John Bone Jones if you put that in that category.
Yeah. Ooh, I don't know. Brother. I can't understand that. I don't really know.
I mean, we got a comment. Hey, and I'm with you, Junior. Hey. Conor McGregor is about to dog walk this guy for the second time. It's not the first time that he's doing it, and it's gonna be the second time he do it. He's not new to this. He's true to this, and he's gonna handle his business. He's coming back. I think he's gonna want to get that rematch with Khabib, whatever his name is, and he's about his money. I mean, you think it's gonna be a fight? What you thinking?
I'm thinking nephew. You probably right, nephew. I think you're right. I mean, I wanted to go the distance, but this might be a first rounder. You know what I'm saying?
I haven't seen McGregor knock nobody out in the first round, but I see McGregor giving him, one of them good old fashioned butt kickings. You know what I'm saying? Letting him hang around just enough to kick his ass a little bit more. So and try to prove that he's back and he's the man. So
who you going with?
I'm going with McGregor, hands down. I'm gonna put. If I was gonna put money on it, I'd put money on McGregor. And my man Tommy Clouser also says, "Hey, McGregor's gonna win this thing," and I'm with you, Tommy. He's gonna hold it down for sure. So
yeah. Well, I'm going. Should I go against you this time? I can't go against you. I'm gonna go with McGregor.
Okay, man. We both get 1 point.
Get 1 point for the.
We both get 1 point from McGregor. You know what I'm saying? We both take that one.
We take that one.
We both take that one.
Because it's me against the world.
Because you might be giving one back. You might be giving one back because you're gonna say something off the hinges real quick. I know you will. I know you're gonna say something that's out there.
You got to turn it one more time to make it a 1 to 1.
You got 0 to 0. There's a lot of zeros going on.
Zeros over here, family.
I'm a hero, not a zero.
You understand me? We don't operate like that, family.
You don't operate like that. Well, you gotta let me know. I can't see. I can't see.
We don't operate like that. You feel me? You
for
feel me
sure,
though?
for sure.
But at the same time though, we're back on the your boy McGregor. It's gonna be some good fights. 5 good fights this weekend. It's gonna be exciting. I'm looking forward to watching.
Oh, I'm gonna tune in, man. I'm gonna tune in, man. Come through. I always give you the invite, but you always like, just come over here.
You might have to put that in the gumbo pot, man. I know you got some of that grill. You gotta let me in. We're gonna put it all in the gumbo pot. You feel me though?
Make it happen.
You feel me though?
You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna go to our next stuff that we're talking about. We're going to be talking about high school basketball, the reemergence of high school basketball here in the state of Colorado. And they're about to be doing their things. You got a couple things on the rules, but let me run down real quick on the top team preseason ranking in each conference from 5A to 1A. So 5A, you got Cherry Creek. 4A, you got Meade. 3A, you got Lutheran. 2A, you got Lyman. And 1A, you got Mile High Academy. And so I'm going to hit you with the top 5 in the 5A. We got Cherry Creek. We got Thunder Ridge. We got Rangeview. We got East. And we got Regis.
I like that Rangeview. And at Thunder Ridge. Thunder Ridge. You better watch out for them Ridge.
East is always a contender. Thunder Ridge is coming up.
They got them Steph Currys and them Klay Thompsons over there at Thunder Ridge.
Thunder Ridge is coming up out of Highlands Ranch, right?
Yeah, that Klay Thompson and them Curry over there.
And so, and so in Highlands Ranch, Thunder Ridge, there was a time, I'll say about 15 years ago, where Thunder Ridge was winning boys and girls basketball championships, I think, consecutively. Like, so Thunder Ridge is back, I guess. Cherry Creek is never really known for a basketball school. But I guess they got a lot of their
football players playing basketball.
So they must have the best athletes. So they're gonna show some noise. They're gonna have some noise. But Regis is always good too.
Hey, nephew say Overland got the goons this year. We might have to go check out Overland. It must be your nephew, but your son. He say Overland got him this year. You know what I'm saying?
And then okay, and we got Julius Nova Sharono, my man. He said DPS has one school in the top 5. Yeah, that's wild. Because at a time when DPS would run the top 5.
Yeah, they building Klay Thompsons and Currys in these other schools. You know, that's what it is. The DPS don't got.
They ain't
putting no Barrett Davises out no more.
There ain't no feeder teams. There ain't nobody feed. There ain't no feeder teams. Everybody want to go to East, or they going to this new
the academy. That prep academy.
That prep academy.
What you call it, son?
Where they travel? They traveling now. We got the prep school. We got a prep school out in Colorado. I guess it's taking all the major talent. And okay, we say Overland got a squad. I'm definitely gonna check them out. I got my man Elliot Thompson. He coaching over there. Might bring him on and see what he can say about that Overland squad.
We gonna go watch the games.
We bring the coach. We bring the coach on. But
look, the only way they can play is if they have a mask on. Now, how do you breathe? It's hard to breathe with one just walking. They got to play with mask on. How's that gonna work? Do you think it affect their playing, breathing, and all that? Or
hell yeah, it's gonna. Don't it affect your breathing when you?
That's
walk?
What I'm saying. Do you think that's a good idea for them to have them kids playing with masks?
Man, if they want to play, I guess that's the price you got to pay at this point.
I want to see what the outcome of that. Kid pass out on the court because he got a mask on. That's gonna be ugly.
That's gonna be ugly.
And then lawsuit, right then and there, season canceled. We're gonna have to really watch into the season. That's why I want to bring one of them coaches on here, see what they feel about how them kids practice. You gotta practice with it.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering how they starting the season and they're not even in class. Did they even go back to school yet?
What'd you say?
Did they even go back to school yet?
I think most of the schools are opening up, and a lot of them got in person. I hear we got another comment saying the refs are pretty cool, man. They let them put them down on the court. They let them put them down on the court.
Okay.
Yeah, we see how strict they're gonna be. They could be strict, you know. It could be a point to where people start thinking that oh man, they don't like us, man. We pull down our mask, we get a tech. They pull down their mask, and it's cool.
See, and you go to one of them upscale white with them veils and them aspirants.
Well, you won't go there. You would go to Thunder Ridge, Valor, or
that Thunder
type
Ridge,
of schools.
That Thunder Ridge,
and get those kind of discrepancies when it comes to calls and things like that. You know, we don't. Out here in the city, man, we don't really get up to Vail and Aspen too much, not to ski and not to play sports or anything like that. I mean, I know you live here and you've been here, but I guess you really don't know here. So I mean, I'm gonna kick some knowledge to you, you know, every chance I get, you know, some Colorado knowledge. And keep it cracking, because like I say, we always about that action here on Game Point. That's the first quarter, man. Tune in. Oh, hold on, let me get one more comment in. So we got a guy, Julius, who says he's been to the gym a couple times, and while you're playing, you can let it slide down, but on the sideline, it got to be on.
Okay.
So
that make a lot of sense.
That,
with the 6 feet away, like the pros. I wonder how they sit. Do they sit? They probably. We got to go to a game. We haven't seen a game yet.
Shit, how you gonna let us in the game?
Oh, I wonder now out there.
You probably got to be a parent.
Do they let fans at the gym right now? That's the key. That's my question.
Man, we're going to get this press pass here at Game Point. We're going to go wherever the fuck we want to go. Like you say, no fingerprints. But we're going to go in this motherfucking second quarter and hold it down, not like a clown. We're going to hold it down like we run the town, like my man Mr. Midas say. We're going to go into the second quarter, man. But like we say here on Game Point, we like you to like, share, comment, repeat, and tweet, and do it all again. We out.
Do something you never did. Don't be afraid to think outside the box. Don't be afraid to fail big, to dream big. But remember, dreams without goals are just dreams. The chances you take, the people you meet, the people you love, the faith that you have, that's what's going to define you. Welcome back to Game Point Sports. No fingerprints, and we in this thing once again holding it down for the second quarter. Now I done filled out my opponent, right? And now it's time for me to execute my game plan. So we gonna execute the game plan. We gonna talk about a little bit of NFL right now, right?
Woo!
Championship Sunday.
Let's go.
In the NFL, you got 4 teams left. You got the Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs, Green Bay Packers, and you got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Whoa! Fire.
Hey.
Fire.
You got some old school quarterbacks. You got some
new school quarterbacks. Hey, they passing the torch down. Ooh, I just thought about that. Will they be passing the torch down this weekend? Will they both be passing it down?
Well, they can't both pass it down. Somebody got to win.
Yeah.
One of them got to win. They playing each other.
Yeah, brother versus brother.
So we gonna go. We gonna talk about the. Let's go with the
Brady Rodgers.
No, let's go with
Mahomes.
Let's go with the Patrick. Let's go with the Chiefs because we're not talking about quarterbacks. We're talking about teams. So we're gonna go with the Chiefs versus the Bills.
Well, Mahomes is playing. Breaking news. We know that.
Yeah. You know he's gonna play. The NFL ain't gonna not let that happen. He's gonna pass concussion protocol.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? But I really don't see how the hit wasn't that hard. But we want to go out here and everybody here, if you're watching, let's comment. Let's tell us who you got and why you got them. But we're talking about the Buffalo Bills versus the Kansas City Chiefs. And they played earlier this year, right? And the Chiefs won 26-17. In that game, your boy Patrick Mahomes went 21-26 for 225 yards and 2 TDs. Edwards-Helaire he ran 26 times, 161 yards with a 6.2 average. Josh Allen went 14-27, 122 yards, 2 TDs, and 1 pick. Who you got, Robbie the Rocket, and why?
Well, the road through the championship goes through Kansas City.
Through the champs.
Magic Mahomes. He was in concussion protocol. I think that was all a setup. But at the same time, Buffalo is one of the hottest teams in football right now. You got your boy Allen. You got Stephon Diggs. What scared me in this game, the running game. They lacking a little bit in the running game in Buffalo. So give me the edge to Patrick Magic Mahomes. Going back to the Super Bowl to repeat. Kansas City win on a field goal. 26-23.
26-23. So let me get up in there real quick, and I'm gonna go with the Chiefs also. And 26-23, yeah, that's a close score because in these past about 4 or 5 games, the Chiefs have been played close by the Atlanta Falcons, the Denver Broncos, and a couple other teams. And they are not the invincible Chiefs that they used to be.
Yes.
So I believe that if Buffalo plays a game and limits their mistakes, that they are a team that can beat the Chiefs. I believe they can get after Mahomes. They can cover on the back end. It's tough to cover Kelsey and Hill at the same time.
But do they have enough to stop Mahomes? Do they have enough?
I think their defense has enough to stop him. I mean, Buffalo ain't no joke, man. Buffalo ain't no joke. And you talk about their running game, and their running game has been pretty good these past few games. And you got to go with the X factor in the running game is Josh Allen. Josh Allen will pull that ball down, and he can go for 100 any given game.
Well, I'll say this: the key to that is keeping Mahomes off the field. Clock management, they got a chance. Like you say, mistake-free ball, they got a chance. But if any type of mistakes on the defense, you got to think. Mahomes got Tyreek Hill, he got Hardeman, he got Kelsey. Who the tight end is going to be the key to this game? Kelsey, with the blocking, with the the routes. They every pass play he throws is 20 plus yards or more.
Your key to the game, like you just said, the key to your game, keep them off the field. Keep them off the field by running the ball. And every time you get down to the red zone, you score.
Yeah.
Touchdowns, not field goals. And you gotta every third down, you're gonna have to double Kelsey. Every third down, you got to double Kelsey.
Your son say nobody in the league got an answer for Stephon Diggs. And Kansas City, you're right, nephew, because Kansas City DBs, they suspect. I know your boy Honey Badger and them, he a safety, whatever. He ain't, they ain't really got nothing over there that's a pro. They did just pick up that one corner, though, but he ain't did nothing for me yet. But they got, on the other hand, they got a tight nephew. They got a Tyreek Hill that nobody got an answer for, nephew. So, I mean, that's Diggs and Tyreek.
Diggs and Tyreek Hill. Hey, you going with the Bills, and I want to go with the Bills because I don't like the Chiefs. But the Chiefs always find a way to pull it out. Constantly. They find a way to pull it out. I don't know how they do it. They were down, 21, 24 points last year against Houston, and they came back and won that game. Like, these dudes, they can be front runners, and they can come back. Mahomes is one of the greatest to do it, man. And
I mean, you see what he did against my Niners.
I got the Chiefs. I got the Chiefs in this game 30-27. I believe. I got the Chiefs in this game 30-27.
So you go 30-27?
Yep. Close game.
And I'm going to go 26-23.
And that's a good one.
And the spread is 3.5 to Chiefs. So where will you put your money at if you had to put some money on it? If you had to bet the money on the spread, it's 3.5.
Money on the Bills.
They giving Buffalo 3.5.
Put my money on the Bills with that 3. So
I like the over 53 in that.
Yeah, that's what it is.
53
points.
I took the over 53.
I'll take that. But you only got 46 and you're 49.
I know, but I took the over 53. I don't know why.
I mean,
but I mean, it's gonna go for some reason. I just feel it's gonna go under. I don't know why. Mahomes won't have the greatest game, but he'll do just enough in order to get through the next round.
I think so too.
You know.
So I think so too. So I mean, let's move on to the. What did you call it earlier? You don't even remember what you called it earlier. Let's move on to the Cold Bowl.
Oh, the Cold Bowl. Whoa! Lambeau Field. Legendary Lambeau Field.
Frozen Tundra.
Legendary Lambeau Field. With two of the best quarterbacks ever to play a conference championship ever. Two of the top quarterbacks ever to play in this game. This never happened where it was a Brady and a Rodgers, the same caliber quarterbacks.
It's happened.
It never happened.
Brady, Manning has happened many times.
No, not in the conference.
Yes, they have happened in many times in the AFC championship.
No, I'm saying in the NFC. Never happened.
Okay.
We talk facts in the NFC, not the AFC.
Well, you didn't say the NFC.
And the NFC is the first time. And then look, the dang Bills, back to the I forgot. The Bills ain't been to the playoffs and to the championship since 1993. That's 20-something.
Who was the quarterback of that team?
Jim Kelly.
Okay, you know
what I'm saying? They went 5 years straight. You know what I'm saying? Couldn't win nothing.
They cursed. They lost 4 Super Bowls.
Hey, quote me on this now, though. I am taking Kansas City because the Buffalo Bills is cursed. Even if they go to the Super Bowl, I'm still betting.
They usually only curse in the big game. Josh Allen said he might have came to change that. You know what I'm saying? And to answer your question, what my man said, he said Hill is nice if you don't touch him off the line. But if you bump and run him with help and double Kelsey, you should be good in the red zone. You should be good. And I kind of agree with that.
That's when the running game come in.
I mean,
nephew, they got a running game, nephew. They was running down people's throats
that last game.
Due to injury, barn injury. But that youngster coming back this weekend, it's gonna be an ugly night.
And he had 161 yards in the last game. So I mean, we gonna see. And Jamon Humphrey, he pitched KC. Texas pitched KC. You know what I'm saying out there. Hey, I seen Jamon. I seen Duncanville. I seen them lose this year. Man, what happened to Duncanville, man? I'm just asking.
And then the last time the Bucks went to this game, what happened? The last time they went to this game, in 2002, the last time the Bucks even been back in this game.
Did they win? They won. They went to the Super Bowl, right?
Remember they beat the Raiders?
Yeah, that was a Gruden Bowl.
The Gruden Bowl.
All right, so let's get back to this game. I got a little bit off track real quick. Let's get back to this Tampa Bay Green Bay game, and I'm gonna give you a little history on this year's game, this year's previous game. So in the first game, in Tampa Bay, it was 38-10. Tampa Bay won. Aaron Rodgers had his lowest quarterback rating of the year, 16 of 35, 160 yards, 2 interceptions, big interceptions. I believe one went to the house, couldn't handle that blitz, and they was on him. And let's go with Tom Brady. Tom Brady in that same game, he wasn't too spectacular, but he didn't have any turnovers. He was 17 of 27, 166 yards, 2 TDs. So the quarterbacks were pretty much similar.
It's going to go down to the running game in this game.
It's going to come down to the defense.
Green Bay just played the best defense last week with the Rams.
Without Aaron Donald.
With the Rams.
Without a healthy Aaron Donald.
Yeah, they played the best defense last week.
Aaron Donald is the bona fide leader of that defense. And as far as Aaron Donald goes, is as far as they go.
Well, he threw for 302 tubs.
Aaron Donald was hurt.
But you got to think, this man got weapons. That man, Rodgers, got weapons. Adams, Lazard, Aaron Jones, the tight end. I mean, the man got weapons.
I mean,
and he at home. And he at home.
We got another comment. It's going to be a repeat. Jamon Humphrey says it's going to be a repeat of game 1. Tampa Bay. He got Tampa Bay winning. Who do you? So you got Green Bay winning this?
I got Green Bay winning by a field goal.
Okay, well, don't give me your score just yet because I want to give you these defensive rankings, right?
Okay.
Tampa Bay has the 8th ranked defense in the league.
Okay.
Green Bay has the 13th ranked defense in the league. Tampa Bay is also the first in run defense, giving up 80.6 yards per game. You said it's gonna come down to running. Who's gonna run the ball the best, right?
Yeah, Tampa Bay can stop the run, but can they stop all those? Aaron Jones is a beast. He just ran against one of the top defenses in the league. He got 9. He rushed for a bird.
With their big guy gone.
He rushed for a G. It don't matter. They at home.
Matter.
It's gonna be snowing, and you can't throw the ball.
So you gonna tell me Tom Brady can't throw in the snow?
The better running game wins, and the better running game you forgot about.
Tom Brady can't run in the snow. And this is a game that's made for Leonard Fournette. Since we want to get talking loud, this is how y'all like to do me. Y'all like to talk.
They got Williams over there.
Yeah, got Fournette over there. They got a couple other running backs.
Dixon over there.
So you're gonna go with I'm going with Tampa Bay.
I'm going with Green Bay. Green Bay, 38. Tommy Tom, 27.
I'm about to change my pick. 28-14, Tampa Bay. With you talk about weapons, they got weapons. They have weapons. They have a slot receiver that's second to none. They got 2 receivers on the outside, second to none. They got a tight end, second to none. You got Fournette, who hasn't done anything, but he's healthy right now.
Got a lot of,
and I'm with you, Julius. You don't bet against terrific Tom at this point.
You got a lot of Bay Area products in there too. Rodgers, Brady, Adams. Ooh.
Yeah, and Antonio Brown is out, but he's not. Antonio Brown's out, but he's not any of the guys.
Antonio Brown would have been an asset to them right now, but
Evans is going to show his ass. Evans is going to show his ass.
And they got your boy over there, Mark. What's his name? The other receiver over there.
And we got another comment. So we got another comment supporting your thing, supporting your argument. Tampa Bay has the same DBs that gave up 209 yards to one receiver in a quarter. Who on Tampa Bay going to stop Devontae Adams, the best receiver in the league?
And that goes to what we're going to talk about now.
Our next topic.
That's our next topic.
I don't know who they're gonna have to do some doubling.
So,
but our next thing was, you led us right into it. Great segue. Who is the best receiver in the league right now? Are we talking about Devontae Adams?
Stephon Diggs.
Or Stephon Diggs. You can even put Tyreek Hill in there if you want.
Or Tyreek Hill. Who is the number one receiver out of them 3?
Who you got?
I gotta go at Tyreek Hill. I'm gonna tell you why. And y'all can argue with me if y'all want to. Tyreek Hill is versatile. He runs the screens, he runs the reverses, you can put him in the backfield, you can throw swing passes out the backfield to him versus Devontae Adams. He's one of them type of, you know how Megatron used to be, you just throw the ball to me, go get it. He runs good routes. He's always triple coverage. He can catch in triple coverage. But that Hill is a different animal. I call him, he's just more athletic than Devontae Adams. So I would go with Tyreek Hill as my pick. That's my number one pick.
I'm going to go with Stephon Diggs all the way. I believe the guy had 127 receptions. I believe it was 150-something targets. I think the guy catches about 80% of the balls thrown to him. He can go in the middle. He can go long. You can throw little screens to him. I'm gonna go Diggs, man. Diggs and Allen have formed a duo that's gonna be reckoned with for a long time.
And Hill and Patrick Magic Mahomes has formed a duo with the splash of Kelsey as well. So what are you saying?
I'm saying
Aaron Rodgers has started a duo.
I'm almost saying that he was a one-trick pony.
If I had to pick, everybody would know Hill would be on the top of the list out of them 2, for sure. He's more athletic than both of them. He can run
He's
kickoff
just
returns.
faster.
He got
Something
that you can't
doesn't
teach.
make you more athletic.
But something you can't teach.
Most athletic of those three is probably Adams.
So you're taking Tampa Bay to Buffalo. That's your pick? Going once?
No. I never said I was taking Buffalo. I said my pick is Kansas City, Tampa Bay.
So your Super Bowl gonna be Kansas City, Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Green Bay. History don't repeat itself, but it's gonna repeat itself this time.
So and we gonna
And I'm going Kansas City. So I'm going Green Bay, Kansas City.
And we got JC Thrift. She picking Tampa Bay in that game. And we got another comment about this best receiver question. Argument is DK is just a bigger Tyreek. Devontae is bigger than him. He has the best footwork off the line and has a bigger catch radius than both of those two guys.
But so basically Aaron Rodgers is better than Mahomes, basically, right now.
Who's your MVP? Out of them two then. Since you just
I gotta go and you caught me slipping on my Pippin, but it's all good. Aaron Rodgers is the MVP.
I'm gonna take your point away, but I'm gonna go with Aaron Rodgers too, though.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers
is the MVP, but that don't mean you're gonna win it this week against Terrific Tommy Terrific, whatever you want to call him.
If he don't win it, he's not the MVP.
And we got another guy saying Rodgers for MVP, so we're like 3 unanimous. All right, let's go. Before we get off the NFL, I want to know before we get to the next quarter, I just got a quick question. You got the looming giant of Deshaun Watson.
Okay.
He's out here for the taking. They're asking 3 first-round draft picks.
Raiders should get him.
Would you give up 3 first-round?
The Raiders got the Raiders. I just thought about that. The Raiders is the best fit for him because they got the picks and they got some avenues to work with. Think about the rookie receiver, the running back. They got the tight end. I just thought about that, y'all. Deshaun Watson fits with the Raiders. And I know y'all don't like him, but as I said it, you start to think about it, he's a great fit.
You start to think about it.
No, but you know.
I'm not thinking about it.
You don't want that.
No.
Because you want to play him 2 times out the year. He's going to scrape you every year, but you know.
He's not a good fit. There's no better fit than coming out here.
Man, y'all don't have nothing to offer. Like, she has nothing to offer. You know, y'all on discount right now.
You got Noah Fant.
y'all on discount right
Noah
now.
Fant, top 5 tight end in the league. Check the stats.
You
got Courtland Sutton, up and coming. You got Jerry Jeudy, up and coming. You got Tim Patrick out there.
Trash. Raiders got better core than y'all. Raiders got better core.
You know what?
Better running game than y'all.
Where's your point, man?
Better running game than y'all.
Where's your point, man? You're going
so you're
down.
basically
You're going down.
You're the guy that said Curry.
We're talking about something else, man.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. We got a point there.
It's just like saying, man, Denver needs to make. And we got another comment. Denver needs to make a move to get Watson. We got the best young receiving core in the league, and I'm with that.
Okay.
We just don't have a quarterback. Drew Lock is trash.
You have nothing to offer here.
Shit.
Your market is not good enough.
You gotta be kidding me.
Your market is not good enough for football.
Once again, tell these people your Super Bowl pick, man, because once you get to start talking this Denver hate, man, it just just come on, man.
That sounds like Denver hate.
Just come on and tell me who your Super Bowl pick is before we get to the next segment.
My Super Bowl pick to win it all.
Yeah, you already said it.
I said Green Bay versus Kansas City.
Okay, Green Bay versus Kansas City, and I'm going Kansas City versus Tampa Bay. I think I got Tom Brady winning another one, but that'll be another one.
And they're gonna let 22,000 fans in, and they giving us $7,500 to healthcare. That was
7,500 tickets to healthcare workers to
go to the game.
And I'm with that. You know what I'm
nice,
saying?
Man.
But that's
nice,
the end of the second quarter. We done talking football. You know, my picks is gonna be right and somebody's gonna be wrong. But here we are in the game point. We gonna hold it down and hold it down strong. The second half ain't gonna be long. We be back. No fingerprints. Second quarter's done.
Back, halftime is over. No fingerprints. We in this thing, game point. You got your man Ravi the Rocket, and I am M Goodnight, and we here back doing it again. And we gonna talk about the NBA real quick in the third quarter and keep it cracking. Like I say, we always about that action.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of action going on in the NBA right now.
Yes, sir.
We got a new big three.
Yes, sir.
You want to name them?
Hey, I name one, you name one. I name one, you name one. And the boy name is Harden. What kind of mess is that? Harden, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and KD switching like KD. Wow, what a player! That's gonna be that. I watched him the other night. How you feel about him? How you feel about that trade?
I mean, I think it was. I mean, it was something prolific. It was something that was good. Personally, I don't. No, I did like it, but it's like I just can see Kyrie, man, screwing this thing up, man. I could just see him screwing this thing up, man. But offensively, if they play and do their thing right, you can't stop these guys.
Yeah.
And when I seen Harden and Durant playing together, and it was just them two before Kyrie came back.
It looked good.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't seen nothing like that in a while.
Yeah.
I mean, these dudes can score from anywhere on the court. I mean, these dudes are both basically unstoppable.
Yeah.
Does it make them a favorite in the East? I don't know.
You got Philly over there still. I like Boston. But I just something about them I like, but it's just, I don't know. They, like you say, they missing a piece. Maybe it's a center, maybe it's a 4. But looking at the New Jersey Brooklyn Nets, wherever you call them, I don't think they got enough on a bench. You get what I'm saying? They got the Harris guy, But the key, they shouldn't have got rid of LeVert. They should have kept LeVert, and they'd have been okay. They James Harden, I mean, one of them going to demand the ball. They can take over the game by themselves, which is it's shown. So one of them is off, the other one can take over. One-on-one, that's the luxury they got. To where if I double team you, Kyrie open. You double team Kyrie, Durant open. So that's the luxury they got. When they get down to remember how we said a series? It's all a game of adjustments. They just got blown out by the Cavs. The Cavs is nothing but rookies.
Terrible. Worst offense in the league, and I believe one of the worst offenses in league history. They put up 140 something on them. I mean, mind you, it was double overtime. But let a guy go for 15 points in the overtime. So I mean, the defense is not there, and the defense is not there. And in basketball, what happened to Houston was isolation basketball. And that's why they couldn't get anywhere. When it became a team game and you had to depend on your teammates. When you have KD, you have Harden, who have both led the league in the past, I believe, 5-6 years in isolation basketball themselves, either or, in these past 5 years. They have been, when does it become a team game? And one thing I do know, I know KD knows how to make it a team game because he has won a couple championships doing it that way. So I just...
You don't think it's going to work, huh?
They got to play some defense, man. Who's going to play that D?
Because I was looking at a timeout yesterday. They was all sitting down. It was only KD, Durant, and Harden. The rest of the team.
KD, Kyrie.
KD, Kyrie. Nobody else was sitting around like you know how you do it. They was only running their own plays. So that's gonna be that's a virus for the organization, I think. You know, as a player, I'm like, we want to win, but you're not putting me a part of your.
I mean, so saying that, so do you think that Steve Kerr is the one that coached this team and turned them into that type of team? I don't think Steve Kerr is that coach that's going to put him in the right position.
Steve Nash.
Steve Nash, who demands that respect. Like, and who's going to get it out of him.
But I'll say this. Privileged. Got handed a team. He doesn't really have to coach. He has the luxury of 3 superstars on the court at the same time to take over a game at any time. He doesn't have to coach. Go back to privilege. They didn't give your boy Doc Rivers that type of situation.
Who did? Doc Rivers had it last year. hold on. See, now you're wrong.
No, Doc Rivers.
Now you're wrong. You're wrong. Doc Rivers walked around with Chris Paul, Blake Griffin, and whoever else he wanted over there. And then when that billionaire Microsoft guy got over there, he got whoever he wanted. You just got handed Kawhi Leonard,
and couldn't do nothing with it. It all goes.
So he's been handed those type of things.
In the net, but like I say, the Nets is in the East, the bull crap East. That nobody's good in the East. Half of the teams in the West could be, if they had this a tournament, you only see maybe 1 or 2 teams in the East. Everybody in the West will be. So what I'm saying is, he looks good. I don't think they get past Milwaukee.
Oh, who don't get past Milwaukee?
The Nets.
Oh, Milwaukee's trash.
No,
Milwaukee's trash. Hands down, as a young kid,
they're better than your
trash.
chicken McNuggets.
They may be, but they're trash.
Better than your chicken McNuggets.
They may be, but they're trash. Who's your team?
The Warriors.
We beat them. We just beat them. Anyways, we just beat them. So I mean, let's just keep it on.
Y'all ain't in the playoffs right now.
Because it's don't go into personal aspects when we're keeping it on a format. The format is you want to say that earlier you said that the Nets are maybe the favorite, but now you're going with the Bucks. I don't know who you're going with. I don't know what you're doing. But okay, let's say this. Let's say you got Lakers versus Nets. Who do you got?
Brian. And I don't even like Brian. Brian. Best player on the court. Better than KD.
KD shit on LeBron every time.
Brian. Brian and AD.
Every chance
Brian AD. Brian AD. James Harden is out the equivalent. Kyrie out the Brian dogs all of them. Brian.
He got.
I'm Brian.
He dogs them all.
Brian.
You sound like a.
I ain't no Laker fan.
You sound like another
I'm a
guy.
Warrior fan.
You sound like another guy.
Brian Bust Liz Nets. They in the whack ass East. Excuse my French, but they in the fucking whack ass East. Go the fuck out of here. Lakers playing in that hard ass. Anything coming out the West gonna win it.
Is there any way to give you a -1?
No. Everybody say the Lakers. Bees. My nigga Bees. You already know Bees. Bees said it. He even said it. Beasley said it. He said it. Lakers. KD, all they got is, I'm telling you, Lakers got benched. They way better than they was last year. With your boy. With your boy. They want to start all the time. My point guard. You know what I'm talking about. Schroeder. Pope. Schroeder. I'm talking about some good role players. Gasol. The twin.
Let me tell you something about the Lakers. The Lakers underestimated those 2 big guys that they had. They underestimated what Dwight Howard can do, and they underestimated what JaVale McGee could do. So now the Lakers are really
they better.
No, they're not.
I say Gasol's is better than JaVale McGee. Gasol's is better than JaVale McGee for sure. Think about it.
I'm just want to give you negative points and negative points.
Oh, you're saying JaVale McGee is athletic with the dunks, but Gasol is a better all-around.
Better role for that team. You need a guy who's going to play some defense, and Gasol's not going to play no defense.
And the Nets ain't going to play no defense. Think about it.
You could be right.
Look, Bees. Bees even said the Nets they don't play no defense. They just lost to the Cavaliers. No D. Brian gonna clap on you. Hey, they gonna clap on you.
All right, man. So
Then they got Kuzma over there and the white boy over there.
Who's the next team? Who can make a move, man, to make themselves relevant? What's another team you think
that can make themselves relevant right now? I think Philly missing the Boston. Boston missing one.
What's the move?
A center. I think it's a center. Like, but a 4/5 athletic person that's athletic. And I would think would it fit them right now? It ain't really nothing out there, center wise.
You gotta find them. I mean, there's they gotta find something.
It's something that ain't
right now in the East. You're gonna have to do something to beat those. You're gonna have to outscore those guys.
Maybe one of them cats up out of Orlando. They got a couple of them cats over there. One of them Europeans. We could probably go fit over. It's somebody they missing.
I think the Nets be able to play some defense, man. I hope they get the gel, and I just hope they become a better team. I want to see somebody take the Lakers down. I think there's a couple teams in the West that can give the Lakers some issues, like the Clippers. Everybody's still sleeping on them. I think the Clippers have gotten better also, and they're going to be equipped with better coaching. They're going to be equipped with a coach that knows LeBron inside out, knows how to get to him, knows how to defend him, knows how to give LeBron problems. So I think the Clippers could be a team that could beat them.
Hey, my boy, Bees is right. Bees said Philly can get a shooter like Bradley Beal because they need a shooter. That would be a good fit.
That would be a big fit.
But Ben Simmons go to
They're gonna keep. They'll find a way to keep Simmons.
Get rid of Tobias Harris. Tobias Harris got to go there. One of them gonna have to go. But Tobias Harris, I think, signed a contract already, so he probably ain't going nowhere.
Oh man, I'm gonna go. Bradley Beal anywhere. I mean, Bradley Beal to the Nuggets, I think will make him a better contender. Bradley Beal to Boston will make him a better contender. Bradley Beal is like that guy right now who is the missing link for everybody. But Philly, to your boy's point, Philly would be a great ad.
That'd be a great ad for them with Bradley Beal. But see,
so let's go into really quick, man. We got the top five teams in each division. You got the Lakers at 10-4, I believe. You got the You got the Lakers at 12-4. You got the Jazz 11-4. You got the Clippers 11-4. All these teams that have the same amount of losses. You got the Suns at 8-5, and you got the Trailblazers at 8-6. Those top five. Like I said, I think the Clippers they could beat the Lakers. I think they could dethrone the Lakers in the West. And then you don't see anything like that?
I see the Lakers as Kansas City in football.
Okay.
That's how I'm looking at it.
I got you. And we're going to go in the Eastern Conference real quick. And top team out there is 76ers at 10-5. Celtics at, I don't know how they're there at 8-8. I must have wrote something down. You got the Bucks at 9-6. You got the Pacers at 8-6. And you got the Nets at 9-7.
See, the Nets ain't even in the top 3.
They're in top 5, and they're just getting their team together. And I think the Nets, at the end, they're going to be number 1.
No, you know who I need to be watching out for is my Pacers, my Indiana Pacers. With that trade, they pretty good now.
And the Rockets have solidified themselves too with that trade also. I think the Rockets.
Yeah, the Rockets came out good with that trade.
So, yeah. I mean, this is game point. We back, on our first show back.
That was
we
a
are
good
back
show,
on our
man.
first show back. You know what I'm saying? Good show back, man. I'm feeling you out, man. And I just see, you still on that. I still got to learn you a lot. You know what I'm saying? Because you still go on these hating ass rants. And that's
that
cool.
sound like some Denver. That sound like a caterpillar Denver. See what I'm saying?
It sounds like it.
See, you always talk about that hate. That sound like a caterpillar Denver, man.
Nah, man.
All these Denver cats, man, they always hate on me, man.
Do I look like I'm not the illest nigga in Nebraska, man. I'm not the illest nigga in Nebraska,
That
man.
sound like
I keep it 100 and keep it 100 all the time. Ask anybody to know me, man, and throw me. I'm gonna keep it back and throw it back.
Man, I don't know, man. That sound like some of that day. My partner say, man, that sound like Denver hate, man. You can't be hating on the cats.
Hey, man, I ain't hating, man.
I don't
know. Nice to be
fingerprints.
back. No fingerprints. This
Yeah,
is
to
game
me.
point. We
Popping collars and stacking dollars.
See you on Tuesday. And we out.
Welcome to another installment of Horrible Humans. Y'all know what time it is. I'm Tally 2400, aka Quarantine Tally, aka Tally the Terrible, and we got some shit to talk about. This is Horrible Humans Fast Break, and I got a whole panel full of special people. They do a whole bunch of special shit off in the communities and shit like that, and worlds that some of you people may be tapped into. So we're gonna get off into the introductions. I got somebody that's very special. He gonna introduce himself right now.
Hey, what's up? This is the Dynasty King Never Seen, Inside Voice Magazine, and starting a whole new movement out here in Colorado. So let's get with it.
So you the editor of the magazine, or you the owner of the magazine? CEO, owner?
Yeah, I got my own production team of artists that are inside and outside of prison. Got my own clothing line. All the artwork is designed from inmates on the inside.
Yeah, speak to the people.
Products, I got all that. My own.
What's the name of your clothing line?
Dynasty Kings. I got West Seduction. I got Baby Dynasty. We got custom artwork. We got Bath and Body Works.
You got
modeling promotion team. I just hit the ground running. So that's what's up. Dynasty Kings Never Seen.
You must be fresh home then, huh? You talk like a nigga about a year, yeah. But you fresh, you clean now though, right?
I've been clean.
Oh yeah, what's up? Been clean. Nigga, I've been in prison. All the good shit comes from prison.
That's what he said.
So you got the clothing line, you got the magazine, you do music.
Record label.
Got the record label. Record label's also called
Dynasty Kings.
Everything can be found where?
Dynasty Kings Empire.
So anytime somebody want to read you, they just say
Dynasty Kings Never Seen. It's all on there.
Right.
Yeah.
This nigga's a Latin, nigga. He just come out of a motherfucking Hennessy bottle. Nigga, what's up? Okay. Get it going. What's up? Introduce yourself and let everybody know who you are.
Hi, everybody. I'm Terry Legato, and I live in Denver, Colorado. I am a mom. Shout out to my daughter over there on her phone. Probably not listening right now. That's okay. Oh, yeah.
She don't care. No clue about what you doing or what we talking about.
Yeah, she's just happy to be here. She's not showing it. I'm a lot of things. I'm an artist. I do comedy, battle rap. I write for other artists, singers.
You draw?
Directed music videos. I do everything but draw. I do like live art in the sense of like, I direct music videos. I write for singers. That's an art with nothing to do with draw.
Yeah, I know.
So I do anything and everything. And Hypnotic was a good mentor of mine for many years. And
Shout out to Hypnotic.
Top Flight.
Yeah,
wouldn't be who I am without you guys.
Yeah,
he told me jack of many trades is a master of none, but at the same time I feel like if you put enough energy towards each equally with a strategy and a plan behind, you can be great at everything that you want to do.
Which one is your favorite thing to do?
Oh my gosh. I guess I like stand-up comedy because you can rap while you're on stage and tell jokes. And then you can also kind of like pick apart the crowd and like kind of battle them too. So you can involve a hip hop, which is my favorite thing in the whole wide world, on stage in comedy with music, but comedy in a comedic way. Redman. Redman.
Man, hey.
Yeah.
Don't give too much up, bro. That's something you should keep to yourself. Just for the fact there's a lot of comics out here.
Yeah, sure.
But the way you can integrate hip hop and battle rapping and fucking with the audience into your act, you gotta.
It's in the works. So yeah.
It's in the works.
It's in the works.
So what else you like to do though? What's your second favorite thing?
I love figure skating.
You look like Tanya Harding. You look like you'll bust a bitch in her kneecaps and rap about it in your rhymes.
Yeah, I rap about Nicole Simpson mainly, but Tanya Harding would be the best one.
You look like a Nicole Simpson.
I do. Blonde hair and blue-eyed people don't all look the same, just so you know.
Just those two things.
Just those two.
Just light skin.
Yeah, just light skin. But yeah, I like figure skating. I would like to incorporate figure skating in some hip-hop music videos. I figure skated for several years.
Hey, stop telling people this shit. What? You can be the first hip-hop figure skater in history.
I'm telling you, I wouldn't
tell nobody this shit.
Why not?
I wouldn't, cause I just pop out on the ice like...
That's okay. Even if other people do it, they're not going to do it quite like me. And maybe they have more time on their hands to do it. And the best thing about ideas is get them out. Because if I get them out, say I die tomorrow, but I had this idea in my head, but I didn't tell anybody, now that idea is never going to be out there. But if it's out there and someone is inspired by it, I die, they go do it, and that's what it was supposed to do, is get out to other people.
Damn, that's some juice
so
right there.
I'm not going to ever just keep it to myself.
That's some juice. That's real about that.
Yeah. So what about you? You can tell us about you more.
Everybody know what the fuck I am. They know me.
Well,
I'm nobody.
I don't really know.
I'm not the point.
Oh, okay.
It's for the guests. This panel is for y'all. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Okay.
That's it. I don't even want to talk to him. So we already know what you do, Ruckus.
Wow. Well,
but I mean, just for the other people that's viewing in and might not know you, we don't know what these viewers is looking like right now.
Right.
But introduce yourself to the people.
My name is Ruckus. I'm known as the Queen of Commentary. I do comedic poetry mostly. I do any kind of poetry. Right now it's wedding season. I understand it's COVID. Y'all doing stuff in your homes. Hit me. I write personal poetry, wedding vows, real talk.
Hold on. It's wedding season?
Oh yeah, it's the springtime.
I didn't know.
This is wedding season. This is when people get married, and this is when they get married, and they pay a lot of money for their wedding vows to be written on their behalf. And
you're gonna have somebody else write how you feel. But I mean, I'm there divorce
season. I'm a poet.
Yeah, when's that?
It's gotta be a divorce season.
I'm still shocked. Hold on, let's get to divorce season. But I'm still shocked about wedding season. I didn't know that there was just this shit is like Christmas.
Yeah, it starts in May.
Or it's like Halloween. I never knew that. I didn't know. There has to be something women made up. Just, all right, girls, this is the time.
It's a season for it.
Usually there'll be a fall wedding at the latest. Nobody gets married in the wintertime, but like there's a.
And then after that, what season is that?
It's
divorce season, motherfucker.
No, it's cuffing season. It's people trying to figure out where they're going to be, where they're not going to make it to that part in May. You usually get to, by the time you get out of that, you're falling into.
Most women ovulate in October. So they just trying to end.
Hey man,
I don't know about any of that shit. I just know where my money comes from. I don't give two shits about what are y'all doing and what y'all making and when your seeds is planting and all that bullshit. I just want your money, and I can make your love sound like you really care about that person standing in front of you. That's all I'm just saying. If you can't say it, send it to me. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, like I said, I'm a poet. Also, I do comedy. I do more comedy than anything because I'm funny as shit, and so that's what I do. I hope y'all don't expect any kind of serious views from me on this panel. I didn't expect to be on this panel, so I came here tonight. Not of my free will.
How long you been doing comedy? Right?
What?
We done did shows together.
My whole life, I came out the pussy like ha ha ha. You know what I'm saying? But my sister was crying. I ain't got time for that shit. She's a twin. You let her do that shit. I was laughing.
How long you had a twin?
You said what? How long I had a twin? From -9 months. And to this day, she's still around.
So you do what'd you call it? Comic?
I do commentary. I'm the queen of commentary. I'm the queen of commentary. I do comedic poetry. Anything that's out there, I've made fun of it.
You know you the only queen because don't nobody else do this shit?
Exactly. So when I see somebody else, I don't know. I try to call myself the princess. Somebody else said, you should be queen and all that stuff. Fuck it, I'll take it.
Hey,
but I didn't give myself a name.
Especially if you the only one doing it, this your power.
Hey, I didn't give myself a name. But now I got other names and I got other people because I'm schizo. And you know what I'm saying? The boy slap. Sometimes I'm something like
tell the people about your other characters.
Sometimes I'm something like a player, say the whole thing like a Tribe Called Quest. Say the whole thing like Leaders of the New School. That's my boy, but it's also me. And I'm gonna do a lot of skits that's coming out, and everybody in them is me. So stay out my inbox asking to do shit with me. Some fucking weirdo. I told you about that earlier, right? I was venting to my bro when I got here. Some fucking weirdo trying to jump on and trying to just cause I'm on live and wanted to really go live right with me right there. And I said, I don't know this nigga from. Never heard of this nigga's name. I had to. The most I know about him is what he pulled up tonight. I don't know about this fool. I said, man,
I had to dig in deep to find out who this character was.
I don't know.
And she said, this is just another motherfucker with a wig and glasses on. I said, oh man.
I ain't got time for it. Like, I understand. Like, people see Slap and they like, yeah, man, that's funny. Let's do this, that, the third. But Slap has been around since I was in high school. This is not no new person. This is not somebody that all of a sudden came out the woodworks. This is a whole different personality. He's got a backstory. This is a real person to people. He got his own Instagram, his own followers. People cuss me out when I post on his page. Like, who's this bitch? Like,
reflex.
Man, say. And now he's got a roommate. And she not like him. She said, you come home with big forehead.
That is so.
She not like him. She said, you hurry up, leave.
It's the lady from Menace to Society in the first scene. When Kane and Odog go into the liquor
y'all ain't ready for me, low. Y'all ain't ready for me, low. But I'm just here because you know what I'm saying? Because I know people and they asked me to be here. And I'm opinionated. I don't give a fuck what y'all think I'm about to say. And that's what I'm here for. Ain't no FCC about to block what the fuck I'm about to say. I'm drinking. I'm smoking. My husband at home with the kids. Shit, I'm here. Who next?
Welcome to another episode of Horrible Humans. And I'm going to introduce this last person. Nah, I ain't going to introduce him. I'm going to let him introduce himself because I ain't got nothing good to say about him right now. Welcome to the Horrible Humans, sir, for the first time.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's great, man. I love being here. You know what I mean? It's older in here. It's foul.
Yeah, you know, it's
Sorry.
me. It's the stench of my attitude.
No, just better.
Before I got here.
My name is Doc. I mean, just a local entrepreneur. You know, I consider myself a businessman, I guess. You know, in all senses. And I don't answer phones very often, so you might want to pull up on me. You know what I mean? Or you better know how to read if you want me to answer the phone. You know what I mean? But and I'm learning. That's it. You know what I mean? So I mean, I'm pretty interested.
So a businessman, you just say, nigga, I do shit. What do you do? Where can people reach you? How can we utilize this platform to plug you not answering your phone when I need you to?
Oh shit! Well, you know, you can go to well, shit. There's quite a few.
Now, don't tell me where to go. I know where to go. Talk to the people. Let the people know what you do.
Yeah, basically, when I say businessman, you know what I'm saying? It's really.
I know that's not your phone.
It's ultimately no, it's not my phone. Because I'm not answering that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
That's perfect timing. I'm telling you.
And look, you see that, right? Hey, look, that's the key. But
and I'm making.
I'm you know, I like America, and I think that we make money out of this motherfucker, and it's a capitalistic country, and I think that those who have minds of making money that want to succeed in whatever it is, especially in business in a sense, I think this could be done. You know, we do it already. We just all kind of do the same things. I just don't do the same things. I do a little bit more unique things.
I can dig it. Just him by himself is the most white people I ever had on my panel at one time.
Absolutely. It took me a while to get.
He done snatched up all her juice.
I'm black though.
That's what the fuck I'm talking
My
about.
parents had sex with the lights on, and that's just how things go.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't know, now you know.
Hey, that's how you fry chicken with the lights on. Dude. So yeah, man.
I'm gonna leave that totally alone.
Hey, yeah. Welcome to the Horrible Humans. I am your host, Tally the Terrible. And this is Fast Break because we finna get into it.
I want to know 3 reasons why you're black. That's what I want to know. Top 3 reasons that you. If somebody ever asked you to support that statement,
well,
I want to know top 3 reasons that you would give that say, I'm black. Besides, my parents had sex with the light on, because we all, that I ain't gonna do
and
that.
Besides, you liking chicken.
Because it usually makes the light off. That's
everybody
what
likes
makes you black.
She voted for Biden.
You said what?
She voted for Biden.
That makes you black?
That's what he said.
Biden?
You didn't take his word for it, right?
I'm gonna stick you. You wait.
Hey, man.
You ain't black if you didn't.
Hold on. One white person at a time.
She said I'm
black.
One
white person at a time.
And I know about half these viewers, whoever they are, said, oh. So now if we don't address this shit, they're gonna be like, now goddamn it, don't you move past that. Now goddamn it.
We want to know these 3 reasons.
We want to know. We are fascinated.
I am listening.
I was just waiting because he said not to talk over each other, so I was just waiting until it was my
turn.
turn.
That's the first sign that you ain't black. Because I'm gonna talk over everybody in here until I get my point across.
Amen.
Strike 1.
I had to learn that though, because I wasn't always that way. I've never been asked that question before, so I'm just gonna go with the first thing that comes to my head. some people see me wear this shirt that I wear, and I believe it. I don't believe in Duty Club. That's why we didn't even plan this today, but we wore this because we both believe in something. And I believe.
Shout out to the Duty Club.
This is my whole brother.
Our unspokesman sponsor.
Right.
Yeah.
Mine fell off.
Shout out, Mighty. You feel me? Shout out to my brother.
Mine fell off. I had Duty on mine, but it fell off.
Anyways, back to it.
And the shirt says, "I met Club. I met Club. I met God. She's black." And I very much believe so that all of humanity came from a black woman. And when I speak this way around people, especially, even if they're white, they always go, "Gosh, you're the blackest white person I've ever met." So I've heard this from a lot of people. So that's the only reason I say that. It's actually a joke that I saw on Comic View back in 1998 when I was 10 years old. He was a light-skinned black man, and he was on stage, and he said, "I'm black. My parents had sexual lights on," and I related to that because I'm not black, but I related to black people, and I loved them, and I wanted to be around them all the time and listen to their music and just be friends with them. It sounded a hell of a lot better than the shit I was going through at the time.
Hey, but you know what?
So I've just been called that a lot, and then I remembered that favorite joke I had on Comic View, and I always say that because I'm like, I feel like it pertains to me, even though I'm not half black. But I bet you if you did some DNA ancestry, I'm hoping that I'm at least 10%. You know what I mean?
I love it. That there's somewhere in there.
There's some kind of hope. But the thing is, there was a point there, and the point was all humanity came from a black one.
Yes, absolutely.
So maybe the bitch is black. I don't know.
We all are. We are all black. All of us have.
I know I'm black. I can tell by my history.
Argument. Somebody's upset about the argument, but I mean, it is a very good point. That is a very good point.
So, yes.
Doc, I want to ask you because I can see that look in your eye.
Go for it.
If she's hoping to be at least 10% black, I know you're probably -5.
Man, I'm working on it. I'm trying to get there, man, because I need a job. So I'm trying to get to 0. So I get this job, then I'm gonna come back. You know what I'm saying?
Come back
hard.
to the
Yeah, hell yeah, nigga, it's tough right now. So I'm gonna get the job first. Yeah, let me get the job first. Then, you know what I'm saying?
Creole. He gonna double back. He gonna be back. Hey man, he gonna double back.
Yeah,
hey, sometimes it does don't, it don't pay to be black. But I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure everybody's seen the footage and all this bullshit about what everybody talking about. Unfortunately, we gotta dive into this shit again because it's still trending topics and people still need to hear what everybody else had to say. How do y'all feel about the bullshit? Doc, I want to start with you because I know this motherfucker likes the police. He'll call them when he is in distress. He'll answer the phone for them and only them. He won't even pick up our phone call or mine, I'm saying. But anyways,
well, let's stay out of distress, and you know what I'm saying. You won't be jeopardized with making that decision of calling the police. You know what I'm saying. So stay out of distress. 1, but 2, no one can tell me who to dislike. So just because this police officer did something that I'm smart enough to not say because when I generalize. Black women, which I do in certain scenarios, I always people jump out, you know what I mean?
So you only speak that,
No, I'm saying in general, period. I don't know. I don't have a hate for police at all. No, hell no. Because the media told me to. I don't believe what the media. I go on what my life experiences. And generally those around me. Now I'm not saying that what we don't see, isn't real, isn't actual. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure there's a good explanation in everybody's mind of whatever it is, whatever your experiences are. But I just won't dislike police because someone tell me to. Just like I won't dislike you because someone tells me to. You know what I mean?
Do you think your experiences with police are different because of the way you look and how you speak?
Nope.
He still look like a nigga. His inner energy reflects so much out of him that he ain't even the nigga that we
I'm very aware that he's black. I'm just saying that, and of course he's black. I'm just saying it's still the same colorism still exists. I mean, you still the whole paper bag. If you can pass lighter, it's still better if you can. The lighter you get on the spectrum.
No, because there'll be no difference.
House niggas.
It would be no difference in you saying that this white person is going to treat me different because they're blonde, or this white person is going to treat me different, because they're brunette. You know what I'm saying? When you see that, when you see this analogy, you see something deeper than that. That's where the whole black-white thing comes in. So when I'm growing up in DC and I'm, obviously, a mix. So you may even have the ass. Who knows? I could be just a light ass motherfucking nigga. I've seen them, but at the end of the day, no, I'm just as much as of a worry for whatever it is that they stop me for it than the next man. I mean, it would be it would be silly to let your guard down around me.
So what's your feeling about that whole situation being justified?
What being justified?
The shit with the video footage with Floyd.
Oh, with Floyd being justified?
Yeah.
No, I'm with that. I believe that's not justified. I believe that's fucked up. For sure, I'm with that side of things. As far as talking about the oppressive state of the police department, that regime, that whole thing, thing, but not with the black-white thing. I'm not on that side because before I start to battle that one, we got to finish the one that I'm really afraid of, and that's a black man killing me. That's truly who I see. All my friends, that died from the hands of a black man. That's the truth. So my point is that we don't talk about that. We don't march for that. We don't bring this much attention to that. So it's almost disingenuous to me when a person brings it because a white person took this guy's life. It's very disingenuous to me. As a matter of fact, almost very disrespectful because I really love the 16 friends that I lost. And I've had to learn how to deal with death. Not because I don't deal with police. No police shot at me. No police, any police interaction I've had, I've caused. You know what I'm saying? And it went in the direction of being fine simply because, I understand that aspect and I ain't gonna talk shit. I'm gonna battle it my own way, but I'm not gonna sit here and fight you and resist your arrest, motherfucker. Come on. You know what I mean? It's weird to me how motherfuckers, they justify that shit.
How you feel about it, Brody, since you are a convicted felon? Let's talk about how you feel about the suckers.
Shit, I've always been on the other side of the law. So I've always seen them as, they always profile me. And even after you're done with it, like I'm done with it now, I'm gonna forever be profiled.
Yeah.
And I ain't gonna say it's all, but it's definitely be the majority. And I'm not even talking about like the foot soldiers and the police. The police, they be making the wrongs. Like I really fight for like the Elijah McClain, story. Because that shit happened out here. And our people out here just act like we didn't give a damn about it sometimes.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But when George Floyd, rest in peace to him and all the other people that died, we pick and choose when and what we gonna march for. That's why I do agree with Doc what he said. Like, I'm more scared of black men than I am from the police. Like, I just don't want to go to jail tonight.
Right.
I'm not really scared.
I don't have no problem shooting.
Tahoe pull up with 4 niggas in there.
We gonna air that bitch out.
Yeah, but that's something. It's life-changing happen tonight. Either way it go.
Yeah,
that's genuine. What he just said. That's genuine.
So I just got to worry about turning off from the police.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, even for the people that's watching, like a lot of people don't know the McCain story.
Yeah.
So let's.
But that was a young black man that got killed by the Aurora police. And the body footage was clear and cut, and he just never got no justice. Now there was a bill just passed in his name and stuff like that, and there's a lot of other positive things in the works, but it seems like people didn't ride for home until George Floyd, and they seen some of the other cities kind of putting it down. And we be having a lot of shit going on here. That's true. Amongst us as brothers, little dumb shit, gang shit. It's all kind of shit that we could, as this small population is in Denver, we could have been came together and had a stronghold here.
Yeah, that's real talk.
We just
there's
can't
only
never
so
do
many of us.
Now I know a lot of smart brothers like y'all putting this shit on and all that. Somebody got to step up and lead something.
Yeah.
And be able to fuck it like, hey, how every strong black man go, will be a sacrifice to start a bigger movement, man. That's just what happens.
Yeah. We got to utilize our connections.
Somebody got to start a movement. Somebody might be a sacrifice, but it is what it is. We got to make a change some kind of way. Yeah, that's how I feel.
What you feel about it, Miss 10% Black?
Well, I went to the protest by myself because nobody wanted to go with me, and I lost a lot of friends recently over it. Not only the protest, but just having to check people on the things that they talk about and their opinions. You can have your opinion, but that doesn't mean you can be my friend anymore. And I've let a lot of stuff slide. You know what I mean?
White friends or black?
Most of them white. The few that I had were not longer friends. I went down to the protest, and it was a good experience because I liked how far away the police were from us. I thought that was wonderful. They weren't close. I was like, yeah, you're scared now, aren't you? That's wonderful. Like I felt safe. I felt safe around the people, and I felt nice that they were like far away. You know what I mean? I made this little sign. If we were going to talk about it tonight, I would have brought it. I split the sign. It was big, and one side had, it said George Floyd was killed by Minneapolis police because racism is real. On the other side, I had my nephew, rest in peace. He just died May 7th. Due to police brutality, which I feel it was. And they let him drown. They did a high-speed chase, chased him down. They didn't know his race, didn't know anything about him. They just knew he had stole that car, and they chased him down the highway. He crashed into a pond, and they didn't go in there to get him. And the investigator said that we don't want to hear that tape because he was very much alive when he died. And the officer had the nerve to sit on 9 News and say, oh, well, we had to take in consideration the safety of the officers as well as the safety of the suspect. And I thought, wow, how ignorant for you to say that shit.
That happened to 3 girls. These 3 girls got into a high-speed chase. Did you hear about that story?
Yes, I did.
It was a couple years ago, I believe. It's like three girls, teenage girls, was in a car, and they got into a high-speed chase and ran to a lake in Florida or something like that. It had to be, I remember, palm trees, and the sun. And they couldn't go in there to get them either, you know what I mean, because of the soot. It was, whatever reason, they wanted to get some help. I don't know, but I don't know.
It's crazy. It's sad to hear, man.
Mm-hmm. Especially when, we always can feel like somebody could have did something. And I think that's why the George Floyd thing means something to me. Now, again, it's not a black and white thing. It's simply the abuse of authority by this particular figure and how it's been allowed and how it's been structured to allow this. Almost traditionally, you know what I'm saying? It's more of a tradition. It's more of a value system in that line of work. You know what I mean? Just like the hustlers' value system. You know what I mean? But so I think that on that note, you know what I mean? I think that holding police more accountable for the things that they do, you know what I mean, is what really needs to be done, and they've always had this shield. So I agree with that. That needs to be dismantled. And I think that we need to bring personal lawsuit toward the police. The police should be able to be sued. The officer itself should have to have a bond, should have to have $1 million bond like we would as a commercial business or whatever, to work on a job. You have to maintain that insurance, should I say. And that's, God forbid, you get sued. You understand? But if you get sued for what you've done, as well as prosecuted if it's OB against the law, but sued as well, then that leaves more opportunities, for other police to say, well, shit, I'm gonna take personal accountability and make sure I don't squeeze his neck. I can't. I already cashed in on like a whole bunch of insurance so far. I'm pretty rough out here. I gotta start being a little bit. Same thing we would normal people do when we're held accountable. But when we all have an ability to when we can steal in the store, when we have a visible cloak, you tell me you ain't gonna steal nothing? I know we ain't no thieves, bro, but come on, bro. You ain't tried once to put the invisible cloak on it.
I steal shit.
Well, you're gonna be tempted to. You know what I'm saying? And after a few years of having that invisible cloak, you know what I'm saying, I would love to be a fly on that wall. You know what I'm saying? Because we're human.
How you feel about this shit, bro?
As far as the police and the George?
Just all that bullshit.
All of the bullshit. I'm like,
you think there's gonna be some outcome with all these protests?
There already is outcome. So I mean, I do believe there will be outcome because there already is. I mean, it's mixed because I'm in healthcare, so a lot of my stuff is mixed with. My days are Black Lives Matter because I got a lot of the poets who want me to jump in and get involved and drop everything and go downtown and be fist up and with everybody else and then I got a lot of my nurse friends. It's like COVID matters. You know what I'm saying? Go in the house and they make sure that everybody really no real talk. But they're like this is it's not it's a pandemic. It's not fake. It's not a fake disease. Yes, as far as the outcomes are very political on what's happening with it. But the fact that when people start losing money over stuff, it's real. You know what I mean? Like they don't play with stuff to the point where they'll mess with you with politics. And when people start losing money worldwide, this shit was not on purpose. This was not something that was purposely done. Something's fucked up royally. And we don't, it's serious, but we don't take it as seriously. So it's like, yeah, everybody needs to, I'm like, yeah, we matter. But the fact that the lynchings went up tenfold, You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, y'all want to be mad and get rid of the cops? Well, let's go ahead and string up 10 of y'all up in one of these trees and remind y'all what really built this nation. Like, yeah, okay. Remember, we've also built this nation on keeping y'all in check. So while you're sitting here getting all happy and hoo-ha and rioting, last time we did that, we're going to cut your foot off. Keep playing with us. And I see that too. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I'm just sitting back looking at that, because I'm happy that stuff is changing. Yeah, okay, the police, yeah, okay, we're going to send these legislators out. We're going to vote for this. We're going to put this out there, guys. Calm down for now, because in 3-4 months down the line, we're going to hopefully put out a law that's going to help y'all out a little bit. However, right now, all these good old boys is pissed off and they are currently protected right now. So we're going to go ahead and remind y'all that right now.
What most people I think are being exposed to is probably one of the biggest advertising campaigns in history. Literally, they would lose money. They did the World Trade Center. They don't mind losing money for a deeper purpose.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. I think I know what that deeper purpose is, but I won't get to that. My point is that the media has so much manipulation, it has so much control and power of a manipulation. And when you find you have to, when you step out of that sometimes, you try to, and you start to look at it. Look at how the media poisons things. You can actually see a lot of videos where they're kind of scripted on a lot of stuff and how biased they are. I mean, I think none of this is new news, but you got to now be very careful who you're getting your information from, because what happens is you begin to believe these things. You begin to get emotional on these sides, and it distracts you. And the next thing you know, you're happy about something that really is a trend. It's really no change to you, and you count this as a one up. You know what I mean? But nah, I think anytime you're depending on someone else to fix something in your life, you're gonna get duped. They're gonna say I'm gonna show up, but they ain't gonna show up. I'm gonna do a great job, but they're not gonna do a great job because it's not their life. It's not my responsibility to make sure your life is great. And to the core of everybody, it's like that. So with this matter, you're getting trends. You're getting what now is a trend is what they want to show you, and it's narrated beautifully, And if you fall into it, then you can. But just step back and pay attention to what you're believing in. You know what I'm saying? Be careful what you're believing in, because you'll believe that you got a gift.
Man, it's like the Popeye chicken sandwich all over.
I'm upset with how commercial it is. Everywhere you turn now, I got 10 people that want me to buy their Black Lives Matter shirt. I got everybody like, okay, I got a Black Lives Matter shirt, buy mine, contribute to this, contribute to my fund. So I mean, I don't like. It's really commercial. A lot of the business like, okay, y'all get Juneteenth off. Everybody's like, cool, everything changed. They let me off for Juneteenth. They're recognizing this Juneteenth, and it's like, okay, so there's always been Juneteenth.
Right, slaves always had days off. What the fuck?
So it's just like it's. They were always given one day to sit back and chill out and relax for one good day.
We be worried about the wrong shit, though.
Yep.
We worried about the wrong shit. Like he said, we worried about somebody coming to fix our shit, because it makes it easier for you to get your shit together, because now you can blame somebody else for you not having your shit together. And that just don't make no sense to me. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't believe in like excuses and all that bullshit.
Yes.
Because I made my movement through prison, on the run, in the halfway house, ankle bracelet, whatever. And I'm going to keep it going no matter what little obstacles. White people don't try to shut all my shit down too. All the time. It ain't nothing that really changed ever. So this shit right here is just like, oh yeah, y'all already know this shit, but shit, we've been doing this shit. We've been jumping gates and running from the police. We've been seeing them busting at us and shit.
Right.
So I mean,
definitely.
We just wasn't gonna get.
You do have a valid point.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm glad it's a more broader outlook on it, so other people can see it. But me, as being on the other side, always have been. It's really no different. We got to change amongst each other, because we can damn well take care of each other. Fucking easy. We blow more money than anything.
Yeah.
You're witnessing the copyright and trademark of the Black Civil Rights. Just being now trademarked and packaged. Like, if that ain't disrespectful, you ask me. So that's why I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people.
I believe that.
Allowing this to happen is crazy.
Because I've been.
Hold on, real quick, bro. I can see that look. Like, it was something that he said that triggered that look.
No, I was just trying to maintain all the new information.
Yeah.
And I still wasn't done saying what I was saying, but I didn't want to be rude. You know what I mean? It was just a bunch of thoughts going through my head of like, okay, if they bring up the topic again, I gotta speak on that. Don't hold it. Because I started to cry and everybody's like, before she starts crying. No. And then I was trying to retain information, so my mind, sometimes my eyes don't represent what's going on in my mind.
Oh, baby,
I apologize.
It's horrible humans. We don't give a fuck
I'm
if
sorry.
you cry. No,
I wasn't gonna
right?
cry again. I was just trying to think, and I was also trying to retain information at the same time.
Let's get back to it. What are you about to talk about?
Why don't you finish, Doc? Actually.
I think the point was made. You know what I'm saying? I was really just co-telling what he said. You know what I mean? Is agreeing that there isn't a lot of change, and I think he was just spinning off of what I said. That it's more of a advertising. It's more of a you're seeing more companies get involved. Really, these companies shouldn't even be involved. They're doing this to gain some rapport with the consumer.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
chasing clowns.
Yeah, and if you, God forbid, if they ask you, you say nothing or say all I've met, anything but the right thing, then you're fucked. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing that's just weird to accept. You know what I'm saying? How could you even accept? That's like an apology from a motherfucker who shot you with a gun still smoking.
Yeah. I'm sorry. My bad, bro.
They asked me how I felt for a week. I'm the only black person on my team. I work, so for a week during the Zoom meetings,
God.
they want to sit there and just keep asking me, just want to check in, Janelle, how are things? I'm like, fucking really?
Are you okay?
Fucking really? Like everybody else on this
We don't
team.
come to work to shoot y'all.
Everybody's at home. I'm like, what do you have to fear? It's a whole Zoom meeting. Like, what are you afraid of? Like, I'm good. I'm good. I'm at the
I was
house.
thinking about getting some wooden statues. Is that okay?
It's weird. Like, it's in everybody a virus. Y'all can piss me all the way off. Like,
That is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
So when you were talking about, you just said something about
about the
all
advertisement and just
thing.
being used to, in a sense, to endorse products now.
That thing, and then there's like also a division as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if you say black, oh my God forbid, but you want black on everything else, just don't say it, just don't admit it. You know what I mean? But that is what it's about. I mean, in the beginning there was darkness. We can't have shit without black. We have to have that. So
black.
you know what I mean? Dark, black, whatever. I'm getting to a point. What I'm saying is like even when I went down to the protest, my nephew was killed by police brutality. I feel you shouldn't have been chasing him that high speed. You can chase him that fast, but you can't get your fucking feet wet. I'm sorry, can I say the F word? And go get my nephew out of that. He didn't have anybody, wasn't hurting anybody. He was kicking and screaming trying to get out of that car. You chased him to that point. But
if he was if he killed someone in that chase, you wouldn't be saying that. So you got to keep
perhaps
that in mind.
Perhaps not. You just never know. For me, like hearing the OnStar, not hearing the OnStar, them saying we don't want to hear it, and his injuries that were involved. You know what I mean? The point is that it's still a form of police brutality. You guys didn't even try to go. You stood on 9 News and made it like it wasn't even a thing. He almost hit a state trooper. Like he's just some freaking criminal. Like who gives a shit about my nephew? That's police brutality. Okay, so that's a humanity issue. That's the people against the police. But even though that happened to my nephew when he was white, it's still at the bottom of the sign is Black Lives Matter, because even though my nephew was white and died, there are black people being killed by police just for the sheer fact that they're black, not because they're doing a high-speed chase, not because they're doing a crime, because they're doing nothing. And as angry as I am about my nephew, he was doing something wrong. They gave him the death penalty essentially because they didn't even try to help him, they didn't even attempt to help him, protect and serve my ass. But now this is the issue right now. The issue is Black Lives Matter. No matter, what about all this and what about these white people that who gives a fuck about y'all? Right now, this is what we give a fuck about. And we're going to continue to give a fuck about it. And I don't want it to end up like 9/11 where 3 months later, we're just like, give a fuck about it. No, it's always going to be something that we care about every day from now to the end of time.
I agree.
And that's all I wanted to say.
Ultimately what you're saying is how I agree with what you're saying is because the police are doing a job both ways. If they're trying to apprehend you for committing a crime, is their job. Also, saving your life when they have the opportunity also is their crime, and it's their oath to do so. So, so it's one of them things where you're kind of throwing the ball to yourself, where you got to play both roles, you know what I mean? And they do it. We've seen them do it in many other cases where, you know what I'm saying, they've helped someone that they were apprehending because he was having a chest pain, or whatever, you got them the help that they need. So I get what you're saying. It's feeling that they should have gave more effort.
So even due to that,
Or not even
even in response into letting someone die, helping someone from dying, and killing somebody.
Right.
You have to play all 3 of those roles. So there just comes a fine line in your day where you like, fuck it, today I'm gonna kill somebody.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. Because as a civilian, you don't have to go help anyone. You don't have to do that. You don't have to put your life at risk to get in that water or whatever. But as a police officer, that's your oath. You know, if you chase him in there and you feel like, hey, well, he ran in there, you know what I mean? It's one thing, but you know, if he didn't make any effort.
I thought Samaritan law was a law. I thought they thought Samaritan law really existed. That you.
In Florida, that young man that was drowning and the boys was out there recording him drowning, laughing. Oh, it's crazy. It's the most sick shit in the world. He out there drowning, and then he drowned. He died. But they're protected by law. They don't have to help. It was just really horrible about it. It was laughing.
But that's where there shouldn't be no organization or no entity or no enforcement on the value of a human life.
Fuck no, nigga.
If you fucking see somebody drowning,
if I swim, I'ma jump in there and try to save him.
So even if it ain't a law, like she said, it should be. Because
but it's too many variables in that, bro. Because you got motherfuckers that are in situations that one person could have felt like they put themselves in. In a sense, I was almost in that one. You know what I'm saying? And I hate that you were emotional about that, but just my thinking is that, well, he's running from the police, so you know what I'm saying. Come on, you know what I'm saying? No, I agree with that. I agree with that. However, you know what I'm saying? I'm a person that believes that, you know, self-accountability. You know what I'm saying? You said it earlier, like, you know what I'm saying? If you're going to step on that gas and you're going to run from the police, you better run that shit through.
But that same exact evening, we thought this was my nephew when it first happened. That same evening on May 7th in Westminster, police chased a person that had another person in that car. They crashed into a fire station in the living room, died on impact. There are these hidden laws that they're not supposed to chase after a certain speed. And so that is what you can harm other civilians. So that's what I'm saying. They're covering it up. When they're on 9 News, they say he almost hit a state trooper. You're making it his fault.
They don't like giving up
stop
chases.
Chasing people at that speed. He had an ankle
They
monitor
don't
on.
like giving up chases. That law was given from the liberal side of things. They said stop chasing.
Yes.
The police want to chase you. They want to apprehend you. Trust me, they hate it when they have to disengage.
And that's
they
against the law.
But there's some chases that they can't. They have to follow through. They have the right to, and they can't wait. Because they get to follow through with this chase. And those are felony stops. It depends on what the chase is.
So a stolen vehicle is worth more than a person's life? So their mental capacity when they go into a theater to shoot everybody up, their mental capacity, here's a hamburger, here's this, that's cool. Somebody stole the car and you're going to chase them to that speed knowing goddamn well that they can run into anybody and hurt anybody and harm anybody, including yourself?
Yes.
That makes sense?
Yes.
Help me make sense of that.
My son drives.
Sorry,
and every day I see so much. And see, I have kids. And that's how I relate to shit like that. Because that's how I related to that, to be real about it, is that my son drives and my fear is some fucker doing some shit like that. And it's happened twice in my lifetime that I drive a high-speed chase. I reside in the hood, nigga. I've always been raised in where it goes down. So I see that. So my son also drives these streets, right? And if I was that close to it twice, then there's a possibility he could be close to it once. And that's all it takes. Is this fucking idiot. It's not your nephew, but I'm just going to, the description of the person who I'm talking about in my head, this fucking idiot decides for his own reasons, for this stolen car, for whatever reasons, that he's going to try to get away and in the interim could possibly take my son's life. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, and that's how you got to look at it. Because you have a child too, and that could happen, and you have a whole different.
But a person's not going to run unless they're being chased. So my point is this: is that there's all they like defunding this, don't do this, don't do this. Like, cars just is mandatory. We have to go to the DMV. We have to have registration. Every single car should have some sort of chip on it. They manufacture it where you can tell where your car is. That way, when it gets stolen, you don't have to do a high speed chase. We can find any car. Every car legally has to have that. So when it gets stolen, we'll find your car, man.
In the 90s,
and you don't have to do these high speed chases anymore. That's
we
ridiculous.
would steal the car. In the 90s, when we did drive-bys, we would steal the car.
Yeah.
So a lot of times when you see 4 niggas in a motherfucking hoop ride.
Sure.
That's what it's called, a hoop ride. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're probably.
Drew down.
You got you one.
Yeah,
you got you one.
Yeah.
Oh, you better get us because we were gonna kill somebody. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't. You know what I'm saying? That's real shit.
Right.
So that's a reality. That's a true reality. So you know what I'm saying? There's different ways of looking at things. So there's one way of doing it, just self-accountability.
Yeah, if the crime wasn't committed, he wouldn't have been running.
Amen.
Right, true.
If the crime wasn't so severe, maybe he would have stopped. I don't know whatever his reasoning for running. He made them.
Yeah.
He made them.
But I just don't understand how someone can come in and shoot a theater up and be detained peacefully, but when someone steals a vehicle, we're talking a material thing. you're going to risk your life, the lives of everyone around you, as well as the suspect, to get this material piece of thing and then ultimately get a conviction. That makes zero sense to me. And it makes just as much zero sense to me because when I saw this man screaming for his mother, tears are like coming down my face. But the anger in me wasn't quite like realized. This happened after my nephew died, like a couple weeks after my nephew died, and I was just dealing with the viewing and my family being all messed up about it and everything and what we're gonna do and lawsuits and what's gonna happen to this officer. And then I see this happening to George Floyd, and then the reasoning behind that. He's not chasing something down he had some sort of bill or whatever. I don't even know because you said look where you get your information from. But I'm like, doesn't matter what he was doing because I've been in the car with all black people before. I'm the one that's got a felony. I'm wanted for a felony. They're pulling all of them out the car, putting them on the stomach and like on their backs and everything. And lo and behold, they're giving the car to them to drive off because they're taking me to jail. Meanwhile, they're being nice to me, asking if I'm okay. They pulled me over because there's too many black people in the car. They went, what, but I'm being kidnapped by all these black people? No, I'm kicking it because I want to kick it. You know what I mean? So that angered me. I felt it more because I guess, I've experienced that myself. And I think people don't really, unless they're close to it, they don't realize it. So you either have to be black, love black people, or have police brutality happen to you personally because we live in this era where we're desensitized to everything. We film everything. We go pay money to, go to horror films and, watch people fight each other and kill each other. And we're used to violence and we like it. We feed off of it. But when it happens to people that we love for injustice and wrong things, and then it takes this whole thing for us to come together. Like I'm so sad that I lost my nephew. He wanted to do music with me, everything. I'm so sad that this man lost his life. But after, we were just talking about sacrifices earlier, like that, I'm not really want to look at it like that, but I mean, there's people that smile at me that would have never smiled at me. There's this happening right now I don't think would have happened. You know what I mean? I'm so happy to see you here. There's people that I know of that we're all coming together, and it's not about black and white. It's about you do this with yourself, you do this with yourself, these horrible humans. We all are coming together now, and I don't think it's going to stop this time. And I'm so happy for that, at least.
But don't you know 3 niggas in the car is a crime?
No, it's not.
But 3 niggas and a white girl in the car is death.
That's
That will kill you. Mm-hmm. You the only white girl in the car? Yeah. She got the guns and the drugs and the bond money.
Oh my God.
But we finna go into a break, man. We gonna come back and talk about some more shit. Yeah, this is Horrible Humans. We got a little deep in this motherfucking segment, but we gonna come right back. We got some more shit to talk about, man. Be right.
Hey, man. Cigarette time.
Quarantine Tally, aka Tally the Terrible. Is you all right over there, brother? Yeah, that's just some gas, man. Yeah, we back in the building. I got some special people. I got Ruckus, I got Doc, I got Never Seen, and I got, what is your name again?
Terry Legato.
Terry Legato. I was finna call you Taylor because you look like, or maybe all white girls look like Taylor to me. I don't know. But yeah, man. But We're gonna get back to the subject and shit too real quick. But first we're gonna give a shout out to everybody that's in the comments. My nigga Show was in there. You know what I'm saying? Jesse, she in there. Motherfucker looking from home. My nigga B.O.B. in there.
B.O.B.
Look, yeah, he said, what up, Doc, in the building. You know what I'm saying? Andre Brown, he in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that's watching. We got a whole bunch of viewers in here. Well, they was in here. But I can shoot to the comments. Jesse said, notice how black people market the way other black people were murdered. Buying Skittles and tea and wearing hoodies and saying shit like, I can't breathe. You know what I'm saying? Like, motherfuckers is like, come on, motherfucker, you can't really push that agenda. Like, I know this already. Every time somebody says I can't breathe, that's the first image that pops in my head, is a nigga getting killed. Maybe if I'm hitting a blunt and I can't even swallow the smoke and say I can't breathe.
As a black person, I think there's a certain bit of you're allowed to. You know what I'm saying? There's a taste there. There's a line. But when you got corporations now tapping into this, you know, you got corporations when you got a bulk supply of T-shirts with BLM on them, and then not funded back to BLM. You know what I'm saying?
Made in China.
We talking about wearing fake FUBU shirts, same thing. You know, it wasn't going back to FUBU. So, and that's what we're seeing here, and no one's saying anything about it. Yeah. Everybody's just happy to have some attention, and that's like a problem to me, bro.
Right on that. You think they're marketing the deaths of niggas?
There is, but we're not getting precise and accurate in what we want anyway as people. We don't even know what the hell we want.
Amen.
We don't even know what the fuck we want. We just want to tear up shit now because it's time for that. And just to me personally,
what you want?
I mean, what you mean? What I want? What I want is a full release up under their whole system. Because generationally, their system don't work.
It works for them. It don't work
for us. That's what I'm saying. I don't want none of that. I don't want none of that no more.
So how would you be released from that system? I mean, as far as what? Because you still have the internet.
I feel like they owe us some type of reservations.
Reservations, nigga. We are not Indians.
I'm just.
But that's a good point. The Indians, they gave it to the Indians. That's the only positive thing I have to say about reparations.
To flourish under the people that oppressed them. That doesn't make any sense. So we expecting people who brought us here to hold us down to set us free. That don't make no sense. Like we're still looking outward and not looking inward, just saying fuck all them. Let's just do what we got to do. And if there is white people that's riding with us, let's go ahead and bring them on in and mark them or do whatever we got to do to see fit that they with us or go on. But we have to be independent on this whole system and build each other up and govern ourselves.
That's what we need to be doing. You remember the candy ladies in the neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
I remember the candy lady. Remember the old dude who used to fix stuff in the neighborhood, the mechanic? Yeah. So this is it. So even if the reservation, we didn't have that. They called it the projects. But we could have took care of that, but we didn't.
Nah. So I'm not talking this shit that you get.
I'm just saying.
I think they should make us work a little bit for it. I think if you was supposed to have a little stake or a little land, I think you should work a little bit for it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they should just give it to you because we don't know how to act. If it's free drinks, free anything, we just go crazy. It don't even matter.
It's almost absurd to even.
It don't even matter.
Fathom the notion.
But what I have noticed though, like Doc was saying earlier, when we working, I'm starting to see a whole lot of black businesses shit coming up right now. I am seeing us come together like we is tonight. I am seeing a personal change, and I'm cool with the little that I'm seeing. I'm cool with that. I don't need nothing else from that. I'm cool with just being over here until it catch fire because now I'm starting to see that it is some of us kings that care and it's sparking little shit. So I'd rather wait for the spark than worry about what they doing. I don't worry about the COVID, none of that shit. I got shit to do out here. I got to feed these kids and all this shit. The same shit I've been doing before. None of that shit changed.
But that's a mentality. That's, I can tell by the way you think that's your mentality. And that's so you're going to approach that with a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I go into what he said about the, reparations. I do it fairly if you gave it to the Indians, you should give it to us. You know what I'm saying? But it gets so hard when you talk about that. So it's one of those situations where it's like
you just call them Indians.
The Indian tribes, they received land. You know what I'm saying? They received reparations for something. You know what I'm saying? We haven't received that. Even the Jews got Israel. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's gotten something. But us. But my point is that there becomes a problem when you begin to linger on this payback from something that truthfully is not going to be paid. And so it's almost now like, who's the weird one here? The person who keeps knocking on a dead door or smacking a dead horse, is whatever they say that shit is. But
poking the dead horse.
Yeah, like stop. You know what I'm saying? Don't stop expecting it, because the more you expect it, the longer you're going to wait to get it. And then the last thing is that, look at the last thing they gave you. You know what I'm saying? The last thing they gave you reparations. It was welfare. It was the whole Lyndon Baines Johnson shit.
They separated the family for welfare.
They did that. It affected the black community solely. You know what I'm saying? Because completely. The man was like, "Hey, you got an opportunity to get free from house step over here for a little bit." You know what I'm saying? Whatever.
Now that black man
can't be in the house, and then they started doing that. That's just a woman.
So I'm speaking on the black man. I ain't getting no welfare.
They separated. Yes.
Never got no food stamps. I need some shit from y'all from chasing me down and doing all this shit that y'all done put in the ghetto for us to do as ghetto kids.
If you're a numbers guy, you like facts, then we were at 90% in-home father rate before 64, before they introduced welfare. As soon as they introduced welfare, 90%, we were better than white people. So it was like, as far as in-home father rate, look it up. And now, after welfare, it literally declined.
Whatever the case may be, we got the result that was bullshit. So,
and that was the last thing they gave us. Yeah.
Whatever. I still believe like we need our own little fresh start, man.
So you mean like land? I mean, I'm just trying to figure this out for us. Like, they can't just run around and give us all individually our own shit. So I mean, you mean like just break us off somewhere and ship us all to our own little spot somewhere?
No, I think we should. I mean.
Like, I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, what do you?
Nah, they're just not shown as much. But it's enough smart black people to come up with our own judicial system and organize the shit. It's the people that if we gonna follow. It's the other people it's the people who
Brother
gonna follow.
Ben X is really good.
Like everybody's gonna feel that they have entitlement. Black people, we be feeling like that. Everybody gonna want to be like,
and
I be the president.
He's right, because
so now every black man,
we do have a justice system in the hood. We can't tell. You can't snitch. You can't do these certain particular things that are laws in the hood.
But
know what I'm
like
saying?
you just said, though, they use that same advertisement of our laws as snitching and being gay and all this other shit, and they promote it now and make it good, so it doesn't matter. So now those laws don't even apply in the hood.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
So now we're still searching and chasing.
They never did, but it was semi-enforced. And you know what I'm saying, until it became so rampant that you can't enforce it. You know what I mean?
Once social media and people allow that shit to be cool, it takes away all the power of it. Because the snitch factor, it's been a while, you know what I'm saying, since niggas had somebody in the hood to be like a real snitch that's just publicized. This whole 6ix9ine shit just blew the fuck up, and now that shit is cool.
And you can't even be a parent. Because like when we was growing up, we wasn't having terms like you battling depression and all this shit. We was going through fucking hell. Now you holler at your kids, depression at school, you're tired because I was up at work late or whatever. Now it's just all kinds of excuses because they don't put this terminology and put y'all focus on following whatever big agenda it is.
My friend said she's suicidal. You better get your ass in there and do them dishes. Shut the fuck up. Do them dishes.
Yeah. People believe in depression way too much. That's why the drug they prescribe it goes up 40% every year, as well as the diagnosis is go up 40%. So it's not. Come on, there's something here being made up, kind of like abortions. 40 million black women ain't got raped to have that abortion. You know what I'm saying? So the abortion numbers isn't what they set out to do it. 4 million. I'm sorry. I'm just talking about New York alone.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They didn't set out, if that law wasn't proposed for those reasons, you know what I'm saying? But here we are. It's being used for that. So you gotta be careful.
Yeah, that's a careful subject to speak on. I'm not gonna say shit.
I'm out of that.
So I'm
done talking.
Y'all always know who's always been watching. Uncle Tux is always on the sideline, and appreciate you guys being here too as well, man. Honestly, man. Man, there's a lot of stuff we could dig into. I'll tell you what. There's a lot of stuff. Doc, we appreciate you here.
Yeah, I almost gave up on you, Barry.
That statement you just made. Whew, well, I don't even know. Should we peel the onion back?
This is horrible.
I mean, Is that something you want to go a little
Which
deeper
one?
in?
He said a lot.
We said a lot.
Which
But we're
one?
talking about the last statement based upon abortion.
Laws being misused,
so you're saying
parenting courts and shit.
Do you believe abortion is being misused?
Fuck yes.
In what way? Please explain.
Well, if you think about when Roe vs. Wade even came to be, it was real. We weren't at this place right now. We weren't at this place. We're at a little bit more of a logical standpoint. So the arguments were, it's a human life. Simple. Real common, simple. Human life, and like the most drastic of situations, like the thought of her having a baby by some dude that raped her. Like, imagine that. You know what I'm saying? So you're taking two fucking extremes that I think both deserve their... It led right. It came to the right conclusion that she should have the right to do what she does in that situation. Right? But problem is that it was way too open. They allowed this wasn't for that situation.
How's it being misused?
It's birth control, nigga. This shit is birth control. Period. I ask a lot of women like, because when they say they had a child or whatever, you know what I'm saying, I indirectly say, well, damn, why you choose to have another child? Because I don't know if you heard what I said. Why you choose to have another child? And it gets into the point why you should have birth control. You can't be dependent on somebody else for you to not get pregnant. Weird? Oh, that's weird. You know what I'm saying? You can't. Yeah. If that's the case, then you know what I'm saying. Then I'm supposed to depend on this woman to not give me AIDS. That's stupid. But my point is that why don't you use birth control? It's 33 forms, and they would say some shit like, "Oh, birth control don't work for me," or it makes me fat. Like pregnancy won't, or it gives me this, or it makes me this, or it makes me this. And all these things they say is exactly what pregnancy is about, the duty of fucking life. Literally. All their excuses literally are a symptom of pregnancy.
So, that shit sounds like one
I mean that's a strong point. It's a very strong point. However, I have to ask. I mean, there are all women on the panel. How do you feel about that?
I mean, you talking to me, bro?
I can't.
I'm not the average. Don't have you know I'm a whole. I'm a whole nigga inside. So basically,
but there are women that
I agree wholeheartedly. So I grew up with females who have the chances to go out and they don't have the proper health care stuff, or they don't have they don't have access to role models or people in their life who will get them proper birth control things, and so they do either take that gamble either out of non-education or just wanting to just do whatever, and they do wind up pregnant. But I do know a lot of women who definitely have way more abortions than they have children. And I'm not talking about like one, you got that one and done, I'll never do it again. I'm talking about women who got 4, 5, 6 under their bed. When you start looking at serial abortions, you know what I mean? When you start getting where you like a serial abortion, you know what I mean? Like, but they exist. They exist. It's like it's not somebody that don't know at least one chick that done had at least 4 or more.
Then that's a lot of chicks though. Yeah, because we all know one.
Exactly.
We haven't paid for a couple ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
We gonna shit and see what they say.
I also agree that for health reasons, I also agree that it's an option for other things besides just the extreme of pregnant. You gotta remember that some women's bodies, just because they can't get pregnant, doesn't mean they were supposed to. Doesn't mean they can hold it well. When I was young, my first child was. They gave me the option to either have this child or die. That was literally basically what they laid out for me. You can either try to have this child and carry it to its term, or you can understand you're gonna lose your life.
Absolutely, that's a reason that's just as simple as self-defense. A reason for self-defense and a reason not. Right. It's the same thing. So yes, absolutely, that would be a logical reason to say yes. Let this woman have her choice. Right. Yes.
But it's definitely abuse.
But it's got abuse. Fuck yeah. You know what I'm saying? Just like, you know what I'm saying, you must be tired because you've been running through my mind all day. You've been abused. You know what I'm saying? Abused. You know what I mean? But that's obvious. It embarrasses to say it. But we more conscious of it. But we seem to just literally just remove the fact of what's really going on here and that it's being done like that. As well as, I was going to say the family court. I couldn't wait for this to kind of lead there because the family court is basically designed the same way to kind of do the work that the welfare system hasn't done already. To complete that task.
I mean, as far as the family court, as far as child support or the parenting time part, or what part of the family court?
Well, the should I say the comfort and the norm in believing that a father, if we're supposed to have just the same rights, then you know what I'm saying, that the child sometimes should be better with the father, not the mother. That thing that the child should be better with the mother has always led precedence, and it's over money.
Now you know we've spent several conversations on your office. I wholeheartedly agree that the child needs to be with whomever is doing the best in life.
that's
so
true.
I'm very much an advocate for dads having the child.
But we ain't going there either.
So
if mama's on the
there's another lady also on the panel too as well.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Ms. Terry, how do you feel about his statements towards abortion too as well? Or what was your stance rather?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I might lose some fans over this, but I think it's better to just be honest about it before somehow someone finds out. I've had 4 abortions, so I've abused the system.
I paid for a few my day.
You know, the first one I had was paid for by, because it was a situation like you spoke of, and then the other 3, I just, I wasn't ready, and I don't think abortion is the issue, because I think it's a beautiful thing. It's in essence of population control. Certainly, if it's not like past a certain term, that's my take on it. But at the same time, abortion is not the issue. The issue is not having value for life. So every time you lay down with somebody, protected or not, you are understanding that you could not only catch something, but you're also going to create a life. And when you decide to take that life, like those 4 lives that I killed 4 people that were inside my body that I created. I killed those people. I'm still walking around. That's neither here nor there. I'm just saying, like, I'm a murderer myself. But look how different the world could have been, because that child over there is amazing. She may not be paying attention. She's eavesdropping. We're going to have talks later on, and we're going to talk about this. And how beautiful the world, I think, is now because she's here. But if those other 4 children could have changed the world drastically, maybe they would have been obstacles for other people to make the world better. But you're taking away the energy by you decide to make this baby. You should have either, if you can't do it, you give it up. But at the same time, we're kind of packed. We're very cancerous. We don't have room for nobody else. And so that's my take.
But so you agree in a sense that it's being misused.
It is being misused.
A lot of times it's
but
being
I think the misuse is us not understanding what life is.
But now your reason was a little less logical, but it was still valid as far as saying I wasn't ready. I think that's still a valid reason to decide to not have a child. Okay, I think the discomfort comes in how many, right? Well, now if you believe that, and which I believe it too, but now you have to flip the tables and you got to understand how many dudes are forced to make that decision when they're not ready. They didn't want that. I just wanted sex.
Well, they should have had a conversation before they stuck their dick in.
But then she should have too. That's my point. She should have. You get my point. So that's where it's just supposed to stop right there. The mic is supposed to drop. It's because it's just a good, clear understanding of how this goes both ways and how you have the choice.
Right.
And your choice can go as extreme as murder. Where mine, if I don't even acknowledge the child, I'm a deadbeat. If I don't pay my fucking thing, I go to jail. This is a horrible thing for me, and I have to live it. There's nothing to protect me from that.
Before we would have never seen. What's the comments?
Yeah, we got some people in the comments. Cassie said, "Abortion isn't birth control."
Amen.
It isn't.
Damn right.
But if it stops something from happening, it's got some kind of control in there.
That's it. Yes. But
and Corey, she's in the comments. Shout out to Corey. She said a whole bunch of medical terms that I ain't gonna even try to say. But
are reasons to have abortion?
Huh?
Are reasons to have an abortion? She gave medical terms with illnesses that can.
Yeah, you can read what she said, nigga. Shit.
Corey, I respect you. I gotta read it. Let me see. She gotta say something. She's gonna say whatever it's gonna be. It's gonna be intelligent. Where am I looking at?
At the very bottom, fool.
Yeah, health can lead to abuse, abortions. Yeah, I think that goes into.
No, tell the people what she said, nigga. I can't pronounce that shit.
Man, I gotta put on glasses. Put on glasses.
You're not finna make no food.
Medical disparities. I'm sorry, and I can't see it.
Thank you, Corey.
Inequalities or something like that.
This horrible humans, because these niggas can't read.
Medical disparities and inequalities within the healthcare system lead women to abuse abortions. Exactly.
Say that again. Explain to the people again.
Lack of access to healthcare and things that actually they need to be able to.
I think that
have like things like birth control and things that can prevent getting pregnant in the first place also do contribute to the amount of abortions. So I mean,
it's a culture.
That's Corey said.
That's chosen, because men don't like to go to doctors, and you have to grab us and yank us down. That's just kind of known as being men. We don't like going to the doctors, all right? But it's just we respect. That's just it's more common amongst men. We see that. You know what I'm saying? But if we care, we go our ass to the fucking doctors because we know we need to go to the damn doctors. So I'm making a choice not to go because of my own incomfortability. If that person doesn't love themselves enough to check on themselves, then that's goes into the deeper point of it. But that's period. The system can't make people take care of themselves. Period.
He's like, man,
What are you laughing
I
at,
just
bro?
wait for my girl to itch. That's all I got. That's all I hear. So I'm laughing. That's all I hear.
I'm thinking the same thing.
That's all I hear.
What?
I hear all this. It sounds so elegant.
I pop an antibiotic right after sex.
That's what it sounds like right
Some
there.
male cocktail. The male morning after pill. It's a 500 milligram penicillin.
And some
Real shit.
amoxicillin.
That's a male morning after pill. Right there.
They laugh. They're all like that. That look like.
Dip it in the tip with alcohol. Anyway, but we won't go to the doctor for it.
Right.
But it's facts, and these are things that are just kind of embedded into what we're taught as each other.
We're not just gonna bypass this homemade female cocktail.
And they don't go when they're homeboy that same infected ass person and find that everybody say, yeah, you fucked those so he also fucked those.
He said, bro, send me the ingredients.
Niggas is tripe.
No, niggas suspect trust me. Niggas suspect I was like that, nigga. I got a suspicion one time. I was young, I was scared as shit to go get tested because I'm like, this is how I found out. So I'm scared. I'm preventing it because I don't want to fucking know the answer. So I literally wait 6 months before I go, even though I'm scared in my head that bitch didn't make me feel right. You know what I'm saying? Follow the drip. But my point is that sometimes the not knowing is what keeps you from the hospital. Is what you feel safe with.
Fuck that.
That's what encourages
So
motherfuckers.
you knew somebody didn't make you feel right, but you still went and did things.
No, afterwards.
But you said you waited a while to go. We're not going to skip past that.
Hell yeah.
She didn't make you feel right 6 months ago, and how much have you had since then?
No, I'm talking about directly after
abusing.
the.
That's abuse.
Probably a lot. I know, and I agree. I know what state of mind I was in. No, I agree 100%. But it's real. It's like this is something a lot of people probably won't say.
Yeah.
Out of fear of embarrassment, but it's the truth.
This is the main camera. This one.
What?
This one.
What? It's the truth, man. Y'all niggas know. When the last time? Ask the nigga next to you when the last time he got an HIV test.
Nah, fuck that, man. Follow the drip, fellas. Follow the drip. Follow the drip.
So check it. I'm trying to segue, right? Trust me, this is a rough segue. Right?
Itching and burning and roughness.
We're gonna go with not having symptoms was a quote. Okay.
Not having symptoms.
That they didn't have symptoms.
Asymptomatic.
That's what last.
So recently, D.L. Hughley just passed out on the stage. Okay, actually doing a comedy show roughly about 2 days ago, I believe, right?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yesterday. And he ended up being diagnosed with coronavirus. COVID-19. Okay. My question to you is like, is COVID real to you guys? And if so, there are spikes coming about. How are you guys taking preparation with your own families and actually with yourselves? How are you guys taking COVID-19?
I wash my hands a lot.
I
know. I mean, and I'm cool.
I ain't living in fear. I won't live in fear. I can't. I'm going to stay in until I feel that it's safe to come out. But I'm not going to come out and go play street ball with pillows around. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to live in fear. And I don't think that we should teach people to live in fear. I think that we should give passes to those who choose not to go back to work because they're afraid. And they are taking that chance, and I think that should be respected. That's their decision. But I believe that if you're out the house, you made that decision to go ahead and resume maybe some of your activities, and I think that that's the chance that you take against self accountability to make the world a little bit better if we can all just understand what we're doing and commit to it. But we can't stop up everybody else because I know a lot of people that's hurting from this. There was in the entertainment, the club scenes. And man, I didn't realize, I never even thought about these guys, but like their livelihood, they haven't seen a down year in 15 years, 20 years maybe. Yeah. They haven't seen a down year, so almost hopefully they would have had more saved, but they're still seeing the results of it. So a lot of people are feeling that, and I think that is the pandemic real? Yes. is the facts being stated correctly? No, it's coming from a group of motherfuckers that will feed you anything. So, you know what I'm saying? I think you gotta shop around. If you ain't did your research, then stop thinking it's all that. But I think it's a bad flu. It's highly contagious, but it's not gonna kill the world. I think you should probably be best to expose yourself like chickenpox. Just get it over with. Now, if you're getting old, yes, maybe. But if we can all just get back to it, then we can get the shit out of our system, it'll be good. But we can't live in fear and teach people how to live in fear. That's horrible, B. That's a trade-off that ain't worth it to me.
Ruckus, what you think?
Scared? No, I mean, not really scared. Like, life goes on. My life hasn't changed. Like, he's a truck driver. I'm in healthcare. Like, I'm still at the hospital every day. I do what I got to do. Come home. We had to buy more. We spent way more money on athletic stuff for the house. We had to buy a trampoline. So I'm trying to find other things for my kids to do because they can't go out and be interactive like they would like to be. My dog's gonna be antisocial as shit. So everybody getting bit when he come out because he don't know nobody. There's nothing I can do with that. But on the serious side of things, I don't know. Like I think there are going to be spikes. I want to address that because of the fact that more people have been next to each other. Like right now, it's more comfortable. Everybody's out and about. For 2 months ago, this would have never happened. Y'all would have never been able to call me like, let's do this thing. Like, yeah, nah, I'm cool. I'm gonna be here. Y'all can Zoom me. Y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. On that. Like, right. Masks and stuff. I'd have been masked up and all that. Like, right now, how we should be kind of masked up as people stay there. You know, they're violating social distancing and all that fun stuff. I'm concerned that my child might grow up in a masked up world where, you know, I got a 3-year-old. She gonna mess around and look back and can't remember nothing but everybody masked up depending on how things go from here forward. Like, that's just how, like, we gonna just live through this, but we just gonna be masked up and just act like it's not happening.
But you really don't know how ugly somebody is until they take that mask off. You might be trying to holler at somebody.
Ugly women is winning right now, B.
Ugly women is winning?
Right now?
Because, if we make it happen fast enough, I'll never see your face.
Right.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All the ugly women with the light eyes, like, yes, take my eyes out.
Ugly women with good bodies is winning.
With light eyes. That's all the ugly chicks with the pretty eyes.
Fucked up.
That's it right now. But no, I'm afraid of that. Like,
as a matter of fact, I wouldn't
eyes.
mind putting a mask on and
mask on.
Same with at that point.
Turn the lights off. Everybody ugly anyway. Lights off.
So I have a bunch of. So I'm not gonna go to everybody for each question because there's a bunch of them.
I thought you said you had a butt joke. I was like, I'm here. I was like, I'm ready. I thought you said a butt joke.
And I don't. And I'm not ready for those.
I thought he said butt joke.
I'm not ready. No. I'm good, and I'm not ready. Wow, that was funny. Yeah. So I will go. Let's start here with Never. I think everybody on the panel has children, right?
Nope.
Especially Tyler.
You know. So my question to you would basically be, because you made a statement, right? For your youth, for your kids, it's a different world, right? Schooling. Are you ready? Like what are your suggestions for? It's completely new. There's no real thing to even expect. It's unexpected. I don't think we've ever been in a place where you don't know really what you're going to do with your child for school. Even if they did say open up schools, do you want them to go in those institutions?
What I would say is, for the next year, we shouldn't send the kids out. Just me personally, because kids contract the flu and the common cold and all that rapidly anyway. And as much as we don't want them at the house, because everybody can agree with that. You gotta buy shit, you gotta figure out shit. I'm dealing with fake symptoms and depression and all that shit now too, because that's cool. You ain't running around.
They're watching the news and seeing that shit and shit like that.
But it's like, do we risk 200,000-300,000 kids getting it and all dying? I'm not sure if just for them to get out our hair, it'd be worth it. Until we get some more answers, but I agree with Doc when he said that they gonna just feed the shit anyway, so we ain't never gonna know what the fuck is going on.
You gotta do your own research.
And what is being fed now, if we want to say that, the increase now, let's say, because the increase is within the South, right? The southern region of the states, they opened up a lot earlier than the rest of America. And with that being said, they're saying the increase now is between the 20 and the 30-year-olds. So it's getting younger and younger. with what they're saying coronavirus? Is that something that's
of course
is
it
that
would
a ploy?
Be. Of course it would be
Is
because
it
older people are under the most threat. So they're the ones that are really quarantining and wearing the mask when they drive. They're the ones the older people are. You're over 50. You know what I'm saying? There's enough motherfuckers that died in that range till you're gonna take it seriously. But 20-year-olds ain't. Those are the people on the videos where we see partying and shit like that. And I say let them get it out, get it over with, because I think it is what it is. I think that the truth about the virus has been stated, and there's other viruses that are very similar to it. That if your immune system is fucked up, you are going to be at more risk of dying. This one just happened to give you a particular thing of symptoms that if you're fucking old, that's a hard thing to handle is pneumonia. You know what I'm saying? It's what kills people a lot for a lot of diseases. For AIDS, it's the number one killer of AIDS is you dying of pneumonia. A lot of things, pneumonia is the ultimate killer. You understand? So that's also, it has to be taken into consideration is when you're deciding how dangerous it is. But if it's a child, I think that we have to do it like a child. We have to take that precaution. That's what we do. We just take that precaution because it's a fucking child. I'm not here to conspiracy theory around children, but my child in my household is old enough to consent that we all agree that we're not participating in that.
So chickenpox. So you basically chickenpox theory. You find out somebody has full on corona. You go ring that doorbell with your child and be like, cough on mom, cough on them. Go ahead and expose them to because this is a chickenpox theory and go ahead and expose them and get it over with.
No, I think that's what we're going to have to accept that that's the reality. Either we're going to accept that reality is that we're going to have to let it run its course, or we are going to live in a different world like a motherfucker.
But it's just, and I agree with Doc, because it's just like, man, some of us know we ain't been taking the proper precautions and all that, and it ain't happening. I'm not saying I don't believe it's real and all that, but I still been moving, and I know a lot of people that still be moving. We mask up if we have to somewhere.
Yes. Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, like you said, it's just, I believe I might have had it. Like, I mean, who knows? But like you said, got it over with, maybe not. But I ain't gonna be scared of it and go in and spending $900 on masks and tissue and all that shit, baby wipes and all that shit.
2 years worth of scare? That'll change you.
Because that's bringing the money that they want back in there anyway. It's doing everything they want. They control the city.
And I'd like to start with your word, your last word, and start with you though. When you're talking about change, you said change it. It's more or less like we're in a situation where with racism and the laws changing, and people's perception, so to speak, or awareness is changing. Pandemic is changing. 2020 has been a motherfucker, in a sense, right? A lot of different things to adjust to. With that change, is there doom or is there something to look happy to do that?
That's a good one.
I'd like to start with you, Terry.
No one knows if there is something to look forward to. According to the principles of chaos, it is hope is the beginning of unhappiness. And it's oftentimes we get let down when we have expectations. The only thing they say, live every day like it's your last day. I want to live like I got shit to do, And because if you keep hoping for, in a sense, when you pray for something not to happen, you're essentially putting out what you don't want to happen. It's only going to come back as that's all it is. I don't want to get in a wreck. Well, don't say that. Just drive and be careful. So be careful. So that's why you said, when we doing the coronavirus? I wash my hands. I had my daughter wash her hands. I asked you before I came here, does my baby girl have to wear a mask? Out of respect. Do I think we're really going to get it? No. Do I think it's serious people have it? Yes. But as far as change goes, I mean, looking forward to something, that's on every individual. You can either have something to look forward to or not, but you have to make it happen. It's not just going to happen. Period. And that regards to everything.
Tell it. I feel it. Hey, I feel her 100%. I kind of dig into it.
What you feel about that Ruckus, as well? Do you feel, is it something that, is there doom? Are we doomed? Or are we, is this what we're about to reach a utopia? Is there something that is glory where we're headed to?
Is the PK and growing up, I was always taught that, we're in the days of revelations and everything we're seeing right now is supposed to be the beginning of the end. But now I done seen the revelations repeated like 3-4 times in my lifetime. And so I don't know what I believe anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, I believe some of us are doomed because we don't fucking listen and we don't learn. And if you don't learn nothing, history is doomed to repeat itself. So some of us are doomed to keep living the same fucked up cycle over and over and over again. So yes, some of us are very much doomed, but I think a lot of us have hope.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I don't think we're doomed at all. There's nothing on the table right now that can doom anyone. That can make any situation, it's too much worse. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we're doomed, you know what I'm saying? Because first of all, the virus can't wipe us out as a human race. It can't do it. The only thing it can do is effectively, as a human race, is keep continuing to allow us to be fear and changing our economy and fighting backwards. There's a bigger reason why they're perpetuating this and doing that. You know what I'm saying? I personally believe. And so this is really just, that being enacted. I believe this is it's pandemic. It's controlled pandemic. It's a reason. There's a reason why we're using this. And the reason why we're doing this, you know what I mean? It's obvious to see. I mean, come on, everybody can kind of see what happens.
What's the reason? What's the reason, Doc?
The elections.
Let the people know.
The elections. Coronavirus will be no more after November. After November, when the elections is done, whether Trump wins or Trump loses, all of this, even the riots, even all of this shit, even the pushing, you know what I'm saying? Because remember, the media is the one these media outlets are the one who picks the propaganda and runs with it. All right, and then they start these trends of firing people because they said all lives matter instead of Black lives matter. For saying what they feel. You know what I mean, and having them being retaliated against. So this is it's real simple. It's just another one of them things that they do.
This is a hell of an extreme to go for an election now. Is that? Well, I guess they went to many extremes.
They're trying to get the black. They want the black vote.
But with that being said, Mike Pence, okay, reportedly voted via rigged mail system, okay, which he's part of the Trump authority, and also Trump officials. Trump has also been on record as saying yesterday that it might even been today, that this would be the most rigged election.
Yep. I agree.
In history.
100%.
So I'm saying, is it just like, forget all the tricks, we're just gonna throw our dicks on the table? What is there to cling to in the sense of our dignity as Americans?
Bro, no matter what you do, we fix the shit.
God.
Do what the fuck you want to. We know what's gonna happen.
Hey,
yo, what about the last one? It's gonna be worse than the last one? That wasn't rigged?
But see, it's this what I'm saying.
No, it wasn't rigged.
Trump won?
This is why I don't think we do. Because our 80% of the population thinks just like the way Doc said. I still like to believe that the 20% of us, this can be stronger than the 80% though. Because the change gotta happen. Like he said, we already know that shit's rigged. We have nothing to do with that. It's clear that we ain't got shit to do with that. If it's rigged, they tell you we gonna win. You ain't black. How motherfuckers say you ain't black if you don't vote for me? Like that has to be the most outlandish shit a presidential candidate has ever said. He thought that shit. Trump was bad. That was way fucking worse. And we think that dude's the savior. Like I don't even understand. We just like buying into, like you said, just that's like a fucking show. All the show we watch on Netflix, the news and all that shit. It's another big fucking show. It's like she said, I don't know what the fuck to believe.
Yeah,
I believe the Bible, but from what I read, that shit's happened 50 fucking times already.
Yeah.
20, 99, 96, like
absolutely. It's a lot. You all you have to do is just question your beliefs and just dig a little deeper. But Coach, what was your question? Did he answer it again? Because I wanted to kind of go off of what he said.
Yeah, no, he did. He doesn't believe that we're doomed either as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, shit, no. If
doomsday of
what he said, the 80 to 20%.
We doing
exactly it's the scary part about it is that I agree with those exact numbers. Like I think 70, maybe 70, 30.
They not promoting it, but we doing a lot more than we ever done before.
Doom bitches in my mellow.
Just two?
That's just the bills.
But no, we're not doing. We're just
two things before we go to break. We have to take two things before we go to comments. Before we go to comments, then we'll go to break real quick, and then that's the last piece. But also, and we'll make it a long one, so you guys go take a smoke.
Thank you, God.
So check it.
We doomed.
So check it. One thing. When you say the name Candace Owens, everybody cringes except Doc. Right?
Oh, baby, right there.
All right.
Oh
I
my
fuck with her.
God.
Amen. Oh wow. Oh, this is. Oh my God. We have
my God, I'm out of
I
here.
can tell you he do.
I'm
because
out.
like
Wait,
mine,
hold up, wait,
I can tell by the way he thinks that we agree on a lot
I just want
of
to
shit.
cap what you guys have said does accentuate or exclamate rather what Candace Owens did say, and that I do agree with, is that whether pressuring or not, you can still make $1 million. But anyways, before we do that, before we dive into that, let's go to the comments.
Hey man, we got Tavy. Tavy, she in the comments. Ashley, my God, she's in the comments. She said the numbers. She said the numbers are still consistent due to the corona bullshit. She said the reality is we shut the country down as a ploy. Corona is real, but it's not different.
Not that bad, in a sense.
I guess so. It's not. I mean, shit.
Who wrote that?
H1N1. That's Ashley.
Oh, we agree on something. Nice, Ashley.
That may be a bit of misprint or something because y'all don't agree on shit.
Yeah,
anyway.
word up. Nice that we're getting somewhere. Coronavirus is helping somewhere.
It's
But
helping.
yeah, man. Y'all dwell on that Candace Owens shit, man. We finna take a break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Maybe. We don't know. 4 minutes.
Maybe less than that.
Maybe less than that.
Welcome, boys and girls, ladies and gents, kings and queens, players and playettes. This is your hostess, Diamond, and this is The Issue. Your guide to music, art, and entertainment. Come and join our network as we push The Issue.
Hey, I'm grabbing life by the horn. And riding that motherfucker till the wheels fall off, goddammit.
Fuck niggas gon' slap five.
Bro.
Yeah, I ain't gotta wonder who gon' ride.
Yeah, heard around the city he a fool. Hey, did this all my life, I had to choose. Yeah, money over shit that doesn't move. Yeah, we shut shit down, big news. Yeah, I've been kinda going kinda dumb. Yeah, they see what I do, I've been the one. Yeah, it's over if my hitter pull his gun. Fell in quicksand, these boys can't run. Show me something, nigga. I ain't gotta tell my niggas slide. Show me something. I ain't gotta wonder who gon' ride. Show me something, nigga. Fuck niggas gon' slap five. Show me something. With niggas who they know ain't on they side. Show me something, ayy. I ain't gotta tell my niggas slide. Show me something. I ain't gotta wonder who gon' ride. Show me something, nigga. Fuck niggas gon' slap five. Show me something. With niggas who they know ain't on they side. Show me something if you bout it though. Yeah. Tell your homies line it up. I know they see them hoes and get to acting tough. You niggas nothing but some dominoes. Yeah. My youngin' love the car they bluff. They walk up in your section hoping niggas bump 'em. I ain't bragging, but that's how it goes. Try your luck with all my hitters. Bet we Xing out the ones who out to get us. Right. I bet you that little bitch you came in cuffin' leaving with us. I ain't trippin', but I can't forget the way the struggle did us. Now we something, nigga. I ain't gotta tell my niggas slide. Show me something, ay. I ain't gotta wonder who gon' ride. Show me something, nigga. Fuck niggas gon' slap five. Show me something, ay. With niggas who they know ain't on they side. Show me something, ayy. I ain't gotta tell my niggas slide. Show me something. I ain't gotta wonder who gon' ride. Show me something, nigga. Fuck niggas gon' slap five. Show me something. With niggas who they know ain't on they side.
He made this. Damn, that's right.
I done been through all the pain, stood through all the rain, stayed down and never changed, hoping shit would never change. This ain't living. No, this ain't living.
Hey, I got my nigga Rollo in this bitch with me. CY3 in this bitch with me. Got that pills in this bitch with me.
I done been through all the pain, stood through all the rain, stayed down and never changed, hoping shit would never change. This ain't living. No, this ain't living. I done seen a lot of things, tryna look another way. People all in my face saying it's gonna be okay. This ain't living. No. this ain't living. Ay. I never put my trust in nobody. They lie when they say they got me in this war with anybody. Quit lying, y'all ain't body nobody. If it was real, we wouldn't see it. Tempted homies. Mission interference when they see me trying to pop me. Yeah, them suckers slid through. But we laid them on their pockets. And let me give you one reason why I don't trust nobody. Cause they be the ones the closest try to fuck your baby mommy. Or your bottom bitch, hit your closest relatives. These fuckers really out your slimy. Gotta get it how you live and be the day to day. Stresses make a nigga wanna give, but I just poke my chest out and I just take it on the chin. I just be like, fuck it, it is what it is. I know I'm coming 30 times harder next time. That's on my kids. Free already sitting down, man, he facing all them years. Gotta get this shit right. Oh my mama, this shit serious. I done been through all the pain, stood through all the rain, stayed down and never changed. Hoping shit would never change. This ain't living. No, this ain't living. I done seen a lot of things, tryna look another way. People all in my face saying it's gonna be okay. This ain't living. No, this ain't living. Big top stick, I ain't tryna mop shit. Hit him with this mop clip, baddest man down. We stay on the bag, no, we don't play around. Flex gang taking over long as niggas stare around. Try and get a baggage. Mama living lavish, plenty cabbage. You ain't gotta worry, girl, you just relaxing. Put her on the island, maybe in the cabin. It's your choice, might get whatever you can have because we cashing. Grew up in the struggle, remember days that I ain't have it. Had to hustle, grind for it, getting money is my passion. Pull up in the foreign, bet your bitch gon' get to asking. Plenty dead faces in my pocket, you can call up caskets. When I shoot, bitch, it's a basket. Curry with the shot, in the kitchen, water whipping, Chef Ramsay with the pot. If it's a Glock without a 30, I don't wanna keep you chopped. Cause lately we been slying heavy for the name that's on the rise. I done been through all the pain, stood through all the rain, stayed down and never changed. Hoping shit would never change. This ain't living. No, this ain't living. I done seen a lot of things, tryna look another way. People all in my face saying it's gonna be okay. This ain't living. No, this ain't living. You think that shit okay, nigga? All that fuck shit that you pulled. Fuck shit you got.
That concludes another certified segment of The Issue. If you would like an opportunity to showcase your artistry on our network, please submit your content to ournetwork@gmail.com. That's AHRRnetwork@gmail.com.
All right, man. Welcome back to Horrible Humans. Y'all know what time it is. Hey, man. Y'all seen the video that was Domino by AP. That shit goes up. That shit's hard. Shout out to my nigga AP. Yeah, man. Welcome back to Horrible Humans. You know, I got my panel in here. Never seen Dynasty. Terry Regatta, Ruckus, Doc Props. Y'all know who I am already. So, man, what's everybody's goals going forward with everything that they doing right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's your ultimate goal?
My ultimate goal is to make like a significant change in my community, not just financially. Like, I'm not finna give a bunch of kids a whole bunch of money. I think we already clout chasing enough for that. I think we got away from, we used to get slapped upside our head. And I think now they done took the slapping upside the head out the way. We got to figure out a way to teach our kids better to be more self-efficient. We all in this position right now, and as entrepreneurs and all that, because the way that generation was. And I don't think we fully adapted, or I haven't fully adapted to how to counteract what they see on social media, what they think is right, and what's all that. So my ultimate goal is to try to educate my family first and try to reach everybody else and just learn and grow from everybody else. I just want to be a part of something new. Right. Like, because we grew up around here and that shit just is different. It's different for the worse. And I just want to be a part of providing something different versus what they seeing on the mass media and all that Doc is talking about. Like, we got to get away from that. So the virus, I think, helped people get closer, in my perspective, a lot of people came out the woodworks with ideas that they've been had. I was like, fuck it, I'm about to do it now, because shit, I might make $10 over here now, because I can't go to work no more. So I think it made a lot of people stand up on their own, which I can appreciate that, because I'm out here still in the trenches with people who's grinding and braiding hair out of the garages and doing all that shit, pulling up, doing breaks. Them is my people right there. Yeah. The virus don't affect them because we still out here. You know what I'm saying? We still got to figure it all out, regardless of the mask or the protests or whatever. So me personally, I just want to be able to show that I done came from the gutter and whatever, and I'm still here with y'all, and I just want to build with the people that's around. It's a lot of snakes, but I still believe it's enough of us to weed them motherfuckers out, man, and do what we're supposed to do. That's fucking kings, black queens, white queens, everybody as the people for this new fucking world. Either we gonna help build this motherfucker, or we gonna end up being some slaves to some other shit.
Amen.
That's just how I feel.
I fucking love it. I fucking love it. I kind of second it. You know, at the end of the day, I've been following this guy and agreeing with pretty much everything he's saying, riding right off of it. And ultimately, I feel really the same way. What I like to give is what I believe, though, truthfully, is an example. I think that's the true piece that we can do. That it will take. It's the reality of what it will take. It's just if everybody just says stop waiting for someone else to be the example and just be the example. Just wake up in the morning and do things better. You know what I'm saying? And if everybody did that at the same time, the world would change instantly. You know what I'm saying? But that's truly the only way it happens. That's the way the French Revolution happened. That's the way anything of change happens, is everybody thinks in accordingly on the same a note for the same matter. And I think that what we lack is the obvious. You know what I'm saying? Is someone, an example. You know what I'm saying? Most of our examples are obvious. You know what I'm saying? Most of our examples are pretty much stereotypical. And so I think the best thing we could do as individuals is where we have the most power is to change ourselves, is to start trying to be that example. So in a sense, I use my son and my children a lot because, they're my change. That's what began my change. I couldn't do certain things. I would be embarrassed if they were, you know what I'm saying, could videotape a night out with my friends and the shit that I would say with my friends, you know what I'm saying? But the example that I am around them is the truth, is the truth. It's my actions and who I am, and a consistent basis is how we teach the youth, you know what I'm saying? It's just being able to see that and be like, damn, this nigga don't hood game, man. Everyone knows him and everyone's well liked, and I don't have to do degrading shit to do it, to gain that, you know what I'm saying? I think we all kind of have a lot of notoriety in this room. Everybody has thought about it. Everybody's fucking known this motherfucking child. This should reach a lot of people, but you know what I'm saying? It's just being that example. Yeah.
What's your ultimate goal, Ruckus?
I don't know. My ultimate goal is to just my household. My ultimate goal is to make sure that me and mine are good at all times, because I can't worry about what goes on in the streets. I can't worry about whether or not this person's going to care that my life matters. I can't worry about whether or not this person thinks that I'm worthy of this job. I got to worry about me and mine. And so I will make sure my goals are to make sure I'm happy. I'm displaying pure and unadulterated happiness, even though we're only promised the pursuit of it. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure that people, that my family sees me happy. My kids see me smiling. They see a book that my children's book comes out in a couple of months. It's being published as we speak. And I want to make sure I leave a Monsters in a Cookie Jar. Monsters in the Cookie Jar by G.L. Ellison will be out in a couple of months. And like I said, my poetry is raunchy. I got that Red Fox footprint, like you said. Like if they Google, you know what I'm saying, Ruckus, the Ruckus name might come up and might be some stuff that I really might not be happy about them knowing about. My father's a minister. His following is things that are out there that I can't show them. They can't look at my stuff like that. But my book, my things that are coming going forward, the comedy skits, the things the people that I'm working with. I can't tell y'all what I'm doing because y'all like to steal my shit. So y'all don't have to wait and see it. I'm telling you, I got shit happening. When it comes out, those are my goals. When y'all see the people that I finally worked my ass off to fuck with, I'm fucking with them. I'm at my goals, and that's where I'm at right now. Pure, unadulterated, man say.
And with that attitude, you're gonna achieve everything I just said. We just said your kids are gonna see your success. They're gonna see your diligence. You know what I'm saying? Your effort. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we do. We learn by example. You know what I'm saying? It's like if we're a hood nigga and our father did 2 life sentences, you know what I'm saying? We brag about that, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? But we brag. We'll find the shit that makes the difference in that person above us and say, you know, brag on my mama's book. It's in my office. I love it. You know what I'm saying? I don't even read the motherfucker yet. You know what I'm saying? But my mama wrote a book. And so we brag about our parents, and you know what I'm saying? I think we've gotten away from realizing how spotlight we are, how much they're watching us.
I ain't got no parents. Terry Legato.
Hi.
What's up, Miss Lady? What's your ultimate goal?
Well, I was listening, but I was also thinking as it was coming about. You know, I think outside of all the goals I have several. I have several goals, but even today, like he hit me right after my daughter came home today, and she worries about me a lot. And I have all these goals, and ultimately, even like a couple years ago, I wouldn't be able to sit here and do this with y'all, you know, like at all, because I'd be too insecure. I'd have to like pound a fifth of Hennessy to the face and then sit here and fall over my face, and I'd be like, "Did you see the white girl at the thing?" You know. And so my biggest goal right now is to just get this mental illness under wraps. I became mentally ill or diagnosed with it at 13 years old, institutions, the whole big, oh, she's going to go to group home, you know, she's crazy. Just let her run the streets if she wants to, because I was fucked up in the head. And it still follows me to this day, medication, all this other shit. People wonder why they see, I saw this part of Terry, I saw this part of Terry. Yeah, you just don't know what phase of manic, what phase of, you know, depression, what just happened. And I already have enough to deal with up in here that, you know, I want to get that under wraps, and I hope it doesn't have to be medication, but it's got to be something, because I would be on the same level of Megan Thee Stallion, Iggy Azalea, all those people right now. I swear to God I would, if I wasn't out here in these streets drinking and doing all this bullshit and not dealing with what's going on here and dealing with myself first, because I want to be a great example for my daughter. I want her to be I want her to look at me and be proud and not be like, oh, you know, my mom, she's just out here running the streets, she just got a bunch of war stories from being a hoe, and you know, she tried to be a rapper. You know, no, like I want her to be like, that's my mother, and that's and be proud. And that's what it's so amazing is she already is. But when she gets older, I want her to really have a reason to say that, even when her peers are like, you know, your mom was a hoe, your mom was a little rapper, she tried to do this. I want my daughter to really be like, I don't give a fuck what you say, that's my mother, and look at all this other shit that she's done for me and for her community.
And our accomplishments
I got to get this under wraps. This is the goal right here, is I got to figure out what's going on in here, man, because it is what is controlling and the reason why I'm not where I need to be and where I should be for my daughter, period. Ain't nobody else's fault but my own.
It's fucking beautiful.
That's real 100 shit. I'll get something real quick. Everybody do this real quick. Right? And let's see, just go right here, put it on your chin.
I'm not
doing
it.
Oh, shut up.
I know that joke. You paid me first. I know that joke. You paid me
Put it on your
first.
chin.
Stop.
Damn, light skinned nigga.
I know, y'all. I feel like that shit.
No. And your chin's here too as well.
You paid
Just to give you
first.
enough. Also, real quick question. What's Obama's last name though? Because we haven't cleared that.
That is his last name.
Good
his
job.
first name's Barack.
Good job. Is cereal a soup?
Yes. Yes. The cold soup.
It's also a killer.
Like cold coffee. Being called a frappuccino.
Cold soup.
No matter how little or how much you use me, you change me every month. When am I?
What? How much you use me every month? You change me every month?
Mm-hmm.
With the date? The calendar?
Hey, boy, you are bright. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job.
I'm too high for this, man.
What's it say in the comments, bro?
What do we say in the comments? Nothing.
Nothing?
Absolutely.
Not a goddamn thing. Shout out to everybody that was in the comments. Oh, it's still some people watching, but I don't see who's all over here. But they ain't saying shit in the comments. Man, drop them comments, man. Make sure y'all go check out her book and shit. And his magazine.
Dynasty Kings, Inside Voice.
Propdocs.com.
Propdocs.com. Yeah. Yeah, you get you what you want.
I have terrylegato.com.
Yeah, terrylegato.com, man. Tell the people what's up, where they can find y'all, man. Instagrams and all that shit, man. Let's get to that shit.
Never Seen the King, Free Hussein, Stamps, White, the whole dynasty. We out here. 2020. Fuck it.
TerryLegato.com if you want to see some dope battle raps, great music videos, some comedy skits, and buy a couple of dope shirts. Fuck the cool kids. Not really, but
dope.
seriously.
I like that. I like that. Fuck the cool kid.
Fuck the cool kid.
Even though I was one of them. Anyways.
RUKUS 303 on Facebook, so you can follow me and all my multiple personalities and everything I got coming up for the most part. Every other page is private or it's full or I don't like you. There's that.
Doc, tell the people where to find you.
www.propdocs.com, PROPDOKS.com will explain it all. I also do free mammograms on Wednesdays. Weight limit is enforced.
Weight limit's important.
Yeah, it's enforced. Past smears for no. But
Stupid as fuck.
Feel free to check it out. It's pretty unique stuff.
And one more thing I do want to say though. Say his name, Elijah McClain. That's what it's about out here in Ward, Colorado.
Yeah, we go get it. Yeah.
Elijah McClain.
Elijah McClain, man. Make sure y'all say his name too. Add it in with everybody else's name. With the Emmett Tills and the Trayvon Martins and the Sandra Blands and the Aubreys and the what's old girl. Hey,
I got a question. You guys all aspire to get married?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'll answer first.
I am.
Yeah? Doc,
I want to know what about you, sir.
I just said what I had to say.
I don't know.
Do y'all aspire? And this is, I'm curious. Do you guys? Because I think you're. Have you guys always aspired to marry black?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Answer that fast. I never aspired to be married. I'm completely shocked that I am, but I married black. But my first child is biracial, and my whole family is a Rainbow Coalition. Everybody brought home somebody of a different race, so I can't say who. I can't say who love would have brought me home with, but marriage happened to have me love a black man. So.
The black delegation, we accept Terry Legato.
Can you send that to me? I might need that one day.
If it happens to happen, well, I ain't gonna say because I'm definitely marrying black. You bitch better be black, because ain't no other woman from no other race gonna put up with my bullshit. Period. It's gonna take a strong black woman like my mama, my sisters, my auntie.
Terry's in her mind like,
baby
fuck
mama.
that!
No.
You gonna have to put up with this shit.
Marriage isn't structured for men. It's not structured.
It's nothing.
Hey, I don't want you can't.
Marriage is crap. Chicken.
All right, well, that's been the show, everybody.
No, wait, I got one question.
Hey,
It's an
to
acronym.
close out.
Chicken, rice, and
Go ahead.
To close out, because we're not done yet.
I feel like this is a setup.
It is a setup.
Oh,
Right? No, but this is a good one. This is a good one. This is a good one. One thing, we do got to close out, but it's everybody around the room I at least want to answer this. Okay? If you're looking at, let's say this camera, okay? All right, or we'll start actually here, okay? So to be to you two first, okay? If this is 10-year-old you, what are you telling them at 10 years old that you would wish that you was told?
I wish I was told.
What are you telling your 10-year-old self that you wish you was told?
Man, I hope this doesn't really sound, dishonest. You know what I mean? But I swear it's honest as fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm extremely happy with who I am. I've always been. And I feel like everything contributed to that along the way. Everything, all my, everything that, brought me down, everything that brought me up. It all contributed. I really like the guy who I am today. So I feel like if I tell him not to, even not jump over that fence one day to make sure you watch your hand because you're going to slice the shit out yourself. You need that slice. You know what I'm saying? For some reason, that slice.
Not something that changed in his life. I mean, what's a lesson? What's a lesson?
Know what you're good at. Know what you're good at. Simple as that. Know why you're here. Trees have a purpose. You know what I'm saying? Everything has its purpose. We also have ours. You know what I'm saying? But you only know what that is. Like, what are you here to do? Create? I'm here to create. You know what I mean? Creator. I'm an art guy like you.
Create.
I don't know. When I was 10, that was probably some of my worst years, honestly. When I was a child, I was dealing with a lot of things in my home that a lot of children were not privy to. So I thought. Growing up, I realized it was going on in way more homes than I thought. But I would tell my 10-year-old self that you got this, that you're going to bounce back and you're about to be an amazing person. All of this just created the most, probably one of the most strongest people on the planet. So that's what I would tell my 10-year-old self. You are not broken.
And she a beast. She's got like degrees and shit. It's like she's amazing, she's talented, smart. You know what I mean? It's nuts. You know, it's just and been through that. That's nuts. You know what I mean?
So that's what I would tell my 10-year-old self. None of this is gonna break you.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
What would you tell your 10-year-old self?
You're not gonna tell us what you're gonna tell your 10-year-old self?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Shit, run.
Run fast.
Run. And you gonna stop running. Keep running. Listen, 10-year-old Tally, run, nigga. And you don't stop running. You don't look back for nothing. Just run. Life is a marathon. Not no sprint. You keep running, nigga. I need to tell Tally that right now. Run, nigga. What about you?
I would this one here. This one. I thought it was. Oh, you were talking about that first. Okay, what's up? My 10-year-old self. That's you're just don't think that you're too old to do anything just because you're tall. Okay, and white women age in dog years, which you didn't even know that then, but it's a thing.
Oh no!
Like you're never too old to try something. So just because you're on the ice and someone's doing double axles and you can't do it yet because you just started when you were 7, they started when they were 3. You don't have to give up something just because you don't think that you're at the place where you should be at while doing it. I.e., now I'm a 31-year-old rapper. I'm on the verge of being washed up, according to the way the industry looks at it. You're never too old to continue to do what you want to do and do it, no matter what age it is, even if it's the very, very, very beginning. No matter what anybody says, do what you want to do. You're never too old. How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
Well, mine's is short and sweet. I'm just tell my 10-year-old self to always keep your focus on yourself. People tend to get caught up in what other people think about them, and that bases their thought process on doing a whole bunch of other stuff. Stay focused on yourself, make yourself the best person you can be, and the right people will fall in your life when it's accordingly, when it's the proper time. Don't search for friends, don't do all that. Stay focused on yourself, make yourself better, keep yourself better. That's all I'll say.
As real as
that covers a whole lot of shit.
Well, this has been another episode of Horrible Humans. We got real serious on this motherfucking episode. Y'all won't probably ever see me again on a Monday, but I'm glad I was here today. I'm glad my panel was here. We had a beautiful show, man. Shout out to Never Seen, man. Y'all make sure you go check him out. Terry Legato, Ruckus, Doc Props, Prop Docs, whatever the fuck he call himself. He won't pick up the phone. But I wish we could have aired this commercial right now. Come on down to Doc Props. Anything you want, we got. And if we ain't got it, we gon' get it. Hey, man, this is Horrible Humans, man. I'm Tally 2400.
Elijah McClain.
Fuck with me. Say the name.
Elijah McClain.
It's been said that power waits for the one who earns it, the one who turns the situation around when their inner voice is sound. How will you earn your power? With words, or with silence and in life, or in death and violence? Then how will you use it? Will you confuse it and think anger is the only way to belong? Or will you abuse it and let pain make you forget right from wrong? Will that make you feel strong? Do you have the power to turn the situation around at the sound of your inner voice? You can pick up the sticks or you can grab the stick. How will you handle that choice? How do you want your story to end? Are these really your friends? Will this be fun? And do they have a gun? Will you be forced to use your power for what's right or to run? Will you look back on the time and wish you could rewind that last second, minute, hour? Make the choice to listen to your inner voice. How will you earn your power?
This is our new.
Beauty.
Granville T. Woods, born in Columbus, Ohio on April 23, 1856 to free African Americans. Woods received little schooling as a young man and early in his teens began taking courses in engineering and electricity, a subject that he realized early on held the key to the future. Woods began to form ideas for what would later be credited as his most important invention, the inductor telegraph. He worked in the area until the spring of 1880 and then moved to Cincinnati. Woods eventually set up his own company to develop, manufacture, and sell electrical apparatus. And in 1889, he filed for his first patent for an improved steam boiler furnace. His later patents were merely for electrical devices, including his second invention, an improved telephone transmitter. The patent for his device, which combined the telephone and the telegraph, was bought by Alexander Graham Bell, and the payment freed Woods to devote himself to his own research. One of his most important inventions was the trawler, a grooved metal wheel that allowed streetcars, later known as trolleys, to collect electrical power from overhead wires. Woods' most important invention was the multiplex telegraph, also known as the induction telegraph, or block system in 1887. The device allowed men to communicate by voice over telegraph, ultimately helping to speed up important communications and subsequently preventing crucial errors such as train accidents. After receiving the patent for multiplex telegraph, Woods reorganized his Cincinnati company as the Woods Electric Company in 1890. He moved his company research operations to New York City. Woods' next most important invention was the power pickup device in 1901, which was the basis of the so-called third rail currently used by electric-powered transits. From 1901 to 1905, he received patents for an improved air brake system as well. By the time of his death on January 30th, 1910 in New York City, Woods had invented 15 appliances for electric railways, received nearly 60 patents, many of which were assigned to major manufacturers of electrical equipment that are a part of today's daily life.
Welcome. You know, y'all know what it is. Y'all see who y'all see who he is. Y'all see what's happening right now. You know what I mean? Just in case if y'all ain't know.
Hey, you know what it is. Jewel Cameron. That's who it is.
Welcome. You know what I mean? To Off the Chess. You know what I mean? We're gonna be playing some chess. First of all, if y'all ain't get it,
Gotta get on the game, bro.
And then we're gonna be getting shit off our chest as well. You know, just looking at who we are as black men, what we want to do in life, our goals, family, all that. We're gonna be looking at all that, get it off our chest. You know what I mean? So we got I'm gonna let my man introduce himself. You know what I mean?
Man, it's Mr. Eastside Jewy, aka Slappy Davis Jr. But my mama named him Jewel Cameron, so that's who I am today.
The young Jewethels.
We're gonna be talking about some real shit today.
The young Jewethels.
Oh, the Jewethels.
You know what I mean?
Hey, we're gonna be talking about a few things today, though. So,
yes, indeed.
You know, I'm eager.
So, first of all, we're gonna get this straightened out. You know, we play touch move.
Okay, me too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
If you touch it, you got to move it.
If you touch it, you got to move it.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
And it's fucked up, though, that you got this racism shit just because you dark and I'm a little more yellow than you gave me the yellow pieces. You see what I'm saying? How this shit. We got to stop this, y'all. We got to stop this shit. This is a bad start.
It's how it runs. You know what I mean?
We all won,
you know what I mean? But if you notice, we ain't got no white pieces on this board, though,
but that is in there, so that does bring in the unity factor. So I can endorse this.
There it is.
I can be embrace my skin, my yellow people.
All right, so young Jewethels, he got the gold pieces, you know what I mean? And I got the black pieces, of course.
Yeah.
You know, but being that he's the guest, he get to go first.
All right, so that's what I'm going to do. Stay gold, pony boy.
Hey, there it is right there, you know what I mean?
Stay gold, pony boy.
Right there, you know what I mean?
And we on. So, you know, I always the type person to step out front of my king, you know what I mean? Because it opens up a few different doors. You see what I'm saying? You can I ain't no expert, but I was always taught, you know, open up the door, let some other people out.
Hey, you know me, I always open up my queen first. You know, you let your queen get out there first, you get a little action.
I like that. My pop, he taught me, he took the queen off the table and made me play without the queen first.
So speaking of your pops.
Pops was a Rolling Stone. You know, he was into doing what he was doing. He ended up getting shot. I mean, that ain't the hallmark, but he ended up getting shot in '94, man. Ended up being in the wheelchair for quite some time. Since then, you know, since for like about 20, 25 years, I'm not 94, you know, y'all can do the math, I'm getting old. But he taught me how to sit still, man, and you know, give me some father wits.
And you know, some people, they say they have a pops, but they didn't have a pops.
They didn't have a pops, you know. And I got to meet him. I was older, but better late than never, you know. And he instilled some good, proper principles. He's kind of like a Eastern philosophy kind of dude, you know what I mean? And, you know, just you know, teach me to set up your moves, man, and you know, be great. It ain't really about this board game. It's really about how you make your moves in life. And I say, I got a decent chess game. You know, I got a decent chess game. If it comes to that.
Okay.
But yeah,
what would you say if you was to take one thing, one lesson, one jewel from your pops that he taught you in life? What would be that one Jewethel that he gave you that you using right now to this day and that you passing off to your kids?
Well, he gave me 12 of them. But the basis of food, clothing, and shelter.
Hold on, I want you to know too. We playing chess. Too. I don't want you to forget the fact that we playing chess. You know, all right,
my bad. Yeah,
but I don't want you to think that we can't conversate
and do the same thing.
And do this chess thing. But at the same time, I don't want that to be an excuse for when I wipe you out.
Oh, is that how you coming?
Hey, you know, it's
you
just
coming?
Chess talk.
Okay.
I don't want no trouble. I don't want no trouble.
All right, I like it.
That's it.
I like it.
I don't want no trouble. You know what I mean? But them 12 jewels.
Yeah, man. Food, clothing, and shelter, man. Peace, love, and happiness. You know, knowledge, wisdom, understanding, freedom, justice, equality. Those are like the main things that stuck out to me. I tattooed them right here, you know. Amani Upendi Faraha, you know, Uhuru, Aki Usawa, and these are all the 12 jewels. And, you know, I kind of rock with that because then was the, you know, some strong jewels, some strong gems, and it kind of fights and wars against the 7 sins. We can get on that a little later.
Yes, indeed.
You know what I mean?
Do you fall short? Do you fall short when it comes to carrying them jewels into life? Do you fall short when it comes to you want to stand on them Jewethels that you was given?
I think that's the whole balance. I mean, it's a rocky road, you know. But you know, you're conscious of when you fall short. See, it's when you don't have the consciousness, then you don't care. You know, it doesn't matter. But actually having that consciousness, it always, you know, you're like, okay, let me get back on a gravy train. First, if you never had them jewels, you don't even know what to fall back on. Indeed. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's rocky roads all the time. Should be up and down, smiles and frowns, man.
Talk to us about your family. How many kids you got?
Man, I got 7, man. I got 7
Man,
kids.
you was working.
Yeah, I was.
You know what I mean?
I can't take credit for all of them. Shouts out to their dads and mom. But they're my kids. But biologically, that's an ugly word, but it's a real word. But biologically, I got 4 children, but I got 7 kids.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yes.
Your joint still work?
That motherfucker stand up.
Did you get snipped?
No.
Oh, you ain't get snipped, so your joint still work.
Yeah. That thing ain't got the arthritis yet, man. It still got some jewels. It's jewels. The family jewels is still working, baby. No snipping right here. I'm scared of scissors, man. Fuck.
So
that.
as long as you pump,
I'm still pump. I'm a pump. If it come out, we watching what we doing. We ain't just making a mess of shit. But at the same token, you know how I go.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed, man.
Give me the ages.
We got like 26, like 24. We got like 19, 18, 17.
So you got adults.
13 and 10. 10 is my youngest.
Okay.
Yeah. I probably messed up an age or two. It's how this shit happens. But yeah.
So with that being said too, with you being a pops and everything like that, there's a whole cry right now talking about Black Lives Matter.
Man.
How many boys do you have?
Man, I got 5 boys, man. I got 5 boys, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Yeah, man. And I'm glad they still breathing in here, man, because it's like they don't value life, or they desensitized. A lot of these cats is desensitized, man. Like,
I mean, as a black father though, how does that make you feel having 5 black boys that, I'm gonna be honest with you right now, I feel like there's nothing that we can do, there's nothing that we can say to our children, to our black boys that's gonna protect them.
Right. And it's fucked up because it's like, shit, we got a family. You got to start with your family. And I don't think people are really understanding what it takes to really unify with your family. And that's why these boys is running to these streets and and I don't know, we just got to kind of start individually with our family and take it serious. We having these kids, and we had kids when we was kind of kids, but a lot of us, even if we was older, we weren't conditioned for a mom and a dad to coexist in the home. And that starts right there, that division. When the man and the woman ain't functioning, they have no feng shui, so to speak, then it divides its kids.
Do you think that do more damage?
Yeah.
More bad than good?
Yeah,
if the parents aren't on the same vibes.
I can't say that because I know a lot of good cats come from good homes and end up knuckleheads. Yeah. So it's just like, it's two kinds of people. Some people just chase that evil. Their feet don't rest till they can feel it. And then you got, people that ain't on that level.
Hey, man, I don't know if y'all tapped into what we doing, what we saying.
Yeah.
We got young Jewethos right here.
Man, just drop a gem on them, man.
A few things. We getting shit off our chest.
That's all.
Playing a little chess.
Playing a little chess.
You know what I mean? That's it. I don't want no trouble, nothing more, nothing less.
That's that.
Just a little chess.
That's right.
But there's a few things that you had touched on. You know what I mean? The streets.
They eating, man. The streets eating.
The streets are eating.
They eating good, too. They eating good, man, and we feeding. I don't understand the philosophy of it, man. Fuck the police, they killing us. The ones that is evil and crooked and all of that, But then it's like black folks is just knocking off black folks. And like the streets don't love you, like you get this false pretense, I'm gonna go get behind them, we gonna go hit some licks and hustle. I don't know what you could be thinking. But I
mean, this is you at what, 40?
I'm 42 now.
So this is your thinking
at 42. Now
so
here it
you're
is.
Thinking at 16. What was your thinking at
Hustling,
16, 17?
I'm thinking more of a hustle.
Okay.
I'm like, let's get hustle. I really wasn't thinking about jacking no other brother. Straight up. Now I ain't gonna say my hands ain't never stole.
Say that one more time, please.
I never thought about jacking another brother. That's never been my motto. Why? Because why would I take from a brother that's struggling as hard as me to get it? I'd rather team up with you to get it than. But I've always been like that as a young teen. You can ask anybody that was around me them times when we was hustling, and it was never like, oh, this nigga over here on this and that. We can go kick in the door. Some niggas is riding like that. You know what I mean? And they call them Blue Jays. They'll steal from your nest to feed their own.
Oh yeah.
You feel me?
Oh, yeah.
So I never was like that because we didn't have shit in our nest anyway. So it was like hustle. And I ain't do everything I could have. I wish I would have just worked, you know what I mean, or got behind with some kind of dream that I had. But you know, you start off football, you know, and you break a leg, that don't work. You start running out of options, and you see your cousin, he out there hustling and getting to it, and he got some money and he paying for it. I need to, but it never once was we thinking about robbing or killing and nobody for that matter. All lives actually do matter. But
I mean, was that the same accord? Was that the same feng shui, like you said? You know what I mean? With all the homies.
Nah, nigga steal right from you, look right at you. You show him love, you come and buy something, you give him a cool price, nigga touch the double back and be like, he must got it. He gave me the plug. And then they in your door, man. Like ain't a lot of white folks did a lot of shit.
Hey, he's stalling out, but it's his turn. Just so y'all know, he's stalling out.
I am. I see you trying to open up your shit. I see you doing your thug. I see you doing your thug, man.
You know what I mean? I mean, but even looking at that too. Even looking at that, if the homies wasn't rocking and wasn't on the same accord, why rock with them? Why be around them?
Well, shit, because you live here and everybody, and see, I ain't no stereotypical person, so I'm not going to stereotype my own like all these brothers is like this. Everybody ain't like that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, but you going to get your, you know, you got some dirty, rotten scoundrels.
I mean, but you see it. You see who's who.
Do you, though?
I mean, you should, though.
I mean, can you? I mean, that's like saying Nipsey should have.
I mean, he should have.
I mean, but that's how Cain slew Abel. Biblically, Cain slew Abel. Bomb.
If we know in the streets, what's the past? What's the end goal with being in the streets?
It's dead or in jail.
If we know that, you know what I mean, and they know that, they still chose the moves that they chose.
Right, because death haunts us all.
So in a sense, he knew. The homie Skrill knew. R.I.P. to the homie Skrill.
I mean, you always know.
Hold on real fast. You know, because the homie Skrill, if y'all don't know, the homie Skrill was in the community doing work as well.
Right.
You know what I mean? And we're going to pause this just for a second, just because there should be no reason why the homie's dead right now.
No.
Why the homie got touched at all.
It shouldn't be a reason, man. And it's fucked up politics. I can go back to Rocka, you know.
The homie Rocka.
And that's my blood brother. You feel me?
Yeah.
So, and I'm telling him still, hey, stay away from this dude and stay away from that dude, and watch yourself and watch your surroundings. They don't like this, they don't like that, but a man gonna do what you do, and even though you get on a good path. And this is important for young brothers, man. Like, the streets ain't as forgiving as Jesus is. He say you can keep doing it and come back, he gonna forgive you. Streets ain't like that. You see what I'm saying? Streets is taking you for one little thing you do because they already jealous of you. Half of them, you know? So my thing is to stay out the streets. I ain't no street nigga. I was a hustler. I wasn't a gangbanging nigga. I was born in the streets. I didn't live in, man. We got evicted. I lived all around this motherfucker. We hustled on the street to get money to take care of my little brother and sometimes my mama.
So check it out. He's still stalling. You know what I mean?
I thought I just moved. I just came in.
Yeah, you did
and
that.
then you pushed the
And I
pond.
did that,
Yeah, you pushed the pond. That's because you talking to me about that good deep. You brought out that good depth. You brought out that good
We
depth.
still talking. We still rapping. We still get it off our chest. You know what I mean?
We getting it.
So even looking at all of that, you know what I mean, with you talking to your blood brother, telling him to stay away from so and so and so and so, and he's still dealing with so and so and so and so. Do you feel some kind of? Do you feel like you failed him at some point?
Absolutely, because you gotta understand with me and Rocket, man, it go back. You talking
So y'all
about
got same mom, same dad?
Same mama, different daddy.
Okay.
So, you know, we come from a different tree. You see what I'm saying? We just come from the same soil.
Okay.
But, you know, mama battled drug problems and so forth and so on, and I took care of that kid, you know, and I was really buying his cleats and making him go to school, and the streets, people
I was in school with Rock.
I believe it.
You know what
I'm at Cole, you know, but unfortunately, I had to move to the hood because that's at that time, it's the only place I could go. So I pretty much really brought him, and then he got a big family on his daddy's side here. So he was connected way different and moving around and doing time, and you know, it just, I feel guilty, but I don't feel like
check you out.
Yeah, I feel guilty, but I don't feel like I did it, I'm responsible. But there's a lot more that I could have done, I felt like. But then, you know, it's just a topsy-turvy. Because he's gonna ride for who he was gonna ride for, or he was gonna be with, who he wanted to be with. See, we family members, that's why I say this is we gotta think more about being around our family and being influenced by our family.
Yeah.
We run to the streets.
I mean, and that's the thing right there.
And then that's just what happens in the streets.
And that's the thing too, you know, that's one problem that I see within our own community.
Right.
You know, instead of us staying in our homes, you know, we run to them streets.
We run to them.
You know what I mean?
Very, very.
And our babies end up following suit. You know, so you know what, I never gangbang.
Nah.
All right. I never got quoted. I've always had a problem with authority.
Right.
Ever since I was a kid.
Period.
You know what I mean? So me gangbanging, that was never a part of the solution.
Right.
But at the same time, all my family, they gangbang. You know what I mean? So I was always the one that was left out because I wasn't included to some of the family gatherings when they was out doing shit and stuff like that.
Right.
How I'm saying all this to build up, you know, in terms of how hard is it to keep your kids on the right track?
Very hard.
When you've been through that, you've experienced that, you try to tell them to stay away from that. How hard is it to keep your kids on that other track?
Well, I'm gonna say this: my kids ain't really gang banging and shit like that. So, they rep their side.
Even looking at hustling.
Yeah,
even looking at hustling.
I can't say that they failed me by any means. They have their struggles and little kid stuff that's going on. It makes me nervous because of the world they're around, that they're in, more than that they make really stupid decisions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they done some teenage shit in their life. You know what I'm saying? But but I hear what you mean. It's always like y'all wouldn't have been able to survive in our day. More so, I always tease them more so, but I think they pretty decent on the path now. They're not running around toting guns, and as far as I know, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't give me that vibe, so I don't really be like, man, y'all out here, you know, like, ain't nothing I said rub off. So I feel like I do rub off on them, but at the same token, I can't be vicariously like they're supposed to be doing shit perfectly. Shit's supposed to be goes topsy turvy. You know what I mean? So it ain't golden, but I am very proud of them kids. But the world around it, there's some kids that's scary as fuck. I'll be scared from to be out with a few people. Like all the shit that our parents used to be scared of. I don't want you to go here, I want you to go there. Now I feel that. I do feel that. More than anything. That shit drive me nuts, bro.
Word up. Check it out. Y'all know again, y'all see who we got here. You know what I mean? Y'all see what we doing right here. We getting shit off our chest while we playing a little chess.
That's what we doing.
You know, earlier my man, you know, Young Juetos, he had said he ain't never ran into one of his brothers, a black person, shit, tried to rob them and stuff like that.
That ain't my thing.
You know what I mean? And that's very commendable.
Yeah.
With that too, you said you was hustling, right?
Absolutely.
How many aunts, how many grandmas, how many, you know, what was you hustling? Who was you serving? You know, even though you wasn't running in nobody's shit.
Right.
You know, we gotta look at.
Yeah, man, we was affecting people's families, man. You know, even though I showed love, I had to sell my own mama dope before. And I ain't have to.
Why did you?
Because it was in the sickness of it. And it wasn't out of greed. She come and say, baby, man, I need this and that. She high, you know, she doing. I see, I got $80. I say, I don't want your $80, man. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just as guilty. I'm over here serving dope to another nigga's mama, right? Yeah. And she say, well, I'm gonna go down here. This nigga gonna give me kibbles and bits for this $80. I'm thinking now she caught me. Damn, that is fucked up. You about to go down here seriously?
Probably to one of your homies.
To one of your homies, right? So I'm like, fuck it, I'm dubbing her then. Now I feel like I ain't serving her. So I dub her every time. You see what I'm saying? This is the sickness, right? You in this sick.
Hey, and you know what's crazy is I got an older cousin. He used my mom as his tester.
See? And fucked her life up.
My mom ended up ODing.
See?
You know what I mean?
And that's the life. He didn't know that. He didn't know that.
And the thing is, I had asked him.
And you gotta have that in your heart to forgive. And
you know, and I had asked him, how come you was serving my mom. How come you was using my mom to test your crack?
Right.
You know, he told me if she didn't get it from me, she would have got it from somebody else. Exactly what you had just said. But look at the destruction in that. The destruction, and we don't realize how we taking them down even further. So me and my mom have a beautiful date, and it's September 10th. We celebrate it every year. And she come out of the penitentiary for her last time, fucking around with that shit. And she come and she say, son, I ain't got nowhere to parole to, but I'll tell you what, if you keep selling dope, I'm going to keep smoking it, though. And if you stop selling it, I'll stop smoking it. She was in Thule Hall. You said September
10th.
September 10th.
And we both stopped. That's 16 years ago.
So that's 2 addictions.
Yeah. And my dad gave me my most important book, From Chocolate to Morphine. And it talks about addiction from chocolate to morphine. So it talk about everything in between.
And you know, people don't know hustling, getting that money. That's an addiction.
That's an addiction. What? Sometimes I have dreams, like literally, like some niggas be rapping about that shit, and I be rapping, but I be really having dreams about that shit. Like real, just, you know. So when I'm out there, when I put my plates together in the house, I'm bagging up baggies. You feel me? When I'm making my burritos, this is, you know what I'm saying? That's 20 and pop. You know what I'm saying? So I'm back on the
talk
fly.
to them about the mind frame though.
That's the hustle.
The same.
It's the hustle. Today I feel like making some money. I'm gonna get some extra ground beef. I'm gonna get some extra this. I'm gonna cook it all up, and I'm gonna sell it till it's gone. Walk up out of here $300-400. You good at it? Do it.
Hey, and it's fire.
And it's fire. Thank you, sir.
And it's fire.
Thank you, sir.
You understand?
Hey, because I actually do it with love, and it's cleanly, so God in it.
Man,
I love that shit. I love to see that. I love cooking. I think it's on you this time, man. Don't try that shit.
Hey, you know, it's a beautiful thing. It might be. Hold on.
I think it's on you, homeboy.
I'm moving.
Oh, okay. Damn, you moving fast. But we moving so slow.
Hey, so but the conversations are so smooth.
You fight near it is.
You know what I mean? Slick. So even looking at, you know,
you slick.
Have you what is that word that they use?
What's that, bro?
You know, when you relapse, have you relapsed?
No. Not even thought about it. I sleep good. That shit was a headache, bro. Man, if you count all that shit, my nigga got 15 years. Obama, that's why I fuck with that one president. He suspended about 5 years off of that because they had crack as a violent offense. Yeah. So you know that's crazy. Man. That's some crazy shit to put on people. But anyway, he ended up 9 years, man. He was a balling nigga out here getting to it. But then if you divide that money he had up over those 9 years, that shit is less than minimum wage, my friend. Yeah. And we had them conversations. I asked him, you think of me? He said, shit, I wish I would. Man. Fuck that. I don't tell no kid to do. I didn't even know they still had crack here.
I mean,
the shit was over. God damn. How long y'all gonna smoke crack and gangbang? Serious question,
it's
man.
It's funny though. It's funny because we see it.
Yeah,
we saw it.
Crackhead, you tried crack,
but we still got cousins and shit that'll
still try it. That'll still flip their goddamn whole light switch, man.
I had a homie. You know, he was selling weed. Then he went to selling work. Right. You know, he was smoking weed. He had no weed to smoke, so he started smoking his word.
That's how it happens. That's how it happens. I'm going to come on over this route. Oh, man. Because I'm a greedy son of a bitch. Oh, man. And I've seen a piece out there. Y'all see that for the camera. That don't mean I'm going to win. But that means I got a trophy.
He went and took a whole piece of mine. That was a whole piece. I needed that. I was doing something.
You had something set up?
Yeah, I was doing something.
I didn't like how he was just sitting there like he was hoarding shit.
Yeah, I don't want no trouble.
He was all.
Hey, I apologize.
Thank you, sir. I know you still up to shit.
I don't want no trouble.
I know you still up to shit.
Yeah, you know I don't want no trouble. Man. Hey, you took a whole piece of everything.
Man, I ain't like it.
Let's try and play a little chess. Nothing more, nothing less. You know what I mean? Again, y'all see what we doing.
Come on,
y'all see who I'm doing it with.
What we gonna do? I ain't touch it yet.
Oh,
I wanted to, but I ain't going to.
I don't want no trouble with it. You want to touch it?
Well, that's what she said on Ministers. I don't want any trouble. Just get out. Let's see what we doing. Man.
I mean, so is it easy though to not hustle? To not want to hustle, because the thing is, I'm gonna take that question back because you're still hustling.
Right.
You still got that mind frame. You just ain't doing it negatively.
Right.
You just ain't pushing that poison no more. Right. You know what I mean? It's that same mind frame. So looking at that, you know, considering that you still had a hustle, you still had a product to push. Do you think it was easier that way to stop working you know what I mean, the street avenue?
No, that was not an easy transition. Being a lazy bum on your ass, waiting for somebody to hit you, and then having to get up and work for less, and have to get up and work and have to do it and depend on the check and take a pay cut. But it was so much clear. I mean, it was so much more clearer. Things were so much more easier. Like my wife would tell you, I used to be in the sleep, tossing and turning with a gun under my pillow. You know what I mean? Like you get being robbed, being jacked by the police, being set up by the bitch, or you know what I'm saying? Like you just don't. Your mind is, you know, so it's like your computer. Good, yeah. Man, a little bit better. A little bit better. I mean, I ain't in a slumber, but I mean, I used to just be edgy all over, jumping, shaking, fighting. She said I still fight a lot in my sleep though, because I mean, you know, I got a couple of them. Because motherfucker don't think you can slang her when I was doing security and all of that. All right. Not because I'm a tough guy. It's because sometimes I gotta fight the tough guys.
All right. Hey, you gotta be ready.
Sometimes you gotta fight the tough guys, man. And so I still be in a stiff jab and a sharp right hook. I swear I can fight. Then get a hold of me.
All right, it's safe. You know what I mean?
So I know it's my turn. So I know you got another question. I'm gonna try to concentrate on this while you conjure up your new question, because I'm like, this nigga's on me and I don't like it. I don't like it.
Hey, you know, I don't want no trouble, man. You know what I mean? While we sit up here waiting, I was talking to my man about his hat earlier. Yo, you know what I mean?
Clothing chaos, man.
I'll see how fly that thing is, though, right?
It's nice, man.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I think I might look better in it.
Hey, you know I don't know, but yours is nice too.
Hey,
hold on. That looks like the hand of a slave, man, breaking free, baby.
Liberation.
Come on, libertad.
Hey, got to.
Libertad.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, man, that's what's up.
You know what I mean?
Let me see what you got going, man.
I'll give you a minute before I fire off on another question. You know what I mean? Because it's about to come.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I'm looking.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What's happening currently?
Freelance. Shout out to my guy Snuff Pelly. But I'm just kind of freelancing, gallivanting around, just doing what I do, you know, best until shit get back. But I'm working on some material. I just went out to Vegas, shot a new little video. But I really was having a good time enjoying my kids, coming off of that nightlife. That shit'll wear you down, man. I mean, literally, you drinking every night, there for some Sambo shit, on some entertainment, trying to make everybody laugh and giggle. That shit for the birds, bro. I like business, but that was a headache. So it's really the body was resting, giving the liver a break a little, you know.
So if nobody know if this they first time tapping in with Juetos, what put you on? What made you you? You know what I mean?
The powers that be, man. Mom gave me that strength to not be scared of nothing when I was a fragile little kid running around. I don't know if I can fight. So she gave me that vigor, and Pops gave me that wisdom. And my grandmother, I would say, she kind of facilitated it all. Anytime I needed or something, it was something there as a youth, she was right there to swoop us up when they was falling off. So them three components is what brought me to me today. What keeps me fly now is wifey, them kids. You know what I'm saying? That's the big thing now. But what kind of brought me into the man, my aunties and shit, you know, Ohio, coming from Denver, not having no family out here, just me and my mom, my brother. When she actually lost custody of me, you know, sometimes God do be working, because I do believe in God. Some people don't. Oh well. But I believe in God, and I believe He was working even in that treachery where she's in prison, and me and my brother got to move to Ohio, new start. But I got to really jump into my family and learn and feel a different kind of love that you don't really feel. So love, you need a little love in your heart to keep pushing, man, because you get cold. You know, after a lot of years, it was real cold.
Oh yeah.
Playful and fun.
Oh yeah.
But cold.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you reading right now?
Man,
what's in rotation?
I probably need to get back on it. But my consistent book that I always read in times of I just need some clarity, or I like the I Ching. That's kind of like a book you don't have to read from front to back. And it's like, 64 hexagrams of wisdom. They got a couple of different passages at the end of it where you throw some coins, build your hexagram, read the shit, and whatever the I coin is, you read a line. So you can read, you can use it for a long period of time.
Oh, yeah.
So that's like my number one. It always keeps me, clinging to my humble self, my superior self, so in line with my chakras and shit like that. Trying to be decent.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to be a decent guy.
I'm very observant.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm noticing that fifth letter on your chain.
Yeah.
Explain what that fifth letter.
Well,
what is the fifth letter?
that's the E. So
I ain't know. You know what I mean?
And my grandmama, my daddy, they from East Akron. We come down East Denver, and I include Park Hill in my East Denver too.
Oh, yeah.
Cause I don't gang bang, but that's in Northeast Denver to me. So that's East Denver to me too.
Oh, yeah.
A majority was on the other side of the boulevard, but either way, I lived everywhere. I went to Park Hill for 2 years, year and a half, should I say? Went to Gove Elementary, went to Gilpin. So, but this just embodies everything. I want people to see it as a bridge, where we all from one side of town. If we was all together, we would be dope. And that goes all the way to the schools. I hate the fact that they divide our little inner city up and make him go to TJ, make him go to Man, make him go. We should all be at one school so we can be a dominant force. But they know what they doing. They divide us against each other.
Definitely.
And this is represents the unity.
I mean, y'all ain't hearing all these two weapons.
Hey, man.
Spitting.
Hey,
Y'all
for real,
start
it
catching the
does.
ball.
It represents unity. And the diamonds actually come from my father's ring. He gave me a ring, and I couldn't rock the ring and show off the ring, so I took the diamonds, and now he on that 5 because he got shot on 5th Avenue.
Oh, yeah.
So the 5
Oh, yeah.
and the E's, I salute. That's the
yeah.
rock
Real
of
life
love.
symbolism.
That's the trucks I hang up for my brother.
Oh, yeah. Real life
You know what I mean?
symbolism. You know what I mean?
Put the blue diamonds in it.
Real life.
Because he was cribbing, and that's what he wanted to do. And I tried to tell him, why you out here making all these kids? That nigga had about 20 kids. Why you out here making all these kids? But I said, we always think we know, but now I see that nigga, it don't be him, but it be him. Manifestations of him. And that's a beautiful thing to leave behind, man.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
So he left some jewels.
Beautiful.
Real
with them jewels, you know what I mean? I'm sure everybody ain't gonna get them all. Do
Right.
you have any, I talked to you about books, what you reading. Do you have any inspirations to writing?
For me,
biography, anything?
I want to write a movie. I always had that. I'll need to get with, somebody that really knows the format, and I don't necessarily want to write it, but I want to, I need a stenographer down there, somebody that could just type up what I need to say. So I would love to get a script writer or something and sit down and really write a movie, because I got one. I got something in my head that I watch a lot, you know what I mean? But I want y'all to see it. So I would really love to write a movie. Not so much a book, but I did have a book idea. I hate to share that with the world because I didn't, but I may inspire somebody, and it's not always about holding on to some shit and you never do nothing with it. So I was gonna put a book in that kind of combined a lot of religious thinking and conscious thinking and just a whole bunch of different ways of, that I was gonna call what I was gonna call it, what does it all mean? And it was just gonna kind of explain how we got here, using a little religion, using a little common sense, using a little philosophy, and shit that I learned, and just kind of explain it from my take.
Oh, yeah.
About how we got here and where we at.
Oh, yeah.
So, what does it all mean? All one word, kind of make it convoluted. But I did want to do that.
Do you like karaoke?
Yeah, I bust a karaoke down. I go down to Mr. A, mess with Miss Terry down there on Tuesdays.
So talk to us about, your karaoke song.
Man, I love having fun, man. I like Puddle of Mud. Puddle of Mud is a motherfucker control.
Look.
Yeah, I have a blast with that. Yeah, it's rock and roll shit, So, I like to fuck around, get outside of my norm, you know what I'm saying, and fuck with different genres. Well,
so
my norm?
when you say when you get out your norm, who is that exactly?
Well, I'm talking about my musical norm. So, just my musical self, that West Coast kind of feel, all of that R&B and shit. Just kind of jump outside that shit that I don't necessarily listen to. Okay. One of the most eclectic men I know is Omar Williams. He took me out to his, I can't even know who it was. It was amazing. But it was some shit I would never listen to. So getting outside the norm is dope.
That's what's up. Yeah, you stalling still.
I'm saying,
You still stalling.
you know, I ain't used to playing chess like this. This is different kind of chess. I'm used to shutting up and playing the game. You got me chatting. I don't know where I'm at. What the fuck? So all right,
look at
so
that.
I'm one of these kind of guys where I feel like I'm gonna bust this here move. I don't like that move.
Hey, you know they say make your next move your best move.
There it is.
You know what I mean?
There it is.
Not just on this move.
So I don't like
not just
this
on that move. Not just on the move earlier.
I don't like that.
All the moves.
So I'm gonna come here.
That's how you feeling, huh?
That's what I'm telling.
Okay.
Let me settle down and see what you up to.
Let me go ahead and snatch this real fast.
That's pretty move. That's a pretty move.
Yeah, let me go ahead and get that.
Okay.
What would you say? What are some of the lessons that you learned as being a rapper? You know what I mean? What can you take from that and being in that industry?
Get your business right. Get your business. Know the business. Because talent without business is null and void. Get your business aspect. Know the business of music. Because it's a complicated business. And it's constantly changed. I remember I wanted to bring a tape. I wanted to make my first tape, and it turned to a CD. Then when I finally got my first CD, they went into the internet. You know what I'm saying? So be ready to be changed, adapting. Release your music. Don't copycat. The art of mimicry. I hate mimicry. But if it works for you, it works for you. I don't knock it. But like be original as you can be. But at the same token, know the business. Unless you just want to do poetry nights and it's just a passion, you just like to do it. It's just hobbyish. But if it's something that you really want to take to the next level, know the business. And all of y'all a little crew and all 6 of y'all want to rap, 5 of y'all stop and get behind the rapper.
I mean, it's that easy though.
It's that easy. Get behind something.
It sounds easy,
but it's hard for ego.
There we go.
Yeah, ego is just, you can't, they could be like, my bars go harder. You know what I'm saying? And he might not, I might have the bars, he may have the look. You know, we got to figure out, it's like an assembly line. Like, you got to kind of figure out who should go ahead and go do it. Everybody want to be it.
Said everybody can't be a king. Somebody else, some of y'all got to be a pawn.
I mean, it turns in if you keep pushing.
But together.
If we pushing that pawn, we going to push that pawn together. The king's pushing, he's doing orchestrating everything anyway.
How come people don't see this?
Well, because they want to be the man. We all got dreams too.
I mean, at the end of the day, if one hit, it's gonna be easier for the next one to hit.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, this is common within the, you know, again, looking at the black and brown community. Right. You know, we just can't support the one that's hitting. We can't get behind him and support what he's doing. And that's the sad part. You know what I mean? Oh man.
I gotta check.
Trying to hold on to my castle.
I don't like all of that, man. There you go. Yeah, man, I'm coming, man. Fuck you, man. Check, man.
Oh, goodness. Damn.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't want no trouble.
Hungry,
look
man.
at you.
I'm a hungry dude.
Hey, you just came out of
man,
nowhere with
let
nothing.
Me go ahead and do
what would you say you want to be? What you want to be remembered for? Dang, he just came down here and started taking all my pieces. Dang. Hey, you know I don't want to play no. I just want to play a little chess.
All right.
Nothing more.
I can chill now. Now you
Hey, I don't want no trouble. I ain't never wanted no trouble, man.
I just want to be remembered.
Dang.
I just want to be remembered. Just remember me, and whatever that was to you, just remember me. But you know, I hope to think that people thought of me as a positive person that, you know, gave out positive impulses. Fun-loving guy, you know what I mean? And ain't scared. Just because you a fun-loving, funny person don't mean I can't come from here. And I want people to remember that, because a lot of people kind of, you know, they run to them gangs like it's a protection because they, you know, they be scared to come from the shoulder or whatever. But come from the shoulder, it's okay.
It's all right.
Even if you get cracked, I done got cracked. Teeth pop, whatever.
Right.
You know, it's okay. You don't gotta, yeah. So just know when we say put them guns down, I was the littlest motherfucker out there fighting. Actually, Mumbo, I put him on with him too. He punched the shit out of me too, but I punched him back though.
Punch back, that's important, all right? All right.
You feel me? He did, you know, it's good vigor. Like I always respected that man. That man don't mind going from the shoulders. I mean, but put the guns down. But pick the books up too, though.
That's what I was
don't just start fighting now. I don't mean like replace a violent with another violent. But if you gotta go squabble, but put some in your brain.
There we go.
Yeah, if y'all niggas floppy disk, man, you gotta put some hardware on your computer, man.
That's it.
Ain't got nothing. Yeah.
If you was to teach a class on any topic of your choice, any subject, what would it be?
That's a good one, man. It would probably have something to do with horticulture, something to do with growing food, or I would love to be able to teach something, where it's real value. Because this is things that I would love to learn, things that I would love. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a specialist on it, but I would like us to be hands-on out in the garden, out here fucking with some nature shit, you know what I mean? Like, out there fooling with some fish. Like, I don't know how to do all of that shit. So I would love to learn it and be able to teach people to be self-sufficient, because if the grocery stores close their doors,
I mean, that comes back down to
what we gonna do?
Everybody can't be a rook.
Nigga don't, yeah.
You know
everybody.
What I mean?
So you gotta learn. That's some shit I would like to learn and then spread and keep. So I'll, get a house, big acres, and live like family. Start with your families. Have beautiful families.
Man, you keep mentioning family.
Man, because that's the thing. Everybody run to their friends and love their friends more than their sister, or all of this, or love their cousins more than they, and it's just like, this is your, like, family over friend. And I ain't saying friends ain't a good tool, but fuck all of that. Family. And if some more family members want to build communities, let's build communities. Let's your family, that's a good solid family. You a good solid. Let's go. Why we ain't put $2,000-$3,000 down and went and go bought up some land somewhere? Like that type of shit. Like families.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy.
That's what runs the world, right?
It's easy.
The families,
yeah.
Right, but it's the families. It's an elite bunch of families.
Oh yeah.
We don't got to run the world. We can run a community.
Oh yeah.
We don't got to let's start with something.
That's it.
A close knit community, family. Let's go.
It.
Proper principles.
Ain't asking for much either.
That ain't much.
But stop stalling though.
Okay, man.
Yeah, you stalling.
Well,
you know what I mean?
All right, I'm sorry.
Again, keep in mind.
I see you.
I don't want no trouble.
Here, I'm gonna come.
I don't want no trouble. I'm trying to play a little chess.
I'm gonna come here.
Nothing more, nothing less.
I'm gonna come right there.
Goodness.
I like pieces. Reset pieces.
I see.
I love it. Reset pieces.
What would you say? What would you say is your proudest accomplishment?
Me and Mom's accomplishment. Stop that anniversary we got not selling dope. Me and Mom's.
Who is your favorite revolutionary? Dead or alive?
Revolutionary, man.
And why?
Who is my favorite?
You're taking all my pieces.
It's a cliche, but I've grown to love him because I don't have a favorite. I mean, I like Huey P. I like Malcolm, and interesting, since I had got so revolutionary, I see what Dr. King was meaning now.
What do you mean by that?
By merging instead of rebelling. He understood the fact that teaching our children, fuck the police, become rebels, wasn't going to sit properly. And what I mean by that, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. This is a sensitive subject, and I want to word it right. But we got to teach our children that to become police and police your neighborhood. We got to teach our children to become judges and lawyers and fight to. If this is the system that is running,
so it's the system though that's fucked up.
But it's more fucked up because we're not fighting to be in the system. We're fighting against the system, and it's the system that's running the world, right? We need, if we want influence, you have to be the spook that sat by the door.
I mean, but that is it though too. If you look at the music,
right,
that's being pushed out, that's perpetuating the violence.
That's right, and we're doing it.
And we're doing it.
So, but that, and I look at music, and I don't want to put the blame on music because that has nothing to really do with nothing. We have to put that the realistic part that. It's like movies. There's violent movies. There's pornographic movies. There's all kind of movies. So is music. You can be an author, write about what you want to write about. Okay, don't get me wrong. So I don't want to get in and say that it's the whole reason because it literally comes from the streets.
Oh yeah.
Now the streets is coming from the music. Niggas, people on the streets that ain't been on the streets nowhere is being cool because somebody on a video is wearing the stuff. And so he goes and puts on the same stuff as Lil Wayne or whoever the new nigga is, and then now they're cool. But they have no idea that shit came from the streets. So I can't put it on music because if your brother got killed and you want to talk about that or you have some anger about that shit and you want to release it through music, then that's a good avenue. Should that man just hold it in or should he go really do it?
You know, that's a good avenue for it. I feel like right. You know, and me as an adult, I was on the same page. You know, I don't feel like we should put music as one of the reasons why niggas is acting like niggas.
It ain't.
You know what I mean?
Because niggas, they're getting that from the streets.
But, you know, I'm also going to push it on music because as an adult, I see that.
Right.
But as, you know, these kids is 14, 15, they don't realize what we realize as adults.
Well, we fed it to them. They getting all that talk from their mamas and their daddies and uncles, and that's that. They're going to visit niggas in penitentiaries. They're sitting around with single parents, and we teaching them everything that they know. There's this family, the household is not solid. And I ain't pointing no finger because when you point one, you got three pointing back at you. I wasn't all the way solid all my years either. There was things I wasn't doing right. Like, we're not business owners. We're not doing that. Then we like, I don't know, we can't trust. And it's just so many fucked up, like so many damaging things in our community where it's like we can't get over it. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, you can't get over this shit. It's like damn. And it's like,
I mean, even you make a good point. You make a good point. You know, I mean, you is stalling. You know what I mean? Just to remind you.
I didn't. I thought.
You is
you
stalling.
came down here.
Nah, just a little chickadee. That's it. Just
you checked me.
Yeah, that's it. Just a little chickadee.
You checked me.
I don't want no trouble.
Okay.
That's it. Just a little
I took
chickadee.
that little piece there. You checked me. You kind of checked niggas in the whole nine, huh?
I'm trying to survive. At this point, I'm in survival mode right now.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm in survival mode.
Let me come.
I'm just trying to survive.
Let me just come here then, because I don't like moving and niggas making me move.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's do this right here.
Yeah.
I can't do that, Chet.
Yeah, this is what you want to watch. We about to shut up for a minute, y'all.
I can't do that.
Let me see who talking to us.
Focus up real fast.
Let me see who talking to us. There we go. There go good folks.
Focus up real fast, man. Go ahead.
Good folks, man. I'll see y'all. I'll see y'all.
Focus up real fast.
Hold on. We about to get back to y'all. Chime in. Tell us what you want to hear. Any questions y'all got, let us know. What's going on? I moved a second. One second. I moved this to block this.
Oh, that's what you did. And I did this right here.
Damn. Okay. So you did that.
Yeah, I did that.
Okay. You mean man, you.
I did that.
Woo, you upset, ain't you?
I did that.
You ain't got no reason.
So what if you was to meet, you know, number one, trying to figure out how to ask this question. Have you ever dated a white girl?
No.
Why not?
Truthfully, it just never presented itself.
Have you ever boned a white girl?
No.
Why not?
I just don't think I'm the kind of black guy that they like. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the way we never missed. I don't have nothing against no one. Okay? I don't. It just never had it. Never had a white woman, man.
What's your take on all these celebrities dating and pumping these white girls like that's the move?
I hate the fact that they just, this is what they perpetuate more than a person's choice. There's black people that love other black peoples. Perpetuate that too. Don't perpetuate. They just putting that out there, you know. But you gotta think, like the old pimp say, that's the white man's prized possession. So naturally, that was something that people was getting hung and beat and killed for whistling. So naturally, I can't blame a black man for wanting, you know, that prized possession of yours, because they the same way. They be like, I need me a little coffee too. See, with this milk.
I mean, so, looking at that, you know,
people are beautiful, man, for real. It's tough.
How important to you is therapy?
Therapy. I ain't never been to therapy, so this is kind of therapeutic for me. But I'm not against it. I don't feel like I would love to get into some counseling or some little therapy in there.
There's a big stigma right now about black folks, black men
going to therapy.
Yeah, not getting.
You know, I'm one of these niggas need to own up, nigga, and be strong. But the chances are we probably do need somebody to talk to, and at least have an outlet. But I just think as family, bro, we not really. I'm gonna go back to that, man. It's just that's what you need.
I mean, but what's the difference between family then from when you was growing up to you being a parent and family in the communities now? Because I'm asking that because we don't have the, it takes a village type of thing.
And
my
that's
kids,
what we gotta go back to.
Kids ain't getting whoopings from their neighbors.
Right.
If they get in trouble and shit like that. You know
Well,
what I
that
mean?
ain't the family. I'm talking. See, that ain't family. That's a girl. Some of my niggas touching my kids again. See, but us, I'm just saying.
I mean, but that was the community that we grew up in, though.
Right. But a nigga get rich and then they'll leave their family behind, or
lead the community.
Can lead the community, and I get it because they be wanting to kill them. Look what happened to Nipsey. But I'm saying the mindset has to be my family. We don't speak proud about it. We speak proud about the homie or my chick or, I'm getting guap. I got the wop. Motherfuckers is not talking proudly about fam. And I just think we need to speak more proudly and put that in the essence. And like, if you got a sister, a brother, a uncle, a nephew, a niece, or somebody out there, reach out to them, holler at them, fuck with them, fool with them. Because you just never know, man. Like, people got the wrong sense of shit, man.
Yep. All right, so this is what we're going to do. I'm
we
going to
doing?
go ahead and tilt this right
You
here.
done?
You know what I mean? Nah, I'm going to throw the clock on you.
Oh.
You know what I mean? We're going to put the minute on there.
Oh,
all right?
okay.
That's how we're going to do that. So you got this one.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You got this one.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
We're gonna write it
I ain't like that, but we going to do that.
We're going to put the clock
I don't
on
like
you know what I mean?
giving nothing.
Yeah, I'm going to give you that one.
No,
All right? I'm going to give you that one.
Oh, man. I don't like being gift nothing. I don't want to get.
You don't like gifts?
It was coming down on your motherfucking ass.
Hey, it was taking you too long to finish off. You
It
know
was
what I
beautiful,
mean?
though.
It was coming down to it, and I'm like, oh,
See,
man.
we on a talk show.
I might be in trouble.
We on
you know what I mean?
I thought we was on a talk show.
I was really in trouble.
You feel
all right,
me?
so
you
gotta
want to
do-
swap it out? You want to switch it up?
This is it right here.
This is it.
This is it right here.
I can let you
know
go
what I mean?
first.
This is gonna be the. You know what? Let's go ahead and swap it out.
Yeah,
man.
swap it out. Can we just turn it
It
off?
ain't one of them ones that you
Yeah,
turn. You know what
man,
I mean?
swap it out. You take
right.
off. Hot sauce.
All right. So this is what you gonna do.
That's one for me.
So when you play on the clock, the piece that you move with, the hand that you move with, you gotta hit the clock with.
Bet.
All right. So you gotta tap to let me out.
All right, so I'm ready
All right,
to
just
go.
hit the screen first.
Okay, I gotta see which one is which, and everything's set up
Clean,
properly. Clean. All right, bam.
All right. Okay,
we on the
got
clock.
you on the clock now.
Nah, I still got
Yeah.
57 seconds.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, what we gonna do here?
Are you voting? Do you vote?
I don't.
Why not?
It's a long story. I probably should to some people, and I ain't gonna do it to others. Because it's hard to pick a slave master.
Okay. Are you a religious person?
Slightly. I ain't gonna. I think religion is necessary nowadays.
What's your stance on polygamy?
Polygamy? Shit. If goddamn, if the woman is with it and everything's cool, but I don't think it works really here. I don't think it'll work.
Okay.
I don't think it'll really work.
Okay. What do you think will work with the youth right now and killing each other? What's the in your opinion, what'll get them to stop killing each other?
Maybe resources. What happened? I was supposed to pick it?
Yeah, you were supposed to, but you
Yeah,
didn't.
now you gotta go back. Bam. Okay. Yeah, I'm tripping. All right.
What's your answer?
Now, what you say?
If you had the answer to youth violence, youth killing themselves, what would you say is the solution to stopping the gang violence?
Resources and businesses. We got to offer them something. We got to offer them something. They got to be employed somewhere. They got to be more involved in other things. But families are broken at home and doing what they're doing. It's a different speed. When little Ray gotta worry about getting this and getting that, or somebody beating up on his mama, or all these type of things can't be in the household.
If you can travel anywhere in the world, where would it be?
Probably to the motherfucking moon. No, I would probably go probably Africa first. Just go visit and get that experience.
Okay.
First thing I'll probably do. Yeah. Okay. That's what I do.
Man, what's if you got anything else right now that you ain't get to get off your chest, that you ain't get the opportunity to get off your chest, and you want to get it off your chest, you know what I mean? What's that? What do you want to get off your chest?
Man, I ain't really got much to get off my chest, man. I just want to see people, working together, and I'm proud of the city for doing what they've been doing. And when I say proud of the city, I'm talking about musically. It's been a long road. I like to see that. I like to see what they're doing. Another thing is I can't stand that they keep emasculating us on every TV show. I can't stand it. Stop doing that shit. That shit's not cool. Everybody don't have to like gayness and all of that shit, and everybody got to be homophobic. But let's be honest. Men and men don't produce children. Women and women do not produce children. Let's not keep teaching kids that this is okay. It's okay for your bedroom. And keep it there. And nobody wants to hate you. None of that. But let's be real. Let's be heterosexual about this. If you're gay, you came from a male and a female. Still. So pay homage to your forefathers, your creators. It's okay.
It is.
It's okay. And they ain't taking jabs at it, but they don't have to have it on every fucking show. I'm tired of that. That's on my chest. I'm sick of that shit.
That is. Hey,
you know what I'm saying? That shit's
hey,
ridiculous.
he got it off his chest.
Yeah, it's on my chest. That's something I want to always tell them.
All right, so check it out.
Hey.
You know, you tuned in with Young Jewethos. You know what I mean? I'm your host, Philip. You know, we just I'm gonna go ahead and finish taxing them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Get this last game of chess in. But we got it off our chest, man. Every Thursday at 3 o'clock, tap in, tune in. You know what I mean? We're gonna get it off our chest.
Man,
all
period,
right?
man.
I know what it is.
Much love.
You know
See if I can't get this guy. Yeah, now know what's happening.
Welcome to Kingdom Culture Diecast. You know, this is a unique opportunity where we get to express faith, culture, all at the same time. Because I think it's very important, especially in this hour and this time, that the faith context is entered into some of our social issues and challenges. And so, you know, I want to just talk about that. And just, John, why is that important to you? You know,
I know for me, for Kingdom Culture, and just thinking about the Godcast, you know, this being the first one, to me, it's very important to me because, you know, I've always throughout life tried to find my identity, and you know, trying to find out where do I fit in, and various different things and situations in life have caused me to realize that, you know, my identity isn't in this world. You know, it's kind of like Daniel in Babylon. I might be in Babylon, but I'm not of Babylon. You know, I might be at the king's table, but I'm not eating from that same meal. You know, so what I've found is that, you know, I have a king, I have a father, I have a kingdom, and I have an inheritance. And even me as myself, you know, it's through God and it's through his scriptures in the Torah where he reveals himself to me as my identity and my purpose for the kingdom. And so that's why I feel like this is really important. I don't know how you brothers feel about that and what you think.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you 100%. I think once we find our identity in the Lord, then it's our responsibility and obligation to just help other people find their identity in the Lord. And I was just thinking about Ezekiel 37 with the dry bones, you know what I mean? And speaking to the dry bones, I think it's just an opportunity for the Lord to speak to us, to the people, and just wake people up and speak that life into them that we so desperately need right now in this time, in this day, in this hour, in this season. You know, we've been studying for a while together as a group, and the Lord has just, you know, blessed us with a lot of knowledge and information.
Yeah.
And like I said, once we find our identity and like where we came from, where we're going, we're obligated to bring the rest of the people along with us. And so, you know, once you find your purpose, then you awake, you rise up, and you really step into that purpose that God already had for you. Most people are just blind and don't even know they had a purpose. They have a purpose in the first place. And, you know, once you step into that, just the world changes, life changes.
I think it's very important because, you know, we live in a day and time where a lot of people are trying to find themselves, right? And they're trying to figure out where do they really come from, what's their culture, what's their history. And, you know, when we talk about God and Yahweh and we look at the history, but it shows us the examples of where we really come from. You know, it really talks real life experiences in regards to not just telling history from a perspective of victory, but, you know, the failures as well as the successes that people have been able to accomplish. And, you know, especially with everything that we're going through in this world today, you know, there's a lot of people that's being attacked. They're trying to figure out why, you know, are we being killed in the street? And I think this is prophetic, and for us to be able to step into what God is really trying to reveal to us as a people and us as a nation.
I like that. You know, and I think what's really important is for anybody to know is that we study the whole Bible, but we study it from a Torah perspective. And when I say Torah, many people think that's, some foreign things, but it's from a fundamental, right? The Old Testament to the New Testament. And we may say these terms and whatnot, but as people get to listen or get to learn along with us, as we're on our journey, they're on their journey as well. And I think that's very important. Like you guys all said, I mean, we're in a really critical time. Yeah. And I think that we have to relook at faith, but relook at it from a really deeper perspective. Not what we've been told, but what we know, right? And so, let's talk about just culturally. When I say culturally, this is from the Black or African American context. Let's just talk about, how do we look at the Bible? And really one of the questions is, how should we look at the Bible? So let's get into a little bit about that.
Yeah. I know I heard a rabbi give an example of how we are to see ourselves in the Torah as like kind of like a picture on the wall. You know what I mean? You see that picture, it's just two-dimensional. You see it from the lens of the artist, but you don't see yourself in that picture. You can kind of come with an interpretation, but they're saying that the Torah is not like a picture on the wall, but it's more like the mirror in your bathroom where you're preparing yourself and you're getting ready for your day, and you look into this mirror and you don't see a portrait, but you see a reflection of yourself. And when I'm looking for God, I'm looking for that reflection of him in me and the essence of everything that I do, from the way I talk, the way I conduct business, to everything, and not from, a Western mindset, but more of a Hebraic mindset.
Interesting.
Yeah, when I look at it from the side, how there's been a calculated weapon formed against people with the word, and how it's been misused for so many generations of years to just keep people enslaved, and people will pick out a context of the Bible or a scripture or a word here, and misuse the word and just kind of keep people oppressed. If you think about the Bible, it's a book of like freedom, right? And power and knowledge, information, but then people misuse it. It becomes a book of oppression, right? And that's what's been used against people for so long. And like even the images we see, most of the images you see related to the Bible are, Western European images. We won't get too deep into it on the first episode, but even just the image of white Jesus itself, you know what I mean? When you look into it, we've been given it, and it's just like, this is who Jesus is. This is what he looks like. But like, when you really study the history of the Bible and where did Jesus come from, and who was Jesus, who were his people? Right. Like, what was his history and where did he come from? Logic would lead you to believe he wasn't necessarily European. And so I think there's been an attack. The Bible's been used as a weapon, but, it's time to get back to using it for what it really is, to give people their identity, which leads to their freedom at the end of the day.
Yeah. Like I said, before, I feel like it really is our history book, just like you stated before, like, with Jesus, if you really look at him, how was he able to hide in Egypt? Right. And, we have a lot of our people that always talk about Egypt, and they say, well, the true identity of the Egyptians were black. Well, if the true identity of the Egyptians were black, how was the tribe of Israel able to, one, be slaves and look like them, where Moses was able to be seen as black, but also Yeshua to be able to hide there? So I think, there has been a lot of falsehood that has been, misrepresented in regards to, what the Bible really is about, the history and the people that are actually written in that book. And, I'm excited to have this conversation, on this podcast, so that way we can uncover some of those things and some of those hidden truths.
Yes, sir. During these discussions, we're going to talk about some controversial things. Talk about some things that are very challenging, It's necessary. But I think it's necessary, especially for our community, because, if we don't, then I think it would lack substance to have these conversations. I know we've had them internally, but there's also should be some expression externally where other people get to hear different ideas, because, as people that are wanting to learn about faith or relearn about their faith, or just people that have left the faith and said, because it doesn't associate with me, I think at least they can get some different viewpoints and perspective, because, perspective is very key. How you see something is how you act to it, and how do you react towards it, and how you also see the world as itself. And I think that That is very key. And especially right now at this critical time, this critical season in our nation and our world, even within, our communities.
Right.
And I think it's a challenging time, but it's also a time of, I believe, a rebirthing of a sort.
Yeah, when I think about it too, not to really go into the depth of it, but it's significant to why our community is always hijacked in so many different ways. Our music, our culture, our fashion, everything. And how, we are constantly being oppressed systemically and by other areas because, in a Western mindset, we're taught that, you don't have a place in here. But like my brother was saying, in Genesis 45, Joseph was able to hide himself in Egypt. Moses looked like Pharaoh. That's how he was able to be identified as Pharaoh's grandson. Right. Joseph had to reveal himself to his brothers to say, hey, I am your brother. After all these years, he looked like an Egyptian, going to scriptures and identifying areas in the map. When we read in Genesis, where it talks about where the Garden of Eden is, all these things are centered around the African region. And that's us.
Right.
It's a reason that, they want us to not see ourselves in the Bible. And I say I say that systemically because the Bible was used as forms of power and manipulation throughout the centuries. Constantine, we hear that so much in Christianity of how it was changed in the 3rd century by the Council of Nicaea when they were rewriting the Bible and translating it to use it for his own gain and changing the seasons and appointed times to where we no longer can be identified through God's scripture. Because once we figure out who we are as a people and as a nation, man, there's so much power behind it. There's a force behind us now that, not anything in this world can stop. Only the kingdom can stop it.
It's an interesting scripture, right? And I remember out of Hosea 11:1, it says, out of Egypt, I call my son.
Yeah.
Right. So if you think about that, right? If you look at it from a context of what continent, Egypt is in Africa. Mm-hmm. So, and I'll just paraphrase, out of Africa, I call my son.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's a powerful statement, just in a sense, for folks that have alienated us from even seeing ourselves there. Right. And of course, it's touchy for many people because, many people want to kind of minimize how important that is. But I think it's very important, especially if something has been used against you for your detriment, then we have to look at this other side as what is used against for us for our betterment. Right. And I think, we have to relook at all of these things. And so I think, touching on these subjects, like I said, some people will consider it controversial, but I think it's necessary and needed, right? And it's necessary and needed to come from us and others.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be that controversial at the end of the day, because when you go back to we have to use the scriptures, right? Yeah. It's not on like, what do we think? What do we believe? What does Brandon believe as a person? It's like, what does God say, right? Like, where is the nation of Israel geographically, right? When you look at where the nation of Israel is today on the map, it's right on the tip of Africa, right? Right next to Egypt, which is in Africa. It's not like it's this far European nation, so even historically, Israel is part of Africa. Egypt is part of Africa. Ethiopia, which is spoken about numerous times in the word, is in Africa. Right. So the people historically, the word says, are from Africa. Yeah. So it shouldn't be that controversial at the end of the day if we're looking for truth, right? The problem is a lot of people don't want to see truth and they want to see what they've been taught. Yeah. So this requires relearning, reteaching yourself, and it's a big paradigm shift. Right. All the images we've seen, all the movies we've seen are all European Israelites. Right. But when you look at the word, that's not the truth, and that's not what it is. So that just makes you think when the enemy puts such a concerted effort to distort the images, to distort the truth. Yeah. For me, I know how the enemy operates. That solidifies to me that there's some truth in here that he don't want us to know. Right. People don't want us to know, right? And it's important for us to be able to know the truth, like I said in the beginning, so we can just spread that to other people, because it's a time of awakening right now, whether you believe it or not. The world is waking up in many ways, and spiritually is, the number one way people should be waking up, because your spirituality drives everything else.
Right. Exactly. So to that point, right, I think one of it is to awaken those, especially where we reside in our community and our culture. But then it's also to waken up everyone,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
Because at the end of the day, this is a spiritual battle.
Yeah.
And Paul talks about that, it being a spiritual thing. But I think that we also have, the enemy has also used physical things against our communities. And one of the most things that has been most prominent is what we've been born with, and that is our skin color, right? And it's been used against us. And so we have to unravel that to be able to unpackage some of the things that has been a tool against us to be able to give us freedom, and how we look at the scriptures, how we look at certain things in the scriptures, and how we read within the scriptures, so we don't come with a viewpoint that is apprehensive, like that's not us, that's not me, or I have nothing to do with that. And so I think, it is a spiritual thing, but we also have to talk about some of the things that have been used for physically against our community, our people, and people that look like us.
I think the main thing is, to both you guys' point, is asking the question, why has this system, why has this, physical system as well as spiritual system been so adamant about coming against them?
Right.
And teaching us that we aren't, viewed or even included in the word, right? Why? As well as, just really understanding that, on a spiritual level, why would the devil even want us to know? If we're talking about him and Satan, why would he want us to know who we truly are, right?
Right.
If he's here to kill, steal, and destroy, that is always his method. And so the best way to kill and steal and destroy from someone is to not even let them know who they truly are.
Keep
Right?
Confused.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, still the identity. And I encourage, the viewers of this podcast, don't just take our word for it. Do the research, study, and show that self-approved, like the scripture says. And we love to hear from you and hear what you feel, what your thoughts are, and have an open dialogue, because that's how we learn. Let's not talk about what we disagree, but what we can agree on, and build from that, and build a foundation from that.
So one of the things I want to say is, the language of the Bible is written in Hebrew, right? And if you look up, and anyone that is listening is, if you look up Hebrew is a Afro-Asiatic language. And so if you look at all the related languages, it kind of gives you some.
I'm sorry, that's a big word. Can you go back? What word is that again? What language is it?
It is an Afro-Asiatic.
Okay.
So African
Make sure I didn't miss
Asiatic language, right? And so I think it's just important for people to kind of, so that people don't think we're just jumping off some deep end. Like, look it up. Look at the related languages and where those languages come from. And so, the Bible specifically is a book which we believe of history, but it's also a book to give people an understanding, both for the world, but also to his people. And I think that if his people don't include us, then there's a big challenge and a big gap.
Yeah.
And so,
Because at the end of the day, and we have an honor and a blessing to honor a brother who's really doing the work for our younger youth. But at the end of the day, if we don't get this together, it's to their benefit. It's not for us. Moses didn't get to go into the promise. It was the next generation. And so, but he prepared the way and created that foundation. God gave him the wisdom, the foundation to pass it on to Joshua, so him and Caleb can go and enter into the promise with the next generation. And that's critical. That's the end of the day, what it's really about.
I think just building on that point, when you said earlier, John, that our culture dominates in music and fashion and movies and much of the entertainment, sports industry, many of the industries, African Americans essentially dominate, you know what I mean? And so when I think about the word, I think it's important for us to dominate in that area as well, because what happens when we dominate something is the rest of the world follows along with it. You know what I mean? So I think that's where the power comes from. When we get our identity and our voices start to become elevated in the culture, and the youth start to pick it up and realize their identity, then that's a snowball. You saw hip hop starting. We'll talk about a session on hip hop and how it kind of relates to the kingdom. You know what I mean? But like when you start a culture or a movement like that, especially started from a group of like powerful brothers, and not just us in this room, but like a collective of brothers, that effect can snowball into something humongous. Like I said, we've seen what hip hop did. So imagine when the black and brown youth and, just people understand their identity in the word. What's that? That's going to pay dividends for generations to come.
Yeah.
And so that's what we want it to be, is just really encouraging, right? Yeah. And really engaging. And a part of what we're going to do also is spotlight people that are doing the good work, right? It's not just about how we study, but it's also what are the activities that are on the outside of the walls of just like the church or organizations, that people that are really highlighted and leaders in our community that are taking on some of the hard tasks and putting it as their task and making it their lifelong investment. And so that's a part of what we want to do. And so, because sometimes often we hear so much about the negativity that happens in our community. We hear about the fighting that happens in our community, who's against who. And for us, we want to be unifiers and repairers. And so one of the things we want to make sure is that we honor men and women that have been doing work tremendously in our community and significantly, and honor them in a way of gratitude, not just them speaking, but also gratitude of the work that they're doing. So. Yeah,
I think that's going to be very important. And another aspect of the show that we want to do is get people to come in and just tell their testimonies, right, about how the Lord has impacted and really just changed their lives for the better. So if we're going to spotlight one person one week, the following week, we want to make sure we get someone to give their testimony, how their life has been transformed and changed, because the word is powerful, but to hear somebody speak about how the word has really impacted them, it could be even 10 times more powerful. So that's another thing that we definitely want to engage folks in.
Yeah, definitely. And there's several unsung heroes that are out there that we still have not heard about the work that they're doing or what God has done in their life and has moved them. And so we'll love to hear from you. If you have some recommendations, this is for all of us. We're a kingdom, we're a nation, we're together as a collective to grow. We're talking about, Yeshua had disciples. It took people to do the work. It's just not us four at the table, but everyone that's watching, plus those who are to come. It takes all of us, and it's going to take a lot of work in this time right now to really, bring God back into the center of it, because, we kind of diluted the word and we allowed it to be diluted. And that's why it's hard to see miracles, because it's hard to see God right now. But we can find him in the manual that he has given us in his Torah, in his scriptures, and his truth. It's for reproof and for doctrine, to give us a way of life, because it's not a religion, it's a lifestyle.
Right. Exactly. Not a religion at all, a relationship.
Yeah. Because your life has to change. You can't be the same person you were going into this. You have to be somebody new and different. Right. I can't be the old John that I was back in the 90s. As we were talking, I had to have some differences or changes for the better, because at the end of the day, my kids, as a father, need to see me change. My friends need to see me change, because if I'm that same person, that wasn't a successful person. To be successful in life, period, to create a legacy, is to have a foundation to help me grow and develop as a man and as a human being.
That's what's up. Well, before we get to our other part where we want to honor those in the community, one of the premises of why we call it kingdom culture is, there's a prayer that Yeshua, we say Yeshua, his, English variant of his name is Jesus, but Yeshua he told us to pray in a certain way. And he said, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." And then what he said specifically is, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done." Where? On earth. See, many people believe that we believe about just going to heaven, but as a collective, we believe on bringing the heavenly to earth. And so, and that's through our activities, our actions, our duty. And so as we transition to honoring someone, we just believe that the works that they're doing is shedding light on good work. Right. And so we love to see good work being done in our community.
Right. And so wait a minute, just back up real quick though. So you mean that I don't have to die to see heaven, but I can see a glimpse of it now?
We'll see, and then we're going to get into that in one of probably the weeks of it is we're going to talk about, repositioning the perspective, right? So if Yeshua told his disciples to pray for the kingdom to come to earth, then that should be our focus. Yeah. Right? Is on earth. Not leaving earth, but impacting earth.
Because the meek shall inherit the what?
The meek shall inherit the earth. Okay. Well, that's a lot right there to unpackage. But I think, Yeah,
we might have to stop right there. We might get into it now. That might get serious.
I think one thing that we should also state too is that, there's going to be a lot of questions that everyone's going to have, right? And so we want to definitely make sure that you understand that this is a community and this is an open space where you can ask those questions, because not everyone might be as seasoned as us. And so we want to definitely make sure that, people are able to grow at the level that they're at as well. So,
And some may be more seasoned, so a little bit more seasoning. So, we want everyone to engage and this is like you said, it's open. It's not a place of contention. It's not a place of any of that. It's just a place where we feel that there should be a vibe, right? A connection between us all and everyone that's participating.
Yeah, and we're not perfect. We have our own faults and flaws. So we're still, seeking God for it, for guidance, direction to be better at it. So, I just don't want people to get, wrapped up. Oh, he's all this spiritual person. He's a zydic, a learned man or whatever, we are all human. And that's what kind of affected the church today is that people saw they got wrapped into the man, but not into the word. And seeing his fault, his failures and faults, or his or hers, and it caused people to move from the church. And so that's dangerous. Don't look at us. Look at God. See God for wisdom in what we say.
I was thinking about that on the way over. Like, don't be thinking we're perfect. Don't think any Christian is perfect, because there's only one that's perfect, right? The Lord and Savior. And so don't get it twisted. That's very important to say, because anybody knows us personally knows we ain't perfect.
At all.
But anybody that knows us knows we have a heart for the Lord.
For God.
And that's what it's about. Like, a lot of people think, well, I need to be perfect before I go to church. Well, Christianity is going to make me perfect. It's going to make you more perfect every day, depending on how much you put in, right? Because you got to do the work. We was talking about that earlier, and Jason will speak to that when he comes up. You can tell us or lead a horse to water. You can't make the horse drink the water.
Exactly.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. It's just like what you just said. It just made me think. It's just like a job, right? You can't keep the job and expect to get the income if you don't work, right? It's the same thing in regards to working on you and bettering yourself. You got to work at it. You got to work on that relationship with God and understand that if I don't do the work, then there's no benefit. I'm not going to get anything from it. So,
So we'll end on that portion. And we want to welcome our brother Jason to sit down and just have a discussion with us. And we count it an honor to sit with Jason McBride, a man in the community, for the community, doing the work in the community and impacting. So let us have that discussion.
Yeah, that's a blessing.
So we wanted to just thank you, Jason, for coming. We see the work that you're doing in the community, how you're inspiring, helping our youth, and serving the community in such a way. And so I want to just open up and just for those that many know you, but those that may not know you, just tell a little bit about yourself, and then we'll get into some of the work.
Well, first, let me thank you for having me here. I really appreciate it. Definitely love coming around talking to other brothers in the community doing things. So you guys are definitely that. So thanks for having me here. I'm born and raised in Park Hill. Lived over there my entire life. Got into some trouble over there, but started to do some different things. Ended up working in radio here in the city with Dr. Daddio. Started at KDKO. Yes, that's where I started my radio career with Dr. Daddio, and loved working there with T. Hud and all those great personalities that Lindsay was young then, and Dr. Daddy himself and Big Baby, everybody. So I loved working over there. And then I started a job over at KOA, did some radio for KOA. Worked with Ken Hamlin. I don't know if you know who Ken Hamlin is. I know Ken Hamlin. Yes, the Black Avenger, Black Rush Limbaugh. Conservative talk. Actually, learned a lot working with Ken. Learned how to have thick skin. Learned how to produce radio shows, and after that, I took a job at ESPN in Bristol to produce radio shows, and then got back here in 2010 and just started to do stuff in the community. At the direction of my dad, John McBride, he called me and Bo and Dane and a couple of my other friends and said, hey, he wanted us to get more involved. And we have ever since.
Wow.
that's where it all started.
So tell us about the involvement, and then we'll talk a little bit about your father.
So I've been doing stuff in the community since 2010. Me and Tux and Dane, we've been doing Fresh 101, which is free school supplies and haircuts, backpack giveaway since then. We also have been doing, citywide toy drives, back to school programs, after school programs. I mean, we kind of developed curriculum and programming just based on needs of people in the community. Just whatever we saw was deficient. We said, hey, let's kind of start there. So that's how the backpack drive started, and then everything from there on. As time went on and I got more involved in the community, I took a position with GRASP, which is Gang Rescue and Support Project, and have been there ever since for the last 4 years. And it's been a blessing to have that job. I think it's probably been the job in my life that I've really, I think I've gotten the most out of. We talk about, I had a dream job for most, men at ESPN, where I was, when I got there, my job was just to sit in front of 6 TVs and watch games. And it went to, producing radio shows and doing those other things. And I got to do a lot of traveling and being at the Super Bowls and World Series and NBA Finals and all these other things. But I think the things that I'm involved in now, in the backpack drive, Fresh 101, which is an acronym for free school supplies and haircuts. We have a citywide network, which is a citywide toy drive, an after school program. A lot of our philanthropical, which is a tough word to say, work we do through citywide. So, toy drive, turkey drive, things with backpacks, things like that. And we also have, programming like aviation, subsurface drip irrigation, media and graphic design, and kids creations.
So you talked about your father. Tell us just a little bit of how influencing them,
John McBride was quite a character in this community. You knew him. I don't know if you guys knew my dad, but he was quite an influential character. He worked for Mayor Webb for his whole term, so for 12 years, and his official title, I think, was commissioner for youth for the city of Denver. So his job was to, get initiatives that would help, kids with education, recreation, and other things. And that's, I think, where I kind of inherited the passion for kids was from him. And, he, like I said, he asked us to get more involved in the community. So I took it as a responsibility. And as you know, he was stricken with Parkinson's. And so I think it was his way of saying, without, alarming us in the beginning stages of his illness, was, this is something that I want you to do. I want you to carry on this legacy, because I'm not going to be able to, you know what I'm saying? And he got me involved slowly. I started playing Santa Claus for him. And it's something that I guess McBride has been doing for years, because before he did it, my granddad did it. So just being able to do that was just knowing that and hearing that story, I never really never knew that he was involved so deeply, and didn't know my granddad was either. So just hearing some of the things and knowing he has had a real impact on the 5 points, and he has huge shoes to fill, and to be able to step in that is an honor also. That's somebody who was respected by a lot of people in this community, but provided for a lot of people in this community also. And like I said, I think this is the greatest thing that I've ever been a part of. And I love doing what I do. And I love having set up something in his honor. And that's what the McBride Impact is all about.
Well, we appreciate that. I mean, that is, this is just a great to see the work that you're doing, and just the connecting the stories, and then also the impact that you're having on the next generation. So, we applaud you and thank you for spending some time with us and just sharing just a little bit about what you do, how you do it, and what motivates you.
Yeah, I really appreciate you guys having me, and just watching, some of you guys in the community doing your thing, I just try to keep up with y'all. And just want to be as impactful as some of the things that you were doing. And that's why we called it the McBride Impact, because my dad had a real impact.
Yeah.
And, we want to have as big, if not bigger, impact for the young people in our community, Black and brown kids in our community. So that's why we do some of the things we do.
Awesome.
Yeah. We definitely want to take advantage of the platform too and give honor to what you're doing. But also, like I said, you're helping our kids in the community. How can the community help you? And what can we do to support you as a community?
Great question. I mean, that is a great question. And I mean, I think the cliche answer would be to, make sure your kids, where your kids are, make sure you know who they're hanging around, those kind of things. But I think the things that people can do mostly to help the community, there's a story that and I'll paraphrase it, so I won't keep it. It's a story of the hummingbird. And I think Tux he really hates some of my stories, but it's the story of the hummingbird is this. There was a huge forest fire, and all the animals were gathered at the lake and where it was safe because the water is there. And there's this hummingbird who keeps going back and forth from the lake and dipping, taking little drops into his beak, and he's going over the fire, this huge inferno, something that we're experiencing right now. And he drops these little drops over the fire. And, it's just a hummingbird, and it's this huge fire, and he's not making any difference at all, right? So he keeps going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So one of the animals at the lake stops him and said, "Hey, man, what are you doing here? What you're doing is not making a difference on this fire." And so the hummingbird is exhausted, and he turns around and he looks at the animal and says, "I'm doing all I can. What are you doing?" Right? And so I think if we all adapt the hummingbird, the little things we can do, we can put out these huge fires.
Wow.
And so I've always kind of adapted that and applied that to kind of what we do.
Yeah.
And, because it doesn't take a lot from one person. It takes a little from everybody.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we follow at McBride.
Wow.
And building on that, Jason, though, with your organization, how can people get in touch with you?
Well, McBrideImpact.org. You can go there. You can kind of see everything that we do. You can register for kids for any of our programs that we have. You can find out information when we're going to have some of the things that we have. COVID kind of wiped us out this year. We have an aviation program. We had 60 kids fly last summer. We weren't able to do that. We have Kids Creation, which is our version of junior achievement, and we make handcrafted all natural ice cream with the kids and other desserts. So we just need support. So when we have kids out, selling things, I mean, believe me, they're all natural, 100% high quality products. So just at least listen to our kids, and let them, kind of tell you what they're involved in and what they're doing. And I think that's a huge part of it, is just listening to the kids. I mean, we don't necessarily have to, step in monetarily, which would be great, but just listening to our kids and getting involved in some of those things. And there's a certain amount of pride that a kid that is involved in a program has, because he wants to tell you everything that he's doing. And if he just listens, it takes that kid up to the next level.
Yeah. So I have one question for you too, with what you're saying with that is, there's a lot of kids that want to get involved and want to create their own platform. Can you kind of speak to that and kind of give them some direction on, steps that they can take to?
Well, I think that's a great point, because there's a lot of kids that are doing a lot of different things. And I think, when we talk about getting kids involved and things like that, we have to start with social media, because that's the tool that everybody is using now. And I think we need to teach ourselves as parents and people who are guiding these kids how to use social media, because we haven't mastered it at all. Yeah. And we have this great tool, and I equate it to a weapon, like a pistol, because a weapon could be something that is something that is used for the right. It could be a great thing. And social media has turned into the same thing, because we got this tool that we all started to use, and then all of a sudden our kids started to use it, but we didn't have the instructions.
Yeah.
And so I think we need to get in there and help, parents with that, with social media, because it's going to help our kids with social media. And we need to use that as a tool to get these kids involved, because that's their tool. That's what they use. Mm-hmm. And so I think we need to meet them where they're at. Mm-hmm. And I think we haven't done that with the kids in many, many moons, many decades. And I think even us as kids coming up through systems, our needs weren't met either. Right. And I think if our needs were met when we were were coming up, it will be easier for us to meet our kids' needs, especially education, because we all think we have an idea of what school should be.
Right.
And that has changed long ago. Kids are learning differently, and I think even us, when we coming up in, I think we were taught in a way that is old fashioned, and we needed to get out of that. So we need to help these kids right now and get on their level where they're at.
Yeah.
And then speaking about helping kids right now, before we let you go, can you just talk about the safe zones and things that you're running for kids?
Very proud
what
of
you
the
guys
safe zones.
have going on there.
Very proud. First of all, shouts out to Doretta Tootle, Candace Bailey, Shay Shaw, Compound of Compassion, Thelma's Closet, all the groups that are involved with the safe zones. Safe zones are things that we've set up in areas that have had high incidents of youth and gang violence. So, a lot of shootings, a lot of things. We try to set these safe zones up in these areas, and we try to set them up in hours that we know kids are going to be at, that are affected in that. And honestly, I would like them to be even later because, if you go out in Green Valley, in Montbello, 2, 3 in the morning, you'll see hundreds of kids walking around. Yeah. And it's frightening because all those kids are involved in things. So we have these things set up, and we try to have fun activities, video games and painting and all these things that kids can kind of access in hours where we can get them, keep them somewhere safe, and kind of keep an eye on them. And it's worked to the tune of reducing gang violence 20%.
Wow.
That's yes.
That's huge. Yeah. Yeah.
So once again, we thank you for stopping by and just sitting and chatting with us around the table.
It's always good to sit around four brothers, especially that are on y'all's level, and just talk and just kind of just soak up, stuff. So I really appreciate being here and watching my boy Tux and his production team and just watching how he's grown over the time that I've known him, and that's some of the things I think people don't really get to understand. Because when you get to watch your friends grow, right? And so in 9 years, I've watched him come from where he was and to doing, all this, and Dane Washington too. We used to hit the streets together, and just to watch them to, grow and be able to have the influence and impact that they have in the community, just doing their own thing, and then when we're able to come together, it's just that much more. So it's a great thing to just be a part of it, and to see. And I think we have so many examples in this community of Black and brown men who are doing things, and we just got to get those examples to the young people. Let them, kind of navigate to where they want to be. But we have great teachers all the way around. So we just got to use our voice.
Awesome.
Man. Sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So again, my name is Haroon Cowens.
John Moore.
Brandon Eubanks.
Rashad Younger.
It's Kingdom Culture Godcast. Next time, we're going to get into a lot more. It's going to get a little bit deeper and deeper, more and more each time. So appreciate you guys for tuning in and listening and just coming to this conversation with us.
Thank you. And make sure, you guys follow us on the social medias. Kingdom Culture Godcast at gmail.com is where you can email us, and then Facebook / Kingdom Culture Godcast. Just keep up with the new episodes and send us your questions. We'll be happy to address them on the next episode. That's what we want is to be engaging with the community. So thank y'all for tuning in. Thank you, Jason McBride, McBrideImpact.org.
Yep.
You are now watching Planet Udia.
Whoa.
Fuck him up, okay?
Ashley.
That's why I don't fuck with white girls. They fuck you up.
Hey, bro. So listen, she was like, baby, do you understand that this is time for you to build with your family? I'm only gonna be here for Thanksgiving, so you gonna come see me? I was like, maybe the day before, the day after, but I don't need no Thanksgiving dinner with you. Whoa, nigga, whoa! You said you don't need no Thanksgiving dinner with your grandma? I don't need no Thanksgiving because at the end of the day, we are justifying the slaughter of our people who was killed on this side of the globe.
I definitely believe
I
in
can't
like
do that.
making it your own though. Like my family is Jehovah's Witness. I'm not like traditionally Jehovah's Witness, so we don't celebrate anything anyway. But what my grandma did, she wanted to celebrate like with her grandkids, but just celebrate family, not really celebrate the holiday, but she wanted to be together as family. So on Thanksgiving, like we'll have a little dinner, but the Saturday after Thanksgiving, we have Happy Day, where we all, and that's also Christmas, and it's also birthdays, and it's whatever the fuck you want. It's Happy Day, and you all come together with your family, and you just eat and you chill, and it's always fun.
See, I think that's
fun.
That's oxymoronic to a degree, and it's justifying, right? And I don't mean that in no way in your family, but a lot of people do try to change or decolonize the phrases of holidays.
Right.
Like they do that with 4th of July, Columbus Day, Thanksgiving,
Right.
real popular ones. And I think that that's dumb, to be honest with you. And the reason I say that is because at the end of the day, that's like slavery and the new Jim Crow. When we got out of slavery, they created the 13th Amendment, the new Jim Crow, and basically said, all right, now if you commit a crime as a black American, and we all know that crimes are targeted towards us, you're now a legal slave.
Right.
That's the exact same thing. You're justifying slavery through the system as opposed to unjust immoral acts. That's the same thing we're doing with Thanksgiving and a lot of these holidays. We're saying, okay, well, we're going to celebrate on the exact same day, do the exact same thing traditionally, but we're just not going to call it Thanksgiving. Bro, you still celebrating Thanksgiving, So
Mm-hmm.
you
was like, do something different?
Real
But
talk, bro.
I said that we do it not on the day of.
That's good. I mean, even if I was...
But you still do it around that time, so I guess
Right. You're right.
It's still justification of the holiday.
That day, I guess.
And that's what I mean by it's the same thing. It's like you still celebrating the oppressor's holiday as opposed to taking a stand and saying, you know what, fuck that, I ain't gonna do that.
So you would say like don't, so like on the 4th of July, for example, like if you're gonna celebrate your family, don't celebrate it the same way.
Yeah,
the
don't
rest
go
of
have
the
a barbecue,
country.
bro. Don't even do it. You know what I'm saying? Go have a barbecue on July 17th.
Well, I know,
You know
like,
what
a
I'm
lot
saying?
of people, like, on Thanksgiving, like, a lot of Americans, like, they celebrate, like, Indigenous Peoples Day.
Mhm.
And, like, that's, like, a big thing for, like, my family. Like, they celebrate that. And I feel like that's, like, a good way of, like how you said it's, like, kind of dumb. But I feel like that's a good way to, like, reclaim it.
Yeah.
You know? And like, they actually, like, have, like, made that an actual day.
Shit, you ain't
on
reclaiming the land that
Thanksgiving.
was stolen. You ain't reclaiming the money that's being bought on Thanksgiving.
I mean, but
And you
that's,
can put
like,
in the effort to do that, but the average American isn't
You ain't feeling
utilizing
that?
it.
I don't know, man. It's an interesting topic because
I mean,
like, I do believe in reclaiming shit, but
Mhm.
I don't know if you're trying to get away from the day, but you're still celebrating on the day, still celebrating a holiday. Then I guess it is an oxymoron. It's like jumbo shrimp.
And I mean, if you're really trying to make a dent in the American system,
I was like, you're right there.
Jumbo shrimp.
I was gonna say, if you're really trying to make a difference, I mean, even economically, right? You're still spending money on the same time frame in which it's done during Thanksgiving. So you're giving America more money, having family time, building time. Money it costs hundreds of dollars to actually have the dinner.
So
you know what I'm saying?
if everybody right now, if the trend was to start, right? Fuck Thanksgiving.
Bro, I'll be all on that.
And like it picked up massive waves.
All those poor turkeys.
Do you I mean but they're like but instead of saying Thanksgiving, they're like, let's do Indigenous People Day, right?
Oh, they've done that.
But it's like it's actually taking off. Thanksgiving is no longer a thing. Would you think that still like accomplished something? If it's like not even celebrated no more, not even brought up. There's no Thanksgiving football games. There's none of that. It's Indigenous People.
Yeah, just like how they do the Cowboys versus the Indians.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Anyways, that's how oppressive America is.
No,
They use the most
they
popular
use the Cowboys
sport.
and the Redskins.
And the
against
Cowboys
each
9
other
times out of 10 win
today.
that game too. That's the root part. But anyways,
that's what happens.
But
America's team, baby.
I mean, say your question one more time. So I got excited.
So if Indigenous People Day was to replace Thanksgiving Day, do you think like completely take Thanksgiving that's Day valid. Like all the way out?
Yeah, I remember what I was gonna say.
Do you think that's valid?
Yeah, I think it's just as good as changing, a street in the hood after Martin Luther King. You know what I'm saying? It's not really gonna do nothing. You realize no matter where you go around America, I'm sure it was like that in Florida. Every hood you go to, there's a Martin Luther King Boulevard.
everywhere.
That's not the
There's
same.
a Martin Luther King Park or Martin Luther
It's
King
not
High
the
School,
same
bro.
thing, bro. It's
Yes,
not
it
the same
is
thing.
because
Be
it
real.
doesn't change anything. That still puts money in
I feel
America's
you.
pocket.
I feel you.
Is
I get
it-
what you mean.
Like it doesn't do anything, bro. You can't change the name of a holiday
It's
that's
kind
still
of
meant
like
off of oppressing
it's
people.
kind of like just a little action to show people like, look, here's a little bit of change. It's just like making Juneteenth a holiday this year instead of like actually stopping police brutality and shit. Like they're like, we're gonna make Juneteenth a holiday, but they didn't actually fix what we wanted to happen.
Right.
I get what he's trying to say,
Right.
but I also get what you're trying to say. Like if we as a community reclaim it and make it something different, it is better in some way. But like he said, like if you're still gonna spend that money in that same way, you're still
Because the money's
you're not
the key.
really changing anything.
We know that October, November, and December is the money making season for America.
October too.
Well, I feel like-
October, November, and
My bad,
December.
my bad.
It's
But
money
in
making
terms
season.
of reclaiming and stuff, I feel like it can do some good. Like how they renamed Stapleton, like that was like a good thing.
What is Stapleton now? What is it called?
It's like Central Park Ave.
Yeah.
Central Park Ave. That's pretty tough.
But it's still Stapleton. People still call it, or
A lot of people still call it Stapleton.
on the
but,
map, it's still Stapleton.
But a lot of people, like even
Mhm.
where I work and stuff,
Ooh, I
even
wish
where
it
I
was
work,
here.
we're not supposed to call it Stapleton. Like when we
Really?
talk to people on the phone and stuff, we're not supposed to call it Stapleton. So
let me tell y'all real fast. Elijah was trying to argue with me about where Park Hill was.
They don't care about that, man.
No, but he said Park Hill after Colorado Boulevard up. Like towards Stapleton, that's not Park Hill no more.
No, I didn't. I did
Yes,
not
he
say that,
did.
bro.
Yes, he did.
So that was a misunderstanding. I said anything from Park Hill, Colorado Boulevard up is Park Hill.
No.
Anything down is the east side. Anything like, cause she said the Holly was Park Hill, bro.
It is.
yeah, it is. Oh my
gosh.
What?
It is. It is.
The Holly
I
is the
wish
most
y'all were
Park
here.
Hill
They
don't
thing.
get no
I
Park-
was
Park
like
Hill than
that.
that
I was
shit.
like the Holly Fire. The Holly.
Hey, I'm from Aurora.
Yeah, so you
Yeah,
should stop
I'm
talking
like,
about
maybe
Denver
stay
shit.
in
So I'm so happy you just said
Stay
that.
out-
I call it Park Hill. Thank you, Hess, for
Stay-
saying that.
Stay in Aurora.
That was an off the camera debate. But we were talking about voting.
No, we're off that. So I guess I'm finna go into the cookout segment. Have you guys seen Charm City Kings?
No.
Charm City Kings. Okay. So it's this movie about me and Naya were talking about it earlier. It's this movie about like this kid who lives in Baltimore and is it nasty?
It wasn't as good as the vegetables.
It wasn't?
Oh.
I gotta pull up the kid's name.
You're like
So this
dripping on yourself.
Oh shoot.
How are you dripping, Elijah? Damn
It
it.
just dripped from the plate.
on his pants.
Yeah. On your crotch.
Is it white? Good luck explaining that one. It's like
It's actually moist. Like it's water.
Weirdo. Let's stop talking about.
Okay.
Just wanted to use that word.
So so the main kid's name, he's like a 13-year-old kid. He's in 7th grade, finna go to 8th grade.
Right.
His name is Jahai Diallo Winston. In the movie, his name is Mouse. Meek Mill's in this movie as well. Have you guys watch Black Lightning?
Yeah, I have.
So
That's with the girl from Ant Farm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, William
China Ann McClain?
Yeah.
Okay.
William Cadet, I guess he played in Black Line. I've never seen it, but the guy that whenever he kills somebody, he put tattoos on him.
Mm-hmm.
So he played this cop in the movie, and so basically it's about this 13-year-old kid who's just dealing with all these choices in Baltimore. And if you ever know anything about the Baltimore,
the DMV area,
yeah, like their kind of culture is like bikes.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so like we have like gangs and like they have gangs out there, but their main culture is bikes.
Mm-hmm.
And so every Sunday they have this thing called the ride, where everyone goes out and they go on these bikes and they just ride it, yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
And this 13-year-old kid is just so fascinated. But of course there's conflict, and it turns out that his brother was in a biker gang and he ends up dying by being in this biker gang.
Mm-hmm.
So now he has this conflict of like, oh, I want to choose this life, right, and I don't want to choose this life. The reason why I chose it for the cookout, and I don't want to spoil too much. The movie dealt with a lot of themes that like were just really touching. I'm a really picky person when it comes to movies. I'm just like, man, that's not realistic. Nah,
right.
That's not true. I'm one of those niggas
No,
that
we
like
need more
that
people
talk
like that.
talk. I'm like, that shit's not true. That would never happen.
Good.
But like the emotions that the movie captured, like there's a scene where he gets kicked out of the house by his mom, and like just the intensity of like the situation. If you ever been kicked out by the house of your mom, like you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like this
You like shit.
he
man.
really nailed it. And Meek Mill did an amazing job. So they're both invited to the cookout. The director's name, of course, but I think those two really stole the show. Like 100% stole the show.
Right. And they're coming to the cookout.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about like drug dealing and like school and like it was cool because the main guy, his name like Mouse, the 13-year-old, he was a veterinarian, right? He worked at a doctor's hospital. And he was doing all this shit, but he gets caught up with his bikes.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so like now it's just more conflict of interest of like this hood shit and like this lifestyle.
And that's an everyday thing, like for kids that do live in the hood like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Just like and like it's crazy because he'll talk about animals and shit. His friends are like, oh, nerd ass nigga. As soon as he start talking about bikes, and then he starts to notice that. He starts to notice everyone likes when he has a bike and he's on a motorcycle, he's doing shit. So again, I don't want to ruin too much because it's a crazy thrill ride. It's really good.
What is it called again?
It is called
So what's the point?
It's
he's inviting
Charm City Kings.
Charm City Kings.
Yeah.
He's talking about who he's gonna invite to the cookout.
Well, he can come to the cookout.
He can come to the cookout.
And the guys, the kid is gay.
Wow.
Hey, look at the comments. Somebody commented about that. They said they love the person in there.
But he wasn't gay in the movie. He wasn't gay in the movie, but you could tell.
That's still representation.
You could tell. You could look if you one of those dudes. He did a lot of things.
Micaiah Swaim commented, I think,
Micaiah.
oh my gosh, did I mess it up?
No, his name's Micaiah.
Yes. So I love Jahi. I'm going to go watch Charm City right after this.
His name's Jahi.
Jahi?
Yeah. That's the kid's name.
I'm going to have to like look at it now because I'm
That's
like,
just good.
I'm interested.
I almost cried. I don't really cry. I'm not emotional, but
I'm a cry.
I'm telling you,
Damn it,
there's a scene with a dog in there.
Where'd you watch it on?
HBO Max. HBO Max.
So like
is that Netflix?
I'm crying, y'all.
These niggas here. I said HBO Max. These niggas said, is that Netflix? Is that Hulu?
No, I'm saying,
I said, is it on Netflix?
What? No.
Is it on Hulu?
No, it's on HBO Max.
What the hell is that, bro?
Is HBO Max on Hulu?
It's like, no, HBO Max is like a form of Hulu.
She says
like,
HBO
Can you
Max.
get it on the stick?
Huh?
Can you get it on the stick?
Fire stick?
I think so. I don't know, man. I pay for my stuff. I don't
Period.
do that. It's illegal. What you do.
I said the stick. I didn't say the fire stick. Let me be specific.
Wait, the fire stick is illegal?
Yeah.
That's super illegal,
Yeah,
bro.
y'all are stealing TV. Y'all are stealing channels and stuff off other people's stuff. People make apps and stuff.
Well, shit.
Y'all didn't know that?
Well, first of all, they need to stop selling illegal products.
Right.
Shit.
Yeah, they sell it at the store.
Hey, that's like being like, hey, bro, crack's illegal. Hey, well, they need to stop selling it then.
Right.
It's not like crack food.
Shit,
It's not
TV
like
can
crack.
be crack.
No, it's not like it's like
TV can't be crack.
It's like medicine,
TV can be medicine?
No.
Wow. But that's
Y'all
cap.
weird. All right, y'all.
I just don't like you.
Like we did the first
I really don't like
time.
you sometimes, bro.
You gotta say it louder for the podcast.
No, I wanted you to hear that. It's personal, nigga. I don't like you.
Okay, y'all. So like we did the first time when we did the Black-owned business. And also remember, comment more Black-owned businesses that we should try out, or
If
we
you
could
cook-
shout out if you could, please, or even if you cook.
Yeah.
Wow. Good.
Real talk. If you cook or if you got a Black-owned business you want to get out there, like,
Let us
shit.
know. Comment down below.
We will taste your food and rate it.
So we're gonna
But
rate.
we gonna be honest though.
Mm-hmm.
Incredibly honest. And if you don't like that, don't do it.
But I'm pretty sure if you got a business, you got something going on. Okay. So again, we're going to rate these the restaurant out of 5 specific categories, up to 10 points from each of us. So
For
again,
a total of
it's-
how many points? Let's do the math, guys, because we didn't do the math. Wait, 4? How many sections is it? 5?
Yeah, 5.
5 sections times how many points? 40?
It's
Total
200.
Oh, 200 points.
So a
Remember
total of
last time?
200 points.
A total of 200 points. So,
Am I wrong?
again, this is called
saying
Swerk's
nothing.
Southern Food.
Why?
That is
Southern
4.
Soul Food, sorry. All right, y'all.
So what's the first?
Out of 10. Wait, I didn't write my name.
Agilely. That's my name backward.
Okay, y'all. Out of 10.
Weird.
Weak.
So fucking weird.
Out of 10, what do y'all give the appearance? Also, actually, go around and say what y'all got first.
Oh yeah. I got lemon pepper wings. I asked for a barbecue.
Honey barbecue.
Honey barbecue.
Oh shit, bro, you bougie ass, bro.
And I asked for some fries.
Hey, bro.
Unfortunately, Aubrey got my fries.
I did.
And I got lemon pepper wings. So I can tell you where this is gonna go.
Hey, bro, this man is a pit. Hey, what is the dude? His name from America's Got Talent? You Simon, bro.
No, I would be mad about that too. I would be mad too.
But you would still get that score.
That's like, I don't know if y'all have ever done it, but like expecting to drink water, but you drink like Sprite or something. Like it's kind of like
or thinking it's Sprite and you get water.
Yeah, exactly.
Terrible.
Like,
It's like, oh,
yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Do that again, bro.
Like, no, your taste buds are ready for some Sprite.
Yeah, you
it's
drink
all
water.
flat. It's so gross.
Yeah, I get it. I'd be mad too.
I drink soda.
And she got his fries. Imagine if they weren't sitting next to each other.
What did you get?
I didn't even. Oh yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, like I said, I didn't even get what I really ordered. I got Hez's fries, but I got catfish dinner with greens and bread. Yep, that's all I got.
I got sweet potato pie because I wasn't really hungry. I have like the worst sweet tooth, so I got sweet potato pie.
I'm like so bad.
Was it good? We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find
Y'all
out.
gonna find out.
Weirdo.
Right.
I'm a weirdo.
No, this nigga Elijah.
Oh, okay, go ahead,
That
Elijah.
shit look good, bro.
What did you get, Elijah? Also, Elijah's vegetarian, so.
I got some mixed vegetables. Why I say that like something was wrong with me, bro?
Because there is something wrong with you.
I got some mixed. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of full. I got some mixed vegetables. I got some macaroni and cheese, and I got some peach cobbler.
Period. Okay.
Sounds disgusting.
Y'all know how. All together, mix it in this table. All right, y'all. The first category is appearance. What do y'all give this restaurant for appearance?
I'm already.
My.
Hey, bro,
I thought we all wrote ours down already.
You such an asshole,
I'm
bro.
an asshole. I'm the asshole.
Hey, bro, you already know what you
Wait,
did.
appearance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, but you gave it a 4.
I'm an
What
asshole.
did you give it?
I gave it a 3.
We should all say what we gave. I gave a 7.
Hey, bro.
I gave it an 8.
Black-owned restaurants got the worst presentation.
But you have to remember.
So let's start over here. Let's start over here and
Don't
explain
generalize.
our why. Like explain, say your number and explain why.
So I gave it a 3. And mainly because I didn't get my fries. I mean that's part of the presentation, so I'm missing stuff, and I did not get the right order again. So I did that.
Bougie ass, bro.
I'm bougie. I mean, I
Okay.
didn't get what I paid for. You'd be mad, nigga.
Right.
What'd you give it?
I gave it an 8, but because it was just like a normal slice of sweet potato pie, maybe I would have given it a higher score if I didn't think like, oh, I've seen sweet potato pie. Maybe we had like what is it called? Not sour cream, whipped cream or something. I don't know. What'd you give it, Breezy B?
I gave it a 7 because it was like the appearance was good. It was just kind of overwhelming. Like everything was like stacked on top of each other.
Yeah,
like,
my fries were on the bottom.
They're like squished.
No, and they were like under the sauce packets,
under the bread,
under the catfish.
Yeah.
That was
soaking in grease and plastic.
Yeah, it was a lot.
I gave it a 4.
Why?
I gave it a 4 just due to the fact that I've been to a lot of black-owned restaurants. Food is amazing.
But your food was pretty simple. And the
presentations is always funny.
Okay.
You got mixed vegetables in a box.
I know, mac and cheese in a box.
Right.
Okay.
So would you get like a plastic container maybe?
Hey, what's the name of the restaurant where it's located again?
It is Swerk Swerk Soul Food. It is 2205 South Peoria Street, Aurora, Colorado. 80014.
Boom pow. Y'all got that.
I should have given them a card. Sorry. Okay, the next appearance is portion size. Or the next one is portion size.
Portion size? Ooh. I'll be... See, this is what black-owned restaurants...
Oh, wait. Did you write down the numbers?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
The first one for appearance was a total of 22 points.
They could have got 30. They got 22.
No, they could have got 40.
40.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a failing grade right there.
Wait, so hold on.
They're not doing too good. They're not doing too good right now.
I'm trying to think. Okay. I got it.
Okay.
No, I don't. Hold on.
And
what was the question again? Say it one more time.
Portion size.
And we'll start with your side, Hez. Explain.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready, Elijah?
I'm ready.
1, 2, 3.
Bro, y'all some good ass judges, bro.
What'd you give them? Hez?
What?
All of us are 10.
How
yeah.
am I the person who messes up?
Because you didn't get full.
I am full, actually.
Yeah. I don't know.
So I gave it
You
a
wanted
10
more?
because the wings were actually very big. Like they're.
Yeah.
I mean, I might as well just show y'all. They're right here.
Yeah, you was eating them like, man, I wish I got barbecue.
I know they don't look as big.
That's
on
pretty
camera,
big,
but
though.
they're
Yeah.
fucking. They're big. They're juicy too. They're very juicy. So, what juicy?
I gave mine a 10 because you guys can't really see, but like it came with like this is a big ass piece of catfish, and it came with like 3 of those, so that was a lot. And it also has like they gave me a good amount of greens and bread, 2 pieces of bread, so it was a lot of food.
My pie was like big. I felt like it was a good piece of pie. Like if you ate that after you ate, then you would be.
Was you
good.
filling? Was it filling?
Filling.
Yeah.
You were
I was-
fulfilled.
Was it a filling thing?
Is it?
Peach.
I was filled.
What is it? What does sweet potato pie taste like? I've
It
never
tastes
had
like
it.
sweet potatoes and pie.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god. Sometimes,
Hey,
bro.
bruh.
What is no for reals? What does it actually taste like?
Hey, getting this man
It tastes
frustrated
like
is the funniest
sweet
shit.
potato, like you know, like have you had
Like
pumpkin?
yams?
Yeah.
That sounds
Like
kind of hot.
yam.
Sounds disgusting.
Bro, you don't like yams?
Sounds gross. Go ahead, bro.
I gave it an 8.5 because it filled me up. I mean, I just didn't know we was being super generous with rates. So if I knew that, you know what I'm saying?
No, we weren't being fucking.
I was being genuine, be honest.
I was being honest. I thought it was right. You always got a problem with something.
I know.
What's the next question?
He said you were
Simon Cowell, right?
You being a little bit
all
Simon
black,
today.
all black stores are sucked at.
Right.
As a presidential.
I didn't say all.
You did.
Majority, because that's not
You
true.
did say all.
You did say all.
Right.
Then I corrected.
Go back. Quote him.
Then I corrected you. It's okay. It's okay, young man. You'll get it. Go
Okay,
ahead. What's
let's.
the next question?
All right, y'all. Cost.
Oh.
How much was everything? Right?
It was like 47.
Wow.
So yeah, it was like.
I know the wings were $10.
Yeah.
How much were the fries?
$10 for wings?
About $1 a wing.
All my stuff
Yeah.
was like $3 a piece.
Yeah. I know mine was like 15. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2.
What did you do?
I gave it a 10. I gave it a 10.
9.5.
So I gave it a 10, basically, mostly just because of. Actually, I don't know why I gave this shit a 10.
You gave it a 9.5.
The price. So these are. I said these are like gourmet wings. How big they are.
Yeah.
If I would have got the fries, I assume it's over there. I mean,
It probably would have been good price for if you got the right
if I got everything what I wanted, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. This one episode.
But the wings,
yeah,
okay.
But
well,
yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, the next one is what's the wait time like? How was the wait time like?
It was like 25 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
For everything?
Yeah, for everything.
Okay.
I got my answer. Come on, Simon Cowell.
Mr.
Get out of here.
These niggas I had my answer.
It's
Okay.
normally a restaurant like you could sit down and eat in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
But they are closed for COVID, so.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah,
I'm ready. Y'all ready?
Okay.
Dang, y'all some hard judges, man.
1, 2, 3.
We're hard? Oh, Aubrey wasn't ready.
Oh.
What'd you guys give him?
I gave it a 9.
You was the lowest judge
Nine,
person,
nine.
surprisingly.
Oh, y'all know me. I gave it a 7.
Why?
Just because y'all know me, like I said last time, like 25 minutes is a long time.
But the last time it was 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Wait.
I think 25 minutes is
What did you
I think
guys
she gave him a
say?
6 last time.
She gave him a 6 last time?
I stay consistent.
You do. I will
Hey,
give
how
you
many-
that. I will give you that. You do stay consistent.
It's not well. I was debating about giving it like 7 or 8 because I was like, I was like, it's normally a sit down restaurant, but also like if you have somewhere to be, somewhere to go, like 25 minutes is kind of
25 minutes is okay. I mean, it's
Yeah.
fresh food though.
to me, yeah.
Fresh food though.
And okay.
Fresh food.
Yeah.
What's the next one?
Taste. What did y'all give it out of for taste?
For everything? Dang,
Everything.
can I get like 2 different answers for this one?
No, because you
Just
love.
one answer, bro. Just one.
We know how you feel
answer.
about Chase. No. Y'all know that.
Just see, but that's the white. That's what the white man talks about. Taste. See what you.
I'm crying. You sound like the ticket monster from Chuck E. Cheese.
The white man gave us terrible food in slavery.
Yeah, see, you know. Here it comes.
We're still eating it
Here it
today.
comes. Here it comes. All right, you ready?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
What'd you give it, Elijah?
Gave it a 9. But I did not. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I did not like this peach cobbler. The aftertaste was gross.
Okay.
I like the moisture and like the softness of it, but the aftertaste was nasty. Well, them vegetables, bro, was a 10,
It was
10, 10.
bussin'.
It was a 10, it was
That
11.
sprinkle of salt. That was good.
Them BMS broke my scale.
If I was to be honest, these are probably the best lemon pepper wings I've ever had.
Wow, good.
They are very good. They're juicy, right? I already said before. They have that actual lemon grease afterwards.
Yeah.
They're salty. They're actually a really good wing. I'm not gonna lie, a very good wing. Best
Just
like I said.
not what
It's just
you
mad you didn't
wanted.
get what you get.
But now, if I would have got the fries, I don't know what the fries are like. I don't think those fries were any good. They look really bad, like really, really wimpy, really ugly.
I like soft fries, I'm gonna be honest. So I'm like,
You like soft
I
fries?
like crispy. Like, you know what has really good fries? Hey, Wingstop got the coldest fries.
Wingstop's fries. Woo, boy.
Wingstop's fries is crazy.
Wingstop's fries, especially with that ranch, boy.
You ask for them hard. You
Their
ask for
ranch
'em
is crazy
crispy.
too, though.
Ask for them crispy. You're sleeping on the Wingstop.
Yeah.
Wingstop fries.
I had like my Wingstop
Those are
fries soft,
elite,
though,
nigga.
so,
Top tier right there.
Hey, bro,
Top
them,
tier.
them might be the GOAT fries, bro. I'm
Yeah.
be real with you.
Wingstop fries,
no.
yeah,
Probably
for sure.
Chick-fil-A's fries are better. Chick-fil-A
Extra
fries.
crispy? Hell yeah. Chick-fil-A.
Damn, I'm the only one. I don't like crispy. I even worked at Chick-fil-A, and we did like a test, like a 5-minute test. They left it in the thing. They're like for 5 minutes, and then they were like, "Try these," and they're all soft. It was like, "Ew!" I was like, "These are so good."
You're disgusting.
Ew.
Hey, anything else we got?
No, I think that's it.
So,
the overall score.
they got was 168
out of 200.
out of 200.
168. That's better than the last one, right?
Welland Street.
Welland Street.
So the record
That's
is
gonna rub some
168.
people the wrong way, man.
Huh?
That's gonna rub people the wrong way. Wells
Yeah.
Street's loved over here.
Yeah.
People
Yeah.
love Wells
I mean, not
Street.
over here where we at, like on the east side.
Yeah, because what was their score? 130 something?
Yeah.
Last.
So the record to beat is 168.
168 so far. That's the record to beat.
Yeah, they did good.
Good job.
What is that, B minus?
Hey, so let's give
I think so.
Swerk Southern a round of applause.
Yeah. Give them some love, y'all. Make sure you guys go check them out and
His name
comment
is Riz.
more video or more places we should try out.
And with that, y'all, we're gonna go for a break. We'll be back with you in 120 seconds. We appreciate all of y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, share, and comment on this video. We're gonna start sharing, and we want to start giving y'all guys rewards every time y'all share. So I need y'all to understand that we need y'all help so we can be able to push, create larger voices for ourselves and for the community. And we got y'all. We out.
Facts.
All right, y'all. UDM TV back here with again. I'm Young Activist. We got Breezy B.
Hey, hey.
Hez for Prez. Nadia. So we gonna end up going into first and foremost what you got for us, Breezy B.
Yes, so y'all know what it is. We're back with Nosy News, and this week's Nosy News is what I'm sure we've all been hearing about: the Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion situation. I would have brought it up like a few weeks ago, but I wanted to bring it up now because I've kind of been waiting for more statements to like come out and
Right.
stuff. And I'm so happy I did because Tory Lanez's bodyguard just released a statement. I think it was to TMZ. It was like a kind of like a video. He was just going off about like kind of the whole situation. You know, everybody's like coming for Tory Lanez right now and like giving him like a whole bunch of like hate. A lot of people have stopped supporting him because everybody's saying that he shot Megan Thee Stallion in the foot. But what Tory Lanez's bodyguard was saying was that actually was an accident and it was over like a dispute of Tory Lanez was like messing with another girl and Megan Thee Stallion got mad. She tried to get out the car and the gun accidentally went off and grazed her foot. So it didn't like actually like shoot her. So I wanted to see what everybody's like actual reactions or like initial reactions were, just like the whole situation. Do you believe Tory Lanez or Meg Thee Stallion, or do you like do you support Tory Lanez still? Like what's up with everybody's thoughts?
I'm gonna keep it a bag. I think this is a publicity stunt all the way around. I really do. I don't think none of this is really even happening. Like, it's happening. But I really...
Matrix, nigga.
No, listen.
Dream.
Listen, so you ever notice that how rappers, they might get locked up, like, you know, for a few days off of like some serious accounts. I'm talking about like gun charges. You know what I'm saying? You can't just get bonded out for gun charges.
You can.
Not always though, especially if it's multiple times on multiple accounts.
You can.
After like 2-3 times, bro, it's harder to do.
As long as
if you're a rapper, you got money,
right?
And as long as it's not
a serious offense,
right.
I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I would say that this is a publicity stunt to a degree, kind of like how the baby, like you remember last year how the baby was in like some mall, some dudes, some like local rapper came up and flexed on him and the baby beat his ass. Y'all remember that?
I do.
Yeah. So long story short, dude came out a year later and was like, hey, bro, that was all stunted. You know what I'm saying? We was paid off to handle that situation to make the baby look like he ain't nothing to play with. Period, point blank. I think this is a similar situation to where it's a publicity stunt to make Meg Thee Stallion bigger. Because remember, right after like this whole situation happened, WAP came out, and then Tory Lanez came out with an album a couple weeks later. You know what I'm saying? I think that it has a lot to do. It's kind of ironic how they're coming out with music.
So let me ask you. In this plan, it only affects one person,
right?
So Meg Thee Stallion is the only person that receives the benefits because Tory Lanez has got nothing but hate. Nobody likes Tory Lanez. Like if you say
publicity is good publicity.
But a lot of people are cutting out Megan too. Like there's a whole thing where she had to go online and dispute people for calling her a liar. And even I can't remember his name. A guy came online and even said like, y'all are making fun of Megan Thee Stallion, but this just goes to show how y'all don't protect black women in the industry. Y'all just go and say like, oh, she's a liar, she's a snitch. She was getting called a snitch by so many people.
That's what she was getting called, a snitch first, right? That's what it was. And then once the internet got to it, that changed. That changed, and it was like, let's protect black women. So personally, I don't know, man. It's a tricky situation because I wasn't there. I wasn't in the car. I don't know what actually happened. I actually listened to the album. I did listen to it.
Well, interesting. So it looked like it worked to a degree.
No, it didn't work.
Because the whole thing is,
I've always been a fan of Tory Lanez.
This is the highest ratings Tory Lanez has ever had.
I've always liked Tory Lanez, and I wasn't looking. What made me watch it, what made me listen to his album, was a Twitter video of him like it was like comparing songs to like Drake's, and it was like he was stealing flows and something like that. So I checked it out. It wasn't too bad. Like all situation aside, that nigga can spit. That nigga's talented.
I like
that nigga's cold. All bullshit aside, right? All situation, whatever happened. But you gotta listen to it, bro.
Right.
I mean, my whole thing is I think that it's ironic how all this is happening, and like Meg Thee Stallion is one of the biggest rappers in the world.
But she's been big, bro.
But I'm saying she blew the hell up.
Not just because of this though. She had a lot to do with it. She dropped a song with she. It's a big thing right now that she's dropped a song with every single female. Like she got Beyonce. The only one she's missing is Rihanna. She got Beyonce, she got Cardi, I'm not
saying she ain't had to work, but publicity is publicity. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think so, bro.
I don't think it was a publicity stunt.
You don't get shot for publicity? I can't say it.
I mean, you never know. People's willing to do what they got to do.
Well, I feel like the question is, do you think that Tory Lanez shot her on purpose?
I don't even know if that happened.
I feel like, Elijah, that's not the question.
It did happen. Something happened because she clearly like
she was. If you watch the police video, she's like limping to the car. I've watched Megan Thee Stallion's lives and everything, and I agree with her. I don't think she has any reason to lie about it. And even like to me, if I'm the one that got hit in the foot, either fucking way, I got shot.
Right.
Like I didn't. You know what I mean? Like even if you. I don't know how.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you accidentally shoot somebody?
I mean, I know it's possible.
I understand a gun.
You're in the army, so you should
I know that's. I wasn't saying it wasn't possible.
Right.
I was about to say how do you accidentally shoot someone, but I know it's possible. But
Lil Wayne shot himself.
But I'm just like,
on accident.
If there's an altercation, like with people, especially like a dude that you're messing with, like why would you even like go for a gun? Like he said, he picked up a gun and it accidentally went off.
And I heard that it was the opposite, that Tory Lanez was mad because Megan Thee Stallion didn't want him. That's what I heard when this all started.
Well, just from the video with the security guard, he was saying that it was the girls fighting because of Tory Lanez.
Why was the gun out?
Do you know how tall? Do y'all know how tall Tory Lanez is?
He's like 5'2" or
Literally
something.
short.
Hey Siri, how tall is Tory Lanez?
It should be how short is Tory Lanez.
I think he's no taller than Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is 5'4".
Okay.
Shut up.
Mission Impossible. Mission Impossible is 5'4". Tory Lanez is like 5'2". It's listed on his thing. It says 5'2". Megan Stein's like 5'10". Bro.
Yeah, she's like.
I would
yeah.
grab. I would if I was in a fight. I'm playing. But
Tory Lanez is 5'3".
Jesus,
he's shorter than me.
It's like shorter than Kevin Hart. 5th grader height, bro.
5'3".
You think you can beat him up? You think you can beat him up if he came in here?
Depends on
Kevin Hart is my height, 5'4".
Wait, how tall is Lil
Hey,
Uzi?
jujitsu's a real.
Lil
Bro, I don't
Uzi?
care how big you are. If you know jujitsu, that's how hard.
Damn.
That's hard.
Lil Uzi's 5'4".
Damn.
Y'all rappers got that big dick energy because I would not have ever thought y'all were this short.
Tory Lanez is shorter than Lil Uzi, and Lil Uzi is a little.
Megan Thee
dude.
Stallion is 5'10". She's a stallion.
She's big.
Hey.
How did Tory Lanez pull her?
She could literally.
Hey.
I'm telling you, there is no such thing as an ugly billionaire. There's just no such thing as an ugly billionaire.
You're right.
It just doesn't exist.
But
doesn't exist.
But she's making money too.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, but that don't matter.
But
Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Tory's a thug.
But
no, girls
no,
love thugs, though.
we're not about to talk about Jay-Z and Beyonce though,
That was
because
the same
Beyonce even said it. She said, "You can keep your money. I got my own."
Yeah, but she still loves him.
She still loves him.
And her kids.
But that's not for the reason. That's not the reason why.
Tory Lanez probably pulled Megan Stallion, just to be honest, because he's a hood nigga. Like,
right.
Megan Stallion's, she's a college.
He's not even really.
She's a college. She's a college student. It makes sense. I mean, they go hand in hand. But I mean,
It's
Tory
true.
Lanez he made a really good point in one of his songs. He was like, I don't know if it's a really good point, but he said, I didn't beat no. He's like, I've never hit a girl ever. Why the fuck would I just start doing it?
Nah, because
Why would he start doing it? I'm just asking, why would he start doing it?
Dudes can go their whole life without hitting someone and can still hit someone.
But how? Like, there has to be some kind of
No.
There has to be some kind of pattern. No one just.
There's not just some pattern like
Trust
that.
me,
No, it happens. It definitely happens.
It has to start
definitely
somewhere,
happens.
and I just feel
It
like
starts somewhere
I just feel like if you're messing with a girl, there should be no reason a gun is.
I mean,
involved.
serial killers don't become serial killers till
until
like,
their
late.
first one.
Till like they're like 30.
But they're killing cats. They're killing cats and
Yeah.
shit. That's a pattern. It's a fucking
We don't
pattern.
know what Tory Lanez does in his free time.
We actually
But he probably
But we
has
would
a
see,
pattern
we
of
would
like.
see a lot of aggressive shit. We see there's a lot of cuffs. If he was just a reckless person like that, I'm just saying, you know.
No, because some abusers do that shit where they hide it in the face of the public, and that's the sign of an abuser. Yes, it is. Look it up. That's the sign of an
He's
abuser.
not, Tory Lanez
But
not
you
hiding
don't
no
know.
arrest
But you
charges from the
don't.
public.
But
That's just not happening.
But you don't know. Some people don't get caught.
So
you know
don't
how
think
many
he did
girls
it on purpose?
No, I don't know
go
what
through that?
happened. I don't know what happened. But I do think that it has to be like. Well, I don't know. It'd be some sort
So
of.
what do you
like,
think
mediation.
happened? They were having tea and the SUV.
Well, no, I mean,
Crying.
just from the stories that I've got, I'm guessing, you know, there was an argument, right? There was an argument, and could have been some should have been said. I don't know, and I don't think he probably wasn't grabbing his gun for like anything. He probably could have been putting it down so he can grab the girl or some
Right.
shit. You know what I'm
Why
saying?
does he have?
Why does he have a gun? Because he's a rapper.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He probably was putting it down.
That's why I
Something
said
happened.
never
People
mind.
shit happen when you're in an argument. You don't know what you do sometimes. All I'm saying is, I think I have to hear like the full story from like.
Right.
I
You
don't
need
know.
the full
It's
story,
just
but
so many different opinions.
They're
So many different
definitely
sides.
contradicting each other too.
Right, and I don't even want to choose sides, but I don't know. Megan Thee Stallion seems so hurt over it. Like,
Yeah.
she seemed like if she wasn't like so like about the situation, if she was just like, hey, like he accidentally shot me in the foot, like it's really on some accidental
Yeah.
shit. Y'all are tripping, like
And I
calm
think,
down.
and it sucks to if it actually did happen the way Megan Thee Stallion is saying it happened.
Right.
Like that just fucking sucks that you have him, his bodyguard, people that are there, and the entire internet and everybody else like doubting your story, saying that you're making up shit, just trying to ruin this dude's
I
career.
mean, but sometimes you do have to understand that like artists are represented by like they're representing a label.
Right.
So they send PRs, right?
They represent the what?
They represent their labels.
This is why I think it's publicity.
They
That's like
no, not necessarily
it's business.
Not publicity, but we don't know the true story because someone would have been like, "Hey, you need to say this so we can not have this story out that makes you look crazy. You got to play the victim right now because we don't know if y'all are both arguing and the gun accidentally did go off. Why were you in the car with someone with a gun? Like, where were you arguing?
I'm like,
to the point?
either way, his gun went off. Like he should at least take some responsibility for it.
Right.
I wonder how it happened. He didn't have the safety on.
I mean, so
that's-
why isn't the safety
Why?
on? Like,
why isn't the safety on?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of different things out here.
I wish I was at
safety
court. I wish I was at court with him.
Me too.
Like one of the witnesses
Oh,
just sitting there.
that's what I thought you
Why
were going to say,
wasn't
that
the
they went to
safety on
court.
is an important question.
Why wasn't it on? Because niggas figured to put the safety on.
No, I can't. I don't know if
That's
they're.
not-
I had that shit
Nah,
drilled
that's
into me.
cap, bro.
Yeah.
I even think even hood brothers know.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know.
Some guns just don't have safeties.
That's not true,
Believe it or
bro.
not.
His gun.
I've never heard of a gun not having safety.
Some
Have you ever heard of that?
Some guns have a faulty safety. The street sweeper.
That's
faulty safety is
faulty,
different
but
than
they
no
still
safety
there.
at all.
But even then, bro, if they had a faulty safety on, that means to a degree it's safer than not having it at all.
A faulty safety, it's not safe.
I'm gonna take this. My hands are sweaty.
It's not safe. Not safe. This shit don't work.
No, but listen though. Even if that was the case, it was less likely for that to accidentally happen. You know,
I'm trying to tell you, there's.
I don't even think it
the
happened.
Street sweeper, look it up. Look, the street sweeper. The safety's literally on the trigger.
That's true. There are some guns like that. Where you could accidentally, or you could push it.
You could push it right, the wrong.
Yeah.
Oh my bad, I thought it was on safety.
Oh, now I killed somebody.
That literally happens. Literally happens. That's why a lot of guns.
But even if,
continue.
I don't know.
First
It's
degree
just
murder.
hard. Even if it accidentally goes off, whose hands on the trigger? Like, I don't know.
I know.
Yeah.
All right.
It's hard to
All right.
So go ahead. Yeah.
Speaking about
Is that
triggers.
all for nosy news?
Yes, that's all for nosy news. I just wanted to see how y'all was feeling.
Yeah. Speaking about triggers. Chump champ of the week.
Woo, woo. We need a
Ring, ring. Yeah, we do, bro.
Do it again. I got you.
Chump champ of the week.
Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
bro,
We
real
didn't
talk.
like your corny.
Ain't like a bell.
Yeah, we all pulled him up. The
Ready,
Yu-Gi-Oh
signal
bell.
the
Oh
game?
yeah, we gotta get one.
Hey, so it was actually going to be something different based off of a few different pictures. But I really wanted to do it on this specific topic on SARS due to the fact that it wasn't touched. So basically what's
That's
going
for the Chump Champion of the Week?
Mm-hmm. You can make Chump Champion anything. It could be on Burger King businesses.
Okay.
Can you turn your phone off? I don't
Yes,
know
I
why
can.
the fuck it's on loud. On super fucking loud.
Hey,
The mics can hear it. I'm there people at home hearing doo-doo-doo-dee, doo-doo-doo-dee, doo-doo-doo-dee. That
his
shit went
Chump
off like
Champion of the
8
Week
times,
ringtone.
bro.
Hey,
Turn it
that
off.
was the Chump Champion of the
God.
ringtone.
That was the wingtone.
I'm gonna change it to ring 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 ring. You know what I'm saying?
Go on with your champion of the week.
Anyways, not to drag on what's going on,
Champ.
but basically, long story short, so what's going on right now in Nigeria is that there's this hashtag going on all around Twitter. If y'all don't use Twitter, basically what's going on, it's gonna go to Facebook and Instagram probably by tomorrow.
Right.
It's InSARS, hashtag InSARS. What's going on right now is there's this system that was put into place in the early 90s called SARS. And basically what their job was to prevent any type of criminal acts, especially robberies, going on within the Nigerian system because it was real rampant during that time period for Nigerians to be robbing other Nigerians. I'm talking about to the point of death, kidnapping kids, all that. So now what SARS did was they was put into play almost similar to like the Black Panther Party, to where they were put into play to protect and serve people who were getting robbed on a day-to-day basis in Nigeria.
Right.
But what happened was they started abusing their power. So then you've seen a lot of people in those positions of offices of SARS, which is a little bit less than like a police officer in Nigeria. It's like almost like their form of like a security guard. to a
Right.
degree. But long story short, they ended up raping, kidnapping, stealing from people, doing a bunch of abusive acts towards all these people going on,
like, all
murdering,
types of shit.
like killing people,
beating people,
abusing, and all, the whole nine, taking
Right.
advantage of people, blackmailing people. So SARS is doing a bunch of these different corruptive, abusive things to the Nigerian citizens. They've been doing it for almost 30 plus years now.
Right.
So, but recently it's been so bad because people have been speaking up about how oppressive SARS is in the Nigerian government. So what they've been doing is they've been protesting, going against it, real similar to how we do it with police brutality here. And they've been basically figuring out different ways in which they can like go, in which they could systematically end SARS. So that's pretty much what's going on right now.
So that sounds like a more of a urgent. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
Nah, I mean, what's crazy though is they also SARS is killing people right now because of the oppression going on. So they're like murdering people. It's almost like a mass genocide.
So far, they only have one person recorded, but I don't believe that. But so the number's 25. 25 people have been hurt.
Wounded
20
from gunshot wounds.
24 have been wounded from gunshot wounds, and one has been confirmed dead. But I'm pretty sure that number is a bit higher than
Is
that.
this like
comments too?
Is this like in the street? Is that not in the street? So
this is during a protest. So a peaceful
right, that's what I'm
protest,
saying. Like during
yeah.
like a week or something.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've been protesting against ending SARS.
Yeah.
They're tired of the oppression. They're tired of the abuse.
How do you guys think their protests, their police, like SARS, that system differs from like how our police and everything reacted here? Like, how do you guys feel about that?
Like, is it the same thing?
Well, like, how do you guys feel about that big difference?
It's similar, but it's different, right? Because remember, Nigeria is predominantly black.
Right.
We're not.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We're only about 12% of the population. So most police officers we're dealing with is white.
Right.
So that in itself, that's racial injustice. Over there is just almost blatant corruption, self-hatred as a community.
Right.
Out here, we don't necessarily have that when it comes to police officers because we ain't the ones in charge of ourselves. You know what I'm saying? That's a big difference in itself. You know what I'm saying? We're dealing with the oppression of enslavement, systematic racism, all that. You know, although to a degree Nigerians do face colonialization and oppression, you know what I'm saying? Like with China.
The French. Right?
Yeah, with China, with France, with European countries, taking a lot of their minerals and all that. They do that all the time. They don't necessarily deal with slavery like we do, right? Or PTSD, post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So it's an interesting thing just on that dynamic, but they're still going through a similar oppression as Black America is, which shows you that we're very similar systemically in a lot of countries, how we're oppressed. We just don't even realize it because a lot of us don't read that type of news until, you know, 25, 30 people get injured and it gets a hashtag on Twitter.
Right. Yeah.
So if I can just gather this the right way, because this is my first time hearing about it.
Okay.
I've been at work, everybody, and also my phone is broke, and the top part of my shit is unresponsive.
Right.
So I can't click on like Twitter. So I can't click on a lot of stuff. Like it glitches out.
You can't screen rotate.
There's a whole bunch. Nah, I can't even get to the top half of my phone to drop down and unlock the screen rotate.
The 11.
So
Damn.
I'm in a fucked up situation right now, and I'm still paying this bitch off. So
hashtag send help.
Yeah, right. But so if I can just get this straight, man, they're like community people, community officers that have been given like badges and guns.
Yeah.
To simply and so do they have actual police?
Yes, they do. So police officers.
What's their relationship like?
Police officers and SARS relationship, they don't really talk about it due to the oppressions that SARS has.
Right.
But they're a little bit different. So
I imagine they're close.
Huh?
I imagine if the police, if SARS is getting away with what they're getting away with, I imagine the police
SARS
and SARS
was
are very
sent
close.
into these communities by the police because the police
Yeah.
was basically like, we don't know what else to do, so we're sending SARS.
That's why I said they're similar to like the Black Panther Party. Because like although the Black
do all that.
Yeah. Wait a
Huh?
minute.
Because you talking about these
Wait,
people raping
SARS?
and shit?
No, listen. I just mean the organization
Like
itself.
what the intent
arms.
of the organization.
They was meant to be a
just
justice organization
Right.
built off of helping the community from theft and robberies going on, but they ended up becoming corrupt. That's why I say the way it was created was similar to a Black Panther Party system where they was meant to police their own communities, create a political party that was that's supposed to help build and push the Black community up to a higher level.
So the
It just didn't
intent,
end
the
up like
creation of the group was supposed to be like. The
And
Black
so
Panther.
in these communities that y'all are reading, right? And
Right.
I'm genuinely curious. Are these like how well off are these towns that we're talking about? Like they're
Nigeria is one of the richest countries in Africa.
So it's like an actual.
It's like in LA.
A first world problem.
Yeah.
Essentially, right?
Yeah, because there's a stereotype in Africa that they all live in huts,
right?
In mud houses,
right?
Like Haiti,
Impoverished.
Yeah, everybody just lives
Some
like
parts
Haiti.
in Africa are like that.
There is. There's some third world countries in Africa,
But that's also I read a book about that in high school. It's like that's also what is being shown to us, so that you can think like, oh,
Africa's
poor
You better go
Africa.
donate that penny.
Yeah.
Africa's
Yeah,
gross.
it was really interesting because the girl was saying that she grew up in like in a better off country. I can't remember which one. A better off country in Africa, and she was saying like she wrote a essay for an American teacher. Like, what is the hardest thing you went through in your life? And she said like just like moving to the country or something like that. It was hard to leave her country, and she's like, but why? Why was it hard? Like, give me more. Like, she's like, because I had to leave my family. She's like, give me more. Were you starving? Like, she wanted to know. But that's just what America's idea was. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I
did,
see.
Did you eat any night? Like,
Yeah.
Like, was your stomach just so big?
Was the lions? was the lions after
Did you eat a hyena? Like, could you imagine that?
Did you ever kill a
She
lion?
was like, I don't know. She's like, she kept telling me to rewrite this essay, and she's like, girl, I don't know what you want from me.
That's crazy. It's like
Yeah.
it's like two versions of Africans in America, right? Either super rich, like
Yes.
you're a prince or something.
Yes. Everyone's a prince.
Like you come in like a little prince, Or you're like dirt poor. You scam, you call, like you send emails. I'm a prince. I need $1 million. If you give me $1 million.
Are you a prince?
Have you heard about that?
Yeah.
Well,
That's happening.
That comes from Nigeria.
That's happened to you?
Yeah, that's happening. I've never got scammed, but I peeped the scam and I was like, all right, bet. You know what I'm saying? But I've seen
just
people
told me why he's never been scammed.
So
before.
back to your champion of the week. We were talking about the relationship between these people and like just like the overseers, right? So that's what it is basically.
Right.
So we're talking about like briberies and just like all types of just crazy shit. How is it that we're not hearing about it in America? Like how come it's taking so long?
I think the reason why we're not hearing it in America is due to the fact that Americans are worried about paying their bills.
Mhm.
We're going through a recession right
It's
now.
not our country, to be honest.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like even as black denizens of America, living in America, you know what I'm saying? From what we go through with our own oppression, we ain't worried about Africa.
Right.
I'm gonna just be real with you.
Well, I don't know about that, but I also think it's something that you said earlier is when he said, like, you don't hear about it until it gets bad. You don't hear about it until people start to die.
Real talk.
So, like, I remember, shout out to Makai if he's still watching this, but he told me he had a friend in another country that was like, wow, is police brutality really that bad in America? Like, I've never heard about it until now. And like that's the thing, like until it's big, until it's blown up and people are like, hey, it's bad over here, because it's the same with like Syria or in Yemen where they're the famine in Yemen. I'm sorry.
Do not laugh. Do not laugh. That is dude.
It's also pronounced Yemen, by the way.
Thank you. I'm so
Yemen.
sorry. I'm so sorry. That's not funny.
I'm sorry.
Guys, we're going straight to hell.
Okay. She said it first. She made it rhyme first.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, though.
But you didn't hear about that until it got bad.
Right.
So I think that's a big thing. And just to address what you said about like being black, we have our own oppressions and everything. What do y'all feel like our reaction should be when we see like Africa? That's where we come from. When we see our motherland like in distress.
Me personally,
right?
I didn't come from that. So
no, but that's
I
where.
have I don't mean to cut you off.
No,
I just kind of want to. I know you're going.
But what do you feel like all black people, not just you personally, but all black people? What do you feel like the reaction should be?
A lot of them are gonna feel just like what I'm finna say. Again, just like Elijah said, I have bills to pay, and I didn't come from Africa. It is very sad. Like what's going on over there is really sad. It's. I don't know. It's bad, but it's just like it's just not like I'm sorry, bro. Like I'm sorry. What can I do?
I feel like you could spread awareness.
I'm gonna spread awareness, but what's gonna happen? What's gonna change? Because in order for things to change, it would have to start with their government, right? With whatever they have going on over there, it would have to start within them,
right?
Overseas. Yeah, I could start that, but I mean, awareness does what though? It does what? It bring I don't know. I just feel like let me ask you another question. Should we feel wrong for not caring?
Yeah, to me, but that's
feel
just
like
because I'm very driven by feelings, and I feel like if you like the point that you cut off that empathy for people, like the second you do that, you become inhumane, which is why they're in to get deeper. I think that's why we're in the state as a world that we're in now.
Right.
Because people stop caring about people. People take your life because there's so many of us. There's so many of us that people just take life for granted. Like, I always just think I think my life is so important. Like I love living.
But just follow me.
You can't care about anybody else.
Just follow me here. I feel as if like we have as black people, right?
Right.
Because that's what we're talking about. We have our own things we have to get. Like Breonna Taylor's killers are still free.
Right.
Like that's the topic that we still have not.
Right.
Like we discussed about it. They got free, but it's like we're just jumping from one social injustice to the next social injustice.
Right.
So we can feel good about our day.
Right.
Like if we're gonna talk about actual change, talk about change that actually happens. Like
But
when you step outside.
But your question was, should we feel bad about not
Yeah,
caring?
you're right. You're right. And you said no.
Yeah.
You said yeah.
But I feel like just to readdress that point, I can still care and still look out for my own community.
Right.
You know what I mean? I can still care, but put all my effort and I can still care about what's going on with ICE and shit, but still put all my effort into the black community. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
So is that the same for everybody?
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling you both. I want to say just kind of like I'm just like trying to hear you out more.
In a perfect world where everyone can pitch in and help, if I had the means, right? If I had the means to go over to Nigeria and be a part of that, yeah, of course. But unfortunately, I'm 21. I'm 20 years old. 21 on Sunday.
Period. Yay.
And I live in Denver, right? I drive a Kia Soul, like a 2013. Like I just don't have the means right now to fly over to Africa and help them.
Right.
Like and I just don't feel as if me spreading awareness is just getting the job done.
But it's better than
what did
doing
you do for
nothing.
Black Lives Matter? Like when stuff like that was going on.
Well, it depends on which year. Like when it first started with Trayvon Martin and shit, I marched out of school. We walked like that was shit because it was something that was like that we seen and
but that can be also argued that it hasn't made change because, like you said, Breonna Taylor's murders are still, and even I want to say furthermore, like. You know, like you're saying, like they're like into like I'm not Sudan, I'm so sorry, Nigeria. But like I was like seeing like the Amish people were like supporting Black Lives Matter. You know, like Amish people like that supports them at all. Yeah. Like it doesn't even.
Where's the
involve
Amish
them.
people now?
I mean, they don't know about anything. They're like off the grid.
But if they're off the grid, they should be keeping up with us if they care so much. So that's the difference between real support and
but they can't. Right? I mean, but they also like they're against phones and shit. So, like, how are they really supposed to? They gotta like walk into town and like be like, "What's Black Lives Matter doing?"
No, I understand, but
can I switch up the metaphor?
Go ahead.
Let's not talk about groups of people. Let's talk about common sense.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you're getting beat by let's say a man is getting beating their wife every single day.
Right.
Like all the time getting abused. And then, you know what I'm saying, your next door neighbor's like, I'll support you. I'll help you out, you know what I'm saying? Next time that happens, let me know. I'll do whatever I can to help you.
Right.
Then, you know, when that happens, you calling, you trying to knock on their door. They turn off their lights, close their blinds.
But that's not but that's not what we're saying. That's not the type of support that we're talking about. Like you can still constantly every single day share and spread awareness to people around you, and there are different ways to donate than what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like if you are faced with the problem, I know what you mean. Like if you're faced with the problem and you're not supporting then and there, then are you a real supporter? But what you're talking about is no, that's not a real supporter. But that's not how me and Aubrey are talking about.
Support specifically speaking with the Amish, you know what I'm saying? Or like groups, usually white people, to be real with you. You know, that's how they treat black problems. You know, they might come, they might support you, they might even buy you a cheeseburger one day. Right. You know what I'm saying? But overall though, when it comes to when you really need help to fix up what's going on, you know, your life or your issue or within your community, they're not really there to willingly support you. They're willing to be a voice.
And that's what I think. And that's what I think a hashtag does, right? A hashtag gives people a reason and an excuse to be like, I support it. I did my part. And if you would have came in here and you would have said, oh, there has been tons of people flying out to Nigeria to actually put support. Oh, definitely.
Right.
But you said a Twitter train.
Well, it's not just. I feel like the reason why it is a Twitter trend and the reason why they did need support is because nobody knew this was happening.
Right. And I feel like
and you're 100%. Right. Like,
and that's how I found out about it through a Twitter trend.
If we didn't have Twitter, how would that have gotten solved?
Right.
How was it going to get solved?
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That was their way of reaching out.
Right. No, I get it.
That's what I'm saying. That so if we all share, like as a collective, maybe you might not be able to do something, but
somebody can.
I for instance donated. So if I didn't know about it and you shared it, perhaps I would have seen it and donated, or maybe somebody else could.
So it's just like it doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah. Exactly. Like it doesn't hurt, but I feel like it hurts more when you don't do anything.
If you see it, you know what's going on, and you don't.
Just for the basis off of, I feel like if I do something, it's not gonna make any change. I feel like that's doing more harm than.
You know what didn't make change is when Kylie Jenner did that whole like tag a black friend that matters on your Insta story. Mm-hmm. That is
what the fuck?
You
when did that happen?
You don't remember that? It was the same week that George Floyd died, and so everybody's coming out. They're doing their whole like post blackout, and I thought that too. Post blackout on Tuesday. She really did that? She literally started a trend where you tag your people that matter on your fucking stories or whatever. And to me, it's like, that's not, hey, you matter, but that's not actually
that's
doing.
That's just like playing out your token friends.
Exactly.
They're like, hey, buddy, I need you to like, I'm gonna tag you.
Hey, Chelsea on the cheerleading
They call their
team,
one
bro.
fucking token. They call their fucking drug dealers.
So that's different than what me and Aubrey are saying. If you're sharing, like, for example, on my story, I shared a video of them protesting and they're singing our national anthem.
Right.
It brought me to tears. I was in chills. They're singing their national anthem and all you hear is gunshots and screaming going off because, like, I think that is like the definition of what they're going through. Like they're fighting for their country, they're fighting for their rights, and they're like being killed and stopped. And once you spread that awareness, you show like not only and donate, you're spreading awareness, you're giving them more help than not doing it.
So let me ask you guys something. How come y'all aren't flying to Africa or Nigeria?
You think I got fly to Africa money?
COVID.
Right.
Oh yeah. Well,
And I don't have a passport.
I'm having trouble.
I got a passport.
Right.
Hey.
But it's not like I wouldn't. Like you said, if I had the means to, but
if you support it, you know what I'm saying?
But I'm not saying I wouldn't support. I wouldn't say I wouldn't go more out of my way to find the means.
What about our problem? What about our problem?
But that's like I feel like that's a little contradictory because that's like saying if you really support Black Lives Matter, then why is anybody addressing like the youth violence of us killing each other?
I do.
But it's not that. It's not
power of one.
Right.
So what I'm talking about all the time.
Well, I mean,
like that's like saying, but that's like saying like. Why haven't you solved the problem of youth violence? Like we can't. What is us going to fly? But I'm saying, what is us going to fly to Nigeria going to do?
So I don't know, but
I'm saying sharing a post might do something, but taking a flight there.
Taking a flight.
If anything, is going to put you in more inside of the chaos where you probably don't want to be.
Right.
They're like literally.
But that's not what I'm saying.
So support
I'm saying,
from home while we're at home.
No.
We can support.
That's not what
we can share our
saying,
pictures from our cozy little homes while they're in war zones. I'm supporting. There we are.
Well, I mean, it's not like they were coming
that's what she said. That's what she said. Go ahead, Elijah.
All right. Well, also, we are going to end up taking a break. You know what I'm saying? We'll be back in a little bit. Make sure that you like, share, comment, and subscribe. And we will be back with you guys in 120 seconds for this last segment. Make sure y'all stay tuned. And we're going to be talking about Would You Rather.
We're going to be playing Would You.
I know.
Dang, Grandpa.
You're so boring.
We're going to be talking about Would You Rather.
Yeah. What's it called again? What's even walk over there?
Yeah, he farted while Aubrey was eating.
Exactly. Like I'm so.
Hey, I'm sorry, y'all. So has released the ghost.
No, I didn't fart.
Can you spray some more of that?
Yeah. I was spreading my whispery willows, y'all.
Oh my God, ew, Elijah.
I was holding that in for 2 segments, bro. Give me a break.
2 segments? You couldn't take that shit outside?
It's that canned vegetable shit.
Elijah.
No, that's the spray, bro. You ain't, because he's spraying my whispery willows.
Okay, bro. Shut up.
Gentle breezes. Nah, but
woo, boy.
Oh my God.
Anyways, we back at y'all. Young activists here with Udia, Planet Udia. We got Breezy B.
She's dying. She's gagging. She's gonna throw up.
As for Prez.
Turned her nostrils.
As for Prez, and we got Nadia.
Hey, poo.
Now you had to put the lip gloss in her nose.
It smells like pumpkin spice. Shout out Pavina.
Hey, Breezy B was like, "Oh my gosh, this is a wonderful smell."
No cap. Literally, I was like,
I was eating catfish.
She was like,
yeah.
Hey, no, I'm not eating catfish.
So disgusting. What game are we playing?
All right, y'all. Welcome back. We are going to be playing, what did you call it? 7 questions from hell. We got more than 7 questions. But it's going to be a bunch of would you rather questions that are going to be interesting that us as a group, we're going to answer, okay?
I got a question. You looked at funny because of that question title. You didn't like that question? You didn't like the title of the questions?
What, 7 questions from hell?
You didn't like that?
Is that an actual game?
Yeah. Elijah came up with the name.
I came up with the name.
So it's not an actual game.
He's like, it is now.
Right,
What the premise is basically 7 questions from hell. Every time on our 3rd segment, every time we have a set of questions, no matter if it's would you rather, if we go into the spill your guts or fill your guts, we're going to always have questions. That's why it's called 7 questions from hell.
Not just on the... Oh, yes, our 3rd segment.
You
Every
understand?
game. Yeah, I feel what you mean.
Well, it should just be called questions from hell.
Questions from hell. Let's do it. But not all of them are going to be bad. Some of them are just going to be interesting because I just want to hear what you guys' thoughts are.
Let's go.
All right, first one. This one is good. Would y'all rather... We're starting off light. Would you rather wear wet socks or wet underwear?
Go ahead, Elijah.
Wet underwear.
Disgusting.
Definitely wet underwear. What?
That's
something wrong with
Oh,
you.
Really gross.
No, okay. See, but I was gonna say wet socks, but we go swimming. and we wear like the
That's
wet.
what I'm saying. I'm like, what? Wet socks are. Ugh, have you stepped in
Bruh.
something in a sock?
Hey, bro, hey, our boy Tuck said the same thing, bro.
I know he's like,
Yeah, you right. Real time.
I'm gonna say wet underwear.
Yeah, because I can't do wet
I'm
socks.
sorry.
He in the other room, like, see, I told you.
I'm just too self-conscious. I feel like, wet underwear would really stink. I feel like at some point you would start to stink. But you can cover up shoes, right?
Yeah.
You can cover up
You
shoes.
don't smell your feet until you take your
Until
shoes
you take
off.
your shoes off.
Yeah.
That's why you're like, who took their shoes off?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I feel you.
You can smell a nasty nigga, like, right?
Yeah,
If he's sitting
no, I
there and he
feel
smell
you.
like musty ass. you
If it's wet from sweat or something.
and like it's gonna be wet from just like whatever. And your pants are gonna get wet.
All
so-
right, well, define wet. Like, was it wet from like a swimming pool, or is it just like
'Cause
wet
that's
nasty?
how I was thinking it.
Because if it's
Yeah.
wet nasty, then wet socks are gonna stink.
also like how I don't know, I'm in the middle. How many times have you sat on something wet and you're like, God damn it,
Yeah, I
like
hate
your
sitting
butt
on-
gets
I-
wet, you
I
know?
hate sitting on- But this is like a continuous, like all day. When you
All
get up,
day?
when you get up, you put your underwear on, it's wet. When you put your socks on, they're wet. And you can stay like that until you get home and go to bed.
I'm gonna
Until
still
you
do
sleep.
wet underwear. Or
I would still do wet
yeah.
underwear.
I'm about to do wet
I'm not
underwear.
doing
doing
wet
the
socks.
Because imagine you got a long
Just walking
sock
and
and you put your
I
wet
would
sock
just
on.
get ankle socks. Ankle socks, perfect.
But every step is just sloshed.
Yeah.
A thin ankle sock.
Bro, I couldn't even walk.
Also like in the winter when you're walking through like the
I'll
snow
move
and
to
shit.
Cali. I'll move to Cali. There is no winter.
No.
I'm good. I'm good.
You was crazy with wet socks. You like, bro, winter.
I'm good.
Oh, you ain't gonna have no toes
But,
living in Colorado. You
yeah.
gonna have. You don't have athletes.
It drops below 50.
But
You're
y'all might get like crabs or like an STD or like a UTI, something.
You can't get an STI from wet underwear.
No, I feel like you can.
If you leave it on, like they're always
an
wet.
STI, a sexually transmitted.
Or I mean,
an STI.
I meant a UTI.
Oh,
UTI. That's what my brain was thinking. UTI.
I did.
I swear he said STI.
Hey,
After I
play
said
it back.
I'm crying.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say
He stole my job. All right, y'all. Would y'all rather bring someone back from the past, and have them hunt you for the rest of your life?
Haunt?
Hunt.
Oh, I thought you said hunt.
Hunt.
Like,
Sorry.
bro, have
Like-
somebody hunt you for the rest of your life?
Or like, I guess if you're bringing back like stalk you or like just do some crazy shit to you for the rest of your life, or every time you meet someone new, you see how they die. So the second you shake your head, you have like a That's So Raven vision of them dying.
I feel like I live in the second one.
That shit be crazy.
I would see that. I'd rather that one. See how somebody dies.
What?
I feel like I could predict.
fuck me
I feel
up.
like I could predict how most people die now, just off of just like pre.
Rather than getting haunted?
Bruh.
I don't want somebody to haunt me. What?
I think I'm gonna pick that one. I think I'm.
Oh
pick,
my gosh, do you have a story of being haunted?
No.
This it's just an inside joke, but I've always told my friends like if they die or if I die before them that I'ma hunt them anyway. So I'm like, I'm gonna bring Sean back. Sean can hunt me and it'll be funny. Like it'll be fun.
Little friend thing.
It'll be fun. And I feel like also like if you're
That
just
nigga
if you bring
What if you're the reason he's dead? Definitely not gonna be fun then. He gonna remind you every
Also,
day.
it wouldn't be
He
fun.
gonna remind you every
That's
day.
true. And it wouldn't be fun if they like hated you. I don't know.
Right, they hated
yeah.
you.
Or they popped in at random moments. Like I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would pick seeing people die though.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of cool.
It's
I would
crazy.
be interested.
I would
but
tell people though.
I would. I'd be like, you're gonna die.
I would
I'd
hate
be
it
a
if I
prophet.
met them and they later became like my very best friend.
You would change the future though.
Yeah.
You guys would change the future though.
I'd be a
You
prophet,
would change
bro.
the future.
Yeah.
That wouldn't work, bro. I'm telling you, you'd fuck up the world.
You probably die.
Yeah,
you
you
probably
fuck up
die
the world.
faster if you told them how they were gonna die
Yeah,
though,
or
or
be
something
like,
like that.
and people start actually dying the way you said.
Yeah.
Let them come back to you.
Okay. Would you rather be disappointed when you finally met
Humble yourself with
someone
no
you
cameras.
looked up to, or be intentionally embarrassed when you first meet them?
Wait. Say that one
So
again.
you meet somebody you look up to. Would you rather be very disappointed by that person, or would you rather be embarrassed, like they intentionally embarrass you?
Oh, I'd rather be disappointed.
Like them niggas stunning on me.
Yeah, or something.
This broke ass nigga right here.
Look at him with the
Kia
wet
Soul,
drawers.
right,
Damn it, he used to be my idol.
Hey, they looking at you like this. Put the camera on me.
Well, shit, I'll smack him. I choose to get embarrassed. You know what?
Yeah.
Cause just imagine if Martin Luther King, you met him and he's just like, yeah, man, them white women. White women go crazy, nigga.
Hey,
White
bro.
women get down.
You be mad. Tell me not, bro. You be mad. I wouldn't be surprised because I know the history on it. But if Malcolm X, like, yo, bro, I would be. But I mean, I've also heard this quote, so I would pick the first one just due to this quote. I've heard, you know, you never want to meet your heroes.
Yeah.
I've heard that. So, like, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised because a lot of people on camera has an it's almost like an alter ego to a degree. You have to have a personality in order to be a good cameraman.
Right.
Whether you're genuine or not, or have good integrity, you always gotta have personality.
If you're always on, that's not necessarily on like a cameraman, but just whenever you're
On camera,
people can see you.
Yeah.
You know, on the show or something.
Yeah.
But
and they train you like you were saying earlier. I'd probably choose the second one just because I feel like you get a bit of the first one in it as well. You're gonna be disappointed if they embarrassed you, and like you're saying, like you're gonna you learn from it, and you don't want to meet your heroes. Like you're gonna know, like I should probably choose.
Again, I
somebody
would
better.
smack the nigga. Whoever I'd meet, I'd smack him, fight him, go viral. Team Z. Now I got my own show, all types of shit.
Yeah, I would not want to get embarrassed by my hero.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
like one of my idols
Beyonce
is
dragged me, I'd say thank you.
Well, one of my idols is Oprah, so I'd be like, damn, this bitch like talking shit, and now like probably the whole world would
You
hate
can tell
me.
her about
Because everybody knows Oprah.
Would you rather peel your fingernails off, all of them, or pull out all of the teeth in your mouth?
Fingernails gotta go.
I mean, have y'all ever took out like
We've
ingrown
done it with
toenails or like hangnails, bro? That shit's painful.
But you would
bro.
rather. Okay, so what would you rather do? Your teeth?
I
or
mean,
your
we
fingernails?
pulled out baby teeth, bro.
These aren't baby teeth.
We pulled out baby teeth.
Yours are gone.
Fast forward 60 years, he gonna be gumming everything
No, I'm just
down.
saying. I'm just saying. Pulling out your teeth is definitely not as painful as hangnails, bro. Let's be real.
First of all,
Bruh.
have you heard of a root canal?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Right, what?
I would pick the nails, but I'm just saying, pain wise, if it was just like which pain would you rather go through, I'd pick the teeth. Cause bro, if you peeling off your nails, bro, that shit is painful.
You never had a root
Have you ever
canal?
pulled out a tooth?
Yeah, I've had a
Have you
root
ever
canal.
had your wisdom
Off
teeth
of
pulled out?
anesthesia?
Right.
Yo,
This
I've
we're
had
not
a root
talking
canal.
about. We're
Right.
talking about
On life and gas.
white
You
dude
gotta
come
do
in and
it.
just knock your shit off, and all of them.
It's painful,
You telling
bro.
me you no
But I would rather
anesthesia? You would
it's the
just
But
fingernails.
imagine getting your fingernails pulled off one by one slowly.
No, but also here's a factor
It'd
that
be
y'all ain't
nagging,
thinking about.
you know?
Fingernails
First of
grow
all,
back.
people bite their nails down to nubs. I'll bite
Yeah.
my nails down to nubs. Like,
Yeah,
ain't nobody-
but not no. They're talking about your whole fingernail.
Yeah.
That's a whole nail.
But
Bro,
fingernails
it's
grow
not-
back. I lost my toenail in high school.
I would not pull my teeth out, bro.
And
That's
it grows
crazy.
back.
That's crazy. What's the next question for us?
All right.
You're disturbing, dude.
I know that fucking.
That's
Okay, would you
Weird.
rather save your husband or your wife in a fire or save your children?
The young, my kids.
I think I might say my husband or my wife, bro. Salutations, y'all.
Really?
Damn,
Why
not
do you
your
say
kids?
that?
Cause we could have more. They be alright.
This is true.
Bro, I'm gonna be real with you, bro.
That's some
You can have more.
People can't.
Now it
But
doesn't mean I
but you
don't.
would still think, but you still think about your kids. Like you would, that kid
That
is
might
still
fuck
a
up the
I'm not gonna be
relationship.
sad.
That might fuck up a
You're
relationship.
not gonna be sad?
Bro. No, I said I'm
Not
not.
be sad?
No.
Oh,
I'm gonna
damn.
be sad, but I'm not gonna like, bro. You could have more kids.
Fuck them kids. Yeah.
You said you can have more kids?
You could have more kids, but you can only have one wife. Remember,
But you
said
ain't,
best
but you
do
ain't
us
never
part.
gonna get that kid back.
Alright. You could have more.
What if that was like the kid to cure
But
What
cancer?
if
you're
y'all have
right.
like 12 kids?
But you could remarry.
Yeah,
You
but
can get a new
would
wife.
you rather remarry or get a new? Bruh, having a new kid
Remarry.
is easier to have than having a new wife.
Exactly. You go
No.
buy
Yeah,
them
but
Toys R Us, so you rather go buy
That's a hard
a
question
kid.
to ask, man.
Yeah.
But like, be real.
Because you known your wife longer than
That's
your
what I'm
kids.
saying, bro. You committed
You just met
yourself.
them niggas. You just met them niggas. They just came in your life. You feel me? Them some new niggas. Them some new niggas.
It's not even that, bro.
But your wife already
You're
lived her
committed.
life.
Yeah, but
Wife
y'all
already
committed
lived
to
her
each
life.
other. That's do
I
that
can
do
see that though.
us
That's
part.
like your true love. Like, damn. But
Remember, you only
It's not
raising
your true love if she died.
you only raising them from 18 to
Damn.
20 years old, 21 years old. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to be with your wife 18, 21 plus. You know what I'm saying? Y'all supposed
No,
to be with each other forever.
once your child, once you have your child, there's a reason why children are so precious to us.
Shit.
That's what humans are put
They
on the
gonna be
earth to do
precious
is
corpse.
procreate.
Cause I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I'm picking the wife.
All right.
I love my
I
wife, but
can't
that's
hate
why I
you.
married her.
No, you're right. I
Shit,
can't hate
I'm
on you
picking
for it.
kids.
Yeah, me too. All right, y'all.
See,
Would you rather be a virgin forever or have sex with your sibling once?
I'm a
Virgin forever.
bro. I can't do it,
Virgin
bro.
forever.
That's weird, man.
Right, I can't
I'm not.
even go out
My
like
name ain't
that.
Cletus, bro.
Is it like a stepsister or a stepbrother?
Bro, you
weren't trying to admit it.
Them niggas not really family. They're not really blood related. They your brother, but
I'm gonna be a
bro, that's kinky, bro. You weird.
It's not kinky.
That shit is weird.
The question was have sex with your sibling or be a virgin forever. So let me get.
So once you have sex with your sibling once, you can have sex with anyone you want.
And that's why I'm asking: is the sibling like actually related to me, or is it like by marriage or something?
Bro, I'm virgin.
If it's by marriage, then what?
I'm a virgin. I don't care. I'm a virgin, bro.
We know what his answer is.
Right.
I'm a virgin.
Same thing with you, Audrey?
I still couldn't even do the half.
If I could think them,
it's not no half.
I'm not having sex with nobody I call brother. Like that's just like for me. That's for me.
I don't think I can look at myself.
If that's your step sibling, you're definitely calling them brother.
Like they just met type shit.
Well, it just depends.
If your parents just got married and I just became your brother.
So if Chris Brown's mom married, or Chris Brown's dad, right? Or Chris Brown's mom, right? Because he got a dad. Married your dad, right?
I don't even like Chris Brown. He's a better example.
But you know
no,
who
but
he is,
Chris Brown
right?
for me, I'm like, well, shit.
Right. Is it weird?
If I have to call him brother, it's still weird for me. I'm not fucking nobody I have to call my brother. Like, I'm sorry, that's it for me.
I've never called any of my people that I've lived with that were never called them stepbrother. Call them by their name. John.
That's you, John.
What's the next question? I don't like that question.
All right. Would you would you rather eat a family member while they're still alive, like eat them to death, or would you rather be eaten alive, starting with your legs, like eaten to death?
Like they're like,
yeah.
They're like got a knife, eating like a steak.
I can't eat a human being, bro. Especially
no.